Hello, David. I'm sorry, I said David. That's Daniel. I am dyslexic as shit. Oh my god. Hello, Ebony Williams. How are you today? Notice anything different? It is time. Yeah, you all haven't seen those car posts because I'm uploading them right now. But it's a new age. It's a new time. A new Carl. sure I have these in the right order. This is the one part I don't like about doing uploads on the cell phone, or shorts and stitches. They are difficult. They're easy, but they're difficult. Sometimes you don't know if they're long enough. Sometimes the system decides, no, I can't do this one. If I work backwards, I should be able to be caught up to where it was before. I want to do them all at one time, but it just won't allow me to. How's everyone doing today, by the way? Because I am alive. Time or two for you guys, because I'm kind of waiting on a couple of things. Let's see. Let's do 15 minutes. I only picked 15 because the person needs time to eat dinner. Myself that I would do that I did not do this week because boy has work been in my fucking ass. Just beat the crap in my cheeks. Sensitive shit. Image. We need a good Carl post for this. Seeing one in the folder. Good Carl posting. I think this will do. I'm gonna put it on. Actually, I don't have a backlink. One. Right, the screen is gonna look really weird for like 3 to 5 seconds.
Hey, what's up? Sorry for getting your last stream taken down by being upset about a Star Trek actor dying.
See, it's funny that you mentioned that. I don't know. I think I posted it. Did you get tagged in it? It was a video of me walking down the street with my bike, and someone placed like a $10,000 ad for 2 of the people who had famously died that week. One being Nicholas.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit's expensive.
Oh, I know. Dude, Trekkies, like, that was the point of me showing the documentary, unfortunately, is that Trekkies take their shit serious. Like, I had several people ask me, like, in DMs, be like, Aydin, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. It's just, I mean, it's not like when Nimoy passed for me. It's like, yeah, I'm alright. It's just, Trekkies take this shit, like, really deep. At least some of them. A lot of them do.
Trying to.
How are you doing, other than that? Again, I'm sorry.
I'm alive, for the most part. Trying
Yeah,
to.
you know. Steady decline. Me too.
I'm trying
All going
to
good.
Put together. I was very lazy. Well, I don't say very lazy this week. This background will do for this. I was very lazy this week in terms of things that I needed to do and or have done. One of which being I needed to put together a blurb page for, instead of having to lazily give out the, hey guys, you want to support the stream, I needed to put together like a proper donation, like bumper screen, like Deb has for it beneath the sip. But I was lazy in the fact that every time I came home from work, I would immediately then go work on my other projects instead of working on that. So now I'm whipping it up really fast. Outside of that, my week was a thing. I got angry for the first time at work.
Oh wow. Yeah. For a particular reason?
For the well, it's not that hard for people to put together, but just to make it harder for the lazy people that'll just listen into shit, hoping that I'll give away the secrets. The place at which I work at is a place that deals with pizza, which is also the reason why there is a new Carl accessory.
Alright.
It is the time the pizza meal. And bandanas. And do-rags. But I wouldn't say it was a very big situation. It was just someone said some untoward shit in an incorrect tone, and the nigga left out of me. But I had to push him back inside. So instead of saying what I was going to say, I instead just I walked outside, I counted to 10, I walked back inside, and in the passive Carl voice, the normal speaking, well, it's not my normal speaking voice, but the normal speaking voice, like, hey, boss, can I talk to you for real quick for a minute? And Lord forbid, bless my fucking level 4 manager, this big heavy-set guy named Robert. Like, imagine a fatter Vosh, but he actually understands how to do his job.
I mean, that's difficult. That's difficult to imagine, Vosh knowing how to do a job. Wow.
Just like put a gun on it, and instead of that dumbass fucking man bun, he actually cut his hair properly.
Bruh. Vosh is such like a fucking parody of lefties. Like fat communist with a man bun who sits around all day complaining about rich people, meanwhile raking in millions of dollars. Okay. I mean, I don't know who's worse, him or Hassan. They're both really funny.
They're two sides of the same coin. Fat communist, slim, weightlifting communist. Both will tell you to hate your life for being working class Andy.
For sure. Also, I like in Minecraft, I guarantee that Hassan, takes roids allegedly in Minecraft. Allegedly in Minecraft, I guarantee he takes roids because, like, I don't know how else. And I asked Spoon about this because he's into weightlifting and shit. And I was like, dude, this guy sits around. And to be fair, Spoon says like you only need to actually work out like 30 minutes a day or something to get pretty shredded. And I guess so. I mean, I don't know. Like, by the way, it's way different for women. Women aren't built and designed to build muscle easily. Just not.
They look fucking good with it.
But like the amount of like effort women need to put in to become muscular is way higher than men. Just bodies aren't meant to do that. So he said, yeah, he probably, because I was like, dude, like this guy Hassan, he sits there on stream for like 13 hours a day, just in his chair eating Chinese food that he has ordered, delivered to his house. Like, I don't know where he finds time to work out. And yes, Ben said, he probably works out like 30 minutes a day. And I still said, though, if he's really working, but he's really shredded. And I also, he's always like irrationally enraged. And maybe that just runs in the family, see Cenk Uyghur, but that they just fly off the handle easily. But it kind of looks like roid rage to me, that his insanely like irrational temper to me. I'm like, is he doing little roids? Is he doing little roiding? I don't know. Maybe. Allegedly in Minecraft. Who knows?
It wouldn't be that hard to think that maybe he has some extra pre inside of his workout mix. A little bit more than G Fuel and Gamer Girl.
A little more than G Fuel. Right. It's just made me. I have just questioned it before. And Spoon seemed to agree with me that, like, yeah, he probably fucking steroids, but again, allegedly in Minecraft.
For me, it's weird because it's not weird. There are more communists that will be giant hulking masterpiece figures, like this fucking TikTok user called the Swolitarian, whose entire thing is that he puts a fucking flowy TV on his head, and he will make fucking clapback response replies all about how actually I'm bigger and lift more weights than you. And I see that to be more common, because weightlifting is a thing that gives people something to work out in, and more than likely for a lot of these guys, and sometimes a lot of these girls, because boy, there are so many weightlifting fucking communists that just occasionally just walk around the house wearing their fucking pump cover. That's the shirt that women wear when they go to the gym so that they can hide their body. There are so many fucking communist weightlifters that want to be slim, thick, and pretty, but at the same time, I don't know if they have a personality outside of it. They probably do. But men, is it hard to try and find out if they do or not? It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's also like, I mean, if that's your entire... If it's everything, no matter what your politics, if like your everything is shit like that, whatever it is, actually any kind of hobby, if you only have like one thing that defines you, that's probably not healthy. But the weightlifting commie thing, I don't know. Like, so it's the dichotomy of commies, I guess, where it's like, well, no, I think it's a trifecta. There's like three types. The weightlifting ones, that's the real rarity. And again, I think that they have the free time and capacity to work on their bodies that much because they're independently wealthy. You know what I mean? Like, one of the main reasons that so many people are out of shape is that they don't have time or can't find time. I think the people you can if you really want to, but don't have time or money to invest either in a gym membership, because that shit's expensive, or buying your own equipment. That's even more expensive. No, it's better for you in the long run because you're buying it yourself, you know, for what you need. But it takes money and time to do that. So there's the rarity, and then you have the skinny fats, the like real twiggy soy boy types, you know, and then you have the super fats. Those are the three. And now I know, obviously they're normal people, but it does seem to fall into really one of the two latter conditions of being real skinny twiggy person or being super morbidly obese. The former probably also vegans. I've noticed a lot of vegans because they don't, you know, quite get good nutrition often. Although, by the way, like, you could be super fat and vegan. Let's be clear about that.
True.
Because I've known people who were like, well, I think it was one of the weirdo, one of the fat women on YouTube that everyone makes fun of. It was either, I don't remember if it was Amberlyn Reed or Foodie Beauty, but I think actually both of them had stints as vegans. I was like, yeah, all right, you can be a vegan, but if all you're eating is like pasta noodles and just bread all day, then you're not gonna lose weight on your and rice and grains, you know, that carbo loading diet. You're not gonna lose weight on that either, my dude. Like, my husband and I have both done keto in the past, and I really have enjoyed doing keto. It makes me kind of sick, but you do get results from it, you know, like low, no carb, and just meat and cheese and stuff, eggs. Not quite, what do you call it, carnivore, but you know.
I don't think I've done a proper diet in my entire life. Just coasted on the ability of my fucking word. I just had the word and then I lost it. My hypermetabolism. Now I'm approaching 30 and my body's like, listen, motherfucker, it's time for you to start considering a barbell or a salad. You're gonna have to pick one, and if you don't pick one, I'm gonna make you pick one. Right.
Well, I mean, that's you can do it. I don't like the term because I mostly see like really fat people using it, but intuitive eating, which is just like listen to what your body is telling you and try to follow that.
Eventually it's not gonna be my body, it's gonna be my fucking ankles.
Right.
There's just a point where you're just like, you know what, Big Tubby needs to go take some shit. Like, something's gotta change. Something's gotta change quick. And if I don't do it, my body's gonna do it for me. There's been at least multiple occasions where I've had to stop before I either left or went to work and put air in my tires. Most of it's because I need to actually take the bike to the shop, but how can I take the bike to the shop if I don't have money? That's why I had to get this new job to cover some things anyways, across for some other shit as well. But then it's like, no, I'm pretty sure the reason why I gotta keep putting air in my back tires is because my ass is fat. And it's not pH balanced, okay?
I mean, like, the thing about dieting too, though, is that you shouldn't think of it of being like, I'm on a diet, because then when you go off it, you know, which for most people, then you're like, oh, I'm done with my diet, so now I'm gonna go back to doing all the shit I was doing before that was not healthy. And you know, again, you can have obviously like treats and shit, but people have a hard time managing. I've never been overweight. I've been on the very far low end of the spectrum, obviously, but like even I understand you can't you gotta be careful about that shit. But keto works. I got kind of chunky when I was doing my first not my first office job, my first full-time office job, because you just sit there all day answering emails. Worst. You know, and you have a lunch break and everybody else goes out and gets lunch at all these restaurants, and it was a well-paying job for me as my first full-time job, and I was in like a really like nice part of town where I'm surrounded by like some of the best restaurants in Baltimore, you know? And so I just would go out every day and get freaking sushi. Well, I gained like 15 pounds and I was like, oh shit. So I did keto and just stopped eating carbs. That worked well for me. But you know,
when I was working at the both factories in question, first Carl arc being the factory arc, when I was still working for the Aydin company, I was still basically traveling equivalent to the same amount of distance I travel to my store and back now. The only difference being is that I was working inside of a hot-ass factory to the point that they had to give us those fucking fruit bars, I think they're called squinchers, giant industrial confectionery frozen treats that need to be stored in a fucking 0 below freezer cooler so that you can actually properly get like all the medicinal use out of them just to keep us fucking hydrated enough to work on the fucking machines. Lifting those metal bits and parts each time, dealing with giant machining parts to drag them from one place or another, running across a giant factory floor the size of basically a fucking schoolyard building, insulated by nothing but fans and giant musk with the smell of tobacco whirling outside. All of that was like the easiest kind of workout you could give to somebody of my size, because it's just enough to keep me at weight so that if I just change a couple of diet things, I was losing weight fast, to the point that it's like, how the fuck are you able to lift this shit overhead? I'm like, I'm just deceptively strong.
Nice.
Then when I ended up, under the circumstances I lost that job under, I became the temporary Carl, and then that was working for the Total Systems company, working in the credit card distribution center, going from first embossing the cards to then sorting out the card orders, and that's dealing with giant cages full of over 24,000 cards at a time. So lifting the boxes, transporting them outside and inside of the cages to transit station hubs, standing for long periods of time, and that's also with like the candy facility that they have inside the break room, with a fucking 5-star Amtrak dispensary machine, which basically is like a self-help station kiosk. That should have made me fatter, but at the same time, that one is probably the longest distance I've actually traveled to and from a place, either on foot or on my bike, which is actually that's the job that I bought the bike for. Doing that, going up and down fucking hills at the speed of a 7-speed bike, constantly shifting between 2nd gear, 3rd gear, 4th gear, the 6th gear, that's a lot of fucking tension and stress on your thighs, your calves, and your legs. Because the idea of a speed bike is that you want to shift up and down gears to be able to make inclines and steep hills easier and faster. The first one being a 1-to-1 rotation on the gear, and the 7th being a 7th-to-1 rotation. Little itty bitty fucking thing needs to spin that much, so that's how hard you need to pump your legs. It feels like you're moving through molasses. And then, if you don't drink enough water, you will get cramps. I remember... Oh my god. I remember one of the worst mistakes I made that one of my supporters actually reimbursed me for my own money for, is I thought, well, I'll just combine the exercise. I'll wear a haptic suit to work, and then I'll change... Oh boy, was I fucking sweating. And I remember the first time I ever collapsed on the side of the sidewalk.
Oh god.
My muscles were doing spasms that I haven't seen since I had to try and outlast my brother in a fight in my home. And I had a fucking medical intern slash new EMT worker just mesmerized by the muscle groups moving in my leg like there's a fucking worm inside of it. I was it was so painful.
Oh, I'm often dehydrated because I drink liquor. But liquor, but also because it's not just the dehydration, but because of like other nerve issues in my legs. So I'll get really bad leg spasms quite frequently, and nothing like that bad at all. But even I know just from the little ones that I get, it's like, oh, that shit is the worst. That leg leg cramps like that when they spasm and they seize. Oh my god! Like it's I've experienced some bad pain, and that's not up there with the worst, but it's on the level a little bit of just it's so awful, and you just have to wait for it to basically go away.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do. And you guys try to straighten your leg or whatever, but yeah.
Over time, I just learned to start eating so many bananas that people had to question, are you making lewd OnlyFans? So much fucking water just wasted in general buying either extra water packs or just trying to find ways to get free water to supplement how much I had. At least at that job, they had a proper filtered machine, and I was throwing back so many kind of supplements to replace all of the electrolytes that I'd be losing over time, to the point that they just said, what the fuck are you doing wearing a haptic suit doing this? You're already gonna lose enough weight and water weight just going to and from. So she scolded me and then gave me, quote unquote, the money back. And now, between the period of time between that job and then deciding, well, not deciding, eventually saying something has to give and I need to go back because my editors need to be paid.
Right.
The amount of weight that I've put on, not necessarily wallowing in self-despair, but just eating food, just having to eat the shelf-stable shit that we can only be able to afford.
I know.
And by inflation, because I'm depressed every time I go to the fucking Dollar Tree now. I feel the effects of Biden inflation everywhere. Every single time I see that $1.95, I'm like,
so it's just like I told you I was cooking dinner, and then eating dinner, and what I was making is I had the other day we had some steaks, and I'd made stroganoff, and then but I had a shit ton of the rice left because I don't know why. I have no idea how to explain that, why this is the case, but you know, egg noodles, like those cheap as shit noodles.
Yes.
They don't exist over here. I don't know why. They just don't. So when people over here have stroganoff, they eat it with rice. So I cooked up some rice. I made the sauce for it, and we had a whole shit ton of rice left over. As there was like 3 steaks. And so yesterday I said, okay, well here's what I'll do. I'll make the real ghetto version of stroganoff with what's left. We'll go get some hamburger. I'll basically make the hamburger helper version. You know what I mean? Even though it was all from scratch, so it looks like a dog's dinner because it's all just a general, when it comes out, massive brown gray. But it tastes delicious. I love stroganoff because I love sour cream. But like, so we went to the store to get ground beef. Ground beef for a pound of ground beef here was almost 6 pounds. Let me translate that to American dollars. Sorry, a pound versus 6 pounds. So like, you know, British pound dollars is, it was like 5, where's the converter? Give me the calculator, please. What the fuck? Okay. Google used to be easy about this. Okay. So it was like 5.7. So it was like $7 US, almost, for a pound of ground beef. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, everything here is always a little bit more expensive, but that's insane. So we got ground pork instead, because it was sausage meat, which is, you know, full of like whatever. And that's fine. It tasted really good. It was delicious. I just ate it, but that's crazy.
There's so many customs that I just wish I could do.
Everything's getting so expensive right now.
Yeah. I feel like if I could just be able to properly get the supplies to cook again, that I can bring my weight down faster. Because right now I'm just subserving off of the food that we serve at work. Because instead of doing what most places do, this company at least decides that if food has been made in the store but the mistake has occurred that it cannot be served to a customer, instead of throwing it out, it is instead given to the employees. Everything except wings. The highest return on the menu, which that makes fun
that
sense.
Stuff was. It's nice when you have a job like that. Like my mom works at a preschool and has for damn close to 20 years at this point. It's 18 years at this, I think, something like that, at the same preschool. And back in the day when things were better, so when I was a kid and they were making more money and stuff, it used to be that they would have tons of leftovers that they would serve the kids for lunch. So she just bring home, and by that I mean, like, it's served at like in big, like, what do you call it? Trays that they scoop out like a cafeteria, and they would just give it to my mom to bring home. So we would often, I wouldn't say that's healthy, because the thing we most often got was mashed potatoes, because they just had so much of them. And they were real mashed potatoes, I think, to be fair. They were real. And then the then the school, because it was a very expensive school. By the way, people pay like $30,000 a year to send their kids, their 3-year-olds, to this preschool. The same price as a freaking college. More than a lot of colleges. $30,000 a year. Like, absolutely insane. So in order to justify that, they couldn't really... Even though, where are they getting the cafeteria food? The preschool is in a university, or a college, not a university. Jeez. My allergies have been driving me nuts today. So, the same caterers, or whoever, the company that catered the university, the college, just also catered the preschool that was housed in it. And eventually, though, like, there was a thing where they were basically said, well, if we're paying $30,000 a year, the same cost as sending the child, or as an adult child, to the college. And if we're going to pay this much money, we would like to have, because they also called it an international school, and they're like, oh, we're very...
International Baccalaureate?
No, I'm saying the preschool calls themselves international. So, yeah, because to be fair, they do very commonly have kids from all over the world. Like, that's how they sell themselves. That's the thing. Even though it's not like they have anyone there who has any specific credentials, who's like multilingual or anything like that, whatever. But because of that, they said, oh, we actually would like private catering that's not just going to be things from the college. So we don't want mashed potatoes and chips. Should be fries. Oh my God, I've lived here too long. We don't want mashed potatoes and chips and, apple slices and stuff like that. We want ethnic food served, and it has to be, you have to be different all the time. So, today we have to have kimchi. It's like, these are 3-year-olds, my dude. They want to eat their chicken nuggets and they want to have their tendies and their fries. Okay, that's what 3-year-olds like. But they did this thing for a while where then they had to actually raise the cost of the school. They never put it back down when they stopped this, by the way. But they raised the cost of the school to be able to afford having international foods all the time, so you could give the 3-year-olds the kimchi and the, I don't know what all they freaking had. Probably most of it, if I'm gonna be completely honest, it was probably mostly like tacos and shit. I mean, stuff the kids would actually eat. Like, which is fine. Because
the way that I had imagined, they'd be like, nah, we're just gonna put some beef, some cheese, maybe some sour cream on the side. Nah, entire spread, kids. Make your own taco. All the fuck they're gonna do is just stick their hand in it and just put it straight in their mouth. You don't need a shell anyways. And the worst part is probably just gonna give them crunchy shells instead of giving them proper soft fucking tacos.
Yeah, I imagine it's really hard for parents. Like, I'd like to have a child at some point. And I have to imagine that's gotta be fucking rough, because with kids, first of all, their palate's undeveloped. Literally, the soft palate is undeveloped, but also their taste palate's undeveloped. And they're hypersensitive to taste. So, for what adults don't find spicy, like just like having a pinch of pepper on something, little kids go, because they're new, right? They haven't had time to become old and crusty and not sensitive anymore to things. So I get why kids are really picky. Biologically, why they're really picky. So but at the same time, you have to balance that with, look, I know that what tastes good to everybody is stuff that's really plain, but also good, like chicken nuggets and French fries. But you also have to eat green things. And so you don't, blow up and have a horrible, inability to eat food. A really, really good friend of mine, in fact, my lawyer to this day, my legal representative, when I met him in college, when he was a freshman, his diet consisted entirely of chicken nuggets and French fries. pretty much, and chips, you know, and that was like it. Basically, just fried chicken. He had never had a steak. That's how bad it was. Because basically, when he was like 3 years old, he decided that what he liked to eat was chicken tenders and French fries, and his parents just kind of went, okay. So that's all he ate his entire life. And I mean, if you go to a public school, you can kind of get away with that because usually they have chicken tenders and French fries, you know. So that's and I mean, like he'd have like a peanut butter sandwich and something like that, but he had never had a steak. And by the way, this guy, really rich family. Like we're talking not not Donald Trump rich or anything like. But these are they're upper middle class, bordering on upper class, right?
Yeah.
So quite wealthy. They could definitely have the ability. His father's like a doctor. His mother's does something else. I don't know. They're both really. Or I think his dad's like an investment banker or something. People who make a lot of money, right? I couldn't believe he'd never had a steak. And when I took him to a steakhouse when he was like a sophomore, he was there like on the verge of tears, trying to try a steak, which everybody knows is the best thing ever. You know, everybody likes steak. And I was like, Connor, you've had a hamburger before. You like hamburgers. I know you like hamburgers. It's like that, but like 10,000 times better.
It's like he has an orgasmic moment, and he's like, "Is this what it feels like to not have to
that was what happened. That was what happened. He was just like, holy shit. And I was like, see why you should try new things? Like, I'm not saying try every new thing. You have to try everything, because I like weird shit. I like Asian food and stuff. So, you know, I'm not saying go out and even get some vindaloo or something, you know, common and popular like that, because that's going to be really spicy and hard on your palate. But try a steak, for God's sake, my man, my brother in Christ. But yeah, he and then the last time I saw him, I went to go meet him in Chicago, which is where he was living at the time, and he invited me out to a restaurant. He's like, oh, we'll meet at this restaurant and we'll hang out and get lunch there or dinner, whatever it was. And he was like, oh yeah, I'll eat whatever now, because for years when I knew him, he was still like, okay, I'll eat chicken tenders and fries and steak. And then we had to slowly add new things up onto it. But yeah, last time I saw him, he was like trying all kinds of new shit. Or I don't know what he ordered, but it was something I guess it's been years now. But I remember being surprised and being like, holy shit, Connor, I would not have expected you to order, I don't know, whatever it was.
First he was
something that wasn't.
Now he's eating vagina.
Yeah. Well, I think he's married now, so I assume so.
Even better! He doesn't have to leave the house!
All you can eat buffet right there. I mean, I suppose he likes seafood. Oh, gross.
Sometimes it's just, I start saying words and I'm like, Carl, you can't say that. There are gonna be people who take you serious. I'm like, fuck them hoes! I don't care. Fuck them. Oh man, I was actually having this conversation with my coworker the other day when I was trying to explain how the entire arcs of how I track the years of work I've done, or the years of influence, technically, quote unquote, I've had, is that I always end up tracking it either through the living situation that I'm in or the jobs that I'm working. So like, I don't think year 1 Carl or year 2 Carl even had a proper name, although I would say that's like floor gang type shit. So if you were to go back in my content to like right around like 2016, 2017, 2018, I think would be the proper time period. Like just before I was doxxed by Infamous. That's like floor gang, and then my second, and then like the transitional house that I was in. So like, it's pieces of content that I would use as reference for that. First few videos, and then the live stream where I got Jake to basically expose, oh yeah, we had just organized harassment campaigns in my Discord, and here's proof they happened live on stream. And then the fallout, as I'm being tricked into believing that I'm actually getting an upper hand on this justice judge. Year 3, Carl. I don't even remember what I did for year 3. I don't even remember what I was doing. I'm pretty sure that's maybe like a slow transition into my new house, the one I live in now. That'd be blue curtains, Carl. There's my outside bedroom window faces the road, so I put a sheet over it to hide it because the house and room that I had before was just open, closed brick room walls, and then like a foyer system facing the corner. Now I have my Lion King sheets up there because my nephew ended up getting all my good bedding.
Hey, don't knock the Lion King sheets, man.
I mean, hey, how can you talk some shit? It's actual proper Lion King, and not 20 illegal Lion King. Hashtag trademark.
Yeah, well, can you even make it? You couldn't even have like.
It would be so
Lion King
ugly.
sheets and merchandise.
It would be so fucking ugly.
A hideous CGI character on it, like it's just a picture of a lion. To be fair, I think I had yeah, it was my friend did have a blanket with a big picture of a lion on it, I think, as a kid. And that was a different kind of. I mean, how can you market that shit? I don't know. I hate this live action remake garbage. It's so stupid. And I don't know who likes it. They claim that young kids really like the CGI, but I don't know if I believe that. I think they probably like CGI cartoons. You know what I mean? Toy Story, etc. Kind of Finding Nemo, whatever. Something newer than my old ass brain can immediately bring to mind. I don't think that they like realistic CGI animals. That doesn't make any sense.
I imagine that part of it is just an easy cash grab because they're very fucking lazy.
I mean, it's not really an easy cash grab. This shit's super expensive. They must think, for the amount of money they spend on it, I think they must believe that it's gonna make them money. I would assume, although I don't know, weird shit happens all the time, like that Batgirl movie getting canceled. I mean, not canceled, they made it. It's finished, they just won't release it. What?
Yeah.
Like, how bad, that really, Bill told me this, and I think maybe he's right. Is it that they want people to be asked the question I'm about to ask, which is, how bad was it that it was worth eating the like several $100 million that you spent on it? Because then it makes people go, oh, I'd really like to see how bad it was. So is the idea to Morbius it, essentially? I'd be like, well, we know we've got a shitty movie, so we'll just pretend to not release it. And then there's a bunch of people who are like, no, release it, we want to see it. Either because of feminism bullshit or because people want to see how bad it is. And they think they're going to make their money back on it? I mean, it's actually kind of ingenious. It's also stupid, but...
It's this theory that somebody had. Somebody had the theory that what they're going to do is that they're actually going to give them a little razzmatazz. They're going to act like they're not going to release Batgirl, and then they end up cutting Ezra Miller finally, because whatever paperwork needs to be done gets filed and put in. Then they replace both Ezra Miller and Amber Hood with Amelia Clark and whatever fucking guy they want to get to replace the Flash, and then they slowly bring it back in. And then that will be their way to hold shit together, because I thought... Did you see
who Twitter is asking to replace Ezra Miller?
No, who?
Elliot Page. And the reason why is because, well, you would want to replace a transgender non-binary person. You wouldn't want a transgender replacement. Transgender replacement, so you would have to replace a transgender non-binary actor with another transgender actor.
Oh, I'm sick! Oh, I'm sick! I am sick!
I hate this world so much, it's beyond parody.
Oh, fuck me, Christ the Lord! I'm gonna take the paper one.
Speaking of fucking insane news stories that are beyond parody, sorry I cut you off and finish. Go ahead and I'll tell you something funny.
That's so fucking dumb! Because not only is Elliot Page going to be uncomfortable, but man, it's like the Juno question, right? It's a wonderful gay love story, guys. Right. But it's I guess so. You put Ezra Miller in there, and then you hypercast all the footage of Ezra Miller, but now with Elliot Page. You're going to have to explain how Elliot Page is playing a character that is not true to their life, as they are not currently talking to straight women, because I'm pretty sure
that
that he's gay. I have a feeling that he's gay. So any scene where there's ever a woman and there's ever any flirty dialogue from the Flash, you're just gonna have to, I'm sorry, just gonna have to hyperimpose a giant hulking masculine man into it. I don't know. Photoshop in Andrew Tate. You just
right, they'd have to they'd have to make the Flash gay then, you know, because we wouldn't want to impose upon Elliot's sexuality and force him to you know, kiss a yucky, you know, cis woman.
Then you're gonna have the whole rigmarole of how do you explain that in the story? Just, you know, Flash, after you went back and you entered the Flashpoint paradox, your face has changed, man.
Well, no, they're just, yeah, that's how they get away with it. They'll be like, yeah, he just that he went supersonic speed and entered the Speed Force, and once he became one with the Speed Force, it altered his DNA at a basic level, and then he just changed his appearance. He's still a guy, but you know, now it's Elliot Page. Just looks a little different and is a foot shorter.
Gives a new definition. I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. This man has homosexuality in their DNA, bro.
I guess so. You know, I do feel really bad for female to male transgender people, because it's like, welcome to the male experience. Welcome to specifically the manlet experience. Enjoy how women will treat you as a man who is 5'4", and see how well that works out for you. I mean, I sincerely feel bad, because I feel bad for men who are manlets, obviously, because women treat them like shit. But it's like, I have no idea. You have to have some real serious dysphoria, and I mean that, to want to give up all of the privileges that you were born with as a woman and be like, yeah, I'll trade these in for being a manlet.
It's like, it's already bad enough that you're fucking small, but you're a woman. But at the end of the day, you can say, you know what? I have a coochie, and that's worth something. But then it's like,
to a lot of people, to society, generally it is.
But then it's like, you know what? Even if I'm not using this, I'm gonna give up the advantages of the dresses, the advantages of being given softball questions. I'm gonna just give all that up for an even harder mode. It's still just as easy, but an even harder mode of living, just to say I'm living my true self. And I can respect that.
It makes me happy. Exactly.
I can respect that. I can respect somebody who says, you know, fuck it. Recruit difficulty is too easy. Veteran mode. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yes. Give me them point modifiers, bitch! I want them point modifiers!
Tired living life on easy mode. Send me to Dante Must Die mode now.
I disavow this 61%! I disavow this 61%! She did not realize the implicit bias of saying, listen, every single time you go into an event, you're just gonna one tap everyone, but you're gonna get one tap too. Oh
god. Oh my god. Speaking of Clown World, did you hear about the new sun that was photographed with a space telescope?
I did not.
Okay. Well, let me send you a picture. Let me send you the tweet. I'll post it in the non-podcast chat of his wonderful tweet. Oh wait, does no one just have the tweet? Oh, fuck you, internet. Oh, here we go. Okay, here is the tweet from, I'll post it in the podcast chat, from the French scientist who photographed the sun. Isn't it beautiful? It's a slice of chorizo. And then he had to make it I think he was just doing a little meme, obviously. People were really mad.
See, if you squint your eyes and you look at it from a distance, you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely a new sun.
That's It's definitely a sun.
But the thing that sucks is that because I work with so much fucking pepperoni and salami, I know instantly. Why?
And well, you know, as everyone is wont to say, trust the sausage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, science.
Technically, science is sausage. It just depends which part of the royal church are you getting fucked by.
Oh, that's a bit dark, but good. I can't, like, I think this is funny as fuck, but then, like, I think it's hilarious that he did this. But then you wonder when people are, like, skeptical of scientists, even if he's making a joke, just saying. This is why people are skeptical of everything, because people go on the internet, and who really means someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? Yes! Yes, Arthur! People do that.
Mm-hmm. It's so...
Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
It's really dumb. I would say it's really dumb. Not just celebrity scientists, you know, so already put people like fucking Dyson on the
Yeah, this guy's legit. Yeah, this guy's a legitimate scientist, not a celebrity one.
But it's
like just went viral.
It's annoying because even though things like Don't Look Up are parroting the idea of someone like a fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson that would make jokes but say, listen, I can do this because I'm popular. People like when I tell these jokes. On one hand, that's whatever, you know. It's the fate that's the fate that befalls any person that wants to try and be like fucking Bill Nye the science guy. You're just going to become the fucking show.
Bill Nye the bachelor degree guy, you mean?
Yes,
clear.
Yes. It's like, it's one thing to be like, okay, I have a, or like fucking Naomi Wu, the fucking Chinese person whose entire fucking name to fame is I have huge tits and I work with machines. I can accept.
I'm not familiar with this, but I will now look her up to see evidence of this.
Let me see if I can find her handle myself, because it should be.
Oh, that popped up immediately, and
yes.
I mean, there's other things that are popping up for sure regarding this lady, but wowie, wowie.
I'll tell you, them titties are tittying. The titties are tittying. I
big
accept
old
this.
Set of mommy milkers on that lady.
Like yes, China #1. China, but
no, China's #1 on milkies in this case, I guess. But Jesus Christ,
my contempt for celebrity scientists is akin to the level of hatred I have for pretty much celebrity any person that exists to be like, I'm gonna wheel this guy in, they're gonna confirm all of the things I said, also support my ideas, otherwise you're one of the bad ones. But there's a level of contempt that I have for this kind of people that will say, hey, Bryce, I'm doing real science. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm really just quoting statistics and I put my name on it in a documentation paper. And that's my thesis for the month, this week, this year. So I can get $50,000 so I can go to this fucking movie premiere and socialize around people like fucking Will Wheaton. And people say that I'm cool. When at the same time, actual scientists have some of the darkest and sickest dank humor that they would be indistinguishable from a shitposter if they were just to shitpost from a non-checkmark account. And that's not even saying that they necessarily want the checkmark. They have to have it because they're in that position. But at the same time, it's like, are you ready to hear how French people just tell the worst, most diabolical jokes with a smile on their face and then go back to eating some fucking risotto? I don't think people are fucking prepared. And
I was gonna say though, you're like, oh, people who go on social media or whatever and get really famous because they're just quoting statistics that someone else wrote and they put their name on it. And I was like, wow, Carl, well, tell me how you really feel. I mean, that's exactly what I do. That's my job.
There's at least the advantage.
Existing studies and make them into a video.
There's at least the advantage that there is a secondary skill system that you and I have had to develop. But these guys don't have any skills. They don't have any other talents. If you and I were to go to a monk debate and face people like Vosh and Andrew Dyson Clay on just basic numbers, these motherfuckers would get slayed. But it doesn't
depends
matter.
in what context. I have to like. I take statistics really, really seriously because it's, you know, my thing. So I'd have to have the data in front of me. I know a shit ton of studies. This is something that this is something that pisses me the fuck off. is that when you're okay, one of the reasons I don't do debates, and this is why, is because in these debates, what always ends up happening is, well, do you have a source for that? Because inevitably you go off topic of whatever the original debate was about, and it kind of goes off the rails a little bit. That's why, like when I did the Ukraine debate with Destiny, which I think was pleasant. We didn't agree with each other at all. But I don't know if we actually got anywhere. I think maybe we did, but we didn't agree. But that was fine because I had all my sources, he had his sources. I was the one who mostly had the sources, and so I was able to call, you know, more of the bullshit on that, or be like, oh, actually, hey, did you see this, etc. That's because I was super well prepared. And so in most of these internet debates, it's just two people sitting there just talking to each other extemporaneously. So they don't have citations in front of them. Now, even the best, I'm quite good at citing citations off the top of my head, but I was forced to do that in grad school, as most people generally are forced to do. Not everybody. As you were heavily encouraged to learn how to do in graduate and doctoral school, is to learn how to do citations. So, but the problem is, like, for citations that I use all the time for, you know, common sources, yeah, I can tell you those off the top of my head, but when it's coming to, like, things that, for this particular topic, whatever it be, topic XYZ, I might not know the exact citation because it's, I've read it, yes, and I've you know, been through the documentation, but I don't have it in my brain all at a second, so I need to have a piece of, you know, paper or a document up on a computer or whatever to be able to make quick reference citation. And what I fucking hate about internet debates is the first person to go, would you have a citation on that? If the other person does not immediately have it, and I'm not saying that they're like, oh yeah, if you look up something like this, you'll find it. They're like, well, no, what's the exact citation? Then you lose. You, the person who doesn't have it, you lose. And here's why. It's a double, why it wins no matter what, because then if you do have the citation, and you're like, yes, actually, it was Smith and Smith and Smith, 2007, they'll go like, well, I'm not familiar with that. So we don't have time to look that up right now. It's outside. Lose.
Remember Washington's debate where he just, both times, first against the professor and then against the guy who was just mildly, just had a touch of autism, like was clearly read up on all the shit he was talking about. The panic in his eyes.
Oh, I know.
That is everything.
We're like, wait a minute, what?
If you have the sources, if you have the source to back up what you're saying, if you are saying something verbatim, perfect case example, Liquid Carl's fucking accusations against me. The exact reason why it's titled, why the stream is titled what it's titled. What even is he saying? Oh, the event that you're very much aware of. That one. Well, we don't have the time to. Well, see, if you don't have the time to research it, why the fuck are you talking about it? Period.
Why are you talking about it?
And it's like, well, I just want to talk about the social effect. Okay, here's the social effect. Here's the beginning, the middle, and the end. Here's the cause. Here's the effect. Here's the outcome from your interaction. Where was I wrong? I covered all of this. Why is it missing? Why is it gone? Why did you clip off this bit? Why are you spending more time talking shit about me than actually... Damn, Carl, you're just criticizing yourself now? Yes, goddammit, because I'm funny. Why are you just criticizing me? Why are you just criticizing me and not actually criticizing what I said? And then when you criticize what they said and you analyze why it's wrong, well, you're just talking about the facts. I'm talking about the implications. There's much more serious things going on here.
Guess what? I care about the fucking facts. Like, I've only done one proper response video on my channel, like a true one. I've made fun of people putting it on streams and stuff, and responding to things on Your Broken Crown. I've only ever made one response video. It was not related to anything specifically political. It was about Quentin reviews, because just like him in general, including, I don't know if you know this guy, but
I'm familiar with the fucking.
Okay.
I'm familiar with fucking Garfield lovers number 6,787.
Yes, Garfield #1 fan. I used to watch his content, but then he came out and he did that like I fucking hate Trump thing, and just started like slipping. Not even saying slipping, just because slipping is slight. It implies that you're doing it delicately. Ramming his weird new politics into his content in the most aggressive way possible, and I made a response video to his what I consider to be a very creepy stalker tier video about Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints, and I was like, that was a very creepy video because he met her at VidCon, you know, and was like, oh, she is the and I know he was playing up like that part where it's a joke where he said like she is the greatest creator, she is our dark mother. I'm like, I get you're playing up a joke, and that would be funny if you hadn't just spent the previous 30 minutes sucking her dick, and I'm not saying that because she's a transgender woman. I mean, I would say that.
You mean Princess Wand?
No, just being creepily obsessed with their content and talking about how amazing it is in every single way. And it's like, look, make a fan video. It's weird. I did an hour-long response to it of being like, hey, my dude, you've got a weird, creepy parasocial relationship with ContraPoints, and I think you need to cool it there, friend. I think you might need to slow it down, okay? Like, this is uncomfortable to me. But that was me going through, and most of that video, again, it's like an hour, my video's like an hour and a half long, but I'd say like 80 to 80% of it is me just citing studies about parasocial relationships and parasociality in general. It was not actually about his video, really, in the long run. I was using it as a framing point to talk about parasocial stuff and research. All the videos that I've ever seen that have been made about me have just been insults, and here's why this person's a big meanie poo-poo doo-doo head. And it's like, okay, you know, that's including crowds, all of them have been just, which, you know, he had to get a team of scientists together to make about me, was essentially just like, this person's a Nazi, they're a sexist, they're a homophobe, they're a transphobe, they're a, you know, and then you throw in pedophile and sex offender and all kinds of shit that you made up in your fucking head to just for good measure because you're a fucking weirdo. And that's how all of the videos that I've had made against me are. To be fair, there's only been like 3 of them, but there's probably more, but I don't fucking look myself up on YouTube, so I only know the ones people have sent me, and Kraut's one was the main one. The second one was from a guy who was a literal stalker, and when I say one, I mean he has a whole channel where all he does is talk shit about me. Just, and that one's funny because why do you think that guy hates me so much, Carl? It is a person who has made, at this point, I'd say probably about 100 videos on me, some of which are hours long, where he just rambles about me. Why do you think he hates me so much?
Other than potential obsession with coochie, that you make up so good.
Oh, it is the obsession with the coochie. He used to be a fan.
Yeah, you told me about this person.
And I did tell you about that. Yeah, I did. I forgot. So yeah, he used to be a fan, turned him down, and now it's like, I'm just gonna spend the next 5 years talking shit. Some people out here like really have to get their shit. I can't imagine that kind of obsession makes no sense to me. Like, I like making fun of Vosh and his silly takes. I like making fun of Hassan and his silly takes. But I don't like, I just, it's outside of my, even with my own autism, I can't comprehend being that autistic of being like, I'm just gonna hyper focus on this one person and everything they do. And I'm saying that as someone who, let me be more clear, who knows, ask me any question about Chris Chan from any point in his life and I could probably answer it. But even I'm not like that obsessed with Chris. Really now it's entered a very dark age where I don't like to read about Chris anymore. It's not fun now. Stop being fun.
I feel the same way with a lot of my own detractors, because I'm pretty sure on the high-end tier of things, majority of it, it's like, not going to, it's funny, but it's not ha-ha funny. It's funny weird. Like, the amount of effort in which people will say, no, I care so little about you, I'm going to demonstrate that everything that I claim to care about is literally just a talking point by saying the most explicitly racist shit you have ever fucking heard. And I'm just gonna keep saying it, and keep saying it, and keep saying it, and keep saying it, and keep saying it. You guys know that y'all can come into the live chat anytime in the green room, right? I'm just making sure everybody knows, because I'm seeing everybody here. Hi, Nick. Hi, True Horror Stories. I know we've been talking for a bit. It's because I needed to put together a support page so I can finally have a proper support page.
Yeah.
Some of the most egregious shit I have ever fucking had a person ever say to me. And it's like,
Jesus, yeah.
Nah, this is normal. This is what we do to people. It's like, oh, this is what you do? You demonstrate how hypocritically evil you are by saying, listen, I'm a smaller creator, but I'm gonna shit on this smaller creator. Listen, I'm a big creator, and I talk about how actually I've never harassed people in my life, but I'm about to do the worst kind of harassment of this person. I'm gonna make them feel, I didn't say the words, but I'm gonna make them feel like I just called them an arger. I'm gonna feel like I just called them an arger real hard. I pronunciated both G's too. I want them to feel it in their soul.
I'm gonna enunciate the shit out of this word. Jesus, dude, that's how do you even get away with that stuff on the current internet?
You basically get other people to do most of the harassment for you, and you just push the narrative. In fucking,
I mean, I've had that too.
In Jake's case, it's listen, I'm not the one antagonizing them. It's my co-host hiding under a different name as I try to troll them into doing shit so I can make fun of them by making them sound cringy and angry. I'm not the person that said it. Liquid Carl, told Sansol and one of my lazy fucking loser followers, Bones of Doom TV, to try and antagonize this person. Well, I pretended that I didn't know who they were at all. Well, I said that they were banned on the internet, that they got banned for harassing an e-girl. And then I'm gonna come behind myself, and then I'm gonna type out a message saying, were you banned on Twitch? Even though I know for a fact I said it multiple times on my stream. That's why I created a stream clip where I just removed all the context, and I removed myself having angry rants at him because I'm supposed to be mocking him. I can't look stupid and angry. I need to make him look dumb. That's how you do it. And it's so fucking stupid. It's like I can see the hard cuts you're doing. I can see the hard cuts.
Yeah. In general, it's best to just ignore all that shit. Like, I know that sounds like really cliched advice, but it truly is.
It sounds cliched, but it's the correct advice. Because
it's correct. It's just ignore it. And it's, by the way, the advice is not that they will stop, because they probably...
No,
some of them won't. Some of them will, because they'll get bored. Mm-hmm. Some of them will be like the guy who's been obsessed with me for 5 years. They will go on for 5 years, but understand... Like, just leave them alone. And if you share a passing thought, just think, holy shit. You're spending all of your life that you could spend doing literally anything else. Creating actual content. I don't know. I hate to use the idiom, but I guess touch grass. Make friends. Go out. Just make real connections with other people. Or invest in a hobby. Anything. Except for obsessing over someone who isn't even watching the shit. And I think that's why they do it, because they think that you're watching what they're doing. I don't watch any of that guy's shit. I watched like one video he made on me, and the one that I watched is because it was hilarious. It was the one about where he because I saw he did a reaction to my privated video where we made eggs in the microwave. Well, it wasn't private, it was just on my second channel. And the egg in the microwave video is about 10 minutes long. It was a 2-hour-long response video. My video about eggs in the microwave, it was a joke. It was just messing around and laughing about our Scottish friend who prefers to cook eggs in the microwave. And he was showing us his advanced Scottish cooking. It was just a little laugh. It was a little bit of fun. And he spent like 2 hours, my dude, like dissecting every second. E-fapped it, right? And I scrolled through it. I didn't watch the whole video, obviously. I scrolled a little bit of it, and I was just like, oh my god. My dude, this is a bigger self-own than you could ever possibly even imagine. That you spent 2 hours critically dissecting a video about making eggs in the microwave. So, no, I don't watch your videos, my dude. You can make as many of them about me as you want and get 50 views or whatever. I know you do. But unless you release another banger, like a 2-hour-long response to me cooking eggs in a microwave, I'm not gonna watch any of your shit. And I think they get that fucked in their heads, the weirdos like this, who are obsessive. They think, because they're obsessed with you, right? So they're projecting. Because they're obsessed with you and what you're doing, they think that reflects back onto them, and that you're obsessed with them and you follow all their stupid bullshit. Nah, I mean, I don't follow it. I don't care what you do at all.
I would say, at least in the terminology of how Liquid Carl thinks, because since I haven't properly actually done a full sit down, okay, this is dumb, let's start going through how you're full of shit video. Yeah, that's what the fucking 1K special's for. In the mind of at least Breadtube, people on the left, and people who try to abuse this mentality, the idea is that on one hand, they claim that they do not care, and for some of them, because they're willing to say everything close to and to the energy of hard R without saying hard R, it's not that they don't care about you or that
they say that word
the
once. They say that word absolutely once the stream goes off. You know that shit too.
Definitely, most guaranteed. Like, we know for a fact is what happens with people like Hassan, because how do you have the freedom to say such words and get clipped out like this to the point that Chud Logic is making content off of it?
I know, like, well, Hassan is such my honest opinion on Hassan. I think Hassan legitimately might have like a sub 80 IQ. I think he might. I don't think he's sub 70. That would be clinical medical retardation. I think he's sitting at like a soft 78. You know what I mean? Like, I think that the man is not retarded in the clinical sense, but I think he's on the very, very low end of what is considered a normal level of intelligence. But because he's a decent looking guy, and because he uses Zoomer phraseology, and he gets mad at things on the internet that he doesn't understand, and people find that amusing, he's able to find a degree of success. And because he has the right politics to be mad about things on the internet. You couldn't be a conservative on Twitch and be like, dog, what, bro, no cap. Like, do you just? I mean, I guess you could, but I don't think you'd take. I don't think you wouldn't be pop off, as they say.
You wouldn't be successful, not because it wouldn't get clicks. It would get clicks, but it wouldn't get clicks on Twitch. You'd have to know your audience.
Yeah.
And the fact
also, conservative audiences aren't interested in that.
True. You know They'd be more annoyed about the fact that you're doing it.
Yes, like conservative. Okay, this is not universal. Because it is absolutely true that conservative audiences want someone to tell them what they already believe is correct. Okay, that's a universal thing about humanity. It's part of our social identity. We want to be reaffirmed in our social identity and believe that our beliefs are correct. So we want people to tell us that our beliefs are correct. It is self-soothing. However, I think I failed to find a comparison. Now, I guess you could say, Tucker Carlson. Steven Crowder is probably the equivalent, right? Yeah, he's the closest equivalent you get. I like Steven too, but I think he's the closest equivalent you get to someone who appears to be kind of stupid talking about right-wing politics. And I don't think Steven's stupid, by the way, because when you push him on stuff, he can be fairly erudite. I don't think he's a genius, but he clearly at least knows what he's talking about. He understands
what he's fucking talking about, and if he's pushed on it, he will defend it and explain it.
I'm not sure if there is a huge... Are there small idiots on Twitch and YouTube? Oh, absolutely, sure, I guarantee. But I don't think there's any kind of level of mainstream person who approaches Hassan in a level of being a political commentator while knowing absolutely nothing, not just about politics in general, but particularly about your own political supposed opinions. It's just a really... I mean, I guess he takes after his uncle. It's where he learns the trade of not knowing what the fuck you're saying. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a fascinating case study. As a social scientist, I have to look at Hassan as just like as a strange like lab experiment of wow, how'd you make that? That's really weird. It's interesting though. I try to find funny clips from him from time to time to play on our show, but the reality is that when he spurgs and it's really funny. But I've seen his streams, and again, he streams for like 13 hours a day, and 95% of it is him just sitting there, just watching stuff and like chewing gum and be like, yeah, like that, like, or disagreement, like, no, fuck you, you're dumb, you're stupid.
Like, when he's spurting, the guy's talking like 300 words a minute, but all the other times, it's like you can barely get 50 words in an hour, where it's not.
He only has 2 settings.
Yeah, true.
He's supersonic speed or like fucking, slow-mo. There's absolutely no in between. You're right on that. Like, he's just, when he's turned up, and he's entertaining and funny, not for the reasons that his audience probably thinks he is. He's funny because he's saying the dumbest shit imaginable. But 95% of his streams are him just sitting there and just zoning out or eating food, and it's the worst content imaginable. I can't understand why anyone would subject themselves to it. For real though, I can't get it. Maybe it's because I'm not a Zoomer. I don't know. And look, I get the need for constant content. I am a voracious consumer of content on the internet.com. Because I listen to content constantly while I'm editing videos, while I'm working on research, or just while I'm doing shit, because it makes me feel like I'm not alone. Just for real, like I've been that way since I was a kid. I go to sleep with something on YouTube playing, or a movie or something. Usually like an audiobook, something. Mostly audiobooks. I get this. I'm trying to move more into, because I can. But the problem is then I have to go back and find where I fell asleep at. Ever since I was a kid, and my dad's the same way, because then it like makes me. Both my dad and I are only children. I think this is why. I think that's why we're both like this, because it makes me feel like I'm not alone, even if Bill's right next to me in the bed, which he is, But it just, hearing somebody talk about anything makes me feel like I'm not alone, and it's a comforting sensation just to hear somebody talk. So that's why I grew up with the TV on at night, which Bill hates. By the way, he hates me doing that. So I'll wait till he goes to sleep to turn something on.
I think a lot of people are like that, especially people who find themselves to be left-wing, and it's actually a very interesting dichotomy that I
left-wing, really? Because I'm obviously conservative. I have to have shit talk. I have to have somebody talking at me.
Everybody likes listening to shit because they like doing multiple things at once, because especially in this new paradigm of social activity, not parasocial activity, but actively interacting with other people. You want to be able to do multiple things at once. You have a TV running in one room, you're talking to a friend on the phone in another, and both of you are live streaming either illegally, through piracy, or because you share a fucking Netflix account, watching the latest update of the one show that you watch that you use the service for, and then maybe occasionally on date night when you decide, you know what, I'm just gonna assume the position, and
we're heavily overstimulated. You're right. We're heavily
watching The Lost City with Sandra Bullock, but you're hard. It's okay, just get your cock out. No matter what situation it is, I have noticed a majority of the time, almost all left-wing figures, maybe it's because this is the infinite money glitch of Twitch, or the infinite money glitch of YouTube, where you will sit down, watch somebody else's content, and then make content of watching that content. Me, I personally don't think it's content, I think it's context, but the context or content creation has a very obvious function, and that is to serve as background filler. Technically,
that's what I use it for.
We technically all do it. You could say that the majority of both of your content and my content can be described as two different tiers of EFAP length work. So. I mean, like I would say a large portion, percentage wise, of comments that I get and people who talk to me is like, I love your content because I can put it on the background while I'm cooking or while I'm doing other stuff and working. I'm like, yay! You know why it makes me happy? Because that's what I use other people's content for. So it's like I don't in any way see that as a slight. Some people might, I guess, and like, oh, you're not paying attention. And I will say, like, I do sometimes put visual gags in it, but one of the reasons I actually try to keep visual gags to a minimum is because I know people don't watch; they listen. Yes,
even though I go through all of the work of fine tuning the visuals and making it all look pretty and nice for people who are watching, I know people listen. So I avoid the visual gags. I do put them in, by the way, for the. Because then that's fun. Because then for people who are watching it, and when they see the visual gag, they can go in the comments and like, oh, I saw what you did there. So,
it's a fun game you get to play with your audience, especially if you're a satirist and your job is to cover current events. Because then it's more about, okay, I want to hear about this latest thing that Aydin's going to give me. And it's more like, I want to see what Carl did with this joke in this show or in this event or in this situation. Jay does this too when she makes videos. I'm pretty sure every single reviewer or critic does this whenever they're looking at any kind of medium, because that's what we're doing. We're cracking jokes at the same time that we're trying to give opinions about why we think it's shit or not. And what I notice a lot of left-wing creators do, especially when they're covering drama, is that they will clickbait the shit out of it, namely because
Yeah.
they will make 5 different takes about the same event, and then all of those will then go up the same day, and it will have all of the clickbait titles that you expect.
It's a dumb move. You want to spread that shit out.
And and I can understand why, because it's like, okay, so we would cover drama because realistically, they're not making quote unquote full internet historian like content. They're not making Emperor 11 historical level type content. They're not making they're not making another episode of like Never Ever Again or Never Again, or something like the In Good and No Man's Sky.
Like, just like, again, I do actually watch YouTube drama videos. I watch them quite a lot, and by watch I mean I put them on the background. But there are some people who make really high quality shit, like The Right Opinion and Jay Aubrey. Those people who do that kind of shit, they are making high quality edited, what I could only describe as documentaries. And I aim to do the same with my content. And I think it's not the same. It's not as good, and it's not about as popular of topics, because I'm like, hello, here's a current event thing, and let me talk about the science behind it. You know, that's obviously not going to be as popular. But here's this YouTuber drama.
It all has its proper niche, and
I find it fun to listen to.
And what I find interesting about it, that I've noticed because I go back and I listen to my own work, the most common thing about the reactions, especially the reactions and then the reactions to the reactions, is that when you're comparing and contrasting the opinions that could come from people like Asmongold, it serves a purpose. It will inform a greater audience that will not do the work. The assumption that I see every single time that left-wing creators make when they do things like this, I think Signifier is the only person who's an outlier, because he's not just jumping onto drama for the sake of doing drama. He's covering what he wants to talk about, and he's referring to popular events that have happened, but it is not the source behind why he made it. Oh no, some drama about Kevin Samuels happened this week. I guess I'm gonna make a video about Kevin Samuels. Oh, Kevin Samuels died. I'm gonna make a video about Kevin Samuels dying and talking about his body of work, and then immediately dropping that and then picking up on something like Andrew Tate. This is a commonality that I see. Technically, you could say anybody who does content drama does this, because the drama is itself the content. You are entertaining yourself with watching everybody react to the same event, but that's not really useful. That's what ends up me saying that it's content in context, because you're not supplying, okay, here's what happened. So Below Blacks is a perfect case example to use as the control for this. Here's what happened.
Below Blacks?
Yes, Below Blacks.
Yeah.
Here's the context, here's the event, and here's everything that happened from beginning, middle, end, and then a follow-up video.
Well, I'll tell you why, my dude, because Boblax is autistic, and he doesn't have a narrative. He's just like, here's what happened.
True. It's the same thing with It's a Gundam, too. It's like, he went from talking about the current events, but that was boring, because who wants to hear about the same Twitch girl drama time and time again? So now it became, here's the event that happened, but here's me recapping it in the autistic detail. You could say I do the same thing as well, but when I talk about something, or I talk about someone, or I talk about an idea or a concept or event, you're going to see what we're going to be doing today, where I will be writing down my thoughts and opinions, and I will start writing down ideas. The same way that Destiny does. Whenever he is typing up something that he wants to address later, he will write down something in the middle of debate, and he will start analyzing the statement that was made or the ideas or what he's seeing, and say,
smart,
okay,
you know?
why do you say that like that? Why exactly that phrase? Why exactly that decision? Why did you make that decision, and how you chose to make your rhetoric? And then from there, I'm going to assess this rhetoric, and now I'm going to explain to you why I think this is good, or why I think that I'm going to just push back on this, or why I think that it's dog shit. And the reason why I do it is because it's very easy to get stuck in deciding, okay, I need to talk about an event, but I don't have anything to go off of. What can I pull from? What can I pull from? And the most common thing that people end up pulling from is they decide to start talking shit about a person. Because we're visual creatures. We're visual creatures.
But that stuff sucks.
It fucking sucks too. Because it's like, let's use shit against myself, for example. If you were to click on a video by SinglePlayerCarl, and you were to say, I don't like this person, why? Well, I don't like his content. Why? Oh, I don't like his content because it's not an effort. How do you know that? It took a lot of effort for me to not fucking gag while I watched dumb people say dumb shit. It took a lot of effort for me not to drink myself into stupor looking at a person spinning the equivalent of a hamster wheel saying that I will never get caught. Nobody will ever figure out what I'm doing. Nobody will ever push my shit in because no one will do the work. They'll never know. They'll never know that I'm lying out of my ass. And it's like, hey, yo, fam, why'd you say this? It's like, I didn't say that. Here's the timestamp. Here's you saying it. Here's the tweet where you confirmed it. Here's me going live for 5 minutes where you lied about it and I mocked the fan that supported it. And here's the proof of me doing it because it's the reason why I banned it from my channel. Here's the archive of it being said. Here's the archive of the tweet in which I had the discussion. Here's the archive that might not have the video but has the proofs of the train of videos that I made as I was live streaming at them and live tweeting at them, laughing to their face. Why'd you lie? When you do shit like this, when that's the style of content that you make, that's actual content. Because the event is not the content. The content is the dissertation and what you're adding to it. The reason why we watch something like Abba and Preach isn't because, oh man, I want to see how Abba and Preach are going to clown this event. No, we watch Abba and Preach because they're comedians and they're also commentators. We're mocking the situation, but we're not mocking it because, hey, yo, fam, I gotta get my licks in. The devil gotta get his lick back here. Or, oh, yo, somebody I don't like me to take, and I'm gonna fucking prove how dumb they are. That's boring.
Oh my, well, the latter shit, it's one, it's boring. Two, it's almost always full of bullshit. Because if you go into something and being like, I just want to destroy this person because I dislike them or whatever, you are way more likely to make a mistake. Or just give your fucking opinion. Now, you're fine to give your fucking opinion on shit, but you know what? Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Why the right opinion, for example, why his videos are good is that, yes, he takes an objective look at as much as you can be objective at anything and goes back and examines, here's what happened in some sort of internet drama or whatever. And that's why people watch the right opinion. And by the way, I guarantee that guy would hate my political opinions, my political beliefs, but it doesn't stop me from, liking his content or whatever, and it doesn't have anything to do with it. So, and my point is, though, is that you can absolutely have people who can cover drama in a way, or what's her name? Oh my gosh.
Take your time.
My brain is Swoop. I don't know if you've seen her. She does like both internet covering like internet people, and she does true crime documentaries. I love her content. It's fucking fantastic. And I think her catchphrase is it's not drama, it's dangerous. And so when you're talking about stuff when things actually when it got really dangerous, hey, that's a good catchphrase. And it's a good way to frame things that are important. So like if she's covering, the Johnny Depp trial or whatever, it's not drama, it's dangerous. And if that's when you want to make your focus is on things that actually fucking matter, I'm also saying you're totally fine to cover like little spats on the internet. That shit's funny as fuck too. But you have two. I really think there's only one option, which is cover it exactly how it happened, Bo Black style. Just show what happened, which is a niche to be fair, because I know people like Bo Black's is very background listening material. No offense to my guy, but it's very background listening material. Or you create a narrative that is still true, a la more, The Right Opinion or Jay Aubrey, where you mix in interesting visuals and music and things like that make it a more dynamic experience as a listener or viewer. What you shouldn't fucking do is just be like, here's a person I hate, I'm going to pretend to be objective and and just talk about why they're the worst ever. Okay, that shit, as fun as it can be to be petty, right? Speaking of Swoop, because I have her merch is Petty University. Actually, I have a sweater from her because it's, first of all, real high quality sweater. Highly recommend. Why am I shilling on other YouTubers' merch? I don't give a shit. Anyway, it's one thing to be petty. I just don't think that being petty, if that's all you're doing, even though it's entertaining, it is really going to keep you for long periods of time. You're just being a bitch.
Okay, but however, comma, what if, okay? What if the person you're being paid to is the racistism, the homophobism, and the sexistism?
Well,
I can take
All
this
bets
one.
are off,
I
right?
can no, I can
I
take
guess
this
so,
one. I can
right?
take this one because this is exactly what I deal with Liquid Carl. So the problem with pettiness is that there is a limitation. There is always a limitation. This is the reason I said left-wing people who do this, because it's much more common to hear just occasional, random, explicit evil pettiness than this person is a thorn in my side, and I'm going to make an example of them, but I'm going to do
Oh,
it
yeah.
my way. So, if I want to antagonize someone who has spent their time saying, no, you're going to look at me, you're going to pick me, you're going to focus on me. Okay, bitch, get ready for the microscope, because you ain't going to like this little ant.
Exactly.
That's the
That-
thing. Nobody
Yes.
actually wants a microscope. You put a microscope on
No.
anybody on this planet, sans
know
Mother
what it is.
Teresa, and you're gonna find some weird, dumb shit.
Yes.
Because to err is human, and we're all humans, therefore we're all flawed. It's about
Yeah,
find Christ and all that, but still, like
Mhm.
you're gonna find errors in people.
Here's my thing, right? By the way, I'm sorry if my mic is shit. I'm using my laptop because I just got
Sounds good
back.
to me.
I just got
poor here.
yeah, exactly, yo. Because I just got back from my last day at my job. So what was it? It's weird because this applies to everyone and not just a sort of political sphere. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I just saw y'all on the
Right now,
channel and decided to hop in. Huh?
Right now, just general. I think what we're talking about right now is just general pettiness and how that can influences people.
Drama,
Okay.
people who cover drama, shit like that, and
Right.
what's the right way to cover drama, I guess, or
exactly. So this applies. All right, this is perfect. So this applies to what I was about to say, which doesn't even comment on mainly on drama, but this is how that shit can seep into this. So one of the, if you want to talk petty, one of the most, if I were to name like just general media, because that's the shit that I fucking care about, right? If I were to say who is like one of the most, I guess, disappointingly petty like YouTubers I've seen in recent years, it'd have to be like High Top videos. I think High Top Films. My bad, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know him.
Oh, EFAP's covered him like a few times. He mainly
I might
talks about.
seen them.
Yeah, he talks about mainly superhero stuff. But like he used to be really good. At some point, around the time, I don't know, he made like his videos talking about Sam Raimi Spider-Man. The dude has changed. So what happened was, I guess to say broadly, what's wrong with his channel as it is right now is that because it's been made very clear that he doesn't have any foundational principles. When he starts getting pushback or criticism, he barely like even sits down to see what is the truth behind it. He just lashes back and uses pettiness to hide it. For example, when people were rightfully fucking wigged out by what happened in Wonder Woman 1984 with Wonder Woman low key graping a man.
Don't use those racist words. Raped.
Rape. Full.
Yeah, let's not even low key, straight up.
It's straight up rape. So when everybody is rightfully pointing out how fucked up it is and how we're just glancing over that in the movie, you know what Alex said? He said, and I quote from what I can remember, I don't care why Steve is back, because context, fucking
Context doesn't matter.
Okay, I don't care why how Steve is back. You don't care how Steve is back. We just care about what it means, and it's like, yeah, that's why people are upset about it. Or maybe that other time when he was talking about fucking Captain America. I mean, no, sorry, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Fuck that shit. And like he made this small fucking blurb, just basically a bitch made move to kind of clap back at people, probably mainly EFAP, possibly, but low-key actually, yes, 100%, when they for pushing back against like his very misinformed opinions on the shit that he talks about. And it's like, dude, if you really want to say something about this, then like number one, either talk to these people, don't mention this shit at all, or just straight up just actually look inward and see why these people clown on you so hard about this shit.
I mean, because they would definitely have him on EFAP. They definitely have him on EFAP if he reached out. 100%.
I'm pretty sure they actually did challenge him on this in a debate.
They did. They challenged everybody, but they particularly said that to Alex several times. I remember that vividly.
Just come on, and if you think that they're so evil or whatever, you think that they're misrepresenting you, then come on and defend your arguments, and talk to other people. And like again, when you're talking, I understand why it's difficult because there are of course bad actors out there who are people who have no interest in actually conversing with you at all. They only want to talk shit. They have no interest in defending their own arguments. But there are people who are legitimate, and EFAP, of course, is a real example of that. Of people who want to have they've proven that time and time and time again. They've made that explicitly clear.
To add on to that a little bit, I understand to a certain extent, why it isn't like immediately appealing, especially given that High Top is apparently around my freaking age, right? So imagine you're around my age, which is around early 20s, and you're getting all this attention, but you're also getting all this pushback that you never really expected, right? And it's gonna be overwhelming, and then you know what? That's understandable. But on the other hand, on the backhand, you're an adult. You have an audience, right? And you need to, at the very least, deal with these things gracefully. That takes way too much time, self-reflection, and sacrifice to actually fucking do. And none of these people want to fucking do that. That's the problem.
I agree with that. Because that's the assessment that I've seen over time, because that's what I experienced in every single scenario where anybody has ever tried to personally attack me or has ever tried to personally criticize me. It has always been, let me make up something to say about this guy so that I can dismiss him, because I need a way to dismiss their argument.
That's it. Let me make some shit up and blow some shit way out of proportion and just be silly and stupid.
When it comes to shit like that, what I have seen out of leftists is that they will throw out these things, and then you basically get the effect of what Hassan did to JXE both times.
Okay.
When they had to be addressed for the lying that they gave. First, it's, well, I already did this. I already said that. I will apologize for this. Then it becomes, you just want my attention. You just want me to look at you. You just want me to talk about you. You just want something that I have that you can't get normally. And both of those are lies. Because in my particular scenarios, the reason why it was being said is because, well, this person doesn't have anybody who will defend them. Nobody knows who they are. I can just make some shit up, and nobody will ever check it. But then, when that person that you're accusing of it doesn't say, no, that's a lie, it's like, I know you're lying, here's the proof.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lie?
When they produce the evidence to the contrary, and it's like, well, that's clearly fabricated. No, it's not. Here's the archive of it. Here's the live video of me doing it in real time with reference and markers that cannot be faked.
Here's several fucking of your comment section actually parroting exactly what you say word for word.
Linking the timestamp to when you said it, saying exactly what stream, what it was connected to when you said it. When the evidence starts piling up, the only thing that you can either fall back on is, well, all of you, and this is what Jake said, you're just a chud. You're just a randomless no-name chud. Nobody knows who you are and nobody cares. But 1, you cared enough to reply. You cared enough to lie. 2, you cared enough to reply. 3, you cared enough to keep talking about it, even though you hoped that it was buried. And number 4, if it gets brought up in the future, you're going to say, well, we already addressed that. We already know all about them. It's like, no, they don't. They only know what you told them.
No, yeah.
And,
so go ahead.
And further past that point, the reason why it's entertaining is that this problem is the spectacle. So you have the 3 layers of conversation. You can talk about an event, you can talk about a concept above the event, or you can talk about the people involved in the event. Most drama content operates on those three levels. The majority of what people are doing, which is the lowest common denominator shit, and I don't like to throw the names out there because I'm not saying that they're making dog shit content or that their content is not above par. I'm just throwing out the names that would do this. Stardust, Irrational Chud, otherwise known as Chud Logic, Not So Erudite, Destiny's current omni-liberal and omni-liberal filter arc, and Dalaban HQ, and all the reposting sites or reposting channels and YouTube channels that will either replay the clips or will show the relevant pieces and parts from the particular dramas from whatever stream that he's interacting on. And I'm not talking about Destiny's live channel and the clips that he'll make from the content he's in. I'm talking about the events from things like the actual Dalaban HQ channel that will recite shit. Like the event where Liquid Carl tried to antagonize Destiny, and Destiny pushed his shit in, and then he explained, here's the reason why, and that an interview that he had with Signifier, and the fact that he's saying, well, I don't like debate lords because I don't think that people like Destiny really are responsible of the platform, when the actual answer, what he's saying is, I don't like Destiny because when I talk shit to him, he'll push my shit in, and I don't like how it feels when somebody bigger than me does what I do to other people because I don't have the ability to stop him. That is the majority of what happens, because they're operating on the level of talking about people and events. They're talking about the event so they can shit talk the people. If you elevate yourself to the Destiny level, you could do all three at once. But we're going to focus on the Carl level, where we focus usually on the concept and the event. I can watch a video, which is the event, and I can give opinions about the concepts that are being discussed. But in order to understand the concepts, I need to come down at least one octave level, a little bit, to then hear what the people are saying. I'm not focusing on the people to attack them. I'm focusing on the words that they said and the way that they said them, because that is the rhetoric. In order to get to the concept, I need to address the people's rhetoric and how it relates to the event, and bounce between those two, back and forth, and come back for reference. In most drama content, people only ever focus on the event. I know it says it's going to start at 1:45, but I'm trying to get this out because I think this is really important for people to understand. Because this is, if you ever want to get into something like giving criticism or giving context about things or giving content about context, you need to understand this. You will never be able to succeed if you don't understand this. Your goal is not to talk shit about a person, especially if you're choosing to make a video to reply to somebody who's saying you're getting something wrong. It doesn't matter if they're doing it cordially. It doesn't matter if you effectively have a hit piece written on you. You cannot be so petty as to forget what you are here for. If your goal is to say you're lying, you need to focus on how did they lie, where did they lie, what did they lie about, how did they omit the truth about what they were talking about, and why is that important for you to bring up. In my case, somebody basically lied about video game takes and said, this man only cares about disabled people so he can use them as a cudgel, as he swung a giant sledgehammer at my fucking head, and thus is guilty of the thing he's accusing me of doing. Why is it important for me to point that out? Because this is a person who's on the left. This is a person who believes that a minority status person effectively has the carte blanche to do whatever they can and whatever they say, whenever they're right, when they are a victim, when they are an underdog. And there's a wonderful phrase that Dr. Membercam made in the past before to describe this. It's the howl of the overdog. It is a person who presents themselves as the victim in the narrative, in whatever power structure operates on. And they are using the power of the sacrosanct, the people who stand above you, to invoke why they are justified. I get to talk shit about you because I'm a small person. Nothing I will ever do to you will affect you. I'm punching up. But every single situation where it is given, where every single situation is possible, just like a religion, they're using the power status of that ideology, of that framework, of that logical system, whatever fallacy, whatever thing they're using in that event. They are using that system to say, and that's why you can't criticize me when I stab this man in the chest. It is the pretense. It's the pretense for murder. It is how cancel culture works. You can't criticize the mob of people who's attacking this man. He's a pedophile. Okay, where's the proof? You expect me to prove that he's a pedophile? See, you need to got two!
What? yeah, you get your ass banned too. How dare you question the collective?
When you address those...
another element of this that just makes this bad. I'm gonna say it's a quick thing before you keep going. Is that I love how their whole thing is that, hey, we're trying to look after the little guy. That we're trying to give smaller people voices that we think are important. And yet they turn the second when you give them a voice and they say something that you don't like, they're all like, they don't even argue adequately against what they're saying. They just straight up just stonewall them.
Yes,
it's fucking cringe. That's got. I don't understand that. If you think you're right, fucking prove it.
Yes,
do that.
The point of why it is done in this way is because outside of people who want to just talk about the event and see the train wreck happen in slow motion from beginning to end, they're doing it to supply a narrative. They're talking shit about this person to set the tone that if they go in with enough bravado, if they go in with enough charisma, if they do the Vosh effect, if they try to play by the Vosh playbook, tell as many lies as possible, but say it as confidently as you can, and then repeat the lie will be repeated enough that it becomes the truth. And then you bury every single bit of information possible so that nobody can actually find out the truth, and all they ever have to go off of is your word. And then you huddle around each other like a citadel, kind of like the idea of what we think of as a corrupt church. The deacons, the pastors, the cardinals, basically the Catholic Church, if you want to be serious. Yep. You close ranks, and you refuse to let any information that is not controlled in the narrative out. So the only way that you can ever talk about the narrative is the same way that we have to talk about the Gamergate and the Goobergate as a whole.
I come back and we're talking about
just a reference.
He's out smoking a cigarette, and they come back and it's always gay goober.
It holds the same.
It always comes back to either three things: Vosh, Gamergate, or Liquid Car.
It's useful because they're wonderful talking points, because they demonstrate all the bad shit about arguments. It's important to remember that that's the purpose. The purpose is the narrative. The narrative is a sword and a shield, but it's double-edged. What they're trying to do is blunt the edge that they're holding, that they have to hit themselves with, so it does as little damage as possible. Yeah, whatever if I attacked this person, but they were full shit, so they deserved it. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I was wrong in the moment. I was defending the people because the message matters more. I was starting a conversation. Who cares if I lopped his head off? Once the crime's already done.
That reminds me of 13 Reasons Why. Hey, we're trying to start a conversation. I don't care. It doesn't matter if we show like a teenager killing themselves on screen.
At the end of the day, it is touchstone moments, to take a word from Lance here. It is touchstone moments where a person showed a indignant level of resistance or response to what was supposed to be a regular everyday stimuli. I'm not supposed to fight back against somebody bigger than me. I'm supposed to know my place, shut up, put my head down, and say, I'm sorry. I didn't know how I was out alone. They're not expecting someone to say, nah, bitch, suck my dick, suck my dick, suck my dick. I don't fucking care. They don't want that. Because defiance in the face of the order is like, what, did you just talk back to me? Bitch, did I just catch you having arguments? Not supposed to do that. That's illegal. That's forbidden. Because the more people do that, to quote A Bug's Life, when one stands up, they all stand up. When one starts laughing, they all start laughing. It's a very elongated game of the Emperor's New Clothes. We're not supposed to mention the fact that they're fucking naked. Rhetorically. Or literally. We're not supposed to mention... We're not supposed to recognize that they're naked, but we're supposed to hold what they say in opinion and talk about them, even as we criticize them, because it still makes them popular. It's what they're doing right now with Andrew Tate. They don't like Andrew Tate, because much like how they would have accused people like myself, or all the other people who they had deplatformed, they represent a potential threat, but they're not a threat. They're the ones inventing the threat. They are basically mega mining their own enemy to make themselves have a point to exist. So they have an event to talk about in current events that they are manipulating to make possible. That is the only purpose that it exists for. So, in that narrative that they build, when they present the threat narrative, this person is the biggest danger. For the case example of Andrew Tate, he's the danger. He's bringing back a form of hypermasculinity that these simps and incels are going to attach onto, and they see them as his patron saint. But he doesn't really care about them. Yeah, you don't care about them either. You don't care about him. You don't care about the people you're supposed to be supporting. You don't even care about the people who you're saying you're trying to help, because you see it as a narrative of an insert to alt-right pipeline. It's the Gamergate to alt-right pipeline. It's the Andrew Tate to alt-right pipeline. It's the Red Pill to alt-right pipeline. Everything's a pipeline that goes to the same place because you already decided that's the outcome. This isn't something that we're selling, and it's not our brand of snake oil, so it's obviously cancer-driven, and we need to show people that they're wrong. But you're not showing them that they're wrong. You're trying to convince them that they're wrong by group narrative opinion, by dominating the conversation so your narrative is the only one that exists. It's like the movie Branded. 2009, I think. I might be wrong with that. Somebody can look it up. But it's a... I
heard of it, haven't seen it.
It is technically a Russian foreign film that uses, like, replacement brands for, like, popular brands like Apple. A movie. About a man who goes through a ritual that allows him to see the influence that brands have on you, to the point that an evil undercover cabal that's been manipulating people through advertising and marketing is now able to fight back against it because he can see how it's actually fueling a living, breathing creature. A narrative, policing the narrative, creating narratives to counteract a narrative, or giving an opinion to speak to the narrative is everything when it comes to social media marketing. Because it's the reason why we have algorithms. We want to know information about people. We look up what they choose to look at, what they choose to watch, who they choose to be around. It's something that is common to the left wing because, ironically enough, and both left and right do this, but it's more often with the left because they're so happy to fucking celebrate and say, look, I worked with them on this, and this is something we did together on this project. They all check each other's biases, and they all watch each other's content to know what the narrative they're supposed to be pushing is. And they stay on brand when they do it. So, when you push back against that, you need to be able to address what is real and what is fake. You need to be able to say, yes, 2 + 2 does equal 4. So now, can we address this clip of you saying that 2 + 2 equals hard R? Because they will always go to, well, see, I say that 2 + 2 equals 4, but he's gonna tell you that this equals this and this and this and this. No, fuck all that shit. Tell me how it's true. Tell me how it's fake.
Yes, you have to. That's the thing, right? You have to provide evidence for your claims. You have to provide actual data. You can't just make shit the fuck up. 2 + 2 equals 4 thing is a good example too. I've been like, well, we should get rid of maybe 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. Why? Because maybe it doesn't.
What is the point of that? What's the utility? Oh, well, it makes me feel stupid when I don't remember it. Well, that's not a good
when I'm wrong. Yeah, it makes me feel stupid when I'm fucking stupid. Okay, then you're just stupid. And but maybe you have other things that you're good at. Focus on what you're fucking good at. Maybe math's not your thing then. I'm sorry, not everyone is going to be fucking good at everything all the time. You got to find what you're good at. Maybe you're good at art. Maybe you're good at elocution. I don't know. Clearly you're not good at math. But I have dyscalculia, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I made the very silly decision as someone with dyscalculia to go into a field that's heavily uses statistics. But I swear that the second that I got to high-level mathematics, outside of like algebra and calculus and stuff, well, I mean, calculus is pretty high level, but the second I got out of that and I got into doing actual statistics, and I had a fucking teachers who actually gave a shit about explaining it to me and not just saying, oh, Aydin, did you read the textbook? And I was like, yeah, I did. Well, then that's how I can explain it to you. There's your instruction. When I had a teacher who actually bothered to give a shit to explain to me how mathematics worked, it became my favorite thing. And I realized, actually, I'm quite good at this. In fact, it's my passion is statistics. Even though I have this dyscalculia thing, and all the dyscalculia is, it's just like, my friend, a good friend of mine, growing up, was dyslexic. She was the most avid reader I've ever known in my life. I mean, in terms of reading, sci-fi, fantasy books like that, she read constantly, even though she had dyslexia. And even though I have dyscalculia, statistics is my thing. You got to find what works for you, and maybe it's not going to be everything. By the way, it's just not. We're not all the fucking Ubermensch. We're not all Superman. You're not going to be good at some things. And you know, this is the real sick perversion of the leftist sort of ideology and how it copes with that particular reality, which is that everybody is different. We are all unique little special snowflakes in our own way, as lame as that is, but we are. So you can't make everybody all equal. You can't actually do that. The only way you can make everybody equal is by tearing them down. You can't push everybody up because we have limits to what our capacity is, right? And some of us are better at some things than others. Like some people can't do art at all. I'm lucky to have the capacity to do art as well, to a certain degree. My art's kind of shitty, but you know what I mean? Like I have a certain capacity to do that. Some people can't, you know, draw a stick figure. Some people have no way with words. Other people do. Just you got to accept and understand that you're not going to be good at everything all the time, and understand your strengths and weaknesses and play to them. The leftist ideology and the way it's coming with that is to make everybody down, because you can't raise everybody up. We know that's impossible. You can't make everyone equal in terms of raising them all up to a high standard. So let's instead bring everyone down to a low standard. It's the Harrison Bergeron paradigm, and it's what I see happen every fucking day of let's just lower the standard. Everybody miserable.
The worst version of this in regards to the the online debatosphere that I have seen, because I've only been like recently introduced to all that stuff, because I need stuff to like have in the background while I make videos, or play games or whatever. But like, one of the worst versions of this that I have seen is so Carl might be familiar with this. You remember that whole BS going on with Vosh and Noah Samson and everything, and because of like that is spurred on by the Professor Flowers shit. So I remember that the talk that those two had with each other after their like initial snipes, right? And like Noah was literally making the argument that, like, Vosh was literally making one of the he did one of the very few things and actually had a point in which he said, okay, so yeah, this chick was able to, make videos where she thoroughly explains what land back is or all that stuff. But when she was talking to me and I was actually, pressing her for answers or whatever, she somehow stumbled into positions that are likened to Nazism, which she should probably be against. And like Noah's all like, well, just watch her videos, man. And then like and the moment I heard that, I immediately paused the video, because here's the thing. For reference, I'm a content creator, small time really, but like still, I make fun of weeb shit. So I make videos, and they're mostly video in video essay-ish format, sort of. But I have to actually, type down my words, reread them back to myself to make sure that they make any fucking sense. So, Noah, you're telling me, and to thousands upon thousands of people, that this grown-ass woman who has been doing this for almost as longer than arguably most people in that sphere, who has had the time, energy, resources to write her shit down, talk about her thoughts with several other people who think similarly to her, and when literally in a position where she has to defend her beliefs, when she is literally talking to another human being in front of countless hundreds upon thousands of other human beings, and actually explain why she believes the thing she believes or what she believes, she somehow ends up in the opposite stupid position. And you're telling me that I'm pretending I'm Vosh, as dirty as that I'm wearing Vosh's skin suit right now. Yeah. Because I wish he fucking said this. I wish he fucking said this. And I wish that he said, and you're telling me that I'm not supposed to point out how fucking stupid that is? Like, if I don't know about you guys, but if somebody were to fucking try to prove me wrong about, like, or at least talk to me about how I think Ruby is a bad show, don't watch it for those who don't know, or if you do, then don't do it sober. Then I would like to say that I would adequately point out why I think it's bad. You know, it's that simple. Maybe it's because I talk to myself a lot or some shit. I don't know. But like if again your job is to publicly speak to people, and just don't lower the standards of public speaking in order to suit your narrative. It's that simple. If you don't believe that Lambeck means, you know, potentially genociding white people or whatever the fuck she stumbled into, then just say no. We don't do that because it's wrong. It's that simple. Just say you don't do it. That's the one line you don't cross.
I think it's interesting that you bring that up because that was probably one of the most important pieces that I said going over Noah Samson's reaction to that situation, which is that one of the criticisms, because people can go back and they can see it in the notepad where I said it. Just because people are not aware of a thing that you did or said does not mean that gives a person carte blanche to lie about the event in such a way to push you into something that you did not say, did not mean, and did not do. And at the same time, it does not mean that the more big a person is, that means they have a greater level of responsibility that is unequal to the basic decency that you would give to another person in the same scenario. So, no one deserves to be lied about, to the point where somebody just makes some shit up and says something that is not true, that we know for a fact is falsifiably true. Meaning,
yeah, but if you have wrong opinions,
true.
True. You have to understand, these people will literally
They
will legit make that argument, and that's the thing is that from their perspective, if you've got wrong or bad opinions, you're harming people, and you need to be destroyed. And so there is no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's their perspective on things. And if you understand, again, one thing that people need to really get clear about not all people who are generally leftists, like not all people who identify as Democrat or whatever, but actual leftists, one thing that they are, generally speaking, is moral relativists. That means that, again, there is no objective good or bad, only things that are good or bad for the movement, good or bad for under this context.
Pure utilitarians. To the point that if you wanted to put utilitarian in the fucking handbook, Bosch's face right next to pretty much everybody else who's become a clone of him. I need to find the things that I can...
straight up.
Oh yes, it is. It's the principal victory speech. It's the principal victory speech.
Yes.
And this is the reason why I tell people you need to be able to learn how to do these things, because that is a perfect case example. It's the reason why Dev uses it so often. It's like, why would I need to make up some shit when you already gave me what I need to use? Just play the clip on repeat every single time something happens, to the point that people get sick of it.
They don't, because again, from their perspective, it doesn't matter. It's okay to be a hypocrite. Like, that's one of the things I've told people is that, like, you gotta stop using the word hypocrite to talk about the people, because they know they're hypocritical. They don't care. Hypocrisy is not a problem in their mindset, because again, it's only, am I achieving what my intended goal, which is to basically inculcate people into my ideology? Yes. Then it doesn't matter. I can lie, I can cheat, I can steal, I could kill. It doesn't matter as long as I'm achieving my ultimate end goal, because they see their ultimate end goal of moving towards this great, wonderful socialist utopia that's totally going to exist is so pure and beautiful and amazing that it is worth any sacrifice in order to achieve it. And that does mean killing, and it does mean sacrificing children or doing things to children. Everything. It doesn't fucking matter, because again, it's all worth it. And going back to that beauty thing too, that's another thing why they're okay with the fucking with the kids, literally and figuratively stuff. It's because, do you want to know something that is an injustice according to these people? Because any inequality, is injustice according to this framework, right? Well, what do kids have that adults don't?
Freedom.
Purity.
True.
Innocence. Yeah. That's not fair. I'm 32. I'm not innocent and pure. That's not fair. So what's the answer? I can't make myself as an adult pure and innocent. So the answer is to instead destroy the innocence and purity of children.
That's why they want to do it so much, because it's in their, again, under their mindset, under their comprehension of morality, which is, of course, again, subjective. Then because there's an inequality there, it has to be rectified. How do you rectify it? You introduce the children from the youngest age possible to sex stuff, the things that will destroy and remove their innocence and purity, because that's not fair.
If I may ask,
Yes.
If I may ask, what in particular are they like teaching them? Like, are they just saying that
Everything?
oh yeah, these concepts exist, or they just say everything to like the explicit?
Pick a news story that has gone viral for something that you would think would be untoward, if not just ugh or an ick, to show to kids. So, everything from teaching them sex when they're in kindergarten to taking them to pride parades because they need to be around the people.
Pride parades where there's nude drag queens and nude people just walking around with their dicks out. It's not uncommon at these pride parades. They take them to drag shows. Yes, Drag Queen Story Hour is a huge fucking thing where they take them where little kids, preschoolers, to a man in a dress reading them a story. And that in itself isn't so weird. That's why they're like, why do you have a problem with that? It's because of everything else associated with it. What's the book you're reading? Look at the books that they're like, oh, the Republicans are banning books. First of all, they're not banning books. They're saying you can't have these books in, kindergarten, first grade, preschool classrooms, because they're books that have detailed graphic depictions of sex, including anal sex in them.
Like the book that was about the brother. Yes, like the book about the brother.
My dude?
Yes,
Holy
like the book
shit.
about the brother and the sister that were having a sexual intercourse, and it's like, this feels good. He released a surge of semen into her body. Things like that.
What the fuck?
No, but like, dude, this is what people were upset about. If you're like, well, why are all these parents getting upset? Because they're doing really weird, creepy grooming shit to children. I mean, when it comes down, they'll say, when you ask them, they're like, I just want to be able to say that I have a husband as a man. And you're telling me I can't tell my children when they ask me that my husband, that I'm married to a man. No, we're telling you that you can't make it part of the curriculum to talk about sex and sexuality. Up to third grade, by the way. I know that's a hard time for you to wait up until they're 7. I know it's a very long time for you to fucking wait up until they're fucking 7 years old before you start trying to teach them. And again, remember, this is what they're outraged about. They're outraged. They're outraged that they can't talk to children under the age of 8 about sex. That's the outrage.
For frame of reference, I suppose. But because when I took sex ed for the first time, I think I was like in 4th or 5th grade, really. And hey, that makes sense because that's when puberty starts happening. That's where a lot of things would need to be a bit more explicit, right? To give away for like kids what was it, navigate through all those things, right?
Explain the things that are going to happen to their bodies soon, so that they don't. But it has to be done in a safe environment where you're just talking about, like, here's what's about to happen to your body. The sex stuff, there is no reason to talk to kids under the age of 8, or even like under the age of 12 about sex.
Yeah. Evening all. Sorry to interrupt.
Hello.
Hey, Kizza.
Cheers, girl, for letting me come on. Yeah, on that subject, why must it be 8 years old? Why can't they push it back to, I don't know, 13? Maybe?
Well, I mean, like, I would say 13 is logical, 13, 12, to talk about... Now, for puberty, okay, because it is going to be... You are going to start having effects of puberty around the age of 8. So I understand explaining certain things about the human body around that age. I remember when I was a kid, I had these books. They were clearly Japanese. I didn't know that at the time, but like because I could tell now, like looking back at them, that the art was like Japanese in origin. But it was a big series of books about science, like whole ton of books about science for kids like aged, 4 or 5 up to like about 7, around that, maybe 8. That kind of age range, depending on how they were picture books, but they had a lot of writing in them as well. And I really loved these books. And I remember seeing the one book that was about reproduction, and even as a kid being like, well, it's really interesting, right? Like I wanted to know more about it, I guess, because kids are interested in that stuff, because it's your own body and you're discovering and learning about yourself and the world around you. So I understand, like around 7, 8, okay, to start to talk about not sex, but to talk about puberty, and by sex I mean, you know, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. That's okay. That kind of stuff, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine with you talking to kids in a scientific manner about that kind of stuff.
At that point, that's just basic anatomy and biomechanics. There's literally nothing wrong with that.
If I would,
basic biology.
Or even some aspects, like I would be fine personally. I don't know if the rest of y'all would be okay with this, but like I would be fine if you want to say what like homosexuality is, like if the explanation is literally, hey, most people like the opposite sex but some people like the same sex and that's fine, then like okay, that's, and then you know that's where
that's all it is. If that's all it is,
literally all it is, and that's all you would literally need to say and show, then like that's perfectly fine.
That really is.
But if it's like you're telling me and like they're showing like, I don't know, fucking butt sex or whatever in front of, like, what, really,
dude? It's in these books. It's in the books. They show graphic depictions of heterosexual and gay sex. And it's like, I don't care if it's heterosexual or gay. I don't really care. You shouldn't be showing this shit to kids. I mean, like, and why
No, sorry to interrupt, but these people don't care about that because ultimately they're all nonsense. Or non-supporters.
Well, why else would you want to do this? Why else would you want to do this? Why? Explain why. They want to destroy children so they can get people into their little fucking army of fucked up people who hate the world and will agree with their stupid nonsense. Go ahead, kids. I'm sorry.
But this is why I try and tell people, all these people are ultimately nonces or non-supporters, and people need to start using that word against them, because when you try and say, oh, no, I'm not, I'm like, yes, you bloody well are. And the problem is, and I don't care what anyone says, if you follow an ideology which has no qualms about abusing children, you are a nonce. I don't care what it is.
They don't see it as abuse. They don't see any of it as abuse.
He's saying nonce, he's saying pedophile.
I mean, hold on, Kaiser. As far as I'm concerned, then I don't care. If you don't believe that, then I'm guessing you'll be okay to be made a victim then. Because that's the only way these people learn, is by making them victims.
It's unfortunate, but he is correct. That's the only way they ever learn. That's why they react so negatively and get so upset when they get pushback and they get their shit pushed and they get embarrassed.
Well, that's why they've now banned the word groomer. Why have they banned the word groomer? Excuse me, I resemble that remark. That's why. Because you resemble that fucking remark. That's why.
What the fuck?
Again, as the old saying goes, people don't ban shit unless because people ban shit because it makes them look bad. If it weren't true, they wouldn't ban it. This is one of the rules I tell people. Actions always speak louder than words.
Absolutely, they would not.
It's why people need to drop the word groomer, because it gives them the Mott and Bailey argument. If you use the word nonce, there is no Mott and Bailey defense for that.
Or pedophile, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Well, they're gonna ban all these words.
Again, but pedophile, the problem is that they've already tried to mitigate the term with MAP.
Yes, I'm a minor attracted person.
It has that stinging connotation to it. It has that sting to it.
To be fair to you, because I want to explain it. Nobody in America knows what the word nonce means.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I know a couple people do. Yeah, I'm just saying that most people don't know it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, then again, this is why you need to use the word, because if they don't know what the word means, they're not going to know it until they look it up, and then when they see what it is, they're going to be horrified from it.
I get you.
Logic video.
Wait, remember the whole thing about language? If you use a word that they are not familiar with, you end up having the power over them. And that's what people don't seem to understand. It's like, this is what kind of frustrates me with people when they say,
or even better,
I'll go fight against these people. I'm just like, look, you have to play their game, but do it better than them, because that's the one thing they cannot stand, is being beaten at their own game.
Yeah, what I was about to say was, like, or even better, like, actually call them out for when they misuse certain terms or whatever.
Yes.
And don't necessarily match it up.
I do that all the freaking time. Like, I have a list of words that leftists used over the years, and I always throw at them the Oxford English Dictionary. Because unlike Merriam-Webster, it is not regarded as the most trustworthy and the highest authority on the English language. Oh, but my appeal to authority argument. Shut the fuck up. You fuckers abuse that shit like no tomorrow. Shut up. Okay? The OED has been around longer than your country has fucking existed.
I hate the
It is weird how they say. It is weird how they say that. Oh yeah, we don't like the. Yeah, we don't want you using Merriam. We don't want you using Oxford or whatever.
Yes.
When like
because Oxford is not corruptible, unlike Merriam-Webster.
Yeah,
they haven't bent the knee on woman.
Yeah, but what I was about to say was that, but when they want to prove, why, whatever sciences they believe are correct, they do appeal to the fact that, these people have studied and made these. Yeah. Well, going beyond the dictionary, they say that, there are these people that have done, these reputable people in like science who have made all these studies and made all these discoveries about what these things are and how they affect society and blah, blah, blah. Like that in of itself is an appeal to like, authority. So,
yeah, but
it's fine when they do it. It's fine when they do it.
Here's the thing, Kaiser, and I've had this argument with leftists before. Not all fallacies are fallacies.
Exactly.
Prime example, slippery slope.
Mm-hmm.
And my personal favorite, which I love abusing because it pisses people off, not a true Scotsman.
Right.
Because I don't care if you can demonstrate it, it's not a fallacy. And not a true Scotsman, people love to say, "Oh, you're probably not a true Scotsman." It's like, as far as I'm concerned, if you claim to be this, then I expect you to live up to said name all the way up to its logical conclusion. One slip, and I'm going to be on you like a freaking pack of wolves do fresh meat.
I hate to cut off this conversation because this is a wonderful thing to talk about, but what I will leave it off of before we move to the content is this. Geyser is correct.
Yes, sorry, go
the thing that they hate most of all is being wrong and proven wrong and embarrassed wrong in front of a live studio audience, because that's how
it's why they gotta delete
that's why they delete everything. Delete fucking everything.
Yeah.
Delete the tweets, delete the evidence, research. Persona non grata. Because that is how they live their life. It's how they make their content. It's why they focus on making the content the way that they do. Their entire lives, and for a lot of them, since this is what they do for as a job, their entire careers are based on their representation, based on their credibility, and based on the pedigree that they've made around themselves and the image that they have been able to nurture and I'm looking for a particular word for it. They have been able to nurture and nurse into the health that it is. One situation, one example, one hot take is all it takes for it to all come crumbling down, because once enough people start questioning it, people will start looking at the things they used to do in the past and start considering it, because it's all built on a house of cards. How long can I keep doing the thing I'm doing before it all comes crashing down? And can I be able to prevent that from happening? Breadtube as a whole, they are already crumbling as a house of cards, and they already were before this year even started. But overall, in a general sense, it's an all-consuming thing, because even if we make them crumble on one place, they still have a fortification somewhere else. And the goal would be to crumble all the fortifications by undoing and policing all of the narratives that they've been on and been about. It's why when people attack you personally, you have to remember that at the end of the day, they're not doing that for your benefit. They're not saying it so that they can agitate you. On a small level, it's maybe a bit of an ego boost to see the likes and tweets on something that they post that is effectively the worst kind of content you can make. And the effort and level you could put in dismantling what they do either gets less reviews or is not as well known until it eventually blows up, because somebody else who's covering it with you covers it. But the greater sense of it is that it is a chip in the dynasty, because they're all trying to build a dynasty. They all want to stand the test of time. But erosion starts to build up over time when people have enough questions and have enough things to push back against it. I would say, for people like Signifier, he will be immune to that effect, because all he has to do is make videos. I don't respond to my takes, I don't respond to my critics. If I choose to, it will be in a place where they don't have a venue in which to answer. I will only talk about this. That's not an unfair thing to do, because that's a business sense. I want to minimize as much bad shit, and I want to promote as much good shit. So I will talk about the good things, and if I have to address the bad things, I will minimize them and the effect they will have on me. When you make so much drama content that it becomes who you are, it defines your personality, and it defines your path. So if you're known as the guy that talks shit about people, and all of a sudden, this fucking raggedy-ass motherfucker with a do-rag comes out of nowhere, and starts destroying everything you represent and stand for, and he does it using your own words, that's terrifying. You're not supposed to be able to do that. That's something that only we have the power to do. Who's supporting you? No one? I gotta kill you. I gotta end you. You can't exist anymore. Because if they figure out that I've been able to do that the entire time, and nobody gave me the power to do it, but somebody gave me the relevance to put my take everywhere it could be found, the second that you start doing the thing I'm doing is when I need to start doing a threat to you. Now, that'll have to be the last of that. Because now we're going to get into because I pushed back the time. I pushed back the time like several times just to try and keep the conversation because it was very interesting.
Right.
So
anyway, I do apologize for the sidetracking.
Okay.
I do
It's okay.
apologize.
My bad too.
No, but it's something I do have to stress out to people because they don't seem to understand this.
Anyway, I'll see y'all later.
Okay, guys.
Always take care, guys.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah. But as I was saying, Carl, like I have to stress this to a lot of people, is that these people are the most despicable, dishonorable people, and you don't give people who are dishonorable honor.
Mm-hmm.
You never do that. You treat them with absolute dishonor.
I agree.
And that's the one thing they cannot. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
Well, actually, let me amend that.
Sorry.
Treat them with explicit disrespect, but with all proper recognition and honors. Treat them like they have the rights that they do, but be as disrespectful in your, not remission, in your flagellation of them in front of the live studio audience as they were in the disrespect they said in doing the action. When you tar and feather them, you need to treat them with the disrespect that they gave, but you need to do so in a respectful manner that is befitting your position. Don't lower yourself to their level with baseless accusations and horrible words. Do to them the most efficient character assassination that's not a character assassination. Because I don't need to assassinate your character. You've already displayed it. Now all I'm doing is saying the words you said back. And they don't like that, because you're not supposed to think about it. Alright, so...
Yeah. I would agree, but I would also add, just say something that's so true about them that they cannot deny it.
True.
So, like, for example, if Forsh was trying to give me shit, I just go to him, pipe down, you're a fucking non-supporter. Shut up.
Alright. It's gonna... Well.
He doesn't have a comeback to that. He can't deny it. He's made non-supporting arguments.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Now, moving into the content, ladies and gentlemen. Last time on Power Rangers Time Force. What was that time period? Was it 1325 you said, Aydin?
Sorry, what was it?
The timestamp before we ended up watching Trekkies. 1325?
Oh, sorry. Something like that, yeah, before I totally derailed, my bad.
You took control of the show.
I did on accident. Because I was upset over something fucking honestly stupid in the big scheme of things, but sorry about that.
Okay. Now, this is one of the things I wanted to address before that didn't come to me to say before I did so. The video title is, we need to talk about how we are objectified. However, there are 4 images on the screen next to our outlined Black Uncle Iroh here. Alright? One of them is a deceased porn star. Another one is the referenced beam of the porn star Piper Perry and the 5 black guys, 1 white woman on a couch scene. I'm going to assume that this in the corner here is a rapper. And then, of course, eggplant emoji for long, big mandingo penis.
Yeah, but that just on me, though.
So, we need to talk about how we're objectified. Typing's hard.
We're a judgmental species. Next.
Immediately preceding objectifying images of, like, I wouldn't even say porn stars, but I say objectifying images of prevalent stereotypes.
Yeah.
Because I said
Stereotypes.
Yes.
Sorry.
I said this before on the last one with Aydin, but whenever a person is partaking in an industry and they are making an explicit choice to do said thing, it is not an objectification. It would be a self-objectification, which in itself is not objectification, because objectification requires a person outside of the self making you into said object. If I sexualize myself and I make money off of doing it, there is no victim. It is a victimless crime, because in order for me to be a victim, it needs to be done against my will. If I am a willing contributor to these things, you cannot say, this is an example of how we have been abused. Because you can say as much things as you want about a stereotype, because this is something that he labels in the first sections of his video here, with all these examples from this pop culture media that he is referencing. Just to mute this out real quick. I can do that quickly.
This is also
do this way. So, we see a slideshow of prevalent examples. We see a clip from Black Dynamite. We get the first opening lines of Prince's Kiss. We see the joke of a film about the satire of blaxploitation being used as part of the critique of the criticism of said stereotypes and tropes that they are fully aware of and mocking within it. And then a piece of film media that is as much a documentary as it is a fictional piece of film talking about members of the Mandinka tribe, that where we get the origination of the word Mandingo, which is basically a shortcut term word for big, muscled black men with large penis. You cannot have a screen cap like this and have an opening to your video like this and expect people to always take you serious and say, listen, he's got some good points here. Listen. No, listen. Because you're going to get stuck in a loop. This is not a good way to start off a video, to me, at least. He can have a point in it, of which I'm pretty sure he'll probably have many, but the first 13 minutes did not impress me. Because I remember Aydin's first criticism of me during the last one was like, we gotta give him a chance to speak, but it's like every single sentence, there's something wrong. Like, this is not how a normal person would look at this. I would have to think that you're taking the piss. Maybe you're easing people into the concept, but I can't take you seriously. Because it's a problem. So I'm gonna do the very thing that I'm saying is a problem. I gotta fight the fire by causing an even bigger fire with gasoline.
And anyone who's played Pokemon knows you don't fight a fire type with fire mons. Use water, ground, or rock types.
Or steel.
Jeez. No, steel is weak to fire.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Wow.
Steel's weak to fire.
Can I pedantically add to that real quick?
Sure,
Yeah,
go ahead.
sure.
No, just that we, the fire types. Oh, okay, give me a second to reclaim my thought. But just when you were talking about the fire types, I started thinking about my Pokédex. Just to turnpike a little bit. I'm just a little lost because I'm like, the video starts out and I'm like looking at it and I'm like, wait, it's starting off with Black Dynamite. So I just want to ask, where are we in the video and what is the main subject?
Where's the link to this, by the way, Carl? Are we doing
yes,
this?
I forgot.
Oh no, I'm on my phone. My ex roommate came in and she's kind of took a laptop off me that her mom gave me.
No problem.
And they're all bugging out and they're like, long story short, tried to kick me out and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna get kicked out. Found out that leasing laws in California don't work that way, and then they were like, well, we're leaving. Okay, and then they strategically just rolled in and just grabbed a bunch of stuff. A moment of terror, but then she comes in with a smile and is just like, oh, I need a laptop back. And I said, well, go ahead and take it. I'm not going to hand it over. So, no laptop for me, unfortunately, dear boys. But let's press on and I'll stop being pedantic. But Pokemon used to have an original Pokédex, $20 bought by my mom. And to finish things off, it's now $300 goddamn dollars and I don't have it anymore.
Bruh.
I remember the original Pokedex back in
Bruh,
the
it's a
day.
bruh moment. Oh, what? Go again?
I remember the original Pokedex back in the day.
Oh God, it was a jewel. I
It was
was
a
just like,
simpler
it's,
time.
But yeah, you think with all these youngsters they would have played Pokemon and knew this fact. But then again, they could have the same brain power as Ash Ketchum in season 1.
well, shit. That's a good point. Sorry to curse, but no,
I mean, this motherfucker used Pikachu against a Rhydon.
right? I was just like, dude, you got faith in the Pikachu, but Pikachu, if he could say more words than Pikachu, but like you gotta fucking like, I'm gonna get rolled. Why are you putting me in this? Where is the rest of A Squad? I need backup. I can't just be doing this every. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Whereabouts in the video are we meant to be at?
Right.
1325, but I was going to speed through the greatest hits of the things that I didn't hit the first time around.
Sure
thing.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Okay.
There was something else in the beginning too. Hold on, because we're not there yet. I'm trying to speed through this because I'm trying to catch up for other people's benefit.
Nice.
Let's see here. There was that. Then after this is opening section about him and his basically his quote-unquote Mandingo-esque friend. I hate to describe him like that, but that's the way he basically describes him.
I mean, what a terrible. I'm sorry. What a bad stereotype to be a guy with a massive dong. That's a brilliant stereotype.
Right, yeah.
How's that a bad thing?
I mean, to be fair, so I can't explain why. There's two types of ways that stereotypes can be harmful. There's something called stereotype threat and stereotype lift. The stereotype threat is, let's say, Asian people. Let's avoid the whole black argument just because of Asian people are bad at driving, right?
Yes.
Asian people are bad at driving. So because it's your stereotype threat and you think, oh, because I'm Asian, allegedly this person thinks, oh, okay, I'm Asian, there's a stereotype that Asian people are bad at driving. So stereotype threat theory would predict that Asian people would kind of be like, well, it doesn't matter if I'm bad at driving, I'm just supposed to be because I'm Asian, right? Stereotype lift, is the opposite, where it's like Asian people are good at math. Well, if you're an Asian person who's not good at math, you feel like shit because you're not able to meet the stereotype. Mm-hmm. So those are the two ways that stereotypes can affect people, right? Threat or lift.
I know of a great stereotype that people can't use me being an Englishman and actually having decent teeth.
There you go.
See, yeah. Still sucks, though.
That stereotype is true. No, but that stereotype is true.
True.
There's plenty of people on the island who have shocking teeth.
I gotta be honest, I don't quite understand it because the dental system here is so much better than in the US. And I'd be like shockingly better. Yeah.
Aydin, the joke is that we used to have free dental, but most people have terrible teeth. That's the joke.
I think it's gotta be some genetic shit because I'm not talking about it being free. No, I'm not talking about it being free. I'm just talking about it being free.
It's a choice. It's a
better.
If you don't take care of them, they will just look like shit. Anyway.
Yeah, true. Sorry, yeah.
So, to go off what Nathan's saying here, basically the stereotypes that you could make about black people is everything from black people are lazy. Black people don't know how to keep proper time like everyone else, to the point we have the meme of black people time, which is I show up late because, motherfucker, I'm gonna be there when I gonna be there. You can't complain about that. To, well, black men have large dicks, black women have large asses and large hips and big titties.
Or, white people can't jump. Black people are good at sports, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff where that can actually cause its own deleterious psychological effect on people based on stereotypes.
I would say, anyone who says white men can't jump, I introduced you Cristiano Ronaldo. He leaps better than every NBA player to ever live.
But you know what I mean? That's the whole thing. Is that like every race has a bunch of stereotypes associated with it. Some are positive, some are negative, and they both can be harmful.
But as I try and explain to people,
nobody turns into the drift. They don't let you turn into the drift that you like of the stereotype, that the facet of it that protects you. Because if people think you're a thug, the problem is if you ain't a thug, but they want to perceive you as such, then they'll go, well, let's get him for being a thug. Wow. Well, how do we do that? We got to ostracize him. We have to punish him for the stereotype, but he can't know. So we get our jollies back door, but it's all part of the joke. But they're always doing. I worked at an AutoZone for 6 years, and oh boy, could I not get along with any of it. any of the
No, I can
regular
imagine.
Mexican customers.
I can
I mean,
imagine, but like one thing that does make me laugh with people, they always complain about said stereotypes, but they always fulfill the stereotypes in question that they bitch about.
but they incur us incendiary event deliberately to bring out the stereotype to go ha ha ha. I mean, I had this one customer, love this guy. His name was David, 5-pack a day, voice coming in. Hey, what's up, James? I'm working on the Ollie today. Right. And I would just push everybody away. They get mad, like, oh, this guy's got bad customer service. He doesn't know how to treat Mexicans. I was like, what? And just for me, one of my coworkers rolled up and was like, hey, you know that guy that comes in all the time? Oh, you're talking about David, you know? And she's like, why are you doing like an English voice? Oh, never mind. Go on. He did something racist. Oh, okay. Well, okay. What happened? Well, he said there were a lot of customers and and then she just blurted it out. She's like, when Trump builds the wall, I hope he builds it twice as high. And I couldn't help but just fucking laugh. And I was like, okay, but he's making a joke because I was like, dude, Stephanie, you know when people come in and we get fucking slammed, people are shitheads. It's not good to be a customer or behind the counter. Come on, everybody's stressed. He blurted out something to just say something. Did he leave afterwards? Well, yeah, but no, there you go. Focus on that. He wanted to say something hurtful and dismissive because he felt crowded. It happens to all of us because we all single each other out. Mm-hmm. There's a white guy in the room or a black guy in the room. You're going to look at him and go, he's not Mexican. And you're going to look at each other and everybody fucking knows. And it's this little silent code. Just stop trying to juke people silently. Mm-hmm. And he juked back. Come on. We got to get back to fucking work.
There's a term that exists that's called enjoying the opposite. That is something that destroys the concepts that are presented in stereotypes, which is, hey, there's a white guy that's dancing the fucking chona. There's this guy that's black in Japan that's surrounded by all these women and he speaks perfect Japanese and understands how to even say the proper katakana and everything else. Who understands all the customs, or even a black girl who is a fucking idol.
Aiden's waifu.
Yes.
Well, wait, you don't say katakana. Katakana is just a written language. There's no spoken katakana.
There's hiragana, katakana, and kanji.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you have these people who live in. You know what I meant, Whitey. You know what I fucking meant.
Yeah. I know. I'm just
the word I was looking for was diction. But there's these people who live in these different places in the world that are opposite of what you would have expected. Like, ironically enough, a white South African. And the enjoying of the opposite.
We know of a white South African.
We know of several. We know of several. But it's this thing that pushes up against the idea of what stereotypes do. Because technically, stereotypes are just immediate shorthands for what can I generally expect in this scenario. I live in America. I'm going to a place that's full of Mexican people. What can I expect that helps me define what danger and or situations I will be in? That is all what a stereotype is supposed to do in the functional social sense. Go ahead, give it to me.
You're completely correct. It's an evolutionary psychological function called cognitive heuristics. Cognitive heuristics are the example I always use is that if you see a stick in the grass and you jump back and you go, oh, because you think it's a snake. Well, the reason why you did that, even though it's not a snake, it's a stick, it's because your brain has evolved, our brains as humans have evolved to respond to stimuli. And we have 3 general responses to stimuli: fight, flight, freeze. But there's more nuance. Those are the most instantaneous. They're paracognitive. Those happen before you're able to really think. But stereotypes work. Whoop. Really quick. Hang on, real quick. Let me just finish up my point.
No, I'm searching for something. Keep going.
Okay. So the basically just the way that it works is that, for example, like I have to mute this because otherwise it confuses me.
Okay.
No, it's fine to know. I'll just have to mute it for a second. Okay. All it means is that, like, so for example, you know that like the meme about rolling the windows up when you see a black guy, right? Mm-hmm. Or walking down the street or whatever. Or there's all kinds of like things that people do, behaviors like that now it's called, oh, that's racist, you're racist. Well, it might be, or it might be because statistically black people do more crime. Okay, so the reason why the person's reacting that way, it might be racist, it might be a cognitive heuristic that they're not even processing, they're not even thinking about it. They don't even think why they're doing that, just because of lived experiences. Legitimately, I'm using that word, that phrase, in a real way that it actually makes sense, and not in the silly way that leftists use it. Or it might be because of just pure statistics and knowing that well, it's more likely that just on pure numbers, that guy's more likely to come over and rob your car than an Asian dude. It doesn't mean he's going to in any way, but just based on pure numbers in a vacuum, which is what people are doing when they're calculating this shit instantaneously in their heads. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Kizza.
I was just going to say as well, but you see, Aydin, those hate facts, as they're called, you can't talk about that shit. For instance, the current situation with a certain disease, which we can't talk about because we make it very clear who the perpetrators are and how. Well, you're going to be censored. You're going to be censored and banned off social media for it.
Just to clarify, we're talking about the coof that cannot be mentioned, not the monkeypox that only affects the homosexuals.
Oh,
exactly. Prime example, and it's just like, and it makes me laugh. The same people who are like, "Oh, but we care about facts." It's like, no, you don't. If you cared about facts, then you would acknowledge these negative aspects of certain groups. Okay to talk about you're happy to talk about the positive aspects, but never the negative aspects. And I remember having this argument before.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I remember having this argument with somebody, and I was just like, look, if you're not willing to take the negative aspect, then you should never talk about the positive. They come together. They don't come separate.
Yeah, they sort of hit you all at once. But the best way to reveal a contrarian, I've learned, is if you got a person that's constantly bombarding you, telling you that you're wrong, and they wait for you to talk or finish, and then interject a point just to throw the countenance that you're wrong, just to juke you, all you have to do is just remember one stupid thing that they've said, repeat it when they're completely unaware or when they're going to say that you're wrong, and then they're revealed because you'll go, you idiot, you wouldn't say that exactly, but have the countenance of, you idiot, you said that. I'm completely agreeing with you, and now you've revealed yourself to be a blatant contrarian. So even though I've got you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I dealt with a contrarian before last year when he tried. He'll try denying that he didn't make TIFF arguments. He'll deny it to this day, but he also made TIFF arguments, TIRF, and he ended up exposing himself to be more retarded than a 5-year-old on basic biology.
Oh my god!
And this is what makes it worse. He first tried using a disease which didn't actually prove his point. That disease being MRKH. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's a disease which very small minority women can get, where they have an undeveloped uterus.
Oh.
Yeah.
That means someone had that.
What about undeveloped?
It's extremely rare. It's extremely rare, but it does exist. Right?
Oh.
And then the last one, which was really funny, was posting a Lancet article, which, if you read it, spent half the time bitching about Donald Trump's freaking military ban and signed to quote gender feminist and John Money.
Oh, not John Money.
Oh no, he doesn't exist. It's astonishing to me, like, just how few people on the left know who John Money is. They have no idea.
I only know because of ER, and then I saw that horrible. Yeah, I saw that, and I was like the struggle snuggle e-verse, and I was just like, cool, he's gonna go after them, and I was like, oh, John, okay, and I could just tell. You know, you can kind of tell people are like, they got that agenda, and they're like, found 2 people, good test subjects. Everybody think I'm going to help these boys, and it's just, I feel that southern droll coming from it, and it kind of juked my brain. It destroyed me a little bit, and I was just like, but I had to watch it. I had to see the truth. Right? Fuck that guy.
Oh no! Because what made me laugh was I was thinking, wait, John Money, where have I heard that name before? And then I googled it. Just happened to check his Wikipedia, and then I looked at the controversy. And I was like, oh, this guy.
What I don't,
and I literally just disregarded him afterwards.
Wrong. But he was wrong.
Yeah, but that's
and
the
then they hold him up like, no, he did good. But it's like the two.
No, like he didn't even prove his own claim. That's the worst bit is, and so much of the modern shit we have to deal with today comes from this man.
I'm assuming we're talking about
and I
John
had
Money.
this.
Oh, you got them chopsticks, Carl?
Yes.
Had this argument with somebody because they were talking about PBs. And I said to him, no, we should not be pushing this. It's ultimately based on a bullshit freaking experiment, which is effectively gender conversion therapy, because that's what it was.
Oh yeah, we're
You
talking
didn't
about
actually
John
prove
Money.
it. Long-term studies. That's a big fat fucking lie. And anyone who says these things are fully reversible, which the same guy tried making this argument. And I'm like, hold on.
didn't know
The
that.
NHS themselves
Oh my god.
straight up admitted that this is not true, right? And I don't call drastic reduction in bone density and infertility small minor issues. These things are not reversible. Okay?
Well,
and thankfully, I will not name
if
any names here. But I do know someone who took one of these puberty blocking drugs, who I will not name to keep them anonymous. Bone density drastically reduced to the point where they end up shattering their ankle by freaking stepping over a curb. Like, don't tell me this shit is fun. This is highly destructive. The whole thing is utterly unethical. And every one of you who supports this, I don't freaking care. You should be fired out of a cannon. To quote my favorite South African utensil. Like, and also, if you're so certain these things are safe, as you love to claim, how about I pump you full of this garbage for 5 straight years and let's see the results? Because all that hormone replacement shit you're trying to hype behind, guess what? The only reason we have so much data on it is because of all the doping shit we had with professional athletes from the 80s and 90s. And we saw the after effects of that shit.
It desensitized
There's a reason why it's banned.
Like, because it got us used to the deformation. As long as it was on them, the athletes, they're like, look at our star people. They're not gods, really, but look how good we treat them, and look at how they betrayed us. We're gonna punish them. So no steroids for anybody because there's too many side door benefits and really fucked up their bodies and they trusted us. But we're not gonna talk about that.
So he just cut out. I'm not sure if that's lag or if he cut out or he.
It's no lag on my end. But basically, that they held the stars up and they desensitized us by putting it all on these people and saying, well, they're not some junkie for it, but there are star people. And what did happen is that they put it all on them, so we were desensitized to not seeking out avenues like drugs, because we just think steroids if we want to try to augment in regimen sponsors. So they said, that's just for us because only we know how it works.
I mean, I got a spicy take here. I reckon Bruce Jenner wouldn't be Caitlyn Jenner if he wasn't doped to the brim all throughout the 80s and 90s.
The doping can cause hypogonadism.
Again, I'm just saying, like, I've seen what these doping experiments do to people. It's not
I see
healthy.
what you're saying. It takes his testosterone to per se. It takes his testosterone, but because you could see it, he was always in repulse. I mean, not that I watched Keeping Up with the Kardashians, but it was good for a few yucks.
I don't watch that show either, but like, if you
what I'm saying is like I saw how he was just like, leave me alone and let me fly my helicopters, but they would constantly hound him, getting him involved in different stuff, and I saw how it's just like he is breaking down. They're gonna he's just in a corner. He's trying to hide all the time, and that's when they're coming for him. And then we got Caitlyn Jenner. I was just like, whoa, they got you, man. Sorry.
It's one of those.
To be cool.
To speak on what you were saying earlier, it's very much that image of, look, our star athletes, they're on Kellogg's, they're on Wheaties, and then when the drama happens, oh, our fallen idol, look at how far they've fallen.
Like the Joker.
True.
Yeah, well, except they created them, and now they cannot accept the monster they created.
Or or worse.
No, I think the monster hit the mark.
Or sometimes it's a corporate decision. It's you're getting up in years and you're not doing what you're saying you're doing, or you're not pulling as many numbers as you should pull. I think you're going to be suffering a little bit of an accident soon. So you can either bow out now and you can make it look like you're retiring and hanging up the hose, or we can shatter your leg in 3 places and you'll never run again. Which one do you want?
Everybody will accuse you of steroids, and then that will be released after.
Well, yeah, but then it's like with all this doping shit. I mean, slightly off topic, but it's like it's about you know doping in sports, about how trans athletes don't have an advantage. Like, I'm sorry, when the study went into this after 3 years of suppressants, they still had a major advantage in terms of physical strength. It's like people go on about testosterone. I'm like, you guys are fucking retards. It's muscle mass and bone structure which is more important, not testosterone.
Plus, it's balance. Everybody's just like, oh, you want to get more muscles? You're a guy, need more testosterone. You're a woman? No, you need less estrogen. I mean, you're going to run out of it anyway with how we're having you on these crazed regimens. I mean, working out in the gym for like 3 to 4 hours, I tried that shit. And it was like, I was used to it, but I went home sick. There was no way I could get my body regular when I got home. I was always drop dead tired right when I got off the bus. You know, I was like skateboarding there, just glad that place went out of business. But oh my god, seeing people just work out. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but like, sorry to interrupt, but this is my point though, is that people constantly go on about the hormones, and it's just like, look, the hormones represent one thing, but it's ultimately the muscle mass and the bone structure are the meat and potatoes of this shit. Hormones are merely merely can provide potential, but they're not the foundation. So if you have someone who's jacked, but his testosterone levels are, let's say, 600, just to be reasonable, but you have some really thin ass skinny dude who has like 1,000 testosterone. Guess what? No matter if his testosterone is in the 1,000, which is extremely high, guess what? The guy with the higher, significantly higher muscle mass and bone structure is going to beat him in the game of strength. It's a fact. And also, that thing about the South African sprinter who people thought was trans, but it turned out to be intersex. No, I mean, I felt really sorry for them. The fact that they had to have it revealed to the world that they are a genetic defect of a human, to use the coldest terms. It's like, you know, something like that, and I'm just there like, you fuckers going on about testosterone again, but ultimately it was quite obvious that they weren't necessarily fully female, genetically speaking. No, it's just one of those things, and like people are wondering, oh, why aren't trans men beating natural men? It's like the only sport which that would be the case where they would beat them is in gymnastics, in the question of flexibility, because women, on average, are more flexible than men are. This is not a hate fact. This is a proven fact. If you look at all the top contortionists out there in the world, all female,
my
hands down.
brother used to tell me that one time we were watching the Olympics, sitting in the living room with the fam, and I was like, hey, how come we don't see men doing parallel bars? How come they just do the rings and stuff? My brother looked at me, he's like, because men can't. I'm like, but they do the rings, they're just as strong in the upper body. He's like, no, they can't. Then I just looked it up, and it was
as well as like
the biology.
Well, exactly. It's like someone tried to. I tried to explain to somebody who did believe I was lying, right? And I had to explain them this way because it was the best way to explain it, right? Imagine, if you will, you took a Formula One car, right, and you detuned it to have the same power output as a Formula 2 car, right? Even though they have the same power, the Formula One car will still beat it because it's of a higher caliber.
It's built to like both go at that speed but maintain traction, maintain suspension. That's why you got to change everything out. So
It's a high. Exactly.
I'm like,
it's a higher. Exactly. Even if you pull it back, it still has those advantages. Exactly. Like, because I've seen these. I mean, this is my bread and butter, right? So I can explain. This is the best way I can explain to people. Like,
Cars?
the ultimate, especially motor racing, right? Yeah, like if you try and take a car that's in a top class and trying to handicap it to a lower class, either gonna have to choke it to the point where it's basically completely uncompetitive, try and do it the power output wise, or you have to lob so much off it, it's basically worthless. That's the only way you make it competitive. Because like,
what would you put up against a Formula One car just to try to see, like you built a car and you're
a prime example I used was a F2 car or the GP2 car.
Haven't heard
right?
of it, but
Which is
good.
the class below. It's the class below Formula One, which is where like the rookies go to if they want to try and get into Formula One, right? It's the one below. It's all spec series, right? Whereas Formula One's like open model, right? To a regulation book. Even if you were to bring the Formula One cars down from like 850 horsepower down to like 600, which is what the GP2 cars have, it's still going to win because it has more downforce, which is the big thing with
Downforce. Please explain. Downforce.
Okay, downforce. The technical term for it is negative lift.
Oh,
That's the correct technical term, right? Negative
is that
lift
against
is
wind current?
yeah, like basically any car with wings. So take an aeroplane, right?
Oh, got it.
Wings are there to produce lift. Now, if you flip those wings upside down, you're going to create negative lift, which forces the thing down into the car, which creates more traction.
Well, that's why those
traction
shitheads put carbon fiber all over everything. I remember one dude's like, hey, look at my car. And I'm like, cool, dude, the fucking body kit. Hey, let's look at the engine. The engine's not done yet. Look, I put like the little drag fins and all that stuff, and I could not decipher it. And he's like, you don't even know what that is or like what it's for. And I was like, shit, dude, I don't explain it to me. Well, it makes the car go faster.
I do apologize, Carl, for we got off track with the car topic, but like,
oh yeah,
this is the best way to explain it. It's like, look, when it comes to high top level tier motorsport, downforce is the big deciding factor, and it's been like that since the late 60s. There's a reason why this topic is always the main topic. Now, there are ways you can, but the problem with creating downforce or negative lift is the subject of drag. And that slows you down. You have to find a compromise between the two. But that's the point, though. It's like if you try, like even in GT racing, like even if you take one from let's say GT1 and try to homologate it to GT3, yeah, you could give it a bigger air restrictor and add more weight to the car. But because the car was built to a higher standard in terms of the performance levels, it's naturally going to have that advantage by default. Unless you choke it and put so much weight into it that you basically make it uncompetitive.
I can think of a much...
Okay. There it is.
If I were to use like Olympics, you basically have to emasculate the man to a point where he can't even compete.
I have to drive us back to the topic, guys. I have to drive us back to the topic, but I can find a much easier way to simplify what you're saying. They're comparing men and women to the equivalence of a fish trying to climb a tree. That's it.
That's one way to put it.
That's good. That's pretty good.
The easiest way to understand how the conversation about hormones is really used as a way of we need to backdoor trans athletes into the events because really, at the end of the day, most of these activists pushing for these things do not see there to be a difference between the sexes and ultimately would like to destroy any form of competition, period, by eliminating the separation of them. The only way they can do that is by slowly trying to entrench it as a wedge. They use trans politics, and more importantly, trans politics and athleticism, words are hard, in athleticism to athletics, to create the wedge necessary to split them apart. Because if you were to take transhumanism and replace it with transgenderism, what do you mean I can't compete in the race? I'm a human being. Yes, ma'am, but both of your legs are biomedically enhanced with technology from Boston Technologies. Like, that doesn't matter. I'm competing. Ma'am, you are competing in the men's race and you're beating the men and they have normal legs. It's the exact same argument.
Exactly. There's a reason why. Thank you, Carl, for bringing that up because you know those athletes who have those what do you call it? It's like ski legs. They got like ski legs.
Yes.
In our carbon fiber. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. They were researching. I remember they went through extensive testing to make them an equivalent equal to a natural leg, right? But the problem was the one that they finalized. It turned out that they had around a 25% better energy efficiency than a regular human leg.
Yes.
I don't care what anyone says, and this is what people don't understand about top tier athletes. All right, they will look through any competitive advantage they can get. Anything. It doesn't matter how minute it is. Even if it's a split second, they will look for anything. They'll go for anything. The feetwear. Like, don't get me started on the footwear arguments when it comes to marathon runners. I'm not sure if you've seen that special crazy marathon Nike sneaker. Trainers, we call it over here. They developed that to make athletes do full marathons in under 2 hours. Because it increased energy efficiency. They spent huge amounts of money just for this shit. And if you're a top tier athlete, you're gonna want those trainers. And the only way you're not gonna have them is if the board straight up ban it. There had been talks about banning specifically designed footwear for this. Well, some of them have said they have to be flat foot. Wow, do it barefoot.
It's basically for any person who, well, I don't think there's a single person who hasn't played a racing game, but for every single person who doesn't understand what it's like, you remember when you're playing a racing game and you're like, I want to get the most money to buy the most efficient parts and my car wins every race because it's souped up to shit? That applies to athleticism as well. And you cannot fault them for doing this, because that's the reason why corporatism is in everything that we have, to the point that it's in esports. Why is it that you would care about Intel or SteelSeries or
Nvidia
or fucking
Logitech, Thrustmaster, Fnatic,
Logitech,
you know, any company that involves with gaming,
Omen. There's this new one by Predator that I think is also tied to Intel as a shell company, kind of like the way they do Alienware for Dell. The reason why all of those would matter is because they are sponsors. They are basically saying, if you buy this product, you will be as good as insert name here. So let's take, for example, the place I work at. I won't say its name, but I'll give reference to it. If you consume the food that Carl consumes, you too will understand what it means to out Pizza the Hut. It's the idea of you put my face onto something and it sells a product, but you also want to sell it not just because, hey, our product is so good, we have the confidence to tell you exactly everything about it except for our proprietary recipe, but it's, this person is sponsored by this brand. This person is also a grand champion winner. 5 years running, all the rings, all the accomplishments, all the bragging rights. Every single time they show up at an esports event, they dunk their nuts on Sonic Fox just cuz and call him Dominique to his face. All of that is just to get you to say, you know what? I'm gonna buy an Omen PC and I'm gonna get it built by Artisan. I can't even finish that sentence. I can't even finish that sentence. But it's the exact same thing.
Exactly, Carl. Like this one makes me laugh, right? Like, perfect example you made up about a car. You get a race, you want to soup it up with all the top upgrades, like in Need for Speed, level 3, everything, engine, gearbox, you name it, right? Then I noticed from playing a lot of racing games, when it comes to classes, like for instance Forza is a prime example, you have the different classes. When it comes to everyone has basically running the identical car with identical setups, then that shit gets really fucking boring. And quite often, it takes someone to throw a giant curveball in there to bring something
back. It cut out your voice there just for a second, but yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. Yes, but
then you get
exactly
that bandwagoning effect. The bandwagon effect. Like I noticed with Forza, or better yet, prime example, competitive Pokemon in main series, right?
Pretty much anything that's competitive, teams, period, but definitely.
Yeah. You have certain teams or certain mons which are dominator meta. And then someone comes along to break said meta, and then that meta becomes the norm until someone comes along and beats it. You constantly see this evolving tactic.
And it's
very rarely stays still.
And it's because meta is the most effective tactic available. Raise your hand if you realize today that that's an acronym. And that's something that's common in all video games, because the entire point of athleticism is that some people are genetically gifted. Michael Phelps has by all legitimate standards of science, a mutated kind of body that makes him preferably one of the best methodologies of how we as humans could become better swimmers, period. If we could clone the defects, he has the abnormal
torso.
Yes, the abnormal torso that allows him to have bigger lung capacity. His arms are folded like words, wingspan that gives him a stronger stroke. All that shit possible. And I'm gonna tie this back into what we're doing because we're trying to transition back to it. This is very much the problem when it comes to athleticism. The entire idea about something like video games is that you're removing the physical limitations of you physically needing to move your body, but you're still adding in the X factor of two things, which is one, dexterity, because if you play button mashers and fight sticks, you understand that the biggest thing that it comes to something like esports is the ability to have the actions per minute. You need to have the APM to keep up with your opponent, because the most basic form of this was StarCraft. If you had under 100 APM, you're not beating your opponent. If that person's operating at 300 APM, it's a different class. It's a different kind of player. It's the reason why we always say, oh man, here's a stereotype. Koreans are super good at real-time strategies in games like StarCraft because they're playing faster than everyone else. They're not just, they've rehearsed the play in their mind and they're executing the same play every time. They could do that if they wanted to, but no. They're a better player because they spent more time just practicing this. I don't want to accidentally close my stream.
Prime example.
But
Well, that's a prime example, Carl. That's an example I was going to say. It's like with other gaming types, right? Like racers, I know, that's predominantly Europe that dominates the racers.
Yes.
Generally. Yeah, so some people in Japan are good and some people in America, but it's generally the Europeans who dominate it, right?
Oh, yes.
Especially the endurance stuff, right? No, fighters, I'm pretty certain Japan dominates that, unless I'm grossly mistaken. No? And then people talk about... Maybe not. I know it varies. It depends on the game itself. But like when people talk about, oh, they want to not have sex split games or competitions, I'm just like, look, the only way you can have sports or competitions where you can put men and women against each other is if it's a game of pure skill into it. So prime example, things like chess is a good one because that's all about skill. All about skill. You know, and quite often there are some female chess grandmasters. Right, there's a few out there. You know, men dominate it, but the thing is, it's not a question of physicality. And people are quite shocked which countries actually do well in the game of chess. You know, it's predominantly Eastern European countries that do the best in the game of chess. Oh, even Middle Eastern countries do well in that, which is quite funny in many aspects. That aspect, you know, even certain sports that certain countries dominate, it's because it's quite often the main sport that they play. Prime example, there's a reason why Brazil's won 5 World Cups. It's because football's a freaking religion, or soccer as the Americans would call it. It's the same reason why South Asian countries are very good at cricket, because they play it religiously.
Yes. And when you tie this all back together, especially when you get to the factor of that X factor you're talking about, in trying to create a fair game, but at the same time giving you so much customization, you end up running into the melee problem. I don't want to watch a competitive event when I know that the same top 8 that placed last year and 5 years before and 10 years before that are going to be placing in different match-made positions on the same leaderboards for the top 8 this year. I will stop watching because I want to see spectacle. I want to see drama. It's the reason why every single time you hear people like Rod Slasher Breslau or any member who is a representative side of the analyst desk for the LCS, the league championship circuit that is managed by Hi-Rez directly, or excuse me, Riot directly, the same way that you could say the same of Hi-Rez and Titanforge in managing Smite, or any other game that is considered an esport, or any national ranking or global ranking amongst a game like Tekken, amongst a game like Mortal Kombat, Dragon Ball Z Fighters, the newest one coming out, which is DNF Duel, more recent ones like, what's the one that does, Multiverses, all of those games, all those fighting games, they all suffer from the eventual same problem, which is that the skill floor will ever so heighten the more the competitors that are playing are able to start reaching and breaking past the limitations of their skill ceiling. And the problem that created the Melee problem is the titular game that caused it, which was Smash Bros. Melee. They had so many technical things that needed to be learned, from wave dashing to how the...
null canceling.
To how move spam would reduce the actual kill range threat of your damage because it would have a negative multiplier applied to said damage type. That it then leads into the idea of understanding the frame data and understanding the data. And then from said data, which would be the exact same statistics everybody has access to the point that for games like Mortal Kombat, it is written to the system that you can see it in the training manual. You can see whether or not your attack is safe on block, or is safe on execute, or is as safe as a mix-up option. depending on what you're doing, just by going into the fucking lab, so much that it's the most common thing that can be understood. That such dumbass arguments that could be had about video games such as difficulty go out the fucking window. Because outside of the single player mindset, you have to remember that there are other people who play as well. And so you cannot make up arguments like, well, this game is so easy, even a baby could play it. Maybe against a computer if you set it on an easy, but even a computer on the highest level difficulty could still give even a grandmaster player money. And then you add in the human factor of conditioning, you add in the factor of taunting on stage, both during and before, in between
effect,
parts
pressure,
of the match, the peer pressure, the factor of hearing the roar of the audience, even for the people who are the best. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm the best, but I'm good at this. But people like Marlon Pai, Justin Wong, even in his own right, Sonic Fox himself, Black Yoshi FGC, IFC Yipes, fucking Rockaway Carter. There are so many competitors. There are so many people who play. Either they be actual competitors that are signed to companies like Fnatic or Evil Geniuses or fucking Team Liquid or whatever organization you want to pick, at least if they're not fucking 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves is not a competitor organization. They are just influencer culture. Fucking Skara and fucking
this one, Team Siren. I remember my roommates like.
God. You didn't have to do him that dirty. You didn't have to do him that dirty.
No, but like, going back to what you were saying, what you were saying, Carl, as well. Like another thing as well that I have noticed a lot, especially with fighting games, and somewhat with races to a point, is that when you have the top tier competitors, they almost always homogeneously always group to a few specific characters. It's very rare that they choose something different, unless of course they have like a couple of mains depending on the opposition. Like for instance, I forget which Melee player it is, or Smash 4, one of the big Smash Brother competitive players, but he had like 4 mains.
Hungry Box. You're talking about Hungry Box.
Which might have been him, yeah. Like he had 4 mains, but the thing was he picked certain ones depending on what the opponent used.
Yes.
Because it was highly situational. And the issue is that, for instance, I do remember when I played a bit of MK9, I didn't realize that when you go online with MK9, almost every motherfucker picked Jax because he was considered the top tier character. If you look at the tier ranking system, right? If this was MK3 back in the day, or I should say MK Trilogy, because that's the one I played the most of. My main was Noob Saibot. And then I realized looking back, when people had tournaments, Noob Saibot was banned because the cheap character. Because he was too overpowered, as they say. You know, like what's his face, Meta Knight in Brawl, too overpowered. And then that's why people had to ban him, or they had to do specific strategies to get around it.
It's one of the factors that is important in everything, because a lot of people would then fuck this argument. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, but this is something I see frequently, because this is ironically what Liquid Carl said, because he doesn't understand this. The reason why competitive tournaments have certain things, the reason why you even have a pick and ban system to something as simple as a draft pick queue in a tournament lobby setting, is because everybody is going to have access to that same information I was talking about. And part of the reason why something like a blanket brawl ban, which now expands to a blanket Smash Ultimate ban on certain characters being either allowed in a tournament or being restricted in a tournament, is because you, number one, can't have everybody playing mirror matches. Like, oh man, it's Sora versus Sephiroth. I wonder who wins. Oh man, it's Sora, because he is infinitely safe, and he can float, and he has so many answers to so many problems. Oh man, I wonder what match... Oh, look, it's another one, and then another, and then it gets boring. So you have to make
picks the same character.
So you have to make the limitations, and in banning the most obvious pick, you force people to have to diversify their skill set, because it then becomes the point of something else people don't talk about, but is an obvious factor, which is the one-trick pony. Oh man, we didn't ban Sora, so the one-trick pony who knows the character the best was able to abuse him, but we banned Sora, so this man picked Yoshi and he fed his ass off. Shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I mean by the homogeneous of it. Like, this will happen. Like, that's why, like, well, prime example, just look at Pokemon. You have the various tier systems to differentiate. Because let's be frank here, if you try to go into what they call an underuse class and turned up with frickin' Mega Rayquaza, like that's just an insta win, unless you're just really stupid or you just have a terrible moveset. Like there's a reason why we have all these tiers.
Or the
There's a reason why we have all these tiers.
But yes,
I was at NinjaCon. I was at NinjaCon like a while ago, and we're all sitting down, and I was like, "Okay, are we just supposed to play here?" Or they're like, "Oh, we're gearing up for the competition." And then I saw my cosplay group, who was a family I was living in, and they were like watching me. I was just like kind of creeping out, and I was just like disassociating, trying to gear up. And then when they saw me fucking people up with Keely, just having fun, and I was like, "Shit, all right, we're gonna sit down." And I played one round. Then they said, "Oh, hey, we had a change up. We're gonna play Smash Bros." And I fucking pwned, and everybody just looked so happy, and I was just so sad because I was like, "I was gonna fuck everybody up with Keely," because I just pick a character, learn it, and even if I lose, I'm just like, I know everybody's gonna stop at some point because they'll go, "Okay, I got my win. Like now I get to stop to seal the victory." But my method is like, I'm just gonna fucking make you stop by each round, even if I lose. I'm gonna make you back you into the corner and fuck you up with Keelik's staff. That's all I'm gonna fucking do. That's what I enjoy.
So basically, be an absolute
and talking trash. Like I'm like, you coming? Watch the leg, and then I'm like, ring out. And I'm like, whoa! And they got pissed while I was just practicing because those fucking people up with such my trash talk undermining their confidence and everything. I just looked over. I was like, good. I was like, GG's. Like people get banned for that sometimes.
And
Jesus,
yes. I still got to try to wrap this up and get back to the topic, guys. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But the factor of why I'm mentioning all of this is that this is a stereotype in and of itself about the FGC. And yet it is true because it has an underlying factor to why it exists. Just like any other stereotype would. Because a lot of this is unironically scientific to a point. I know it was literally my job. It is what I did when I was in the FGC. To the point that I was hired to do it for things like fucking League of Legends. Ironically enough, I became an assistant and then a head coach and then a competitive player, playing in the leagues to become an academy player, and then didn't debut because I decided, you know what, I'd like to continue with my education, and also I would like to continue sleeping with my girlfriend, and I can't do that if I'm at competitions. I value this relationship more than that, and that was a bust anyways. But this ties back to the same factor, because the idea there is that in order for people to understand this, they need to be a part of this. And ironically enough, all of this works except when you start talking about the stereotypes about race specific to culture. Because the way that black people view, ironically enough, when I say black, I don't mean those who are ethnically black or genetically black. Culturally
politically black.
The kind of people that say, you cannot talk about this because you're not actually one of us. Which, ironically enough, is full...
That
ironically explains all of Signifier.
Yeah, I laugh at those people. I'm just like, well, you're talking in my language, so if you're not English, you should stop speaking my language and make your own
True! But, when they invoke that kind of language and they say you don't get it, so you know how you're gonna need to understand black people? We need to get another black male who exemplifies the trope, because foreign man in a foreign land exemplifies the Mandingo trope, as you can clearly see with him on the screen, comparative to Signifier. It is very clear why he's here.
Yeah, but it's like funny you mention that, Carl. It's like with me being an Englishman, I know so much about the United States that people think I'm American if I'm doing this through text chat. I actually think that because I know so much about it. They're like, "Oh, what do you do? Well, why don't you know your place, you fucking yank?" And I'm like, "I'm fucking English." Just saying that drops the ball. They're like, "Oh, they can't say anything to me."
Yes,
I've just destroyed the narrative.
I don't know if there's a word for this. I'm pretty sure if there is, Aydin will tell me what it is. But it's the idea of taking away that level of the expectation that you're playing from a home court advantage, and therefore, you're going to know things that they don't. And the problem with it is that when you speak from the position of, well, you couldn't know, you're just so uneducated about my way of being, it gives the impression that you are so isolationist to a degree and point that you believe that you're invisible, and thus you need to have other people who represent you to speak on the thing you use. And I can understand why a person would say, no, I'm not going to accept the opinion from a non-black person talking about issues happening in my life because you're not going to get it. Like the idea of how people that are ethnically, culturally black have a distrust of governments and power. I shouldn't need to explain why that is, but then you get to the medical side.
Well, I know full well.
I know.
I know
yes,
full
you know.
well
You know.
why, and
some people don't think
yeah,
about
I know
it.
full well.
And when I say some people, I'm talking about normies that are not politically jacked into everything. But
no, for sure.
there's that factor, but then you think of the medical factor, and it's like, well, I don't trust you to tell me what I'm putting in my own body, because how do I know that you're not lying to me? How do I know that you're not just doing it so that you can make a sale? So, like, there's so many women that are, for example, chemically pregnant because when they were just children, when they were teenagers, they were given birth control for their fucking acne of all shit. And that's just normal to the point where it's like, what, your daughter's not taking that? You should put them on that immediately. Oh, your son's acting on the school? Did you try putting him on Concerta? Did you try putting him on all of these fucking Schedule 2 pills that if he was taking in any other context would be considered a misdemeanor, if not a felony crime that would put him away for 5 to 20? That kind of shit.
Yeah.
It radiates through everything that is discussed in this matter. And it's very fucking weird, to me, at least, that when a person says, we need to talk about how we're objectified, that the way that he introduces that is, ironically enough, meeting a person over Breadtube on fucking Reddit, that you say, in order to understand us as black people, you need to hear the opinion of a lockstep black man that is the exemplification of the very stereotype that we don't want you to use, but I want you to understand that he's a very successful black man, and he gets around.
No, but Carl, what's funny with you saying that is that I know how many people across the pond think, to the point where like I could almost cover myself or almost act like a chameleon in a sense online to people that they think I actually am from there. That's the ironic trick, is that this was something I don't think a lot of leftists understand. Us boys on the right, or those who are, let's say, very much in the know about this stuff, they can effectively pretend to the point where we're actually that convincing that you buy it. Like, look at what's that fake account? Was it Tatiana McGrath?
Mm-hmm.
No, people didn't realize that was an entire joke.
Mm-hmm.
People believed it because of how genuine one-to-one it was of how retarded feminists are.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people don't understand. And it's like these people, at the same time, will complain about such objectification or such mockery, but I'm just like, the reason they're doing this is if they can perfectly mimic you, then that proves how utterly predictable you are, and therefore I can brand you as an NPC.
Yeah, and then they put the angry eyebrows on, and they're like, I'm not an NPC. It's not me.
But yeah, but like, if you don't want to be branded an NPC, then don't give me the ammunition to regard you as such. Like, that's the ironic thing. If you don't want to be shot, here's a tip: don't give your opposition all the bullets they need to turn you into bloody Swiss cheese.
Yeah, just don't give the ammo that they need. It's what I tell people who like whine about racism and like quote unquote Nazis. It's like, don't give these people ammo or power over you.
Yeah. You complain. Yeah. I mean, that word as well, I laugh at. I was like, motherfuckers don't even know what that word fucking means. I'm like, yeah, I do. I was like, oh, really? Could you please give me a very simple definition of it? Don't have to be exact. Just give me a simple definition. And they always give me the 2014.
Yeah, they always extrapolate. You're right. They're always extrapolate through context, because that's when they first hear it and go, okay, I already know what it means because I feel positive about what I think it means. Haha.
Especially if their opinion is given back to them by people that will agree with their original bias. And then when they hear,
because a lot of people,
hive mind.
And then when they hear that opinion, when they hear that opinion come from somebody who's supposed to be of their kind but does not think the same, it's a complete culture shock to the point that they will say "coon" so goddamn fast.
Yeah, they'll easily call you a coon and like not woke or slept.
Yeah, but then they'll say they'll basically regard you as basically like Carlton in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh god!
I never got called a Carlton. I got called Uncle Ruckus one time.
I've been called both.
Oh, no. But
hey, this is cool, right? You like Carlton? You like? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but like the reason I use Carlton is that it was very clearly pointed out in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which is a fabulous, social commentary show about only the shit that Black Americans do put up with, but also the inherent prejudice that Black Americans have that they will not be honest about. There's plenty of examples of this. Like, prime example from an episode I saw quite recently was what's it called? One of the aunties is apparently getting married, and they see this very well dressed, attractive black man come through, and then invites welcome him in because he's a highly attractive black man. But it turns out it's a white guy. No, they're shock and awe about it because of the fact it's a white man.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only ones in an uproar about it. If you notice, all the males are like, well, this is your show, ladies. Kind of seems like you fucked up with your preconceived notions about who you thought was going to walk through the door, because you thought something for you was going to walk through the door, and they always be creeping, looking to go, I can take this man, though. All I got to do, she done all the work for me. All I got to do is creep in and just say good things, and he's going to be like, oh, you're just like her. I'd rather be with you. But then they see a white guy, and they're like, oh shit, can't touch the Jew money. Sorry.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing that makes me laugh. It's like people who bitch about it the most are always the most guilty of it. Which is why I get to a point where, like, I could just stand there, wait for someone to say something, and I could just almost guarantee the person is extremely guilty of it. In which case, I could just shut them down and be like, "Shut up! Just kindly pipe down with that." Just kindly pipe down.
I think I know exactly what episode you're talking about. And when I saw that episode with my family, I was like, God damn it. Poor guy's in a goddamn pressure cooker, right? Everybody's looking and mincing over him. But the thing is like, I hate that situation where you're in a group, ethnic opposite to you, and it's always a matter of time. It's like a ticking time bomb that you can't defuse when they're going to ask you something blatantly inappropriate about your ethnicity. And it's like, I call it the white question. And then,
that's funny.
Thank you.
Everyone's got it. Everyone's got an ethnic question.
No. But like for me, it's funny you mentioned that. It's like with me, when people say, "Oh, but you're white," I just turn around and say, "I'm fucking English."
Right.
Like, they don't have a response to that. It's like, "Oh, but you're white." I was like, "No, I'm fucking English. Do you not know what an ethnicity is, or do I have to explain it to you?"
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm Black, white, and Native American, right? So when I was working at Oliver, everybody was, wait, what? Say? What
Proper
happened?
mutt.
You're a proper mutt.
You're like me. You're racially mixed in all the right ways.
But everybody just looks and is like, okay, we won't acknowledge him by anything that he says, but we got to figure out what the fuck he is. So when I was speaking Spanish, I brought my competency level in 6 years up enough to take phone calls, to fill orders. So then everybody would come in and start, like, all of the old Mexican people would come in and go, oh, you Mexican? Like, and I just start speaking Spanish, and they just put up a wall. And then I'm like, oh, shit, I know what this is. And they're like, oh, tu Cubano? I'm like, yeah, I got some Cuban in my background. Oh, sorry, I thought you were Mexican. Well, thank you. You got your jab out and open, but I knew it was coming. So I feel good about your racism for once. There you go.
There's also the time.
I laugh at it when people try and accuse me of white supremacy or like white national, especially the white nationalism card. I always laugh at. I was like, oh, really? So tell me, where is this country white inspective? Could you please point it out to me on an atlas, please? Show me where this country is.
It's like, please, why are all of the bad people just away? It's like, oh, all the bad Mexicans, are they in Mexico? No, I mean, they're here, but I mean, like, they don't come here because we keep them out for you. What? but
but that's the shit that always makes me laugh is when people say, oh, you're not black because you hold something that's not quote unquote culturally acceptable. And I'm just like, wow, okay, then fair enough then. So therefore, is it okay for you because you're acting like a dumb, ignorant idiot whose dad's never around, whose mother's just an obnoxious fucking bitch? Is it okay for me to brand you an N-word then because you would fit the description?
Right. It's like for me, I remember one guy. He was what was it? His name was Carrillo, and I was waiting on him. I was like, he's like, you come out, you help me fix my car, and I'm like, yeah, I got you. Well, what problem? No problems. Let's go out. And I was like, okay, see, battery's messed up. That you're gonna need this. No, it's fine. I fixed myself. And then he sends me back in like a little kid. Comes back in, tells my manager that I was treating him disrespectfully. And I said, well, first thing I said to him, Mr. Edgar, was mucho gusto en verte, which means it is good to see you again. And he just sneered at me. And then I said, so what is the actual problem? And I just stared at him. I'm like, you're not going to tell me? You're not going to... Come on, say it. I know you speak English, bastard. And he's like, I don't like the way you speak Spanish. You speak Spanish like black nigger. I'm like, oh, I'm a nigger? What is it?
You know, that's just like I wish I was there because I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But it was like I was holding him. He was just trying to come up with a different word, and I was like, "Say the word." I know, and then I got bombarded with it. I was like, "Oh, this is good." He went hard on, and I just shook my head. I couldn't say it. I shook my head. Hard on.
I don't like.
Like that's the thing, though. It's like that word itself. Like, there's plenty of people I've come across who would fit the branding such a term, but I won't use it ever. Even if they're egging me on to do it, I just won't do it because it gives them that power just to fucking try.
The thing is, it depowers them because they are saying, "You better not say that word." Ha! I got you. So it's just about getting desensitized to the word and understanding. You never present it in a negative context unless you only say it to juke them because they can't say that word back to you.
No, but like what I'm saying is that like I don't do it because I'm sensitive to it. It's more that the social connotations to the word.
They're not worthy. They're not worthy of it. That's what makes it different. They're not worthy of it. So we invent a new word to describe them. Also, can we just focus on the fact this man actually said, "I don't like the way you say my language." Oh, what is that?
I remember some guy from who's half Mexican tried giving me shit, trying to accuse me as being a white nationalist. And I remember I said a specific line in Spanish which really riled him up because ultimately I'm English tongue, and he got so mad at what I said to him he couldn't come back with a response. And that line was "Imputa te fima de la mesa este follo, yo medicum puto."
Oh, hit me with it.
He got so mad with that because even though he's Mexican Spanish, like, because the fact I was speaking Spanish, he got really mad.
No, I get what you're saying. Like when I say like they'll like buscando el tenedor. I'm like, okay, you need an arm tenedor. I'm like, tiene ahorita. I'm like, do you have it right now? And I'm like, quizás. And they're like, well. But quizás is a fancy way of just saying maybe. If you say no AutoZone has it. I would say no I. They're like, I was there yesterday, and I'm like, oh fuck, I caught you. I caught too many people who were just looking to juke me. Go, well, I actually do speak English. It was pretty good. But
if you really want to annoy him, just keep saying care. That really annoys him because you're basically just repeating what.
You're acting stupid. You're acting just like a little kid. Just like when a little kid knows that they're hounding him with something and you go, okay. That is exactly how little kids respond. So I don't know how the fuck you knew that, but I only learned about it working there. It was like, those little kids really know how to get their fucking parents. All right, I'm going to be using this.
I know this because I have a coworker who's from Malaga. So I learned specific phrases from him. So if I ever have to deal with a Spaniard, I know full well what to say that will really rile them up, especially because I'm English and very few people in England these days speak a second language.
It's like, I want to get a little southern, honey. You get the good Spanish because we get the Mexican Spanish. It's terrible. Even one of my most foremost racist ex-roommates would refer to it as taco talk, and his last name was Marino. He's like,
like Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer Lopez.
I remember one guy. He's just looking at me. He's like, "Why you have bad customer service? Tú always siempre bad customer service." He was trying to just really come down on me. I was really hurt, and I was just like, "Oh, I don't hear you, sir. You know what that means?" And then he said, "I'm gonna get your manager." He brings him over. He was in a fury, and I'm like, "Where the fuck these people be coming from at me?" And then I was just like, I waited for it, and I was just like, I'm gonna hit him with something. This is my old chestnut, and he's just like, "Okay, you tell him he's back, that he does not wait on people." And he meant Mexican people. And then I looked at him, I was like, "Why don't you tell me, senor?" And then he started talking. I said, da 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 da, no one cares.
That's brilliant.
And then I was like, fuck, I just destroyed everything. So I got on my little fucking European, my little hipster bike, bike Darpender, and I was just like walking right out, and nobody said a thing to me. And then I came back to work the next day, and nobody said a thing to me, and I was just like, okay. Saw one of the big waves.
But that's the thing, though, is that like, especially when you're talking about those of different tongue, if you know what they're saying, even though you're not of that ethnic group, if you know full well what you're saying and you respond to them in that tongue, they fucking hate it with a passion.
Oh yes.
They fucking hate it with a passion, which is why, like, I always say to people, if I could get if I could have one wish in my life, it would be to be the ultimate linguist in languages, so I can speak and communicate.
You want to be
in written language, and like I would piss off. It would be so funny just to go on a train or on a bus, especially one of those metropolitan cities, you know, like London, New York, or whatnot, right? And just listen to the people, just know full well what they're saying in their native tongue, and I can tell if they're slagging me off. I can just turn around to them, respond to them in their native tongue, and just see the look on their faces.
That is the best fucking moment, dude. I've had precious few of them when I worked at that shithole AutoZone. But anyway, off that, but that is the moment where you just turn and look, and they're like, shit, he knows what we're saying. God damn, everybody play. Protocol 6, Gold Purple.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it's exactly. It happens so many times. It is probably the worst part of having places that are melting pots of language, and you have people that will play the game of, no, I need to get one over on you. I need to put my arm between you and me, and the way I'm going to do that is through the culture of my language. And when you remove the barrier by saying, hey, that's all, I speak your language too, bro. The immediate second is like, no, danger, stop, no, please. And it's even more dangerous in food service, because the most common reason people do that is they don't want you to know that they're talking shit about you. The most obvious stereotype is like, oh, a Spanish person, he called it a puto. And they said, no, that means beautiful flower. I'm like, oh, I see. Abate mi huevos.
Yeah.
You just walk away and it's like, did this bitch just call me a fat cow? Yes, cállate tu vaca. Ah.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though. Like, if you know what they're saying, though, that you just destroy their power. Because that's like an illusionary power that they hold.
Mm-hmm.
They hold dear, which if you can see right through it, like a shadow point type of deal, you effectively destroy them. Then they can't really try and pull that shit on you.
And
the worst part about the drive-thru is just like, okay, besides the people, but just the variety of just fucktards that'll fuck with you. I remember not so recently worked at a Taco Bell KFC, and forgot just like the waves
combination Taco Bell and KFC.
It was a choice.
That sounds like hell.
All that
the Mega Neko combination Taco Bell KFC, where all the women are dummy thick, have big rimmed glasses, and their titties spill out of their fucking uniform.
No, everyone's so. Why is everyone so mean to me? Proceeds to.
No, but that's the thing, though. It's like that's the thing as well. And also, I noticed living in a very.
Come in and say, "Oh, this is a Taco Bell KFC." Yes. Can I order from both? And I'm like, "You're fucking putting me on, you cocksucker." But okay, go ahead. You can order from both.
But going back to the whole language thing, because I live in a what you would call what you Americans call a college town. I live in like a very, very well-known college town, and the thing is, so I'm used to hearing multiple different languages throughout my entire life. I'm so freaking used to it. Like, I go walk down the street and guess like how many languages is being spoken. Yeah, I mean, it's not even funny.
Are there like individual restaurants with their own little pockets of like ethnicities, like over here?
Not quite to that. It's not quite as segregated as that, but we have like so much like when it comes to food. Jesus fucking Christ! Like one street in the city center, you have like a McDonald's like here. Oh, I'm gonna do a visual. So imagine you start on the end of the street. You see McDonald's to your left. You see a fucking like an Italian like fucking like coffee shop here, and then just behind it you see a Starbucks, and then next to this you see a fucking Korean shit, wasabi, like Korean, like Japanese, East Asian food, right? And then further down you got like a Leon, and then a little bit further down you have your fucking KFC, and then opposite that you have a Burger King, and then even further down they started bringing more American shit in. Like, we have fucking Wendy's now in my city. Hell, there's gonna open up a
Bro, Wendy's is delicious. You should try it.
Okay, I gotta say, Wendy's the shit. It's the shit to work at. If you work the grill, you do the SpongeBob thing. It is so easy because there's just so much state-of-the-art fucking equipment. I remember I interviewed at a McDonald's. I was like, okay, let's see if I can make the cut and just fucking sandbag this shit because I don't want to work here, but I need a job. I'm gonna try it. So, and they were like, okay, so you work with the fryers, and I was like, well, show me your fryers. I'm looking around. I'm like, yeah, the Wendy's ones are way better. All I got to do is pull this, drop that, all the fries, hit this button, and it circulates and it filters. You reflood it. It's filled.
Is that why the fries are so good now? Like they're extra crispy now. And they're really hot.
It might be just equipment. Equipment does play a big role. Yeah, the equipment does play a big role in the kitchen. Yeah, but like I said, it's quite recent.
The spinach scare where everybody was like, I want to say a month earlier, my manager Fonda comes in. She said, "Okay, guys, well, like, we ain't supposed to serve no spinach." I'm like, "All right, we ain't serving spinach." She's like, "You don't want to know why?" I'm like, "Fuck no, there's like some corporate shit going. You all quiet? No, y'all, we lay low about this, guys, because they're gonna come." And then what was it on the news? There was the scare. No spinach. Everybody's dying from spinach. And I was like, we move real fucking quick. How the fuck do we know this before people started dying? This is some bullshit right here. Could have told them, but I was there.
There's always shit like that, but that's the thing. There's like, you have all this like quote unquote diversity aspects, and for me, I'm just like, yeah, the food aspect, yeah, that's cool and all, but like what I do know is being in England is that we get a lot more the domesticated stuff. Like I do know with like McDonald's, for instance, the food that's made in England and pretty much all of Europe is a significantly higher quality than what you have over across the pond, and I do feel quite sorry for you.
Yeah.
But I heard English food looks bad and does not taste very good.
No. What I'm saying is that like there's certain aspects, like there's certain like products in chemicals which are banned over here, which are not over there.
I bet you guys have real good quality bacon. Shit bacon is served. And I was like, this ain't bacon. It caramelizes itself. What the fuck is this? I ain't having no more bacon there. I feel
No, like when like if you have like proper bacon, like because generally I see you have strips, whereas we mainly use rations. No, that's the proper good stuff. Because generally when you have the strip, those strip things, it tends to be really shit quality meat.
Yes.
Whereas with the rashers, you get the good meat, and you could slice off the fat off it. Especially if it's back rasher, just cut off that thin bit of meat on the edge, and you can enjoy a nice bit of bacon.
I don't mean to cut off the food conversation.
Got no good curry houses here, man.
I don't mean to cut off the food conversation, but we got to get back to it though, because we still have to catch back up to where we were before. It's okay.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Well, it's not okay, but it will be okay. We'll make it okay. All right, so we knocked those two things out of the park. I don't think there was any. Well, actually, no. There was maybe one more thing here that he says in 5 minutes in, but we got to speed through this.
The thing that makes him special is that among other left-leaning men on this platform, he stands out as one of the most traditionally masculine presenting. He's from traditionally.
But bringing us back to the point in point two here, this is a thing that I have a problem with. I need you to understand about my culture and my topics. So what I'm going to do is present to you a man who hits all the stereotypes that I don't want you to pay attention to. But I'm going to bring attention to them so that you know that his opinion is the correct one.
Conservative Caribbean. In his words, he's a big black man with a beard. He's newly engaged.
I'm gonna play that next part. I'm gonna play that last part again. I want you to hear it. He says with his own words.
That, women in my position get worse stuff, but I couldn't help feel this one was unique on some levels because it reminded me of an experience that foreign man in a foreign land went through a little while back. If you watch my channel, it's likely that you're at least somewhat aware of foreign man in a foreign land. He and I met on the Breadtube Reddit boards a few years ago as middling small channels. We immediately jailed and have been crossing over ever since. One thing that makes him special is that among other left-leaning men on this platform, he stands out as one of the most traditionally masculine presenting. He's from the traditionally conservative Caribbean. In his words, he's a big black man with a beard. He's newly engaged. He even practices Brazilian jiu-jitsu, so he can whoop your ass. But
so he's hot, he's intelligent, he's foreign, he's very much a big black man, and he's getting pussy. So that means you can't say that he's an incel.
Well, here's the thing that makes me laugh about the term incel, right?
Beta male moves.
You would have thought that people would have gone away from the classic fucking school teenage fucking virgin argument.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
well, I was gonna say, I think the whole virgin term fell off because, a lot of people started countering that.
it's like, yeah, I'm a virgin, but you have so many sexual diseases and you have so many emotional damage issues because of all the men and women that you were having sex with. So who lost?
Oh, I would have. Well, at that point, you might as well just regard them as a glorified blow-up doll. But that's just me.
I like to call them. I like
the fact that circumcised clit, but all right.
I like to call them thought pockets.
That's a good way to put it. I would just call them. I would just call them smash and run chicks.
The new word. The new word that gets used now is finish line girls. Because if good guys,
I would say. Speaking of that, Carl, Carl, you can use this, and anyone else can use this joke as well. I give you permission. Any ladies out there, if you want to have great sex, find a man who is amazing at Mortal Kombat because they're used to finishing their opposition.
But you gotta try and get used to every new shit they bring up next year.
And then he like breaks her spine in two.
Listen, there are some women who are into that. In fact, they demand it. They want a big man to pick them up and fuck them and treat them like a piece of cardboard.
Stop calling me out, Carl.
Never.
Look. I get it. A lot of ladies today, especially in the Western world, are so used to men who are quite not submissive, but they don't want to push the envelope. They're quite malleable, yeah, and a bit emasculated, to use a phrase. And then when what they really want, ironically enough, they want someone to effectively, to use a loaded term, put them in their place. Because you get the cravings of the opposition.
Well, I actually like putting men in their place, even if they're bigger than me. So
that's because
you.
That's because you. That's because you. No. That's because you are a service bottom. But what she's actually describing is true.
What kind of bottom you're talking to? It depends what kind of bottom you're referring to.
Considering she's a service bottom, it means she's
place is really someone stepping to you, and you got to say, "Whoa."
Considering
that she's continuity before, let's get back to that.
Look. There's sometimes a man just wants to lie down on his back and let the lady take control. Sometimes, okay?
Or just do the work.
And sometimes the woman wants to lick like a lollipop because she's in a competition with herself and she's trying to get past 51 strokes. However, the thing that Saffronet's talking about is this concept that I don't know if there's a proper word for it either, but I do know there's a word to describe it when it comes to things like the cosplay privileges of having a scary dog. What most women want is they want a malleable, controllable, big, scary dog that has golden retriever energy. They want a golden retriever boyfriend that can transform into a werewolf. Which is to say, he transforms into a outward threat.
I get
to everybody.
it. No. I know what you're talking about.
Is that why the himbo thing has gotten popular?
Yes. No, hold on, Muscles. I know exactly what Carl's talking about, and I can explain for both sides. A stereotype of both sides. Women want a bad guy to only be good to them, whereas some men out there want a good girl who's only bad to them.
Correct.
That is the paradox. That's the paradox in question, and it makes sense.
The duality of man.
It does, and now Aydin, I know full well, perhaps knows exactly where I'm going with this. There is a evolutionary psychological element to this, as in the man who is willing to kill without question is an ideal mate. Because if he's willing to kill, that's ideal. Because if you end up having babies with this man, he's not only going to protect you, but also the offspring.
Would you say he's a Rock Samson archetype, like sweetest murder scene? Rock Samson.
No, but what I'm saying is like there is a distinct reason why so-called murderers are highly attractive to women, because they do the most shocking and the most nastiest things without question.
It's that I noticed that subtext though. They really see it, and they're like, you see that? I can do that to you, and they're like, ooh, but you wouldn't. Well, no, sweetie, of course not. And then they're like,
that's how you get victim number 6.
No, but what I'm saying is that like from a psychological evolutionary standpoint, that is a desirable trait when it comes to wanting to procreate, because if you know full well the man will kill without question, that is desirable in the sense of danger. Because I mean, Aydin obviously is the lady here, and so is Saffron here, I believe, unless I'm grossly mistaken. Please forgive me.
I am a lady. I have vagina.
Yeah. Okay. Like, but that, like, from a psychological,
That's all you need to get in with the good feminine, right?
potentially to settle down with. You're gonna want the man that if danger comes at your doorstep, you know full well that he is willing to fight. Like, and this is what is proved, and this is well true in the dating world, where like a lot of Western women are quite tired of a lot of Western men because they've been brought up by women to effectively become defected women, ironically enough, and they fucking despise them, repulse them, and they go for, let's say, a foreign man from a more so-called patriarchal nation, and they freaking crave it so badly because ultimately they want the opposite of what they ultimately created.
Yes,
which is the exact same reason.
No, these guys don't do anything for me. I gotta go to Africa.
This is the dark side of the enjoying of the opposite, because this is a social problem that has been created by how women have effectively created a gynocentric culture, not by the ways that you would usually think it to be, where it's, yes, we're women, we are a matriarchy, we must gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss our way to victory. They've done all that, but what they did is they took the common man and they put them in the position of power, and then they castrate and constantly belittle, henpeck, and downput the common man, while blaming the patriarchal high-tier man for all the social issues and woes, but then immediately look to them as the potential mates because, you know what? He's done.
Because that's what they want.
Because I want to pick some. Hold on. Or he's bad, and I want to make him worse, because he'll be mine.
What they don't understand is when someone comes, just like Emperor is talking about, when somebody comes in, they're like, like them, but just a little stupider. They think that, he's going to protect his woman. No, he's saying, bitch, why the fuck you coming at my stuff? This belongs to me. That thing belongs to me. That's not a thing. That's something I don't have to protect, but I keep it from you. And I'm pissed off because this is a variable I didn't see coming today. But I fucking prepared for it. And that's when that guy gets juked down to the ground. And then he's like, okay, honey, you're not going to talk about this, are you? Of course not. You did your job. That's right, you dummy. And that's it.
Yeah. But going off that point as well, it's like there's a distinct reason why so many Western men are not dating Western women. They're going to East Asia and Southeast Asia to find women because they are far more naturally feminine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ironic paradox.
They're like, this is what I am. Don't try to take it or change it.
I wouldn't say that it's because they're more naturally feminine. It's because they haven't gotten the societal teachings that have made them into women trying to compete with men on their masculinity.
Exactly.
And also, they have much more respect for the consequences and the requirements those men have to be men in society, both in their society and in the adopted melting pot society of the first world, at least in the West.
Exactly.
Emperor, can I turn you on to a turn?
You could try, yeah, but I do have another point to add on that.
Okay. Olympiadic thinking. All I have to do is do it once, gold, and then once I'm on the pedestal, that's where I am in perpetuity. So I don't have to do anything. I just coast off of this one gold medal. But I got it, right? You guys, I'm wearing the medal. Oh, listen.
The pedestal.
You gotta go to
the
pedestal thing.
Very much the idea of I still beat though. It's like what other people want you. Still beat though. Still got his kid. He's still paying me.
But like, there is aspect as well. But also, here's another ironic thing as well, is that when it comes to women of, let's say, East Asia, Southeast Asia, they were even asked on this. They were even polled on this. They actually do find Western men far more attractive than, let's say, men of their native country, because, ironically enough, those countries as well have a similar problem with men being very emasculated. Women don't find them attractive whatsoever, unless they're obviously super top tier, or as has been coined by feminists, golden cock syndrome. And before you try to come after me. Yeah, that's
I have
literally
not
what
heard
they
of
called it.
this.
He's turning me on today. Yeah.
No, if you literally Google the term "golden cock syndrome," this is pushed by feminists. Why they like feminist types? Why they complain about the super top tier of men have such a wide range of women to pick from? It's like that's literally why they call it golden cock, because they got this golden cock, to use the phrase as a metaphor, that all the women want, but the men know that they want it, so they can pick and choose and be absolute bastards to them, so they pick one that they like. Which is why, ironically enough, whereas like with going back to East Asian women, they like the Western men because they still have that element of old-fashioned masculinity about them, which a lot of men in East Asia have lost, even more so than I say what you see in Western men. But that's why they find them actually more attractive, because quite often a lot of the East Asian men will not speak out when need to, whereas like it's very common, let's say, especially more so especially in the Anglosphere and in a few other countries, it's very common for them to come to conflict when someone disrespects them. Because I noticed as well, like when I was chatting with like women from the Netherlands, for instance, right? When I asked them what was the main difference that they noticed between those men from Britain and men from the Netherlands, this is what they said. Men from the Netherlands are quote unquote more kind or nicer, as they put it.
Oh, okay.
But British men are much more aggressive. So,
really?
And but this is what they said, right? If they wanted to like just hang out and just have, let's say, party, they're more likely to want to be with, let's say, men of their nation. However, if shit's about to go down, they much rather prefer the British men. And they obviously, and that's one of those things that, but that's one of the things that, especially, I've spoken with women and even men who are from different countries, they pick up on these terms. Like, I remember chatting with a lady who's from Germany, right? One of the things she spotted straight away, as soon as she come to England, was people had a lot more manners in England than they do in Germany.
Well, they're all fucking condescending and shit. I waited on a bunch of German customers. But
that's the thing though. But like, she was shocked at like the sheer difference of it. It's like people happily say thank you, just getting off the bus. They had a bus ride and they got off the bus and said thank you to the driver.
Shit, I would love to do that.
It's one of those, it's like one of those weird culture shocks that she saw.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I'm trying to address the internet issues and figure out what's going on with my connection, because it's starting to flutter.
I'm
starting to flutter
the live stream, and it's like, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm watching the live stream, and I'm like, oh, god damn it, there are all the F's in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
No, but seriously, I get what you're talking about, like just the common courtesy. Because over here, the bus drivers will still, at times, like the COVID thing, it's basically not a thing, but you'll get those uptight people wearing the mask, and the bus drivers will be like, Sweetie, do you have your mask? Oh, yes, I have it in my backpack. And they're just so fucking condescending, no matter how nice you are to them. And it's like, one day I just blew past, and then she didn't ask me about a mask that day when I was getting off. She's like, oh, have a good day, sweetie. Oh, have a good night, actually. I had a good day. I'm going to have a good night. You too. She just looked at me, stared, and then she mouthed, fucking retard. And I was like, I know. That's exactly what you said. But I just got off the bus.
No. That's
yeah,
so
but it was just like, I went out of my way just to like see if she would get that incendiary at some point. Wasn't expecting it, so when I just stared, I just waved, like kind of like, hi, sincerely. All right, bye. I'm getting off the bus, your bus, because you think it's yours. And then you just out, fucking retarded. I was like, ow. And my only confirmation was I looked at a guy that was next to me. He saw, and then he just sort of chuckled and smiled and then pushed past me. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? I think I'm going to follow you home to terrify you. Because I'm black, right? I'm all scary. But that was that's the fucked up instance on the bus at the average. And he's telling me, he's like, people say, all right, have a good day. You have a great day, too. It's like, God damn it. Where is this place that you speak of where you can at least say nice things to people while getting off the bus? America's a shit.
Well, you could come to my country. Well, you could come to my city. That happens generally most of the time. Just that aspect. It's just one of those little cultural aspects that, people who unless you experience it, it's quite shocking for many people.
Well, there's no reciprocation over here. It's like everybody's like the Lost Boys. It's like picks up. I'm Peter Pan. I pick up the silverware. It's like no.
Well. I can think of a term for that. I call it New Yorker syndrome, where everyone's an asshole to each other.
True.
Right, but it's like my dad was telling me about New York one time when I was a kid, and he was like almost scaring me out of it. And I was like, Daddy, I want to go to New York. Why? Because we could go to the baseball game, son. People do a lot of things. They pee in the street and nobody cares. I'm like, why? Because if you say something, they'll just curse at you, and then you're gonna feel bad, and you're gonna leave like you did something wrong by bringing it up to them. They are very
which is why, which is why, like, if I were to come to the United States, I would not go to New York. Just knowing my luck, either I'd be shot, or get shanked or whatnot, or I'm gonna end up causing a freaking mass shooting over there because of how fucking disrespectful people are.
Which come to Houston instead. Come to Texas. People are nice.
Don't worry. I know quite a few people in Texas, and I jokingly said if I ever came to Texas, 3 things are going to happen. 1, I'm going to be so loved and welcome, I'm going to be called an honorable Texan within a month. 2, all the men will get so pissed off because all the women are coming to me because of the fact that I'm English. Therefore, I'm going to get myself shot or basically exiled. Or 3, I'm going to end up creating a cult following that end up making Texas succeed from the United States.
I would see it. I'm like, gotta meet this guy. But it's the subtext is they always look at it. They mince over the opposite ethnicity because I'm like, wait, you're all white, But they're like, no, he's Irish. But nonetheless, they would look at
don't give me that. Trust me. When I hear Americans say that they're Irish, I laugh at them at the head like, you're not fucking Irish. I know what Irish are. You are not fucking Irish. If I were to take you, dump you, and fucking...
All right, boys, we gotta keep pushing.
My brother told me black Irish means that you're black, and I went around telling my friends, like, hey, this is in my background. They're like, you fucking idiot. Don't you know what black Irish is? No. Ha! We're not going to tell you. Jesus Christ. I was so vulnerable, but that's why I know not to ever fucking say that.
Okay.
Go on.
Good points, guys, but we gotta keep it pushing.
Sorry.
All right.
He also plays the piano. He sings. He's an advocate for sexual minorities, even to his own detriment, being from the Caribbean. And he's a very compassionate and empathetic guy underneath the classically masculine. However, to a lot of the world,
we are getting back to where we stopped the last time before. Aydin took
so
over.
far,
his face is hurting my brain, Carl. Let's press on.
That's why we're going in double
so
speed.
far, the way the guy's describing him, he sounds like a top end guy. Not gonna lie.
He's giving them that right now. Which I can understand. You don't want to talk down about some of the people you fucking organize with, but the dick riding is immaculate. He didn't fall out. He didn't fall out once.
That's straight up brown nose. There's dick riding or brown nosing, as we say over here.
Yeah.
But your head ends up so far up his ass, you end up coming out of his mouth.
Just like in that South matters. We know this. We know how police profile black men. We know the ways that financial educational institutions treat black men. Bourne has talked about being pulled over, disregarded, and scrutinized by his college, assumed to get a football scholarship. But it's a recent incident akin to this DM I got that let me know that I want to start off this topic in this video with his story.
What problem do? I never want to wake up to a message. I broke my belly right down. Next time you go to bed, try this. They clean it right now. I want my money back. Right now. I tell him I'll be out there from them. I just want to know why you leaving. And you should have had a screams and ice scrum when he tell me why. $50 a month and he charge extra for dicks. I couldn't even fix my fingers to reply to this young man. Say so. This Patreon. None of my dad say anything about me setting really free. I'm talking about your OnlyFans. Just so he must see don't give me BDs and embalming fluid. Must he sucking off a jitney exhaust? Because that's impossible. I don't have an OnlyFans. Really? Send me the link. I swear this wasn't your regular schmegular OnlyFans. This a race play fetish OnlyFans.
A supposed fan, someone who liked Foreign enough to pay for access to his content, violated Foreign man in a way that isn't maybe unique to black men, but black men are uniquely limited in our ability to process and address these types of violations.
That's right. I remember this.
I mean, I'm sorry, but like, I hate to be that guy here, but if there's a stereotype of me that I'm gonna have a massive dong, and generally women like men with big dongs, it's a good thing. Even though it may, it can potentially become negative, but what's wrong with being stereotyped if it's a good stereotype to have? Like people, like I don't know, being considered honorable or trustworthy. So those are desirable traits you want in a society. Like, people say, oh, this guy, oh, he's trustworthy. That's a good thing to have. If your brand is untrustworthy, oh, no one wants to be branded untrustworthy. Unless you're a despicable human being, of course. But let's continue.
He violated us in a way that isn't unique to us, but that we are uniquely disenfranchised in addressing. which goes along with something that he actually opened the video with, which we sped through, but for everybody else's benefit, I will play it for you.
You're so righteous.
This is also true.
Good Lord, man! Don't mind the eating the book.
Hey there, Carol.
What are you doing here?
Oh, my house burned down, and I need to take a long shower. So where are you off to? Looking so pretty.
I am aware of the effect I have on women. So here is a real DM that I got yesterday morning.
Hey, I am a super huge fan, and I love the Lightwork video you made about Ice Cube. I just have a question. Are you circumcised?
What?
Is this something culturally significant to Black people? Thank you. I love your videos.
Now, I'm
Yeah, circumcised penises. Yeah.
What language so
why don't you ask women's views on uncircumcised dicks?
Who, me?
Most women think that they're weird, but that's because dicks look weird.
Even though they're the natural penis.
Yes, they just look weird. People have been socialized into thinking, hey, circumcision, that's what every guy has, right? And then they see an uncircumcised dick, like, why is all this extra skin? But, bro, dicks just look weird.
I got a little bit of that.
If it was more normalized for us to start taking more image sculpting shots of women's inner walls of the vagina, from the labia majora to the labia minora to the clitoris, and how all of that is meant to be a part of the biomechanics of the human body, to the point that it was normalized to talk about it, we'd be saying the exact same shit. It's like, bro, my girl's vagina is so fucking deep, but it's so fucking narrow on the sides. Like, I'm trying to bump into a fucking motorcycle, kid. I'm trying to drive my car to try and fucking 3-point park. It's fucking weird.
So what you're saying is she had a foot long up there.
Well, technically, if you want to be truthful, the normal female vagina is actually only about 2, 3, 4 inches deep, but when aroused can be able to elongate and accommodate something as large as, if you are a biological mutant, something as large as 10 inches. But it is most comfortable with something that is between 4 to 8. 8 being, I would say, be above average point, considering how many men are actually an average penis size of 5 to 6 inches. Now, of course, this is not Carl, because Carl's Carl, but let's be serious. It's something that is supposed to be normal for us to all to know about, and yet we have so many stigmas in culturally, and also just socially, that, hey, this is something that we should expect most people to be about, to the point that we have fetishes about it. Not just fetishes about black men, which would be blacked, but fetishes about white men, which would be bleached. But
East Asian, East Asian women and all that shit. Basically, I blame porn for a lot of this shit.
Yeah, and all of that is porn. Like,
you literally have a category called blacked.
Like, it is as much porn's fault as it is also solution, because the solution came from the sexual wellness part of that, because you have so many people that work in it that are like, hey, would you guys like to do a study? And they're like, yeah. So they would have these, it's everything from the sounds to the faces of orgasm, where they recorded men and women through the multiple stages of arousal all the way to completion, and they just looked at the faces they make as they go through these elevated points of sexual arousal, to having women that would be willing to donate their bodies to science, in that they let them take sculpted pictures, not just of the men's penises size, but also of the women's vaginal crevices.
Yeah, I think I've seen those.
That you can see the epoxy resin outlay that you would expect to see in a doctor's office of what the canal looks like, and you can be able to see that they all have different shapes, because of course it would. It's something that happens when you're developing, that the same look that you have, it's like, oh, my shit took hers to the right and up 18 degrees. Of course there's going to be an equivalent of that to women. There's so much of it. It's the reason why the trope of one titty is bigger than the other, or one nipple is smaller than the other, is such a common thing. It's because everybody has something like this. It is just as unique as a birthmark, if not being some of the most unique birthmarks you could encounter. And yet it's been I wouldn't say it's been so stigmatized to the point that it's been destigmatized, but it's so unspoken and it's so uncommon to hear that when somebody finally talks about it, it's like, you know what? I didn't actually consider that. And so many people are willing to jump onto it only after that normalization point, where it's like, oh, of course we knew that. It's like, but you didn't care enough not to fucking mention it? Well, you were probably one of those many people who jumped right onto the same shit as everybody else. But now that it's there, you'll talk about it.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's almost like the elephant in the room, but it's not quite to that same level. is that everyone is aware
whale.
of it, but it just takes one person to bring it up, and then you have the almost like avalanche effect afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of, I wouldn't say it's to the same level, but it's a bit like the Emperor has no clothes. What it takes is one person to say you are not wearing any clothes for everyone else to start saying it. It's like that trigger point. Then you have the avalanche afterwards.
Ooh, and then there's that emotional down spiral when you realize everybody was just fucking with it just to have the fuck of it.
Just because they wanted to be part of the group and they didn't want to be targeted.
Well, I wanted to put my input on the like uncut like debate. Like I prefer like uncut at least.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But like I know many women, if they ever saw an uncircumcised dick, they're like, what they act like it's like a birth defect. Because ultimately they're not educated to aware to know that that's actually what the natural penis looks like. It's due to people. You know what I mean?
Like, I can't tell when you're hard if you have foreskin. What is this? Calm down. No, it's weird. I have to get out of here. It's
weird.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's the worst thing is like when someone's like, it's just that initial reaction then where it's like, you know, you're smooching, you're laying back, and you're like, oh fuck, this is happening. Okay,
it's like they discovered an alien.
Yeah, and when they pull down your pants, everything's going great, and then they go, and then they get silent. It's like, oh fuck, like why is this such an issue? It's okay. And it's like the sex is fucked, but let's do it. This is another job. I'm clocking in.
It's a different reaction than what you would have expected from a 90s woman. Would have been like, oh my god, it's so different. But
not fucking mention it.
Like, well, I'm still here.
I mean, if you want the opposite equivalent, it's a bit like back in the day, it wasn't common for women to trim down below.
True.
Nowadays, if you see women with I wouldn't say a crazy amount, but just anything over
a normal amount of mouth.
No, yeah. It meant a lot of people now don't like that, and I kind of laugh at that. Is because, ironic enough, it was the Brazilians that made that thing a trend, and now they expect a lot of women to have basically look like they're the pubescent down there. Even though, like for instance,
I don't like doing that personally.
I wouldn't say
like for me, like
yes.
No, but like for instance, Saffron, you guys gonna laugh at this, right? But I remember when I was seeing somebody, right, and we're getting frisky, and then ultimately she pulls down my pants, and she's gobsmacked that there isn't a big bush staring her in the face. I know that's yeah, damn right I do. And like,
No, I'm saying she's like, oh, you manscaped. That's so weird to me because I didn't think that you would. And it's like, wait. What?
Yeah, but what I mean is, in like to a lot of women out there, that's considered weird. But like for me, I'm just like, look. It gets very hot. It gets very hot down there. And I don't know about you, but I don't personally want to have any hair around anything there's going to be my mouth there. Now, ultimately, I'm not expecting women to be basically completely waxed down below, but you know, it's like a bush. It's like a bush in your garden. If you just trim it up, and it's needed, you're good to go. And I'm not shaming women here. I'm not shaming women because I'm also going to say this to you blokes, like especially you men out there, some of you hairy motherfuckers out there who are basically Wookiees. Like y'all need a fucking buzz. You need to get the fucking trimmers down there, okay?
Well, they're the ones who demand it's like you have to shave.
I'm gonna take you to Home Depot. I'm gonna get you a weed whacker.
There's two things. There's two things because you're very much right, and I get what you're saying, but it's like the problem isn't so much that there are people that have demanded because the word you said was conform, or he said was conform. Yeah. It's not that they're conforming. It's that this is a factor of the marketplace of value expressing its will on the people through the people's will. So a factor of this is that, yes. So the factor of this is that the way that our stock markets work right now are the same way that conversations and society works. The pressure of the market is made by the demand of people, but the markets and what's tracking the values. That's very tilting, by the way. I don't know who's doing that.
It's EP. EP. We can hear everything in the background.
But the value is being tracked not by the people by interacting and bartering and trading the way it would have been during, like, say, the Mediterranean times, but because we have computers that do everything for us, the computers are measuring that value and regurgitating it back into the marketplace, and it is drastically affecting the supply, the demand, and the expectation of supply and demand, future stocks, tradings, and everything else that affects everything else in the marketplace. And this is one of those factors. It is a factor of societal beauty standards that are not necessarily looked to at men and looked at by men, but are dictated to become satisfying by obvious implication by women. And thus, because the women are saying this is better, this is what we want, there would be men that then repeat that and saying, you know what, I agree with them, this is what I want. Or they would say, I don't care about none of that shit. And I can tell you myself, to invoke the black privilege, we don't care about none of that shit. None of that shit. We don't care about none of that shit. None of that shit. We have never fucking cared about none of that shit. We don't care.
I do agree with you saying, Carl, because ultimately there's this aspect of how trends and manipulation of markets, how so many people fall for it. You know, like this is what people don't understand. It's like people talk about seeded preferences versus revealed preferences. It's like going back to the thing. It's like if a woman, ultimately I can't speak for women here, of course, but like any woman who I've interacted with, it comes down, they're going to pull down my pants, and they see, I'm manscaped. It's quite a shock for them because they're generally, for the most part, the ones I've got frisky with, they tend, a lot of the men they dealt with didn't do that.
Yes, it's a bit of a put off because it would be considered something that's more metrosexual.
No, but like what I'm saying is that like in one sense they're a bit like,
yes.
Then at the same time I think, he keeps himself well trimmed down there. He's clearly very hygienic, and there's the element of metrosexuality aspect. But ultimately means it's like, okay, if he's doing that, and then ultimately they end up liking it, and then they're going to end up making that demanding any other men afterwards.
Yes.
To prove that.
Yes, it is something. If the baseline is basically he washes his balls, his hair, and his body with a 3-in-1 body wash that is not descriptively made to be a 3-in-1 body wash, and they encounter a man who understands what the scent tones of a Bed Bath & Beyond normal layout is, to the fact that he has a sunstone bar, he's got Japanese cherry blossom, he's got noir for men in the lotion, in the body shave, the body butter, and also in a beard wash. He actually trims his nails and he puts at least clear nail polish on and not black nail polish to be like a fucking e-boy. If he does what would be considered by a metrosexual standard to be the bare minimum, if they get more than the bare minimum, they will see that and say, you know what? I've encountered different, so now I'm going to demand different. And if they don't like that, well, I'm just going to go back to the thing that I found the first time. Because it is a diamond in the rough in the sensiest way possible. But there's so many that would classify on that level that they focus in on the parts that would be as simple as a suggestion to get a person to do. Maybe you don't need him to get him to trim his balls, but you can buy him some clear nail polish and say, listen, trim your nails and put the nail polish on it, and then I'll think about giving you head after you give me head.
You know, it's funny you mention that, Carl. It reminds me of an old joke from Chris Rock, which how he separates men and women. Some of you may have heard this line before. This is words. Men cannot go backwards sexually. Women cannot go backwards in lifestyle.
Yes.
Can't bloody well do it. And there is plenty of truth with that. Because I mean, don't care. I mean, you could talk about stereotypes between the sexes, but what he says is true. If you're a man, I'm going to speak of the male side. If you're with a woman that does something different and you like it, you're going to want that even more. And ultimately, for the lady's perspective, it is you got to be very careful here. And I'm going to sound like I'm their dad here. Very careful what you introduce in the bedrooms, because if they like it, that's going to be on the menu every single time, regardless. Because ultimately, when men get older, they get all stubborn in their age. Like, I like my coffee like this, I like my steak like this, and I like to intercourse like this. we could say we're very simple, but if we like something, that's it. What's that, honey? Or what's that? What's that? My missus has changed it up and she's wearing high heels in bed. I like it. Sorry, dear. You're now wearing high heels every single time we're getting frisky.
It's something that I would say the solution to that was just to be open and spontaneous and be receiving to whatever your partner and or partners or the person that you're sexually engaging with in this scenario is open to doing. Because men will take whatever you give us as long as you work with something, but that does not mean we'll take absolute trash. So the meme of men are not going to accept trash head from even men and women is true all the time. Like, bitch, I know how to suck my own dick. I know that you're not trying. You need to add some more tongue. There are some women that will have the standard that I should only have to do the bare minimum because he's a dumb man. He's not going to know the difference, but we do.
I'm pretty and I can get whatever I want.
And the problem...
Trust me, ladies, we know. And to go back to Chris Rock, I did this in a joke once, and there are 3 types of men and women out there. Now, I'm doing this specifically heterosexually, okay? Now, and this goes for both parties, okay? When it comes to these 3 types of men or women, have group number 1, who will not go down ever whatsoever. Those people do exist. Also on the men's side, but some ladies out there, it's true. You have group number 2, who will do the absolute bare minimum, as Carl has spoke about. And you have group 3, who will happily go down regardless.
The sloppiest to toppy. And
the
thing about it is that the reason why there are women that will do the bare minimum is because they believe that they are the prize. Not all, but way too many, to the point that it's prevalent and so common that even people that you think as content creators should know better than to do things like this, they will say things very stupid like, oh, the reason why you're uncomfortable with a person's body count is because you don't like that she's had more sex than you. And it's like, no, that's not the reason why. And with things like blowjobs, it's like, well, he doesn't know the difference. It's just sucking dick. Like, no, it's an art form.
No.
And this is the deeper cutting part to this. The reason why is that the thing that offends men the most isn't a person who is genuinely unknowledgeable and just completely... There's a very specific word I'm looking for here, and it's not obstinate. A person... No. Other word. Other direction. A person who is completely... No, not inexperienced. A much different word. Oblivious. A person who is completely, uniquely oblivious to the point that they are genuinely befuddled, confused, and unaware is going to be forgiven more often than a person who is obstinately and intentionally being deceitful, dishonest, and outright being lazy. And the reason why it insults men just as much as it would insult a woman the other way around in a different scenario, even the same scenario, is that we cannot forgive a person who is obstinately choosing to not understand, not listen, and not put in the effort. Because I know that you're not trying. And I need you to try. Which is why I said the thing I said earlier about the 90s. In the 90s...
Carl, that's a barrier that we want to keep up to keep you out, to keep you at an emotional distance that's comfortable for us.
They can't keep... No, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Because this... Because I've said this before on multiple TikToks. It is extremely weird. I'm going to even record this and I'm going to post it on Twitter as a clip. I'll even put in the theme music for this part. It is extremely weird to me how traditional modern women want modern men to be, to the point that they will try to obfuscate simple shit that we explained to them. And it's the reason why it's so upsetting. Because it is upsetting to me that you are going to play stupid and tell me that you can't do something when I can recognize that you have the capacity, are capable of it.
And you choose,
because if you
choose
were
not to.
Because if you were just completely...
God, stop sandbagging.
Yes, because if you were just oblivious, if you just... if you legitimately... I've never done this. I'm a good girl. On one point, if you say that and you're truly oblivious, I will take you by the small hand, miss, and I will show you what Pound Town looks like. I'll show you where to park it. I'll show you how to drive it. Like I'll show you where to park it. I'll show you how to drive it. I'll show you how to bang this motherfucker up in a 7-star turn, and I will show you how to pump the gas. But if you say to me, "Oh my God, my arms are just too short. I can't do it. It's too hard," I'm gonna kick you so fast out the goddamn bed, even fucking Jazz gonna hear you say, "Oh!" Cause what the fuck what do I need you for? I would rather have a certified. I would rather. Let me finish though. I would rather have a certified 304 than a woman who is too good to touch me, because you're just wasting my time. I could be doing it myself or playing video games. There you go.
It's funny you mention that, Carl. No. It's really funny you mention that, Carl, because I was so-called intimate with a woman who was quite lazy in the bedroom.
Let me guess.
Quite lazy.
I have a term for this. It's dead tuna.
Pillow princess.
But that's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. I've heard of another funny term, as in they were a princess fucked. Yeah, and what made me laugh was that I'm, not to brag myself or big myself up here, but I'm not lazy when it comes to the bedroom.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not lazy in the terms of the bedroom subject, right? It did get to a point where I was getting so annoyed that I effectively regarded this person as effectively a glorified blow-up doll. And considering the fact that they were into some somewhat questionable and some others would call quite nasty stuff, I was just like, fine. Oh, what's that? You prefer me to go in the wrong hole? Okay, cool. Fine. I'll just use you in the wrong hole then. You know, and like it did get annoying because I like a little bit of back and forth. You know, I like a bit of back and forth. You know.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm ultimately, I don't have any issues going down on a woman. Like, you know, at least be reciprocal. You know, I get there's some guys. No, I get there's some guys out there who won't go down on a woman, and as far as I'm concerned, guys,
Hey,
you're fucking lazy.
Yes,
yes, we can now hear.
Were you talking the entire time?
Real quick, I've been talking for like an hour. And...
No, Aydin, I know what's happened. No, Aydin, I know what happened.
No,
you had that weird disconnect thing.
No,
like
you
you're
don't
still in
know.
the room, but you disconnected.
Everybody goes silent.
No, that's not what happened. My computer could no longer pick up that my mic even existed. So I just had to like restart the computer and do a whole bunch of fucking shit and trying to reconnect it. And now it figured it out, but I don't know.
That was happening at the same time. That was happening at the same time as the tech issues. And I'm like, I know for a fact that she's talking because she just sent out this tweet on Twitter that I'm replying to right now with this clip I just made. I'm like, no, something's happening.
I wanted to talk about that fucking. I just thought that I would like whatever I was saying was real fucking boring.
I do apologize. Aydin, I hope you were listening to everything we said there because I'm sure you could interject.
Well, except for the last like 5 minutes because I've been troubleshooting my fucking mic.
That's fine.
Fucking clue why the fuck that happened. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
But going back to my point, now I have encountered women who's had this issue where they've been with a man who won't go down with them. I don't care for those men out there. You're lazy. Fucking step it up. You're fucking lazy. Right. Step it up. On that point, but then when a woman encounters a man who's very happy to go down on them, kind of like with the same thing I was saying with men, they want that every single time. And that's the issue where, like, dangers of expectation. Like, when you have something that's above what you've had before, you're going to want that every single time. And it's like that. It's not just that when it comes to the bedroom. It's like that in anything, whether it be money, like for jobs, or respect, or political, power in the job. It's like that for a car, for a house. It's like that with everything because we're greedy motherfuckers. We're greedy people.
Right.
We always want more, or we want better. Doesn't matter what it is. You may have sticky on now, but give it 6 months or a year's time. There's gonna be something new coming along, and you're gonna want that.
Well, it's the pleasure button in your brain, right? Like, are you aware of the experiment where they put electrodes they literally insert an electrode into the brains of rats, and then they had a button that the rats could push, and when they pushed the button,
I was just thinking of the Big Bang Theory.
it would stimulate, would send electrical signals into the part of the brain that the electrode was connected to, which is the pleasure center. And so the rats eventually just end up sitting there and they just push the button. They stopped doing everything else. It's much like the Rat Utopia experiment, but a little bit different. They stopped they stopped having sex. They stopped grooming themselves. They stopped eating. They stopped sleeping just to sit there and press that pleasure button all goddamn day, basically till they die. And that's
they basically become
line
full-on
goes up.
coomers.
Yes, they became coomers.
Yeah, but which is dangerous. But that goes back to my point, though. It's like, none of you could go into personal sex stories here. Like, you had something where, for the man's experience, ladies, you know your version of this. For a man, where a woman turns their penis into, to use this phrase, civil rights hose. When you experience that for the first time, like, that is a crazy ass feeling. That's a crazy ass feeling to go through.
Civil rights hose.
Civil.
Again, I'm quoting Chris Rock. He used the phrase, and it's quite funny when you use it in that context. But when you're turned into a fire hydrant, like, once you experience that, there's no going back. There is no going back. When ladies experience the big O, there's no going back. There's no going back.
I'm trying to mentally put this into a framework that I can understand this word, because I feel like because when you say civil rights hose, what I was thinking of was the idea of...
It's a literal civil rights hose. Okay, to put it this way.
I get what you mean now. But what my brain went to was like, are they saying like they can't have sex with them unless they're willing to talk about and be a part of social issues? Because there's a bunch of shit like that.
No. What I mean is that, to use, I hate to constantly rip off Chris Rock, but basically, well, to use his term here, ladies, just because he came does not mean you made him come.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
It comes out like ketchup, like drabs of ketchup, dip, 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 dip. But then when it fires out, as in it could take someone's eye out, you know what I mean?
Yes.
That is a level where, like, you're like, oh boy, she really went there. And sometimes, to get into that stage, you have to, sometimes it requires, sometimes talking some nasty shit, or doing some nasty ass shit to get them to that level.
Or just doing some regular shit, too, that he happens
sometimes
to like.
regular. Yeah, sometimes it's regular, but generally with...
I don't know, I just happened to do that by surprise. Like, I was like, I wonder if I do this, and then he's like, oh... And he's like arching off the bed and whatever.
But ladies, like men and ladies who are experiencing these departments know full well when they've done it, because there's certain sounds or certain reactions where you know deep down in the back of your mind, you're like, I got this motherfucker or bitch now, Adam, and then that's it. You just want to keep him there.
I know what you're talking about now.
Well, I sealed the deal.
I mean, like, not to pick myself up again. I have done that with a woman. I have done that with a woman, and let's just say, she needed a new mattress afterwards.
She's like, you know what? I'm gonna call the bank. I'm gonna take out a few loans, and I expect just maybe half. Just you pay it. We will not speak of this, but we will speak of this later in private. But not outwardly. No, discreet. Right, the sheets have to be attended to.
So what Kiz is talking about is that not like you don't nut small, but you nut like the sound of this chorus.
Yeah, or to use a humor version. What happened to Barbie in Scary Movie?
Oh.
And if you know, you know.
Everybody should know. That movie was so fucking old.
Yeah, but then again, people forget. People
only remember was and it's like, stop it, it's old.
But yeah,
but that shit came out of a fucking Budweiser commercial from like '98.
True.
Yeah.
Shit, are you serious? I never knew that. That's fuck the Wayans, man.
How do you not know?
Like, they even aired that shit over in my country. That whole stick.
It's probably because
was like, you can't watch black stuff. Like, we're not black. I'm like, mommy.
Like, the reason why people probably don't know
I will
about
play
it.
the commercial.
Like,
I will find you the commercial on YouTube.
Well, you can post it in the chat if you want, but we don't have to talk about it because the reason why most people probably don't know about it is for the same reason people don't know about the banned German French Sprite commercial of a woman giving a black man head and the explosion of the cap coming. Yes, this is real. Of the explosion of the cap coming off in her mouth as she unscrews it. Yeah, nothing I can show you. The woman is supposed to be pantomiming giving a black man a blowjob, but then as he comes to fruition, the camera shot pulls back and it's actually her deep-throating a bottle of Sprite.
Jeez.
And then at the end of the commercial, she licks her lips like it's semen, and it's like, delicious. It's one of those kind of banned commercials that you wouldn't have seen unless your country let you see it.
Just the 90s were a fucking hilarious time for that shit. If you want to look up raunchy commercials,
true.
I mean, I would say if you want a drink to spray everywhere, 7-Up is your drink because that shit gets because that is the fizziest drink you'll find. That shit, you shake it up enough, you could turn that thing into a champagne bottle. What do you amount of spray you can create with that shit?
Or a teenager who just discovered the Abella Danger section of Pornhub.
Well, by the way, I posted that Budweiser commercial in the non-podcast chat if anyone wants to look it up. But that's where it originally comes from.
Okay. Yes.
Well, we're going to go to the groceries, and we're going to get groceries. And if you want to know what it's like downstairs when you do things right, we got to get a bottle of Sprite. Now, shake it up, real good, keep it going, just like I'm telling you. Twist the cap off without hesitation. You see that spray? That's pretty much happening down there. Just from one bottle.
I mean, if you want to talk about other raunchy commercials, I mean, 90s video game commercials, some of them were really fun.
Oh, yeah, that and the ads in the magazines, of course. Like, I think I saw a Neo Geo ad for a magazine, and there's this lady...
PlayStation ads.
There's this lady standing in like lingerie, and she's like, he couldn't keep his hands off me until he got his Neo Geo arcade machine.
Exactly.
It's not the size of your howitzer; it's how you use it.
There's so many like PlayStation stills of how they were trying to promote the game system that are all like that. Like there was once a fucking lo-fi music channel that was actually just playing those as the background image, but let's try and move forward with this.
Don't wait. I got another commercial, Dan. We could check out later. You're gonna laugh at this one, the Conker's Bad Fur Day one.
If we have time for bonus meme. I'm thinking everybody know about Conker's Bad Fur Day one.
Getting that game when they were kids, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, Rare was wild.
If you want a game to show how fucking wild that time period was, that's the game in question. And I would love there to be a sequel, but Rare will not make it because. If you try to make one today, you would have to make it far more raunchy than the fucking South Park games. Also, Rare won't do that because they're owned by Microsoft. They haven't done anything good since Microsoft brought them. So either Microsoft makes use of them, or Nintendo buys them back and make Rare great again. Yes, I did make a Donald Trump joke there. Because Rare back in the 90s was amazing. Rare was amazing back in the 90s. GoldenEye, Killer Instinct, Donkey Kong Country. Fucking,
fuck yeah.
What was there? Perfect Dark. What other games did Rare make?
Donkey Kong Racing. Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, Jet Force Gemini. Banjo-Tooie, exactly. Conker's Bad Fur Day. There's another one I know I'm missing from the 90s. What the fuck was it called? 90s Rare was so damn good. Like, no, a company is good when arguably they make better titles than Nintendo did for their home consoles.
And then Shigeru Miyamoto got mad. He's like, no, you can't make pre-rendered Donkey Kong and make it look good. You can't. It's not a good game just because it looks good. Part of
that was wild because the majority of the staff was UK.
I was like, what the hell y'all doing, Nintendo? Why are you talking like we that's ours? That's our phrase. You can't use Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. It's like that's the funny thing though. It's like you have this, you know what I mean? Like especially commercials back then. Like there were so many funny legendary commercials from the 90s. Like, if you want to talk about a hilarious commercial,
Battle Arena Toshinden 3 or Battle Arena Toshinden, it was Sophia dominatrix outfit. It's like she wears black leather and a whip. Her turn-ons black leather and a whip. Her turn offs you. And I was just like, holy shit. My mom caught me watching it so many times. I was like, nope, gonna go with my best buddy Nathan's house.
It's weird watching like a lot of stuff back in the 90s and like realizing how much BDSM clothing they had for like
if you want to talk about 90s, just watch anything from Animaniacs.
Oh hell yeah! I used to live next door. I used to live next door to a Hanna-Barbera cartoonist. His name was Daryl McNeil. I used to always stutter and call him Mr. McNeely, and he would just say, "Oh, that's fine, kid." But yeah, he would tell me all the stuff. But I would just love he'd say, "Okay, kid, give me a line from Animaniacs," and I would just say recite an encyclopedic, encyclopedic. Yeah, someone else save me on the rebound.
It's either Pete. He was in a complete encyclopedia on these cartoons.
Yeah, and he could tell me literally anything about everything, and he'd draw me space ghost sketches and shit.
Oh yeah, like prime example, right? Perhaps the most famous line in all of Animaniacs. Hello, nurse.
Yes, and fucking like girls at school fucking hated that. I would just say that, and then I would just repeat the line, and they're like, "Are you talking about me?" And one time, no fucking joke, in drama class, like me and some guys were saying that, and they just came out, and she's like, "You guys have been saying inappropriate things about women." And I'm like, "We were reciting cartoons." She's like, "I don't want to hear that from you right now, James." All right, well,
we gotta make this. We gotta make
shit though.
We gotta make
just
this.
That one line was powerful.
We gotta make this last one because we gotta get back to it.
I thought it was funny when I was watching the show. I was like, haha, funny.
We gotta make this the last thing because we gotta get back to it. But the wild thing about that is that Hello Nurse was never meant to be sexual. It was actually the kind of empowering statement that you would end up addressing to people like Bayonetta now. Hello is the sexual part. Nurse is the empowering part. The entire part about the nurse is that she's beautiful in the conventional sense, but she's also intelligent in the unconventional sense, to the point that she's a lot more than just a nurse. She's actually a fucking doctorate, and she is more than just her body type. And in recognizing it, you're actually playing on the words the same way that you could play on the word fingerprints.
Yeah. And then you had the tag-along always denigrating them just for being.
I don't mean
they're saying they're going through their adventures. Yeah.
I don't mean to go on tangent, but like I remember I never saw the Minerva Mate when it was on TV, but then I ended up watching the shorts later online, and I was just like, her character is genius. It's like the opposite of the male characters that gawk at women, and she has the male characters gawk at her, but when she sees the handsome man, she starts gawking at him and like having hard eyes and acting all goofy. Like that's a good inverse of that.
Well, yeah, but she's constantly like slapping it down, and that's the thing about a lot of those old like classic cartoons. Is like they constantly slap down the man who was basically being a hound dog. They constantly slapped him down. That's the funny thing about it.
The worst part is she treated her brothers like they were just fucking dudes, just like, man, it's like,
that's brothers. Yeah, but it's like that bit where what's it called? Yakko and Wacko seeing a girl who's about to get into a lake, stripped down. She just spots him and like keeps it like a towel around him, and Dot just comes out with a giant hammer, whacks him with the head, and drags him away. She's like, boys. And literally just cuts to the woman's like, "Can I go get any privacy?" And literally a freaking curtain pops up, and you see her take the towel off and go into the freaking lake. It's obviously like you just see the shadow of it, and it's just like,
it's like, bitch, why are you skin dipping out in the obvious and shit?
I remember seeing a clip saying that like they did it on purpose, like they intentionally made that character very attractive, and like.
No, but a lot of it is like making fun of the stereotypes. Like that's the thing, because like when I've heard the people who worked on the show talk about this, and they used to say that a lot of the jokes they got in, they managed to get through because they had an even more crazy joke that basically the FCC or the Fox
censors
wouldn't allow, and then basically slightly put in more smaller jokes to underneath it. So basically, it's like the big joke was like the Trojan horse, but the small jokes are like the soldiers who go in and cause the trouble.
That's just basic show business techniques, and they do that all the time, especially when it comes to fucking live action shit. Like, if you want a perfect example of that, go back and watch any Dan Schneider show that was ever made for Nickelodeon. even as far back as Zoe 101. It's everywhere. Everywhere.
I mean,
not just the jokes about feet. We gotta get back to it now.
Well, I mean, on the feet.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I was just going to make a joke saying, if you want to talk about people in Hollywood and fee, that's just Quentin Tarantino. But let's move on.
I mean, I have to defend Quentin a little bit. We know he likes feet. Dan likes feet and kids. Like when you're a director and you get Selma Hayek to pour milk in your fucking mouth, I'm sorry, you win. You win!
Strawberries. Don't you mean champagne, not milk?
Milk is too early.
Yeah, but still.
It's Highlander that likes the milk. Get it right.
They ruined Stormfront. I never read the comic, and I was like, Stormfront, a bad bitch. And then they're like, it's a dude. I was like, no! And she has bush.
See, I have to...
What?
There are many things I can say about the Boys show, which, if you listen to the actual opinion of the show writers, they don't care about the fucking comic. They just wanted to make a topical show that is incapable of understanding the difference between using contemporary politics as a backdrop to then have deeper discussions and having Trump and Family Guy. But one of the things that is notable about the show that I will continue to praise it for is understanding that, yes, you are writing a television show. And one of the things that they did was choosing to make the characters that they needed to portmanteau over into their setting fit in a way that challenges the characters so that they don't fall into the Captain America problem. Or, excuse me, Captain Marvel problem. Because, hey, we made her super strong, and she's the best and strongest Avenger, so why don't we use her a lot? Oh, it's because she would just curb stomp the opponent. So, how do we curve that problem? What we'll do is we'll give them a crippling defect that they can't overcome. What is the crippling defect of Homelander? He is effectively in a relationship in Season 1 with a Lois Lane type who's fucking terrified to death of him, who uses her sexuality not just as a weapon, but as a deterrent. Because she knows that he likes her. And that's his kryptonite. Until it no longer is his kryptonite, and he does probably the kindest death he's done in the show, which is melting her fucking brains out. But he is so possessed by that they technically bring back Elizabeth Shue's character as a shapeshifter, and then they keep the dynamic by bringing in Stormfront as a woman, so that on one hand, you still have the 100-year-old Nazi, but we don't learn that till later, domineering figure that is challenging his sense of masculinity and his appeal with the public and his ratings. And then you have Stan Edgar challenging him on the side of masculinity, of being a normal man who is untouchable to him because he understands how to manipulate him on the level that the ratings are all that matters to him. So he will never give him decency and respect because he hasn't shown the ability to match him on a level that is ever touchable by a person who is so narcissistic that he is controlled by something as meaningless as the appearance and the forms of the public. Which is why he kept repeating, this is a pharmaceutical company. We went wrong when we had superheroes, because speaking to the toxic mindset of them is what made things go bad for them. It's why, even though I hate the fact that they chose to keep the Vic DeVete storyline for Victoria Newman, but they're now trying to make her into that character instead of just simply having the fucking senator character fill that role, is that it plays to the same point. The point is, she was taught by Stan Edgar. Yes, she would be capable of doing a political run, but at the same time, you made her a woman because you wanted to invoke the narrative of AOC because contemporary politics. You had some good shit, and then you still have some cringe bad shit. And you can't say it's not what I meant, because everything went dog shit after Season 1. You started pushing in more contemporary politics into Season 2, making it very overt. And then Season 3, you already fucked it up. We might as well go further. So let's do that. And then you tried to do things, ironically enough, you tried to cover it up by saying, well, we're giving you more shit. We're giving you fucking Herogasm. We're giving you more story. We're giving you Huey with powers. We're giving you Butcher with powers. Come on, guys. And it fits to the idea of, well, technically, the boys themselves would be like Z-list superheroes, and that they have minuscule levels of superpowers, But you just cut that line out, and instead it's now you have heroes and non-heroes fighting against corporistic heroes, but everyone's a piece of shit. But it doesn't matter because everyone's also an unlikable fucknut that just decides they don't know how to operate anymore. Yes, it makes total sense that a woman who's had to learn that, hey, in this business, you need to either learn to be a corporistic asshole yourself or learn how to play the system, or you're gonna get walked over. It makes no sense for Starlight to be so dumb that she doesn't learn to play the game the same way that Huey plays the game. And yet somehow, when Huey takes responsibility for his actions to the point that he's willing to put himself at risk and not be a victim, so that he's able to be hurt by Homelander, that makes him selfish, and that he did that for the wrong reasons. It's bullshit. But, again, getting back to it. The last thing that he said here was us being sexually addressed in this way violated us in a way that isn't unique to us, but we are uniquely disenfranchised in addressing.
So does
that mean they can answer their own questions and solve their own problems or not?
He's gonna tell us.
This wasn't your
God.
This is a race play fetish only fun.
All right. Everybody take your headache medication.
Like foreign enough to pay for access to his content, violated foreign men in a way that isn't maybe unique to black men, but black men are uniquely limited in
It's called a acetaminophen.
People can't hear.
I fiend for it. Not really. Serious.
A race play fetish only
I can't really look at
people can't hear.
Doing things.
Supposed fan, someone who liked foreign enough to pay for access to his content, violated foreign man in a way that isn't maybe unique to black men, but black men are uniquely limited in our ability to process and address these types of violations. As black men who dare to be in the public eye, Foreign and I both have to constantly maneuver a lot of precarious situations as it pertains to race. But what many people often don't see with black men is how sex and the voyeuristic gaze of the world is always upon black men. It's a form of dehumanization, violation, kind of ungendering, unique to black people, and relatively speaking, underinvestigated when it comes to black men. And this is greatly because black men's unique intersection of blackness and maleness renders us both highly susceptible to sexual violence and exploitation, and systemically and culturally crippled in our ability to confront said violence due to the tropes and themes attached to our bodies. To the point.
All right, so I'm gonna stop him there to play a clip really fast that I wanted to play before, but I couldn't because I didn't have it queued up. But I'll cue these up now. So I want y'all to remember what he just said. All right. We as black men are uniquely disenfranchised in how we can address these problems, even though these problems may not be unique for us. So,
I would like to ask, who is the one creating the disenfranchisement?
The disenfranchisement is made by choosing to be victimized in the first place. Because victimization is not a passive action that it occurs because somebody did something to you. It's something that happens because of the interaction of something else. So, here on the screen is probably some of the most normal flame I get from angry people, either for or against me on my team when I play video games that have multiplayer lobbies, like that of League of Legends. I'm the Diana.
Where'd you post it?
It's on the screen right now. I can post it for everybody else in the chat as well.
Oh, okay, no.
So, on the screen, person who came to my chat said, I'm the Diana. You have nice tits. Thick man. Now this is not a big deal. This is not a big. Now this is not a big deal. But I need y'all to understand the reason why somebody like Liquid Carl tried to come after me with his take is because you're harassing women. And the worst that the girl in question, which is a partnered streamer by the name of Ashley Roboto, was somebody went to her chat while she was playing Kingdom Hearts 2, and they said, "Wall, you're playing on easy," because she wanted to learn the lore of the game. And she threw an upset tizzy fit, then went off stream, then recorded a video, dramatized the situation, so she victimized herself again, took that situation to an extreme, to the point that it then became the topic of a Kotaku article explaining how it's so horrible that women are still being harassed in public. And then, of course, we have we have this wonderful piece of majesty, and I want everybody to see this in its true glory and just experience it for what it is. Hold on, I need to make sure it's on the proper screen size.
Was this on the watch together or?
No, I'm playing this on the stream.
Okay, right.
Okay.
I can link the tweets to it later. Hold on. Fucking clips. I hate how Twitter. Yeah, I know. It's the something. It's the sound of fucking Twitter. It starts muting autoplay videos now.
Yeah, you have
Page
to put, was it, VX in front of it to stop
You're
playing
wrong,
the video.
and I'm happy to explain why. Or just talk
Pretty
over
annoying.
me. You named several.
Supreme, what time is it for you over where you are?
You can call me Kizza, and it's 10:25 over here.
Wait, go again with the date. What day is it?
It's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm a little like my American education. I'm like, what are time zones in other countries? Did we bomb it?
Just remember, when it comes to Britain, we invented time.
Okay.
We invented
Well, you said it. Okay, plant the flag. You know, we on British time. We on tea time. Now we're gonna sit down. We're gonna have a tea. We're gonna have a nice conversation calmly about where I put the flag and what it means and where it means for all of you. Then
drive around on our cobblestone clipping.
All right. Settle down, McBrongers. Settle down.
So we're 5 hours ahead. That's all you gotta know. We're 5 hours ahead of the East Coast.
All right.
Yeah, remember. But am I serious? This first tweet, like, I love it. Twitter's trying to get me to make an account. I'm like, no, fuck off. I'm banned from your site, so go fuck yourself.
Yes.
But
sounds like
I'm just reading that, and I'm just asking myself, okay, what the fuck is the context to this? And I can only read half of it because the second half of it's blocked off by see what's happening. Join Twitter to get the full story of the live commentary. I'm like, fuck off Twitter. You banned me for actually calling the Scottish police a bunch of Gestapos. Okay, go fuck yourself.
But in this first one, very obvious sexual attack. This next one is one of the more famous clips, and ironically enough, this is attached to a tweet where someone got angry at me, and of course, Ben Charza was talking a whole bunch of shit. He was just reposting clips of me at them over and over again, making them upset. And the reaction someone had to this was, no, Carl, he has bitch tits. Tell him to stop taking estrogen. So I just said, no, that's where I stored my funny. And this clip is one of the clips of people trying to come to my chat to harass me around the exact same time that situation when Asher Roboto went viral. So let's watch. Page jumped in. Name one. Okay, stop. You're wrong, and I'm happy to explain why. Or just talk over me. You named several. I asked name
I
one.
haven't constantly repressed live because it's stuttering behind.
I posted it inside of the
You got some nice milk
inside of the live stream trap for people.
Why, thank you. I grew them myself.
Won the MK11. Okay, we gotta back up a little bit, and money shot. So, when Signifier says such things as black men are disenfranchised uniquely and cannot respond to shit like this, I want you guys, I'm trying to put this back in the correct filter frame, I want you guys to remember that face that he's making here as he's saying it, and then I want you to remember this face that I'm making as I'm mocking someone trying to body shame me in the same way that I laughed at and mocked someone who wanted to do the same thing here. It's not unique to black men. Anybody can be fat shamed for having a large body. However, what I'm doing right here, that's how you handle hecklers.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
Okay. I can't even find it. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, I don't.
It's inside the live stream chat. I posted it inside of the live stream chat for YouTube. I can post it again. No worries.
I saw the tweets, but I didn't see anything else.
Don't worry. You won't be lost.
Hang on. Live chat. Hold on.
I'm gonna post inside the non-podcast chat too.
Well, I was gonna make a point. Like, a lot of people tend to like downplay men being body shamed in general.
Oh, right.
You know, especially when women do it to other men. It's like, oh, he's like fat and ugly.
And women.
He's that too. And it's like, oh, he's fat and ugly. He obviously looks like an incel. He's disgusting. Ugh.
I went to Not Soak City with my cosplay group, and they were like, my girlfriend at the time, or my non-girlfriend, whatever. She just freaks out, and she's like, ugh, your whole foot like touches the ground. I'm like, I got fucked up arches. I'm sorry. And like, my whole foot touches the ground. She saw it, and she just literally just looked at me like I was disgusting. But I got mine back. She's got a fucked up left ankle. It pops out, and I was like, hey, think there's something wrong with your shoes or your socks. He's like, oh, it's fine. It's just like that. Oh, thank you for the lisp. And she's like, oh, so there isn't a problem with your duck feet? And I was like, I'm just going to say good point, but not interested. That is very, very rude. And she's like, I'm going to go over to the paddling pool. I'm like, you just said fucking paddling pool. That's gay shit. We're out of public. We had some tiffs. But the duck feet seemed to be the incendiary event. Don't know why. I was just bored with it.
I mean, I wouldn't pay attention to anybody like that.
And like I said, the tweets themselves, I love to look at them, but Twitter keeps blocking me like, oh, you need to join Twitter. I'm like, fuck off. I see
You don't have to join Twitter. Save peace of mind.
You can use archive.today
You do
to archive
Twitter
tweets.
account. They're like, I'm being sexually harassed.
I really need to stop. I really need to learn how to do that shit.
That, or you could just use the private window, and you can be able to just view the single tweet itself, but it won't let you view anything else.
Like Twitter seems to be really weird at that. Like certain things where you could scroll down a little bit, and it's like.
I think they do that to prevent people from archiving, like.
Yes, they do.
Posts, people who make like shit takes or like harassing others.
Don't forget, there was that account that got banned all them years ago. What was it? Verified hate. It just kept a huge collection of verified Twitter.
I mean, feminism. What did I do?
I mean, that's exactly what Divine Els does now, which all of us can technically do, because the problem isn't that they banned it because it's horrible. It's because it's all in one place. You need to diversify the sources for finding the content, and that's why even content creators now will start doing it themselves. It's why Libs of TikTok got big before the doxing of the woman who runs it. It wasn't about, man, you guys are just doing hate speech. No, it's that this is uncomfortable to you, and you can't easily excuse this away as something that's not sensible, because everybody's seeing it happen in real time.
Like, why are these teachers acting weird towards these kids? Can't just, like, say, oh, it's fine to, like, talk about, like, sex when they're not old enough to understand it. Like,
yeah, well, and again, going back to my earlier point, this is why you should start calling them nonces, because groomers give you the Martin Bailey defense.
Well, I've been called a nonce before, and I just laughed at it.
No, but like,
it only works if you're a nonce and you don't want to be called
My response has always been, I prefer the term Obergutenfear. It's like, you address me by my very good title. I'm the Obergutenfear. You will not call me Sophia. I'm not Sophia. I am the Obergutenfear.
Wait, what the? Okay. That voice you just did there, it's so fucking familiar to me, but I can't put my finger on where I heard it from.
Well, when I lived next door, when I lived next door to the cartoonist, he says, what do you want to do? Draw? I'm like, I fucking suck. My brother tells me I fucking suck. I want to be a voice actor. And he's like, well, give me what you got. And I slowly built a portfolio, went to a few voice acting gigs, but shit was it fucked, because small pond, lots of big fucking fish. You ain't never gonna touch that fucking cheddar. They won't let you climb the goddamn ladder.
Yeah, that's kind of
German. It's pretty good, I would say. Danke.
No, but that voice you did a minute ago, it sounds so fucking familiar, but I can't put my fucking finger on it. It's gonna bug
you. Just gotta channel the German intensity. I know you got that Aryan blood, mate. Is
that your fucking Cockney? If that's a Cockney accent, oh boy.
You can roast him for being bad at Cockney later.
No, wait. Was that bad good Cockney? Because it's all over spectrum, mate. I know, but I just try to do the 5 pack a day voice. And then, just let it flow.
It has to be less posh. And also, I'm pretty sure you're giving him Manchester.
No. Do you know what he sounds like? He sounds like someone from Essex pretending to be Cockney.
Exactly!
Which is, oh my god.
It's a bit too far north, bro. You need to give him more West End.
I don't know the quotients, mate. I'm like a guy who grew up with a different dad each phase of his life.
It's an 8, mate. It's an 8.
Alright, so back to the topic at hand. People being body shamed isn't unique.
Body shame?
Yes.
Well, are you seeing that the body shaming thing is popping off right now because Ethan Klein is getting really fucking booty blasted about it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he's always been a fat fuck. So
well, he's gotten a little bit larger. I'll
He's
put it
gotten
that
a
way.
bit more larger as he's been sitting on his
And-
fat
I mean,
ass.
A bigger picture.
And he and his fucking fans are calling Turkey Tom a fascist for just posting an image of him from a screen.
Yeah,
just a
well,
screenshot.
yeah, but then again,
I-
this is the same monkey who tried claiming Joe Rogan's unhealthy. I'm like, yo,
I know.
motherfucker, Joe Rogan has a better body than fucking most so-called fitness experts can fucking.
Ethan is
brag.
not the picture of health that he thinks he is.
What? No, the thing
Yeah.
is, Ethan is such a fucking disingenuous, two-faced piece of shit. He talks trash about Joe Rogan and then gets extremely offended when anyone talks about his appearance. Like he's calling it fat phobic and body shaming. And it's like,
oh, buddy, like,
that
shut the
dude
fuck up.
has done, but he's done so much quote unquote body shaming himself of other people. That's like what his channel was partially based on, was making fun of people for their physical appearance and the dumb shit they were doing. All of a sudden, he is. I really can't stand Ethan Klein. He is such a disingenuous, two-faced, hypocritical bitch. I can't stand that dude.
Girl, you right. Talk your shit, queen.
Aydin,
Run your shit, girl.
Right.
What's up, Keza?
I forgot you just got the last word right. It's not bitch, it's cunt.
Yeah,
I was just saying that. He's a
And I do
fucking
mean
cunt.
that, and I mean that with a hard N.
not in the polite Australian way. Right, not in the polite Australian way of like,
No, as
they
in
cunt.
you cunt.
In the British way, right? Not the Aussie way.
You cunt.
Hey, I really is like.
No, it's that T where it's just so it's so condemnatory. They're like blam, and they're like.
It's
such
so
an
hard
octave with such condemnatory tone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Frank, when an Australian calls you a cunt, mate, he's a good cunt. He is.
He's your mate, you know.
That's a great thing.
These are fucking jerkies.
Yeah. But if someone
my favorite term is flat waffle.
calls you a cunt, like, that is a very condemnable. Like it's even worse if a woman is called a cunt.
That's their that's their N-word. That's their N-word. That's their N-word.
This is bitch on steroids. No, this is bitch on steroids. The word cunt. Because it has such a power.
I usually reserve
I'll be honest.
like really nasty women.
It almost has the stinging effect as the M-bomb is to Black Americans.
Yes, it's your N-word.
It's almost as stinging. It's almost as stinging.
Well, it's almost as stinging because we're always kind of waiting for it because of the subtext of how we're treated. It's like, yeah, nigga, all right, I'll pick your cotton. I'm clocked in, and you got me for however long you want to keep me. Goddamn, and they hate that shit. I remember I was working at the sushi restaurant. It's just like out of nowhere,
you make those freaking Jim Crow jokes and all that. Like,
no, all it really is like I'm thinking I'm being funny. I'm like you know, the head dude, he runs like 5 of the different Tokyo Wakos, right? And that's the brand. And he's kind of like, okay, you know, manager quits. He just walks out in the middle of lunch. He's like, dude, it's great working with me. He tosses the keys to the head chef, and he's like, I'm fucking piecing out of this shit. I can't handle this little Taiwanese, whatever the fuck he is, little retard. And then I was like, I got you. He comes back in, storms in. He's like, all right, I want everyone's food handler's permit, like tomorrow or now. And then Frank, the Vietnamese guy, is just like, if I was in charge, I fire everybody. I was like, nigga, you ain't firing nobody. And then he's really riding me every time I'm washing the rice. He's like, oh, you get a facial? You get facial? I'm like, the water's cold, fucker. And then I look at him and he's staring at me, like staring me down. He pulls down his mask and I'm like, holy shit, this is the first time I've seen this motherfucker's face. He's scary as fuck. He looked like one of them fucking, like, because he's from Vietnam. I'm like, shit, I bet he'd be stabbing people as a kid back then. And then he's still staring me down and I just look around. Everybody. Yeah, he was there as a child. They put him, you going whole, you stab, and you come by. You stab. You stab dad, you stab. But then everybody's just focused on me, and I was just like, room got cold after I said that. And I just looked at everybody. I went back to like making some edamame for the order. I was like, Mouse got me working all day.
Yeah, I would say anyway. But anyway, back to the cunt Ethan Klein, right?
Oh wait, you're not the head chef, and everybody fucking laughs at it. But all I said was that, but everybody's like, oh, you said a black thing and you're black. You don't validate it, just laugh a little. And that's how it was. I was like, come on, fuck. No one else is going to say that here. There's some funny shit. But I just went back to my fucking edamame, and I was just like, I enjoyed making it. All the ladies be punking me, coming, James, I need you to like wash out, like do some more rice, and they be fucking looking at me, and then hey, Bernadette's looking at you. Bernadette with her floppy ass. I don't go for Filipinos with floppy ass. I go for like sexy ass Filipino. Shang Chong over there in the corner is like really eyeing me, but that's all I get. So I'm back to the edamame. Yes, I will wash out that goddamn rice and tell the customers up front I don't be making bad soup.
Yeah, there is that. But like on that
taste
point,
it. I know Frank be telling it's salty.
But anyway, going back to the cunt Ethan Klein, like I would love him to shit talk me because I could just say one little line that I would almost end his career. And that is, I'm not so fucking retarded to not give my own baby food when she's hungry.
True.
Cut out. Say again.
True.
From the salt plate.
Yeah.
Big true.
Just to reiterate that Ethan Klein didn't know what, and his wife on their second child, they had already had a child, I believe. On their second child, they had to take the baby to the emergency room because the baby had lost a significant amount of weight, and that is a really, really, really bad thing in newborns. They're supposed to be progressively gaining weight and quite quickly. And they had previously been to a doctor, I think, about the baby losing, because his wife, Ela, wasn't able to get enough milk to feed the baby. This is not uncommon. By the way, it's not necessarily unusual. It happens sometimes. That's why wet nurses were a thing throughout history. You know what I mean? That's not the only reason why, but it like for status and other shit. But
and affairs.
Yeah, but it's exactly.
The thing I have to say about Ethan Klein, like, the thing I was gonna say about Ethan Klein, the really like, but besides the H3, the whole thing, just his wife has like fucking serial killer eyes to me. I'm just like, why are they so wide? And the way she gates and stares at people, I'm like, tone that shit down. You fucking killing the subscribers' souls and shit.
She got them IDF eyes.
Yeah, but like to be honest,
she got them IDF eyes.
To be honest, I always get a kick out of the women with those kind of eyes because I can do a stare down with them, and
we like back in the South, we hear about the blue-eyed devil, and I'm like, God damn, it's right there. Why doesn't no one know?
One thing you have to get.
So I need to come down south and be that white devil I keep hearing about.
Fuck yeah, dude. Nobody. No. If it's like you gotta shift your emotions and like when like, hey, you from out of town, fella? And like, yes,
yeah, right.
I'm from out of town, sir. Oh, you one of them blue-eyed devils? You different from us? Yes, my eyes are bluer, and the is dark. You insult me. You gonna be my king, right? No, but I'm letting me a lot of free shit, dipwad. All right. That's pretty much your script.
I will tell you this much.
Blue-eyed, so I can jokingly say to him, yo, compared to you Confederate-loving motherfuckers, I'm whiter than you. Remember that,
right? No, what gets me twatted off about fucking neo-Nazis, I'm like, do you not understand that if Hitler was alive today, he'd look at you and go, "You're not German. I'll just not even put a bullet in your head. Won't throw you as Jew of it. I'll just say,
right.
You're a fucking moron."
Dude.
And
well, funny enough. It's funny.
But he wouldn't accept them. They're not fucking German.
No. But you know what makes me laugh about the whole blue-eyed blonde hair shit? That is not true. That is not the norm for Germans. That's the norm for Scandinavians.
Well, right, because that's why. Hitler was obsessed with like the Thule Society shit. So he actually was heavily inspired by Norse paganism, which is one of the reasons why the Nazis. Well, and this did not play out well for the regular people.
The Iron Cross. Which is why a lot of them carried.
Can you imagine he busted out some runes?
I know they were doing the runic shit and the Scandinavian stuff, but the thing is that the German people were super Christian. Mm-hmm. So even though they weren't
that's why they turned down all those churches.
Right, even though they were supposed to be and part of the fascist shit was supposed to be atheistic, actually specifically, but even though they were using all this Norse pagan ideology, it was a big mess of shit that basically Hitler, in some ways, about like the stuff that he and the Nazis used for iconography and their ideology, was like a 14-year-old girl on DeviantArt slapping together a rainbow, what do you call those, sparkle dog, just based on shit that she thought looked cool. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it was like, oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. That looks cool.
I mean, it makes me laugh just how ignorant a lot of these so-called well-educated lefty Americans.
Oh yeah.
And they are by far the most insular, ignorant motherfuckers.
I remember I was 7, and I had to go to my mandatory visit for the Museum of Tolerance, and as I was there, you know, it was like
That like some straight up 1984 shit. I didn't know that existed.
Oh yeah. Trust me, I would love to create a museum of tolerance, just to really piss off people. Like, for instance, I would have the French being snobby with a massive cigarette, eating an oversized baguette, with a philosophy book in their hand. I have the Germans going crazy for their fucking oversized hot dogs, or boutsfuls as they're called. Oversized hot dogs complaining about systems and demonstrating how shit they are philosophy. And as soon as I talk about certain other tribes, well, I'm going to put up some very, very controversial imagery that will get certain people wanting to burn down the place. In which case, they'll understand what a 7.62 by 54 traveling at twice the speed of sound does to the. But I digress. On the absolute grade A cunt Ethan Klein, like, I'm sorry, I would love to drop a line to him that you are a terrible parent and you.
Well, yeah, I didn't finish the story for people who. For anyone who wasn't aware of it.
You've told
so
me before,
okay, so whatever. So Ela goes to the doctor. They say, okay, well, whatever. So you should use. It got to the point where the baby was like starving to death, and they had to wait till a doctor told them to use formula. And it's like, no, never in this whole time. Even though you've been to a doctor before, you know that the baby is losing weight. You know that she's not being able to express, to be able to. And not until a doctor fucking told you to try formula did you ever consider to use fucking formula to feed your baby. And these are the people who are like, trust the science, follow the science. Well, that's what following the science to the insane, fanatical, and I'm going to call it religious degree that you follow the science as a theology. That's what happens. You nearly kill your fucking baby, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, because I mean, Jesus Christ, like, I mean, as a wonderful, wonderful uncle to an infectiously, adorably sassy little niece, like, trust me, I know I can bring up a baby a hell of a lot fucking better than the vast majority of parents on this fucking planet.
It's like, you just rule one, don't fuck with them.
No. And for those who don't know, like, I'm not joking when I say this. If you saw my niece and saw how she acts with me, you would all think that she was my daughter if you didn't know she was my.
Yeah.
And trust me. To have that effect when it's not even your own child, I don't care what anyone fucking says. That is a massive power play for everyone to show off to people. And it does make me laugh that I see these cunts who have vastly more resources than I do, and yet they fail at the fucking basic shit that I could do as a fucking 8-year-old. And you're in your fucking mid-30s or above.
That's what I mean, and again, what blows my mind about that one is it wasn't their first baby; it was their second one. Like, how did you?
Like, I'm sorry.
What? My dude.
I know. Like, I know. It's like pure failure, and I'm just like, look. I understand ladies who are like, let's say, not so big up top, and you.
Well, it can happen even to tickle bitty ladies, like that can just happen.
Yeah. It does happen, of course, because like they get drained out, or like it could be a genetic issue or other things, right? That is understandable. That is why glories of science created an effective alternative to compensate for that.
Or they
and
could
your
just,
motherfuckers are too fucking retarded to not understand what it's there for.
I guarantee that Ethan Klein would make fun of, make a video, or talk shit on his podcast about mothers who were like totally against formula and stuff, without like, because he's just such a clueless and really spiteful individual, which he's revealed himself to be. And I really used to find him funny. He just seems like a really like an
when he was hanging out with John Tron, when he was doing videos with John Tron, I thought he was fucking weird.
I was about to get two-faced cunt over the PewDiePie shit.
Oh, I know. Oh my god, I know.
Just about.
Carl killed that shit. Carl was going off. That's the first time I was introduced to Carl, and I was like, fuck.
I'm not one for declaring violence on the world of YouTube. If you gave me a tier list of like the top 10 people on YouTube, I would gladly punch square in the face. Even Klein is perhaps third on my list.
All right, who's first?
Yeah, who's first and second?
Oh, jeez. Do I mean, I'm sure you could all work it out.
I don't want to. I don't. Well, actually, I don't know. I'll probably still already.
He's like, I thought you were gonna shoot me.
I don't want to be placed on an even bigger list than I'm probably already on. Now, what I would say is,
I'd say top 10. I said top 10 to keep it simple.
Now, what I would say is they could just simply ask Ben and get his sister Abby to just donate some of that breast milk. But let's be honest. Now, let's be honest and let's be real. Let's be honest and let's be real. Let's be honest and let's be real. With those eyes, we know for a fact Gila has that IDF stare. That means her head game is immaculate. Now we're moving on. She got him. Like, bro. Listen. All you see.
You know, for a while she only does missionary now. Come on now, she's a proper traditional girl, as she constantly advertises herself. But we all know, and I know this from experience, those quote unquote traditional religious women, they are by far the biggest whores in the bedroom.
I wouldn't say they're a horse. I wouldn't say they're a horse. I wouldn't say they're a horse. I would say that they are sexually repressed. And they want to go explore.
Ayla's not bad or anything.
But to remind both you, Kyle and Aydin, an infamous super chat I sent to him once upon a time. I know for a while that Catholic schoolgirls are the biggest whores. How do I know this, you ask? Well, let's just say I made her look to the Lord when I went balls deep in her ass.
All right, well, I went to Catholic school. I could have told you that.
True!
Hang on, not for me personally. Bro, not for me personally, but all...
Of course, because you're an upstanding, respectable woman.
No, I'm not, but...
Wow, wait to screw over your emperor, Aydin, and you call yourself a monarchist. How dare you, dear?
No, because I gotta be honest about it though. But for real, like when I was in middle school, you know, and so middle school, so we're talking
like teenagers, teenage years.
11 to 13, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So young teens. At the door, there was one of the teachers who had, I'm not joking, this is in the 2000s, early 2000s, who had a ruler and would measure how high your skirt was. And it was too short, you had to go home and change skirts or whatever.
Yep.
Well, the second the girls got into the fucking building, you know what they did? They just rolled the skirts up. So that then, and they rolled it right up front. So it's supposed to be at knee length, and then they rolled it up so it was panty length. I mean, I'm like, that's just so they walked around all
just
fucking
basically
day.
covering the ass, like barely covering the ass. Well, yeah,
barely.
Again.
But these are 11-year-old girls, and they would and they stuffed their shirts, and I got made fun of because I was not. I did not become aware of sexuality. I was a late bloomer, I guess. I didn't think that it's really late bloomering to sexually.
Sometimes they engage in systems that Order 66 has not been sounded.
But I mean,
no. To defend Aydin here, like I do remember of a girl in my school who was quote unquote flat chested until she turned 16, and fuck me.
It wasn't about transformation. It wasn't about that part. That wasn't it. It's just that I didn't think about it. She was a simple creature.
She didn't think about the male body.
I was thinking about Dragon Ball Z and stuff. You know, like that was what I was thinking about.
But to be fair, Aydin. Now, in your defense, it wasn't the so-called stereotypical girl in school. You was considered the weird girl at school. I use that term in obviously school terms.
Well, in my like. Back in my day in middle school in the 90s, like she would be the cool chick.
Yeah, but like, I think it's just lag. To be honest, it does that.
I can finish this sentence for him though, because I know what he's gonna say. Aydin in school would have been the character.
Just slot right in with us, and we'd be like, "Fuck these niggas!
Exactly.
They ain't fucking with us." So like, all right, we just gonna be that unit that came together because that's what we are.
And that's exactly what it was. Is I hung out with all the guys, I mean, like the nerdier guys, to be fair, but I hung out with the dudes. I didn't hang out with girls. They were doing their own shit, and I didn't fit in with them. It's hashtag. It's not like hashtag. Not like those other girls. It's just that they were into what they were into doing, which was a certain, I don't know. They were interested in looking really feminine and cute again, and they got all
practicing social dominance.
And they
refining that shit.
They got tons of attention from all the sporty guys who were like, I guess I don't even know what is conventionally attractive when you're 11, right? Like I don't know. Like
I have one girl.
You know what I mean?
One girl in school.
Right?
She fell out of a tree. We called her Two-Face, right? And like for weeks, and then we found out that she had a boyfriend who was in high school, and he was just like. For me being a kid, I'm looking at him like he's almost as tall as the fucking hoop. He's an acro maker. Fuck, look at this fat apple fuck right here. And this big black kid was just like, "Where the fuck you coming from, fool?" And he's like, "I come from Venice." Fool Venice, like, "Oh, you trying to be thug?" And then I remember I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna see a fight, guys." He took that fucker down, and the sound of his fist hitting this dude just, bam. I got scared. I was like. This ain't like the movies, y'all, and everybody's just engrossed. And I was like, this is a horror scene, people. We must stop. Where are the teachers? Peter, the bodybuilder teacher that we call by your first name like every other teacher. And he came out, he just pushed the black kid away and said, stay there. And he picked the white kid up, and then he's just holding him. And he's going nuts. He's red with rage. Literally, his face is red. He's like, oh, my fuck, you do. And he's just hopped up on steroids, Peter. He's just holding him. No, it's okay. And he's just going nuts, and he's just holding him back like it's nothing. But I'll never forget the fucking horror. First, I'm like, oh, we're going to see a bit of pugilism, gentlemen. Oh my God, it's not like the movies at all. Oh shit! But she still had that boyfriend, and everybody was treating that shit like it was normal. And I'm like, you tiny little girl.
Now he's gone full public schoolboy tough right here, and I fucking despise those cunts.
Now we gotta move on.
But the information's viable.
Now we gotta move on. But what I was gonna finish the sentence when he cut out, I was gonna say what he was going to say was that Aydin is the character of Lizzie Kaplan in Mean Girls. She's just amongst the people, and she's one of the cool ones. And she's not interested in all that other shit. She might learn about it later, but that's not the focus right now.
Oh, I was super bullied in middle school. I was not cool. I got bullied hard.
Yeah, me too.
Aydin, did you not watch Mean Girls? The girl was bullied too.
Racial slurs.
Oh, I've actually never seen all of Mean Girls. I've only seen.
Oh my God, we are watching Mean Girls.
Anyway,
I've never seen a guy so enthusiastic about Mean Girls.
No, Carl. No, hold on. I gotta drop this line. Now, Carl, go shave your back hair.
That's not back hair. This is a do-rag. Is that supposed to be a reference to something? I don't know what you're saying.
That's literally a reference from Mean Girls.
Oh, sorry. God. I only remember the Swedish scenes when she's like eating the chocolate. Oh no, this helps you lose weight.
I only remember the scenes with Georgina.
Carl was not the Mean Girls aficionado.
No, I am not. No, I am not. I only remember the scenes with Georgina being an asshole.
Is that the blonde one?
Yes, that is the blonde one.
Yeah, it's her who says that line.
Okay.
Now,
like fat in the movie because I've seen those scenes where, and it's kind of like, haha,
you see,
payback, right?
You see, if we had true gender equality, that bitch would end up having less teeth than the average British woman from up north in a mining town. But anyway,
if we were truly equality, she'd get her ass handed to her by Lizzie Kaplan, and then she'd get the lesbian kiss, spit in her mouth, and walk away.
Oh, I tell you what, it's much better than getting the Glasgow kiss, that's for sure.
Oh, please!
Glasgow kiss is a special occasion.
True.
I was going to.
We must move on. We must move on. We're not even at the point. We're not even at the point where we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
Too many segues.
Violation of our sexual autonomy is almost normalized, but it's not all negative. There's a lot more to talk about with black men and sex than the struggles. Despite the precarious nature of black men's sexual experiences in America, black men still manage to seek, give, and receive pleasure in our sexual encounters. And while the lines between appreciation and fetishization are often blurred, black men's sexuality has lived rent-free in the minds of people who desire men for generations. This paradox between these two extremes, both the horror and the honorifics of black men's sexuality, is what I'm hoping to explore in this video, to examine the tropes, stereotypes, and
All right,
truth
and I'm
that they
back.
tend to hide, to engage
Try
in
to
black
feed my
men's
little
sexual
kitty
experiences
Cicero.
as a subject instead of an object.
Little man
And I'm
about
going to do that by
town.
looking at the ways that black men have expressed themselves through music, visual arts, the violation of our sexual autonomy is almost no.
This a race play fetish.
He has lived rent-free in the minds of people who desire men, but black men are uniquely limited in our ability to process and address these types of violations. As black men who dare to be in the public eye, Foreign and I both have to constantly maneuver a lot of precarious situations as it pertains to race. But what many people often don't see with black men is how sex and the voyeuristic gaze of the world is always upon black men. It's a form of dehumanization, violation, and kind of ungendering unique to black people, and relatively speaking, underinvestigated when it comes to black men. And this is greatly because black men's unique intersection of blackness and maleness renders us both highly susceptible to sexual violence and exploitation, and systemically and culturally crippled in our ability to confront said violence due to the tropes and themes attached to our bodies, to the point where the violation of our sexual autonomy is almost normalized. But it's not all negative. There's a lot more to talk about with black men and sex than the struggles. Despite the precarious nature of black men's sexual experiences in America, black men still manage to seek, give, and receive pleasure in our sexual encounters. And while the lines between appreciation and fetishization are often blurred, black men's sexuality has lived rent-free in the minds of people who desire men for generations. This paradox between these two extremes, both the horror and the honorifics of black men's sexuality, is what I'm hoping to explore in this video, to examine the tropes, stereotypes, and unpack the truths that they tend to hide, to engage in black men's sexual experiences as a subject and an object. And I'm going to do that by looking at the ways that black men have expressed themselves through music, visual arts, fashion, dance, literature, etc., as well as adding the voices of men who help me collect my thoughts and share their own around the various issues and topics that black men engage with around sex.
Okay, so he's about to interview a whole bunch of porn stars, but let's address the... Yes. Don't worry. We're gonna get there. But I paraphrased a lot of what he just said here. Despite the sexual experience of black men, their sexuality is top-tier dickening, and they live rent-free in everyone's fantasies.
Huh?
So it sounds like
I'm sorry, I would rather not be.
I'm mad you famous.
Everybody's I really feel like that this is just like the BC meme that you see on 4chan all the time. Where it's just like, oh right, okay. I mean, which is such... I don't get it. Like, I don't get it.
It's
I mean, what do you...
a list of...
I get, like I said earlier...
big.
Oh, I get it. It's you know, it's a stereotype lift of like, oh, I'm being held to an unfair... But it's also... It's difficult when dealing with stereotype lift because it is a positive stereotype in terms of it's something that the rest of society is positive. Same thing as Asians are good at math, right? So it's something that's seen as a positive, but if you don't live up to it, it can make you feel bad about yourself. I get that. But at the same time, though, I feel like hyper fixating and focusing on it is pointless. You should be talking about like stereotype lift. Why don't you talk about stereotype lift and how this applies to it instead of going on this tirade? But and just saying you're objective. Everybody's objectified. Everybody on this planet is objectified in some way or another by somebody else.
But Aydin. Everyone is objectified, but there are some who are more objectified than others.
Like white women?
Yeah,
white women.
No. Don't you mean white women?
White.
You want to talk about for real? Like Asian women, you don't see it as much. You don't see a whole bunch of this shit that comes from the Asian community as much. But Asian women are if you want to talk about objectified and fetishized.
When you say Asian, hold on. When you say Asian, you got to specify East Asian or Southeast Asian.
East Asian women are. If you want to talk about a group that is sexually objectified, holy shit, it's East Asian women probably get it the most, I would imagine. But that's my point to begin with, is everybody gets objectified. Whinging about it, I think is kind of pointless.
Every time, if I interact with a group of American women, I'm automatically freaking objectified because I'm English.
You
automatically.
Like, you are higher attractiveness to American women just due to being the accent. That's it.
Exactly, and the women just want to hear me talk.
Yeah, the same thing would happen if I was to go overseas to another country too. It's the same shit.
I did an entire job interview, and I changed nothing about myself. Got fucking hired that day. Didn't have to do any other paperwork. They just said, "Okay, we'll sign here." And then I was like, "Fuck, I gotta quit," because I was just testing out to see if they were full of bullshit. But that's what it was.
Yeah, well, on that point though, but what I'm saying is that like certain people take issues with it up until it's beneficial to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's just normal human nature.
Oh, yeah, like
yeah. But
benefit till it doesn't benefit.
Exactly. Like this is what makes me laugh, where people are so unaware of this and they despise it being pointed out, and it make because they hate it. Not necessarily because you point it out, because it makes them look stupid and an envious, like selfish cunt. But frankly, and about social capital here, being branded at is not good for social capital. Whereas, like, you get the very tiny minority of people in society who just do not play this game and just basically play the game of do not dare fucking criticize somebody unless you have absolutely no skeletons in your closet to criticize whatsoever.
Are you running for president? Well, you are now. Better not hear anything bad about you.
I find it weird.
No, if you want me to be king of your country, just say so right now, and I'll gladly take care of Joe Biden with just a firm handshake and a cold stare.
Oh, Jesus Christ, mate. Wish you would.
No,
and then afterwards I could deal, and then afterwards I could deal with the Castro Jr. problem, and therefore I can restart the empire, but not make the same mistakes as the old one. I digress.
Now I'm stuck. Tea time. Well, it's always going to be tea time. You have to eat everything with crumpets with no butter.
Oh
no,
I might be English. Look. I don't personally give a fuck about crumpets, and as for tea, that shit's not British. That is fucking imported. That's some foreign ass shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, this man said fuck your tea.
Wait.
He said fuck your tea.
Really, you don't drink tea? I'm actually kind of surprised.
Aydin. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of so-called stereotypes about my country is not actually native to my country. It's imported.
He is correct, though.
Because I've lived here for 3 years. That's why I was asking. With
Aydin,
they internalized the culture, Aydin. They adopted it into their lifestyles.
Aydin, I don't think you understand, right? But this is one of the aspects that's quite unique about the English, is that foreign cultures have a bigger impact on us than we have on them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's the ironic thing. Like, if you want to talk about a group of people that could be culturally colonized, ironic enough, very easily, it is ironically enough the English.
Do you know?
Look at fucking London.
There was a Guardian. There was a Guardian quiz from a couple of years ago, and I remember because I used to see it posted around the cooking board on 4chan and just around in general, where it was the top food rated like most liked, least liked in the UK, and you know what the #1 most favorite food in the UK is? By this
I can tell you what it is. I can tell you what's voted #1. It was curry.
It's curry. Yeah. It's
yeah. And that's what makes me laugh. It's like no, but that's the thing that makes me laugh, right? It's like so much of the shit is not even native to my fucking country.
No, that's by far the most favorite thing was curry.
Yeah, but in reality, but here's the ironic thing, right? My country, on the other hand, super welcomely opened our arms up to the fucking rest of the world, and we embraced a lot of that shit. There was no reciprocation on the other fucking end. Like, I've never seen a South Asian enjoy a fucking chippy.
That's because y'all tried to conquer the world with the bullet and the gun, and we conquered the world with our food, our cuisines, and our penises.
On that point, I would say that's highly debatable, and I have had that's highly debatable.
The penis part, definitely.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty certain the record holder is a straight white man, but as for hot drinks.
But I have seen this.
Okay, but I gotta say this for America. What about our fucking ribs? You can't get ribs like it. I know how to smoke some ribs. My daddy taught me, and that's why I do miss South Central. Came from Pasadena, lived in South Central, and holy shit, can I not fucking Ontario, California?
I am bringing it over here. I'm trying my best. I am trying my best to bring over ribs, shit like that. And, I mean, we barbecue out here, right? But like, there's so much.
Yeah, but going back to the hot drink.
You gotta
question,
boil them first, though.
If I had to choose hot drinks, I don't care. It is a hot chocolate for me.
Oh fuck yes, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Not that Swiss Miss shit, though.
No. Like my personal favorites from Nero's.
which is an Italian coffee shop.
Okay, I know
That
exactly what
shit
you're
is
fucking
top
talking
tier.
about.
But Starbucks and Costa can both go fuck themselves.
I like Costa.
Also, whoever put steak and kidney pie in low tier, go fuck yourself. That is god tier right there.
Who put black pudding and I'm sorry, okay, I'm
Black
about
pudding
to say this
is
word.
fucking disgusting.
I love it. I love
Disgusting.
I'm hearing so much. I'm hearing so much British triggering right now.
Okay,
Disgusting.
hang on, real quick. I was trying to say this earlier when my mic was muted, and there was a previous discussion about British food being bad. Black pudding is fucking apex tier. It's oats, blood, and meat. I know it sounds really gross. That's why it's black. It's because it's blood. But it's so delicious.
Aydin, do not make me get the belt. Do not make me get that belt.
I am
Do not make me get that belt.
The other thing that makes no sense on this, real quick, the other thing on this list that makes no sense is that where Susan, I'm talking about a meatball right here. Faggots, crab tier. It's literally a meatball in gravy.
Yes, it is. It's no. Actually, funny enough, Aydin.
What about meatloaf? That shit is abominable.
Hold on, Epit, hold on. Now, one of the funniest things I love to do with Americans, which they really get annoyed with when they actually have to Google this, is when I call them "stop acting like a Lancashire meatball."
Yeah, right.
Oh shit! Okay, devastated. Why'd you drop the nuke right?
No, because it's such a random thing to call somebody. They're like, "What the fuck is that?" And I'm like, "Google it." And then they Google it, and they're like,
"I'm just like,
hey." And also, it's a safe. No, but that's the funny thing. It's a safe word. It's a YouTube safe word for calling somebody a cigarette. So, and that's what I love about being English is that we have these phrases, and the Americans don't know about, which I know are YouTube safe, that you can use against them.
Yes, it's fun. Just as fun.
So because you mind fuck to get them to Google it, and it's like, I made you work, bitch.
Yes.
I just noticed on the list, where the fuck is my sausage roll? Where is my sausage rolls? Where is my Greg's sausage roll?
Nowhere.
It's the Cornish pasty is the closest you're getting there.
Cornish pasties.
I know.
No. I would say this. One thing I do want to try is a proper Cornish pasty. No, not the ones you get like outside of Cornwall. I'm talking a proper Cornish pasty.
I am surprised. Where is the sausage roll? Because that's like
no. The sausage roll from Greg's are top tier, like top tier Greg's sausage rolls. When it just comes out of the oven, that is top tier shit right there. Like, it's cheap, it fills you up, and then you can go for the rest of the day. And you're always happy when you have it. Like me, I'm a greedy fuck. I buy 4.
That's what
No. Get that blasphemous shit out of here. I buy 4 of them, right? Because you basically pay for the price of 3, right? That shit fills you up. That's a fucking good lunch, okay? You get enough calories to get through your day. It's nice and fulfilling, and it makes you feel warm and cozy inside. And it makes you happy, okay? And I don't care. If you eat food and it makes you happy, that's always a good thing, as far as I'm fucking concerned. Now, going through the rest of this list. Like, I mean, beef Wellington. I mean, I know that has French origins.
Shit! I saw that a Biggie with Babbage. That shit was tight.
It's pie barm
a whole process.
Wellington's delicious. I love Wellington.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like, the bangers and mash is class, right? And now the bacon sandwich one. Now I have a bit. Now here's the thing. I prefer a sausage sandwich.
We gotta be honest with the bacon sandwich.
No, hold on. You cannot have it with bread.
But it's not that simple.
No. You cannot have it with bread. You gotta have it with toast. Because when you have it with bread and you want to add sauce to it, it just soaks in so easily and it just gets over your fingers and it's just not nice to good. It's like a fucking burger where it's been sitting there for like half an hour and all the fat just drizzles into the bun and makes it all soggy and that just ruins your damn food. Okay, so this is why you need to have it with toast. And me, because I'm a greedy fuck, I have a double decker of this shit and it's sausage and bacon. I mean, and that shit is
you're going
good.
all out. You're like, fuck this. I love the salt and the meat.
And the fish and chip shit, right? The chippies, right?
Oh,
now,
fuck yes.
On the chippy shit, right? Now, I don't care what anyone says. Certain chippies do not know how to do chippy chips.
No shit.
Now, for those outside of England, I should say Britain in general, those who don't understand what I mean by this. Now, if you know This is the epitome of if you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. There is no in between. There is no grey area. It's just black and white. That's how I like it. Now, if you know a chippy that knows how to do the chips proper,
yeah,
they are so damn satisfying.
Bill's mom owned a chippy, and still runs a.
Oh no! Like, and I don't care what anyone says. If you have the chippy where they wrap it in paper, don't put it on a plate. Just leave it in the paper with plenty of salt. That shit is just so damn good. That shit is just top tier.
It's the whole fucking presentation. No one gets that it's the presentation. If you ask
back in the day, they used to literally wrap it up in fucking newspaper. That's how good it was. It used to be wrapped up in newspapers back in the day. So literally, if it was a paper you didn't like, you just used it to wrap your fucking people's food in it, because that was a bigger insult. But you didn't read it. You literally used it to wrap people's food in it. That's how insulting.
Put it in the Guardian.
And especially up north, a certain infamous paper they would only use just to use this for, but they stopped doing it because of health and safety reasons. And that is called, and that paper, as far as I'm concerned, it should be recorded. It should be rebranded its name, the Scut.
What I also posted an image of real quick is the pie bar Wet, which mostly, but I discovered this years ago. Bill makes fun of me now for making fun of it, but what it is it's a sandwich. So you got 2 pieces of bread. In the bottom one, that's a bunch of French fries, American terms. In the middle there,
that's fat ass chippy chips. Those are chippy chips.
Bill is upset from downstairs. He hears me talking about it. In the middle there, that's a pie, which means it's like a little pie, like that's full of meat, gravy, and then on top is mashed pea. When it's pea wet,
mushy peas.
Mushy peas.
Green
peas.
It's mushy peas. Yeah, it's like mushy peas, but with like extra shit in it.
And then you pour gravy all over it, and that.
Oh no! Okay. Just to make everyone very disgusting, but also hungry at the same time.
Something to drink.
Yeah, you need to get something to drink because I'm gonna make you all very hungry. No.
I mean, I'm also gonna grab a sandwich, so it's whatever.
No. The other day, I love a good chippy on the weekend, right? I really fancy the chippy, right? So I got my usual chippy order, and because I'm a proper fat cunt right now. You could all call me you fat bastard. I want you all singing it by the time I'm done with this order, right?
Only if it's talk a game.
Only if it's funny.
Trust me. No, trust me. You can do it as a football chant if you want. I will call you I will call you a men and women of culture if you were to do it that way. But I digress. Now, my usual chippy order, right? I'm not joking when I say this. I got 2 steak and kidney pies, 4 large sausages, and 2 half-pounder burger meals, right? Which came with the chippy chips, right? That is what I do. This is what I do. When I get it all out and getting myself ready, I add the sauce to the burger because I like to do the sauce myself because never ask them to do the sauce because they always fucking do it wrong. Okay? And then I get all the chips out, put fuck tons of salt on it, but not on the plate before I put a load of ketchup on it. And then I'm getting all the salt in the sauce and all that shit. And then I'm slicing up the pie, pulling out all the fucking meat and gravy, dipping it all into it, slicing up the pie and mixing it all together into a what the fuck shit is that? Do that with both of the pies, and then I take all the sausages, slice them all up into nice, pretty chunky pieces of salami, right? And I mix that all into there with fuck tons of salt, fuck tons of sauce, with the burgers separate, of course, and I fucking tuck into that as a conquering man.
It sounds pretty good. I only have a question. How do you get your
Epicurean here?
Do you get your chips with gravy or cheese or not?
No. Leave it. Leave it as it is.
Vinegar?
Hell fucking no. Vinegar's disgusting. Get that.
I drink vinegar, my dude. I don't care.
Aydin, you're getting the belt for that. As your king, I'm going to give you a belt to that.
I think she liked that. I think she'd like that.
No, Carl.
As the king of this, as the king of the server, she is a devout monarchist.
He is actually the king of my monarchy server. So.
Yeah, exactly. The supreme emperor king of the server. You know, that deserves a fucking belt. But I digress. I wouldn't actually do that.
What's wrong with drinking vinegar? I don't understand why people get so
freaked out
about it.
That is fucking disgusting.
It depends. What kind of vinegar is it?
That is fucking disgusting.
Look, okay.
Disgusting.
Let me ask a question real quick. Who here likes salt and vinegar chips or crisps for Kisla?
All of the African Americans, you need to raise your hand. Because if you don't, I'm fucking dog you out.
If it's chips, salt and vinegar chips are the shit.
That's what I mean.
I like salt and vinegar chips, but not all the time.
No.
So,
I'm ready salted, man.
Real quick,
Red walks. Yes.
Real quick, let me go through it, and I would imagine if now my favorite brand is Utz. I like Utz salt and vinegar chips because they're the saltiest, most vinegary. One point when I was a kid, like a teenager, I just realized, why don't I just cut out the potato part? I just started drinking vinegar with salt in it, and I still do it to this day.
It's a
You are a foul.
I gotta say, that sounds
disgusting.
It sounds like some white woman shit, but I can understand that.
That's not white woman shit. No, that's not white woman shit. That is you filthy animal shit right there.
It's German. That's what it is.
What kind of animal?
Aiden's like German.
Going back to the so anyway, other than Aydin utterly making me feel utterly disgusted and making me wanting to get the belt on her, going back to the food tier list here.
Okay.
I have a bone to pick with this chicken tikka masala, right?
Okay,
Because
so this is not the one I was thinking about, because there was another poll where I saw tikka masala is considered at this point the national dish of England. For real.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? Here's the funny thing about chicken tikka masala. Do you know where its actual origins comes from? South Asia. Now, depending on which source you ask, it's either Bangladeshi or it's Indian.
No, but hang on. Okay, everything that's in it, it's a curry. Everything that's in it is yes, it's from India, Southeast Asia. But specifically, chicken tikka masala, the specific mix of spices, the specific way it's produced, is from England. That is true.
Well, actually, that's false. It actually comes from Glasgow, which is Scotland.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was from Glasgow. I didn't know. I thought.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Ouija's did it.
People claim it is British because the fact it uses tomatoes, which is considered blasphemous in that part of the world.
Yeah.
In South Asia. Yes, it's considered blasphemous because they don't have access to tomatoes there.
Yeah, tomatoes are from the New World, so
exactly. And the thing is, people will say, "Oh, this is a British dish," and I'm like, "No, this is an imported deal that's been domesticated."
You gotta stretch.
Right.
Calling this British is like calling the pizza American. Some guys try to say, "Oh, the pizza is American." I'm like, no, you uncultured swines.
I mean,
if you ask
uncultured swine from a British is really funny.
If you were to ask someone from Naples, and for those who don't know, that's a very specific town in Italy.
Where Naples is, and if you were to take pizza, they would scoff at it. They would be like, "What the hell?"
No. Not only would they scoff at it, literally, New York would end up having a massacre. And I wish I was joking. But no, it is pure blasphemy. Like those Italians you hear about in New York who say they're Italian. Yeah, the only thing that is quote unquote Italian about them, and I'm using that in very large quotation marks, is their food. And the fact that they're Catholic.
Yeah, and what I put on my pizza, I put pineapple and feta cheese on my pizza. How I like.
Okay. I will say this: the whole shit about pineapple and pizza is such a fucking retarded argument.
It's a Reddit.
If anyone says no.
Oh
no. The whole pineapple. No. The whole pineapple and pizza shit.
No.
The Emperor's talking here.
Come on.
I love
Listen. Anyone's talking. Anyone who bitches about the whole thing, it's a fruit. It doesn't belong on the pizza. Retard. Tomatoes are fruit. Okay, firstly of all, and secondly of all,
I know that, man.
If you take issue with that shit, I'm sorry. Where the fuck's your excuse when you start bringing chicken or kebab into a pizza?
They put all kinds of shit on pizza, and for whatever reason, they only get mad about pineapple because it's sweet, and it's like okay, or because it's a fruit. It's like, yeah, again,
it's tangy. It's the fact it's tangy.
It's tangy.
Like it's sweet and salty.
I'm back.
Look, I know people who've had. I know people who've had. I've had people who have fucking saxumas on fucking pizzas. If you don't want saxumas, it's like a smaller orange.
Oh wait, a satsuma.
We call them mandarin oranges.
Yeah, I was getting.
Yeah, those things. Like I've seen people have that on their pizza, and I'm just like, I get it, like it's highly customizable. But if you ask a hardcore fucking Napoli Italian,
Napoleonic,
because Naples is also known as Napoli. No, to me, I can't say Napoleon because it sounds like I'm saying Napoleon. But someone from Naples, if they saw that shit, they would consider utter blasphemy and want to crucify all the people that make this garbage.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yes. Now, as
for pizza.
As for the rest of this tier list, Toad and Hole is absolutely awesome. That shit is awesome. It's basically just four sausages inside a giant. It's just. No, hold on. Yes, Toad and Hole, to explain this to people, it's basically a giant Yorkshire pudding with sausages in the middle.
To be aware,
brilliant.
Also, Yorkshire puddings are pretty amazing. They are really, really hard to make. It looks really simple, but what you do is it's like a big muffin, but you put lard in the center in order to make it. When you're
no, you don't put lard. To get that Yankee shit out here, you do not use lard. You just use butter.
Explain. I'm trying to explain. You want to use lard. You want to use.
You use butter.
I'm just imagining taking us into a fucking food restaurant.
Now we have to out British each other, and I'm a foreigner.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not trying to out British you here. I'm English. I'm demonstrating you why I'm English here. Now, I'll be honest, Carl. I'll be honest. If I were to come to the United States, I'm going to a proper fucking Texan fucking steakhouse, right? Yes. And I want to enjoy some big ass steaks because me and fucking steaks. Oh boy, like I say, I'm quite a chunky gentleman. Although I carry it all up front, and I jokingly say to people, I'm 6 months pregnant. As a joke. Fuck me, when you put a steak in front of me, I go full hardcore carnival on that shit, and I fucking
you have the Baz body type, the proper Baz.
No. I'm not that fucking hairy for a start. I'm not fucking North FC, nor do I sound like a fucking how you would depict a fucking bulldog talking.
All I'm imagining is this.
That meme sucks. Actually, never mind. That meme's shitty.
Don't get me wrong. I do love North FC memes because they're so funny because of how uncompromisingly blunt people up north are, and don't get me wrong, and this is not any hatred. I do actually respect and love people up north because they're very upfront. There is no bag. They don't beat around the bush. If they like you, they like you. If they don't like you, they don't like you. There is no in between, and that's what I like about it.
I'm just imagining.
And even me as a southern fucking fairy, to use their terms, it was hilarious, right? Now, if you don't know where that is, you are. If you know where that's from, you are men and women of culture, right? And even me, even though I'm English to the core, right? As soon as I go up north, they know full well I'm not from fucking up north because of the moment I open my mouth. But it's fine.
I'm imagining is Scrappy-Doo from the live-action Scooby-Doo movie speaking with a British accent in his big fucking monster soul form. That's all I'm imagining when I hear Chris talk.
Oh god, we do not speak of that movie.
I speak of that movie. There's actually a hilarious visual.
Eat hot dogs plain. Does anybody else? Does anybody else eat hot dogs plain? That's my thing. I love eating hot dogs plain.
Okay. When it comes to hot dogs, I can have them plain and it's fine. But I do like a little small strip of ketchup. But one thing that does piss me off, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give some shit to the Germans here. It's not because I want to, but because I want them to fix this oversight. Why is it you give me a hot dog? It's about fucking 4 times bigger than the fucking bun you expect me to hold it with.
I hate that.
Right?
Can you please? Like, this is like having a woman with the smallest vagina, and you're setting her up with fucking Mandingo over here.
Look, we've made a segue.
Yeah, glad to be back on topic.
Like that shit just doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna need about 4 buns to make this shit work. Okay, like, can you please have buns that fits the size? Like, I don't mind a little over the edge. I can work with that shit.
It's like
when it's like Jesus fucking Christ, like. It's so over that it makes most men feel inferior because of how much sausage there is hanging over the edge. Like, come on now. Like, this is very like stereotypically un-German.
It's like
this is not very German.
It's like you gave them an ass that can swallow
What are you talking about? It's not very German. You
It's
have
like
never eaten
you give
German.
them an ass that can swallow
I
the
have eaten
G-string,
German, actually, being
but
in
you
Dortmund.
end up giving them up top 2 double B stings, and you can't even put the fucking glizzy in between them. It's like I can do it down here, but I can't do it up here. What am I supposed to do here, bruh?
Exactly, and it's just like, look, could you just like I don't mind a little bit over the edge. I could tolerate that, but when it's like hanging over the edge, they could easily like flop off.
It can be easily. It's something that can be easily described as this big.
Yeah, like I will find a picture of like a German hot dog, okay, of a fucking Bratwurst.
A glizzy. A glizzy.
Oh, don't use German terms on me. I don't know the cuisine.
A glizzy is a different thing, though.
Look. We can all say that a glizzy is something that is only referred to within the fucking 5 boroughs of New York City. But in terms of this conversation, the Bratwurst is very much the European glizzy.
Yeah, sure is
but like, I'm trying to find a good picture. I'm trying to find a good picture to emphasize the problem.
While you're looking for that, I gotta tell you some so fucking funny about living over here as an American. Is that sometimes you'll get like sections of the grocery store or something that sell American stuff, and it's not. It's from Europe, but they sell it as like. First of all, the hot dogs here do not taste like hot.
Yeah, it's because of the meat.
Yeah,
it's the meat.
Tastes totally different. It's really weird. But the other day, I was at the store and I saw instant mac and cheese in a cup, and it had a big American flag on it, and it was like American style mac and cheese with bacon. And I went, even though it's instant, and I just got
That's not even a hot dog. That's a bratwurst.
Yeah. Think of a Bratwurst, but like it's like there's like half of it hanging over the edge. These are the ones I saw when I was in Dortmund for a week, and I'm just like, yo, I need about 3 buns here.
Yes, this is
also, this is not even called a hot dog.
This right here is why we say that ballpark franks need to be foot-long, proper full bun bread.
100%. That's why you need those long. If you're getting that ballpark frank, the foot-long ballpark, you need the foot-long fucking,
Speaking of footlongs, actually,
fuck off with cinema dogs, though.
Speaking of footlongs here, funny enough, for all the Americans here, have you ever asked yourselves why your version of football is even called football?
No, because I know what
I would presume it was for the very lack of it and just the running.
It's literally because the board that they use is quite literally a foot long. That's why they call it a football.
Good to know.
We just call it pigskin.
I believe the correct term is hand egg.
Yes.
Your hand on the egg.
Or if I really want to stick the knife in, rugby for pussies.
Oh, you mean?
Oh, I thought rugby was brutal.
Yeah, but NFL, they're pussies because they wear all that protection.
Yeah,
rugby,
that's what I'm saying. I played rugby and got the shit beat out of me.
I'm trying to talk about some whole. You're talking about
trust me. They're not stopping every 5 seconds to take a break.
Yes.
Like they only stop
crash foul like bitches.
We're talking about full frontal kind of Norse-inspired games where men with giant rugged chests are knocking the shit out of you without the sticks.
Either way,
otherwise known as a gay man's perfect fantasy.
Yeah.
Especially when they're being bundled.
That meme. Oh wow, wait.
Especially if they get bundled in the scrum. If you know what I mean.
If I could just get Panda. If I could just
real words until.
If I could just get Panda one time to just go off about his potential type, and they're all kind of rugby players, broad in the chest, got a little bit of hair on them, and they just
who's Panda?
Panda's in gaming. This is a very big low ping.
Oh yeah.
This is a very well-known gay.
Right.
Oh. I mean,
there's a reason that's his type.
That's it.
Because they're fucking macho man.
Okay.
No, it's because he likes the sound that they make when they come.
I feel like I should ask, but at the same time I shouldn't.
I mean, I'll tell you. You can feel free to ask if you want.
All right, let's do it. What is the sound?
It's the sound that any man bigger than his size makes when he's being treated like a whore and likes it.
I know of no such sound.
Saffronette knows what the sound sounds like.
Oh, here it is. Finally. God damn, it took a minute to find.
Technically, anyone that has ever slowed down on a man knows exactly what the sound sounds like. But when it comes out of a giant rugby man's mouth, that shit is like immediate charisma to your energy.
Connecting with that energy.
And now someone out there is secretly going to end up searching that up. We're looking that up with C search turned off and going to get some shocking results.
Ain't gonna be shocking. It'll be exactly what I just described. You can't blame me because you looked it up. Now, let's get back to this. Though. Despite the sexual experience, Kiz is just trying to say, first you take my stream over, now Kiz is trying to keep us fucking hungry and shit, and I'm just sitting here like, bruh.
That's why I ate the sandwich. I knew how to beat him.
Alright, so, despite the sexual experience of black men, their sexuality is top-tier dicking, and they live rent-free in everyone's fantasies. Look, Signifier, you have to pick one. Are we eternal cock kings, or are we infinite sexual victims that can't fight back? We have to pick one. We have to pick one.
Well, why not? I mean, you have that little girl that says, why not both? I got a better one. How about, why not neither?
I would prefer neither. I would actually prefer somebody just call me hard R instead of telling me, hey, Big Daddy King. I'm like, bitch, shut up, shut the fuck up.
Wait, hold on, Carl. You want me to call you a rigger?
Yes, I would prefer you to call me a rigger. I would prefer you to draw me in Blender, calling myself the hard R. Then someone walk up to me and try to play on the black mandingo fantasy.
Okay, Rick. Calm down.
That's rigorous, sir.
At least, because you know what? Because one's at least fucking honest. I'll at least put it that way.
I mean, if that's what you're into, it's what you're into, and I can't fault you for that. But at the same time, I'm allowed to be disgusted with your existence.
Yeah.
Be original.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me,
because really, that's what it is.
For me, when it comes to the opposite sex, my issue is, my thing is that like I don't like being rough with them. The thing is that a lot of them want me to be rough with them, and for me, that's a very dangerous game to play. Right? How far is too far?
First it's smack me in the ass. Oh yeah, fuck it, do it again. And then it's like smack me in the face. You didn't smack me hard enough. Yeah, so you can't say the snuggle word. Fuck. Oh, I guess sex is over.
I remember a woman who said that they liked their ass being spanked.
They all do.
We should get back into the video, but yes. This is a different conversation. We're down. We're going down a different road.
Because you wild. Like I'm still the wildest person in this room because you wild.
Anyway, so yes,
they feeding y'all British motherfuckers different over there. God damn.
No, Carl. It's not that we're different. It's just that the women over here, I was taught to be gentle with a lady. You know, be delicate and treat them like a delicate flower. Problem is that when they want the opposite, as a giver, I give them exactly what they want. The problem is that I have to hold back. Because if I don't hold back, I'm going to end up in jail.
Such is life.
Such is life. All right, now we're gonna be listening to a lot of people. The first one is a man he's actually referred to into a bunch of other things, which is D, the childhood friend that is like the infinite Mac Daddy player that Signifier never got to be.
He heard a fourth grader at his school tell somebody to suck his price. And he asked me, well, what does that mean?
Really? Is this real?
What is that? First of all, what is the word? What are the words?
Yes, he is really real. They are really stereotypes.
Sad.
Sure thing, homeboy. What's going on?
Saying, you know what I'm saying? What are these words? And what can I say? Oh no, I'll tell you later. No, I gotta let him know now. Yeah, because if I don't tell him, guess what he's gonna do? He'll go up to that fourth grade. Hey, what did you mean by that?
Right.
And then who would I rather hear from? Me or the poor person?
Originally, how black people were here treated and
this is Mordecai, a porn star.
Expected to go out and continue to make black families. But after being oppressed, after being herded and cattled, bred like animals, how are you going to then expect these people to go on and understand pleasure, sex pleasurably? No, sex has been demonized to us. The idea of sex being pleasurable was stolen, beaten out of us, really.
And it ties into the
He's all extra black. This dude's like, now touching me. There's a comparison, but I want you to make the tie-in.
And now we're talking to another porn star, in this case, a man of the night, if you will, a sex worker. And his name is Malcolm Lovejoy.
Oh wait, Carl, can I wait, Aydin, am I allowed to pull the statistic card here?
That shirt though. Ooh.
No,
is that a shirt? It just looks like a vest on his naked body.
Do you know what it looks like? It looks like one of those.
Sorry,
do you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
It's like
no. Do you know what it is? It looks like one of those like waistcoats you have with a suit. But basically, it's a campy version of that. Quite literally, he's just wearing it. But I would say this Malcolm Lovejoy right here. I would dare say, if I were to bring up statistics, he is by far the highest category group to catch a certain disease which we cannot talk about in 2022.
Yeah.
That's a bit of unfortunate timing rather than intentional planning by Carl, ladies and gentlemen. I'm good, but I'm not that good.
It's just
That's why people love me.
It's a feast or famine thing, because for the most part, being a black male queer sex worker is like is rare. But then on another level, it's something like people can ignore certain aspects and cater to certain aspects, so they only want to see me as a black man.
Can you repeat that again? We couldn't understand you.
Yeah, you're cutting out really hard.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just that he has one guy to defamate who's a porn star, and then he has another guy who's a porn star. Everybody's gonna go, okay, yeah, he's saying this. But this guy, I just blanks and say, this is the one to defamate. So this is the bad kind of porn star, but he's not going to present it that way or even validate his mistakes. That's all I was saying. I wouldn't put this guy up in my video as a comparison. I just go, well, stay away from this one. Let's just stick to the one fucking porn star. Let's stay on subject. But that vest, though, shit. Get that at the thrift store?
Touche.
And that's not that rare. So my experience kind of wavers between being celebrated and being
Carl said
appreciated
man of the night.
for the endowment and
Japanese phrase is yoru day, like by night.
And quickly,
that means that phrase is like kind of a code word. Like they do some weird shit at night. So if you say like, konoichi,
but then on another level, it's something like people.
So you're saying, oh yeah, that guy, he does all his shit at nighttime. Stay away from him. If you're working around a bunch of Japanese and they say that.
Masculine idea.
I'm talking about when Carl said that this one guy, the guy with the vest, is a man of the night. And I was just saying that there's a Japanese phrase where when you're working with them, they say, okay, kono aitsu yoru de. They're saying, hey, stay away from him. Don't work with him. And talk to him. He does real creepy shit at night. We all see. So just avoid him. And I'm like, I'm seeing that face and that vest. I'm like, yeah. That's what they done told me about.
Technically, I was going for the French phrase of Belle de Jour, which is a girl of the day.
Oh.
Oh, you mean the woman of the day, because we're not nonces here.
True. Technically, Belle de Jour would be woman of the night, and Belle de Vida is woman of the day. But it's the word that we use for call girls. Because we don't actually have a proper word outside of the word for prostitutes. I'm being nice.
But the call girl's always high class, and she charges a lot of fucking money. So,
yes.
Yeah.
This is a wonderful thing about the stigmatization of people trying to play fast and loose with terminology. Because when you call somebody a sex worker, separate from a prostitute or a call girl or a regular brothel woman, the annotation is supposed to be, oh, well, see, I am doing actual real work. And it's like, yeah, so is a porn star when she's swallowing the fake nut and the real nut. Like when she's swallowing the fake nut and the real nut of her fucking co-stars. And they're stopping and starting and stopping and starting between scenes so they can get the proper fucking angles where she needs to take desensitization pills for both giving blowjobs and also getting pounded so they can get that wonderful Amazon sit or breeding press shot that makes you go crazy so you can nut 15 times within 5 seconds that week. That shit's actual fucking work, and it's annoying.
Right. If you're doing that kind of stuff, all right, yeah, that's real work.
That's annoying, and
it's, like,
it's
that's
time
not what most people
consuming.
who say, that's not what most people who say sex workers real work are doing.
Like, and it's also exhausting. And
I can imagine.
It's like, people don't see that part of sex because that's the only thing you'd probably see in a fucking documentary. But if you were to actually be on top of an actual real set with somebody like, say, fucking Vixen Studios or fucking Adult Time or some shit, working with the porn stars that we know the regular names of, both male and female, as well as the ones that end up just making their own scenes to post to their own OnlyFans because they're either fucking their partners or they're fucking fans that they meet across the way. It's much
only
more.
A few actually do that.
Mixing business with pleasure.
Only a few actually do that, and they charge an outrageous fee.
They do.
Like, I heard one of them. I forget which one it was, but basically, if they were to do it, they do it like once a year. They have a contest. I heard they were charging like $5,000 at the time they did it in Vegas. But I bet now after fucking COVID and that hoflation and Biden inflation, they're gonna start charging like $25,000 at this rate.
It depends. If you're talking about a place like Atlanta, which is where I started doing my work. Yes, Carl is an ex-sex worker, ladies and gentlemen. The X depends on how poor I get in the next 5 months.
Carl. Anyone who was actually shocked by that, they shouldn't be, considering how smooth you was explaining all the dirty little secrets that women about women that they don't want men to know.
I mean, I told people this before. I've talked openly about my experiences of being a non-breeding bull, but people seem to think that I was lying for clout.
Oh my god! Why would you lie about that?
But
well, you see, Carl, I know you wasn't talking shit with certain things you were saying about women, about how smooth you was about specific details about women, which they don't want men to know, because that would screw them over in terms of the power dynamics.
I mean, that's anything.
Especially that shit with the phone. Especially with that shit about taking a photo.
Yeah, that's just basic shit about fucking war and whatnot. You don't want your enemy to know your secrets? No. You gotta cross-contaminate the streets. You gotta say that it's true, but say that, it depends on how they feel. Like, no, it's true all the fucking time. It's true all the fucking time. And they're never gonna tell you. Because why would they? Any
time I hear some person say, "Oh, if you want to attract women, you need like a really nice car," I'm like, that is fucking bullshit. Like, I can
at least like his car to be clean, but
no. When I say nice car, I'm talking like a nice Merc or Ferrari and all that shit. Probably like
that's what I meant.
6-digit shit. Yeah. But like me, I'm just like, look, if you want to just be able to just chat, just to be able to approach women and chat them up, literally all you need is just a really, really cute puppy. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Puppy.
And that. Yeah, because ultimately, women see the puppy, they think it's cute, and you use that as quote unquote debate to get close to them and start chatting with them.
Yes.
Well, I've never had a man approach me with a puppy before, so.
No, like trust me. No, I mean, I don't actually go out and do this with women. Like, if I'm just happily out with the dog, the women see the puppy and they're like, "Oh, can I please have it?" I say, "Yeah, sure, come. I have to give her all the cuddles," and then I can get talking with them because that's the icebreaker.
Basically, your desire to pet the dog and talk to me, the person who is seemingly the owner of the dog, gets you to lower your defenses because he takes care of another animal. Because most people would immediately go to, he's taking care of an animal, so that means he can be able to take care of your kids. Like, maybe for some, but no, it's I have a cute dog. Ooh, what's the dog's name? Oh, Bartholomew. Oh my god, that's so adorable. And it's very important that they make this particular laugh. Because that is women's sign language for I need my pussy.
But it's true. Like, I don't care. Like it's a great tactic. Sometimes it works with cute kids, like if you've got like a niece or a nephew you could use. That can work.
Pet the dog, massage yourself.
Somewhat as well. But then again, I find a lot women are more likely to be put off by kids than they are by dogs.
Yes.
Yeah.
An actual child.
And also, yes. Kids have
Kids
their
are
own
more
mind.
honest, and they'll point out if a woman's being a big old hoe.
And also, if it's your kid, like that's if it's somebody else's that also has like even if it's like your niece or nephew, weird thing for some.
Oh, well, here's the thing. Here's the ironic thing. Here's the ironic thing, and I've actually seen data on this. Right, if men are not so likely to approach a woman who they see like in the street or something, if there's a kid with them.
Oh yeah.
However, in the role reversal, women are more likely to accept being approached by a man who has a baby on them. Which is actually quite funny in a weird way, because when you hear about people saying about dating profiles, like, oh, how does a man like be able to attract a woman? Ironically enough, don't do all the shit about being in like shape and order. Don't do all the gym shit, because all you can do is going to attract gym bros, right? Have like kids or pets in your pictures and show how you're so loving and affectionate. Oh boy, you're gonna have a few women coming sliding into your DMs.
True.
I didn't slide into this guy's DMs that I know, but he told me that he was a dad, and like, you know, it's obvious to me when he talks about his kid, he actually loves them, and it doesn't see them as like pests or something like that.
Well, Aydin here knows how much I talk about my niece, and she's seen my niece, and she really hates me because that's where the mummy aspects of womanhood. She hates me for getting her going like and really getting that mummy energy out of her. She really hates me for that, because I mean, I like to be able to take my niece out, which my sister hasn't let me yet, but hopefully soon she will. And I'd love to take her out in a little trike, just happily strolling her along in the city center, you know, trying to do some shopping, and just see like some ladies going, I'm like, oh, and just to get that, and then be like, okay, we got a bite here, boys. Let's see what happens afterwards.
That's diabolical.
That's diabolical. Saying that, but
yeah, it sounds diabolical for real though.
So
no. But like at the end of the day, like I mean, if I'm just saying, like, if anyone wants to try and like approach women, not to sound like a dick or anything, or try and sound like some player or like some fucking PUA shit. I'm just saying, like, a good way to approach women is just to have a cute puppy on hand. And you quote unquote use them as the bait, you know, and that would be a way for women to lower their defenses, and you can start talking with them. Doesn't guarantee you're going to get that number around a day.
Because again, women, it goes. Look, most people, both male and female, I think, don't. Even though women are attracted to men who show themselves as providers, men and women both don't want to, generally speaking, quote, tied down to someone who already has kids. People can be totally okay with it, but like whereas with a dog, like there's no work.
Yeah. Well. Here's the thing. Here's the thing I would add, Aydin. When it comes to, especially nowadays, when it comes to men, when it comes to single mothers, men will generally avoid that shit like the plague. Generally.
Yeah.
I will slightly disagree. It is not that we avoid it like the plague. It is that we as single men understand that if she already has a child by another man, that number one, she's going to be much more careful in relationships moving forward. And number two, she's going to be terrified that we're going to judge her for said experience. And number three, we don't want to feel that we're wasting her time, because if we get attached to her, we're going to get attached to that kid. And number four, if we break up and that woman keeps us away from that child that we can't explain, hey, the reason why we're not together is because me and your moms just didn't work out. And they instead say things like, you can't see him anymore, I don't want you to talk to my child anymore. And that child goes up hitting us. Dog! It is like a knife in the fucking heart.
Yes, that is very true.
Yeah, like the kid likes you, and then the mom's like, no,
three of them.
You're taking advantage of my child.
That's the dangerous game. Yeah, that's the dangerous game. You have no legal course over that shit. But here's but I would find is that if you're a single father, I have definitely noticed that women are more open hooking up with a single father than a man is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
I tried to
because
hook up
on
with a
one
single dad.
because on one hand it's
No,
like,
no, but I think, then again, I think part of that. Now I could be wrong on this, Aydin, and Saffron Knight. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. I think part of that is the ironic. I won't call it double standards, but it's almost like the fact that the father, when it comes to the female perspective, seeing the father being the single father with the child, it's such like it's regarded in such a high honor. But perhaps I'm bad not using the right phrase, but it's regarded in such a high status of honor that the women will almost not like fall for it, like in a deception sense, but like
they allow
it like
they let themselves just they
lower their standards. They lower their standards. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll explain it.
It's like they're more open to that sort of situation because
yes, I can explain it. Like they lower their standards because they see if they were to see a single mom with either a normal child or especially a son, they're going to say, she's a boy mom. She's just out here bringing her kid out because she wants to try and use them as the equivalent of what normal unmarried women would use a fake wedding ring for, which is to dissuade attraction and attention. Yeah. When they see a man with a kid, especially if it's either a really cute boy or, more importantly, it's a single dad that is either well cared for himself and well cared for his child, and it's also a female child, they're going to see it as, oh my god, what woman ruined her relationship with him? He is so hot because he's taking care of his kid, and he is unashamed by it.
Baby bird syndrome.
And baby bird syndrome. That's what I'm looking for. That's almost like fairy tale that sort of fairy tale like aspect to it.
Yes, and they get so enraptured in that it's like,
he's got a broken wing. I'll fix it.
I'm gonna nurse him together. I'm gonna fix him. And there are some women that will look at that kid and say, well, look at his attractive features. If that's his kid with another woman, I wonder what my kids will look like. And they'll lower their standards because they'll want to jump onto them to see whether or not the relationship will work and to see what their kids will look like with them.
Exactly. That's kind of my thing though. Is like with my niece, as you've seen, she is not infectiously cute. That if I were to take her out, and I don't say use. I don't like to use the term user because that makes it sound like I'm pimping her out.
But you are using her.
Yeah. But like taking her out like that, and if quote unquote she happens to be a good, effective bait, I can chat with the women like, oh, is this one yours? I'm like, oh no, she's my niece. I'm like, oh really? Like, but how she actually thinks she's my daughter? I'm like, oh no, you believe it or not, she's actually my niece. Oh really? Like, yeah, she's my. I mean, I'd love to have one. And I can joke this to her. Well, I mean, I'd love to have one of my own, but I said there's no lady about, and maybe that she could be like, oh,
never had the opportunity.
No,
so
if
that is using your niece.
No, but that's the thing though. It's like I mean I know this sounds like I'm trying to sound like a right sleazy motherfucker here, but it's like you know like if it's
I'm not gonna say that you're covered in grease, but there's a little sleaze, just a little sleaze, not a lot, just a little, just enough to grease, enough to grease your palms.
But the thing is that like. I actually do have a puppy, right? She's a rescue, and she's basically attached to my hip.
Well, see, that's different. That's slightly different.
Yeah. No. But what I'm saying is that like again, like I know it may come off as sleazy, but what I'm saying is that I have a puppy who's attached to my hip, and I've had her for 4 years, right? She's attached to my hip, like she is mine, right? And I have my niece, who I see every single day, and like the way she acts around me, you think she's my daughter. Because of how she acts and how she responds. Like she straight up like slapped. Like if I'm holding her and my sister comes, okay, Danny, you need to have like bath time. I'll get ready for a nap. She proper slaps her hand away and cuddles into me more.
Whoa, yeah. Because she can be herself around you in a way that the mom is more controlling about her habits.
No. She's it's not bad. Sister's not controlling. No, my sister's not controlling her. She's wonderful.
My bad.
She's wonderful, right? But the thing is that like. With me, it's more. I think it's more of a case of like She knows. She almost like knows it's always playtime with me. You're saying, "Oh, Uncle's here. It's playtime now. It's playtime now." I come home from like walking my dog, right? Like I've come into like the living room, right? And she's there, and she's like crawled up straight towards me and put her hands up, and I'm like, "Okay, Danny, let me just sanitize because my sister's been a bit OCD because the thing we shall not." And then I say, I'll go over and get the hand sanitizer and all that, and she'll just chase after me, crawling away, and come basically right to my feet, and then pull herself up, and then basically like pick me up and pick me up. Okay, Danny, here you go.
Aww.
That's adorable.
That's
and also,
beautiful.
that's
beautiful.
As you explain that makes it even worse because you know exactly what effect it has because it works on you.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But it's like, but that's the thing though. It's like, no, but that's the thing though. It's like generally would but that's the thing though. It's like she has that she's just so infectiously cute. Like you just want to hold them and just want to like snuggle with them and stuff. That's like she's that infectiously cute. And I'm not saying that because she's my niece. She's like infectiously cute. Everyone's seen her. Aydin saw her and she's like, "Oh my god, you weren't joking."
She is a cute kid. I always I told you my shit about that. Like I have this like horrifying, and it's because I've read too much psychology shit. When I'm around kids, oh no, what if I fuck like
Aydin, you'll be fine.
What if I it's just because I've read too much psychology stuff. Here's all the things that can traumatize children.
No, okay. Just for those curious, I'll post a picture. Hold on, let me find a picture. Hold on.
I will announce this here. I am not responsible for whatever he posts. It is not there because I necessarily need to put it out. Because all it takes is one. All it takes is one person. Is like, whose kid is this, Carl?
Oh, that's what I mean.
Whose kid is this, Carl?
No.
Carl, is this your baby boy?
Okay, hold on. Hopefully Discord won't be twats and be like, "Oh, well, this is too much. You can't send this garbage."
It's too big. The file size is too big. Please buy Nitro for $9.99 a month.
Dude, I did. I did it last week because I was trying to stream my new video, which I was trying to stream it from my computer. I hadn't uploaded it yet. Still have some.
Oh yeah, and it was being an absolute glitchy mess.
And it was being an absolute glitchy mess, and now I have Nitro.
Yeah, and that was a complete waste of time because it didn't fix the job.
It didn't fix it.
All right, let's listen to Malcolm as I continue transcribing
I'm on my
his words.
now.
Okay, now let me finish transcribing Malcolm Lovejoy so I can make sure I'm quoting him exactly.
It's a feast or famine thing, because for the most part,
now where are we looking at this at? Because like
sex worker is rare. But then on another level, people can.
There is a watch together link inside of the non-podcast chat.
Go out and continue to make black families, but being oppressed, after being herded and cattled, bred like animals, how are you going to then expect these people to go on and understand pleasure? Sex pleasure? No, sex has been demonized to us. The idea of sex being beaten out of its rhythm.
And it ties into the hypermasculine idea. I find my experience is generally it's a feast or famine thing, because for the most part, being a black male queer sex worker
who is this man and why he look like that?
On another level, if somebody owns,
I'm sorry if I'm body shaming, but his eyes are very far apart.
Want to see me as a black man, then that's not that rare. So my experience favors between
he has like almost no eyebrows.
Highly for the endowment and the physicality to being rapidly and quickly discarded. Religion and slavery and all this. I don't want all that shit. I just want a black man.
And understand.
Wait, are we talking about the man in the vest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, no,
I also
let me just say, like, from South Central, straight up from South Central, we be like looking at this dude, we like, look at one of these, this one of them greasy ass rib shack niggas. Like, look at him. He looks creepy as fuck. He be burning the fuck this fool. No, we would be like, avoid this dude, avoid his shack, he gonna overcharge you. His fucking greens are terrible. I don't know how you make greens terrible, but they bad. Don't go to his shack.
His greens are terrible. They taste funny, and they don't have enough red spice.
Pleasurable, no.
But he's gonna insist they the shit. Got it from my grandmama. You insult my grandmama. And it's your grandmama passed. You saying she's dead? You just done said that.
I'm gonna make a dark take right now. This is the future of Gatsy Koto.
Gatsy appears to be in some trouble, by the way.
True. I hope he gets the full account. That man was butt vaping kids and young men teenagers. Oh yeah. That man has taken a very long way to come to the Black Hammer that he was, and he's gonna definitely get Black Hammered in jail.
Oh man.
Not sexually. They're gonna beat the shit out of him.
That's what he thinks is coming, and he's like, "Y'all want some ribs? No, we looking for a breeze."
I find my experience generally it's a feast or famine thing because for the most part, being a black male queer sex worker is rare. But then on another level, if somebody only people can ignore certain aspects and cater to certain aspects. So if they only want to see me as a black man, then that's not that rare. So my experience kind of wavers between being celebrated and being appreciated highly for the endowment and the physicality to being rapidly.
No, is this man gay, straight, or bisexual?
Queer. I can't hear him.
He's queer.
Hello?
Queer.
He's queer.
He's covering the spectrum.
Am I too low now? Dang it.
No, we can hear you perfectly.
No, did you turn the thing down to too low for you? Watch together thing.
No, the sound should be normal.
Homie got stress neck right here. He'd be like doing too much of the same thing. He got stress neck. That folded skin. I'm like, stress neck.
Yeah. Well, on that point though, it does make me laugh how America try and make the fact that queer means something completely different to what it actually means.
It's always changing.
Queer means weird.
It
means you're weird.
It was a derogative term for calling someone a homosexual. God damn it.
Yeah, but people are like, no, we have to reclaim it. Like people reclaim
motherfuckers, you guys are fucking butchering my language, okay? And as an Englishman, I should fucking conquer it back.
One white woman at a time.
Give us back the word fagger. And make it collecting sticks again or smoking a fag. Like we need that word back.
I Lancashire meatball.
Yeah, there you go. All right, mate. All right.
Or the endowment to being rapidly and quickly discarded, religion and slavery and all this. I don't want all that shit. I just want a black man and a big dick. So so there are times where they
okay,
I'm
Milo,
really treated invisible because they're like, yo, this is sex work. We don't want somebody who's educating about sexual history and slavery and racism, capitalism and how it all ties in. I just want to get my nut off.
Fuck with your fame. Fuck with your cheddar, nigga.
I mean, at least he's honest. He basically took the Milo defense. Listen, I just want a black man with a big dick.
No, that's what he was describing that people wanted. That's what he's describing that people wanted, preferably when he was giving them what he was giving. Because the next thing he said is that I don't want to be lectured about the systemic ties of slavery and how that affects things. I just want to get my nut off. He's saying that his clients are saying that to him.
Yeah, well, it's like, but that's the funny thing though. It's like if you want to have a sex worker, you're there to generally to have a leg over. Or maybe just a little bit of a little bit of companionship. That's it. Nothing else.
I mean, I have reports. A lot of guys just come to them and just really kind of just want a therapist.
True.
And they want to nut probably too, but they also
that is ironically true.
The order that it happens in is blowjob, first nut. They talk about the problem, then missionary and/or doggy. Rough doggy, no condom, nut, another problem, then flip over, either continue missionary or then go into breed press doggy, hard nut, hold it for a minute as it continues just, then fall over, continue talking about the problem as the nut drips out of you. In that order.
Could have done without that last part, maybe, but it's alright. Oh, too bad.
I don't lie. I tell honest things.
Exactly.
All right. Just taking it as it is, but not taking it that way though.
And then we have the last one here.
And I'm telling you right now, at that moment, I realized that as many times as I had sex, I was in a new realm when it came to this woman.
He looks like Kanye West though.
She likes a lot.
I can't hear them.
She views sex as art, and I said, well, I'm used to.
So if they only want to see me as a black man and a big dick, so so there are times where they I'm really treated invisible because they're like, yo, this is sex work. We don't want somebody who's educating about sexual history and slavery and racism and sexism and capitalism and how it all ties in together. I just want to get my nut off.
And I'm telling you right now, at that moment, I realized that as many times as I had sex, I was in a new realm when it came to this woman, because she's done a lot and she likes a lot, and she views sex as art. And I said, well, I'm used to using my main phallic symbol. That's my tool. That's it. I'm sitting there and I'm watching them do things to her without their dick. They don't have a penis. And they're working her way further than I've ever done in life up until that point. So that, and now I'm like, yo, I gotta get my tool bag together. My tool bag only has one tool in it. And they don't even have it. And they go going crazy.
They surpassed me already.
They surpassed me first time. One time. Surpassed.
But first, let's talk about today's perfectly aligned sponsor, who I need you to support because...
No, I will not talk about your sponsor. I will talk about these men's testimonials. I'm gonna invent a new word to describe this: sexually outpacing.
So what this guy is ironically admitting is that he shit in bed.
He's whack.
Yeah, he's whack in bed. Anyway, for those who didn't see, if you're checking a not podcast chat, that's my niece in her little trike that I got her. And yeah, she is that infectiously cute. She was happy. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. I can hear you.
Double check. Okay. I wasn't sure if I did that weird disconnecting like Aydin had earlier. But yeah, for those who don't see, who didn't hear me the first time, non-podcast chat.
Super.
That's my niece. That is my niece.
Adorable. All right, so
you see me?
At the same time, I'm also struggling.
How much did you? How much of the bottles left? How much of the bottles left, Aydin?
Oh, it's not that. It's that I've been trying to fucking I finished my video that's supposed to be up to, but there were a couple of problems that I went to go try to fix them.
Okay.
And now for 24 hours, I've been trying to just open the file that I have exported as of 2 days ago, make a couple of edits, and it just crashes every single fucking. So while I'm sitting here just.
Oh yeah, I hate that too.
Just made like 3 little edits to the file. Be okay, please.
Yeah. Like you guys.
Like, nah, you can't. We're gonna crash every time. Files too much.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's infuriating. I've been doing that for like half an hour.
It's all because Aydin asked me politely, and I did this out of the kindness of my own heart to record the line for her video. She didn't even bloody well use it.
I was gonna actually put it in, but now like I can't even edit text. I don't know why it's like this. Why are you like this?
It's because
it's like this.
It's because, Aydin, your edit is too big.
It is. It's too big. I think it has to be. It's file or something. I've seen it be very bad. This is
Aydin,
shit I've ever encountered.
Aydin, this is gonna perhaps sound like a really low tier response to this. But have you installed any updates recently?
Yeah, it forced me to move to Windows 11.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to tell you, Aydin, but it sounds like the computer has technologically outpaced you.
It really is Windows 11. I guarantee it. Yeah.
I mean, me personally, I would say I find when programs don't work properly, I find a hard reset tends to do the trick.
Because I've done it 3 times. Like it's not gonna help.
I mean, this might be a danger. This might be the danger option. Uninstall and reinstall the program.
No, I'm not. It'll take literally days with the amount of stuff I have in software. And by the way, the software, I was running it on Windows 11 the entire time I was making the video. It was literally only after I exported it and made my final save and was like, I think I'm good and we're done. And then it was after that it decided to not work anymore. So it's this weird fucking nightmare that I'm stuck in right now. I'm saving it every seconds. Saving is causing it to crash. So at this point, I might have to say, fuck it. But holy shit, is it frustrating. Let's see if I can save it.
Figure it out. You still have time. You can figure it out.
I'm just gonna upload the video as it was because it was fine for the most part. There were a couple of minor errors. They weren't like devastating, but
yeah, you can put
up. Yeah, but what made me laugh was she had like a 20-minute cut, which she played. No issues with it. She gives us the full cut, and it played up within the first 20 minutes. And it was so freaking weird. It went like full on robotic-y, and I'm just like,
that was Discord. That wasn't the video.
Okay, yeah, and I was just like, really?
Right. So I'm going to start reading out these things that they're saying, and then I'm going to talk about it. But first, Awesome TV has a question. Ask your question, my friend, and I will read it once I see it.
If he's still here, yeah.
If they're still here.
I did put in the chat. No, they're not. Really, that love chat XYZ things in the participants, and it's you.
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of these fucking bots, because I've tried banning these things, I've tried writing an XTV.
No, they don't. I think YouTube literally just does this manually, because I'm sorry, but every fucking live stream now.
Yeah, it's every single time.
These things come in.
And this isn't the first time. It's not even the first time. I've already gotten rid of one like this earlier.
That happened when I was on with Aydin, like, for the past 2 weeks, these porn spam bots come in. Just like, fuck off. Just fuck off.
This is what Wojcicki's YouTube. Biden's America, Wojcicki's YouTube, Elon's Twitter. When are we gonna get something of Carl's and Aydin's?
Me personally, I would like to be able to take YouTube.
Well, you're gonna get something of mine tomorrow, but it's not gonna be fucking perfect because my program crashed via trying to save, edit, putting parentheses around year in a citation. So that file is just fuck. There's nothing I can do to fix it or change it. Pissed, but
Bro.
Yeah, and
also,
she's not restarting. She is not restarting.
Also, that's what she said. Tee.
Well, restarting the computer, I already did it 3 times, so like that's not gonna.
No, I mean
that's
like
what she
restarting
said.
as in starting afresh. That's what I meant by restarting.
So.
Oh, that would take 3 weeks. I'm not gonna do that shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, I'd say fuck it too. I would say fuck it too.
To fix
decide what color
errors on the screen, no, and to replace because his audio, dude. No, yeah, I'm frustrated just because, by the way, like to not be able to fix fucking anything. It makes me kind of want to scream, but I can't. So. All right, sorry.
Okay.
Go. Trying to scream, chat.
Have a fun stream. Good night.
All right. So, black men and women. He said black men inside of it, but this applies to both men and women. Black men and women have been bred like cattle. How can they enjoy and experience proper sex? It's been demonized to us. Second one, being a black male queer sex worker is feast and famine. Being a black sex worker is exceptionally rare. My experience wavers between praise and appreciation, fetish to being rapidly discarded if they only want one part of my sexuality and identity, including my religion.
I gotta point out that last part of that last little bit, and that he mentioned as well as the fetishization. So like, there's no winning. If somebody's like, okay, look, somebody seeks you out as a sex worker and they have a request, like, oh, I like blonde, brunette, I like redhead, I like black women. All of a sudden, it's a fetish thing. If you say I like black, I like. Let's not play around like that. There's not fetish shit that happens. Race, you know what I mean? Obviously, the thing can be a fetish, but I find it fucking annoying when people who are sex workers means that you know that you're gonna have to play people's fetishes, right? And it's like, so there's no way to win. Like, somebody does find you attractive, and they specifically seek you because that's something that they like, or whatever the word that's they use in the sex work business, and they do find that attractive. Well, if they request that, now they're being a fetish. Now they're fetish. That's bad. And if they don't request, well, then that's because they're racist or whatever. And it's like, or they don't find black people attractive. Like there's what. There's no option where you're not a victim in this. Oh, almost like that's by design, right?
It's very annoying because the way that they use fetish is this person is sexualizing me in a way that I don't like. So I'm going to slurify it. Yes, I'm going to slurify it because it's basically the sex worker's form of an ick. Many women have a kind of ick, and there are sometimes men that have those same kind of icks as well, but this is an ick of sex workers where it's like, this is a fetish that enriches me and pays me money, but I hate it, so I'm going to say I don't like it, and I'll only be willing to tolerate it if like an attractive person comes up to me and I'm like, well, okay. So like if a Polynesian woman doesn't like the stereotype of being said, oh, are you a foreign woman who likes to have sex with guys and want to have sex with hula hoop dancers? If it's me, they might say, okay, fine, it's money. But if somebody that looks like Andrew Tate in a superficial physical sense were to say that, they might be like, okay, I can do a cue ball, alright, okay. It's very fucking hypocritical, and it's weird as fuck, because the same thing he says in that sentence is, my experience wavers between praise and appreciation, fetish to being rapidly discarded if they only want one part of my sexuality and identity, including my religion, and the quote that he gives from his clients being, I don't want to be lectured about slavery and the ties to how it stems into white supremacy, I just want to come. Yeah. That's not a good thing for him, because he's admitting he's bitching at and lecturing his clients while he's fucking blowing them off. Like, do you understand?
That's poopy. Don't do that.
It's like,
bro, I can't. Can anybody fucking imagine? You have hired male or female, doesn't fuck, or gender or whatever. You have hired have maybe to hear your fucking sob story or to hear your life story, as many do, whatever. But you've paid them. They're kind of supposed to. Is anyone in any kind of service industry is grading? But everyone in service industry jobs, no matter what. Okay. So you're in a sort of industry job, and you're sort of supposed to deal with your client to a certain degree. All right, you're supposed to put up with some of their. Now, of course, there are limits. Of course, there are standards that we hold people to, don't abusive. They hurt somebody. They pay time. You're just supposed to deal with some of their shit because you're in a service position. You chose this as a sex worker. Hopefully, some people do not choose it.
Yeah.
But you then go to them and start bitching about your and you're upset that they said, hey, I'm trying to nut. Could you not?
Could you not please do this?
I am actually doing work over here.
Like, I hired you with thing. All I want you to just have sex with me. Could you not talk fucking politics?
Is there like a pamphlet you got so I can read up on
I think one of the guys I was with, he was talking about politics, and I'm like, please, I just want to be fingered. I just stop.
I want you to just shut up and wiggle it around down there. That's all I'm asking.
It's I can't imagine. There is nothing less sexy on this earth than politics. That's good. I mean, maybe there's some other things, but it's way down there on the list. Okay.
Now,
get away from politics.
Now, Aydin, there's probably some weird fucker out there, okay? Maybe like a proto version of Gun Girl, or some fucking activist or crisis actor that we've seen who probably has the fetish of, yeah, I want you to tell me about the fucking Emancipation Proclamation. Or worse, they will have somebody that's gonna hire a fucking porn star or hire a male or female fucking call girl to just fucking tell them about how oppressed they are as they make them fucking nut, okay?
Yes, that's the thing. That's real. I've seen it. Like
it's pretty fucking stupid.
You know the whole massive thing that we talked about
I was about to bring that up. That is a real thing, and it's. I've seen both black and white people be into that shit. So
race play is wild.
Also, like there was like I saw a Reddit post. Now I don't care too much for Reddit, but it was like some person that was like, I want a Republican to like pin me down and like dominate.
We've all seen these. We've all seen these Reddit posts.
It's like, excuse me, are they implying like the Republicans are good at sex or something?
Because they want to be.
Oh, tell me you're running for president. Oh,
repugnant, and it's like, it's a. I mean, I guess it's all part of the role play shit where it's, oh, I hate Republicans.
I hate Republican men, but they're so hot with their down home country accents and their values. Oh my god!
You'll remember
Stone Toss.
Yeah,
comic.
Like, oh god, I can't even keep count of how many Stone Toss comments have that effect in it.
Wait,
but I'm pretty sure the one that I'm remembering is the one where it's a fucking it's a Southern guy, and it's like he's demonstrating something to a friend of his, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I can prove it." He goes over and looks over at a black woman. And he's like, "I'm racist," and she gets all disgusted, and she's like, "White boy can get it." And don't forget the fucking the earlier streams in the proto version before we finally officiated fucking versus chat. The first 3-part stream of the woman crying because she made out with a Republican and didn't find out until later. Cap! That's not just a cap. That's a whole ass fucking helmet. No, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
Aydin posted it. No.
There's so many examples of that out in the world, and it's like
but there is shit like that. Like, I mean, and there's like Jewish people who are like, oh yeah, pretend to be Hans and get the Flammenwerfer, and like I don't know, people are into that shit. I don't know.
Now I'm hearing rumors saying that like Stone Toss is a black woman themselves, which is like kind of funny to me.
That would be really funny.
I would say more than likely it's probably not true, but I'm gonna lean on the side of big if true, because I've seen the evidence that supports it, and I'm like, if this is a black woman that is trolling people by getting their free money and demonstrating that they can manipulate people like Vosh into basically freely supporting them by trying to push back against their art, while they try to push people
really
like fucking Sweet Beans 99 or Bread
I actually
Pains,
believe this shit.
I would be laughing my ass off.
The thing about the Stone Toss comics is most of them are pretty okay. Some of them are
They're pretty tame to me, at least.
Right. Like I don't like most of them are like whatever. There's a couple that again are a little bit iffy on, but most of them are pretty. Yeah, I'd say they're tame. They're whatever.
Yes.
And it's the hatred against the Stone Toss comics that makes them so funny.
Yes.
And it really is the Streisand effect, or there's the other term.
You could say the same thing about G Prime, because I have enough. Because I've already had mutuals like Piper come on and say how she has her opinion against him, and I'm neither one way or the other because I've already interviewed him. But I wish I could interview him again post his beloved and fame as he transitioned to the political comics, because the level of hysteria people give about the political comics is just fucking bizarre. I haven't seen this since Sweet Beans 99, because Jessica Uchiha's throwing the fucking fit. That's the girl that was making the New Guy comic. The fucking fit they threw about shit like that is directly akin to what they're currently doing right now with Bread Pains, which is the leftist political commentator.
Oh, Bread Pains.
That keeps making those dumbass fucking cartoons.
Dude, they're awful. There's no joke.
It's like what I would imagine if the Serfs was to feature a comic strip that they paid for. And it's like, it's dry, it's not funny. If it were to be funny, it's only funny for like a joke in this one specific context that only speaks to the left-wing perspective, because in any other context it falls the fuck apart. And it's not even like the one few things of the blobfish joke that could land.
Oh, the blobfish is...
That one is just as bad, if not worse, and we're comparing them on the level of like Stone Toss to Boars. How far across the spectrum, not in terms of good, but in terms of how far across the spectrum can you really go?
Well, I mean, like, here, what I find, like, I can find left-wing humor funny. It just has to be funny.
It's
you know what I
funny.
mean? Like, I see it every day that I'll find something that's like a left-wing joke, because it's just objectively no, there's no.
Where's the funny? They say.
It's a funny joke. And I just so much left-wing memes. Again, it's words. Like if you need to write an essay to explain a joke, it's not a good joke. Okay. I have studied humor theory. Melanie Booth Butterfield was a motion humor psychology and humor communication, how humor. Now I know her well, but I studied under her, and I've read a whole bunch of her research. And her husband's research. Both of them are Booth Butterfield. But studying how does comedy and how humor work and what makes it funny, and for the basic things called brain expectancy violation. So why it's not all comedy, but a lot of comedy is based on expect, and then that expectation of what you think is going to happen is violated, and you go, ha ha ha, it's a non sequitur that makes it funny. Again, this is not all humor, a lot of it. That the understanding that it, again, so like, take the Stone Talk, right? The I'm racist, and then she goes, you know, ooh. It's a non sequitur. It's not what you expect. That's what makes it funny, right? It requires actually a quite astute understanding of and an ability to see what's happening in society to do sequiturs like that, to violate expectations, because first you have to understand what is the norm, and then you have to be willing to violate. It's why, like George Carlin's dirty words you can't say on television from way back. So what does he do? Is he goes and fucking says them. He says the words you can't say. That violates the next. It's not all humor, but it's a part of a major part of humor. The problem with leftist is you can't violate any expectation, because if you were to violate, then you would be committing a cardinal sin by doing a naughty, and that's why leftist be an explanation. Here's why this is funny. It's like, well, just do it. Can't, because that's wrong from your perspective. That's sorry. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The end.
Well, well, it's kind of like they violate it innately by over explaining the joke for one, and then they kind of say like, "You get how it's political, right?" While they nod their heads, they're like, "It's just a joke. It's okay. See, racism isn't a joke. Now I have to explain the joke to you because you didn't get it." And there's this kind of like hostility. You're like, "I need to leave this comedy club." What did you just say? I'm going. Just it's like that. They over explain their jokes, and they're not funny. So
Well,
you know that if they have to explain it, it sucks.
I don't have any research on over joke, but there's also another research real quick. Last bit on, which is that humor has to be a certain amount. There's a study that was done, tweets that were made, count per.
Oh,
and was it making?
Aydin, you're cutting out intermittently. I'm getting like
sorry,
every other
sorry.
word.
I'm trying to be quiet because my husband went to sleep. So I'm let me get close to my mic. Okay. So there was a Twitter account. They did a study on this, and the Twitter account was saying that they were Hurricane Sandy back in the day. So it was a hurricane back in late 2000, and they would tweet shit like, "Oh, just ran over a Starbucks, about to be a pumpkin spice hurricane." I'm just saying, horrible jokes, but they were jokes nonetheless. And
okay, yeah, but to its expense, like the punchline is always at somebody's expense, and but I love the joke though.
But the point is that what they did in the study is that they tested how funny people found the account to be and the tweets that the account made over time before the hurricane hit land, when it hit land, and then afterwards for a couple weeks. And what they found was that people found it pretty funny before the hurricane hit. They found it really fucking funny right as the hurricane was hitting. So when it was most devastating, like when the worst shit was happening, people found it the funniest. Or no, excuse me. They right up until it, and then once it actually started to hit, and people started to hear the feedback of like the devastation stuff, then it was not funny at all. It cratered, and then after the hurricane, it went back up a little bit. It's funny again afterwards, make fun of it, but it was less funny because it was less pertinent. It was less relevant, right?
Oh,
so
it
comedy
lost its stream of popularity,
and it was less edgy because it was over.
Oh,
so comedy
okay,
is about timing. It has to be. It does have to be edgy. It has to violate expectations. It needs to be pertinent. It needs to be relevant. It needs to be timely. That's what the research on humor seems to indicate to us, and that is actually it for TED Talk. So let's go. My family.
Yeah.
Huh? Are we gonna? Oh, Carl might still be gone.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, I'm missing the presence of Bird. I'm like, he like keeps the stream going. Him and Carl, I'm like waiting for like.
Oh no, we were just waiting for you. All right, let's go.
Okay, so last one. At that moment, I realized that I was out of my league with this woman. This sex was different. She used sex as art, and I use it as a tool and a mechanism. I need to grow. They are sexually outpacing me. I don't know why I find that funny, but I just like taking words that Vosh likes to use too much and actually make them funny. But yeah, those are the quotes from these 4 men that he interviewed so far. And we're coming up to the point where we stopped before. But the thing that struck me about those is that these first 2 are so fucking bizarre, because this one is technically part of the same answer, but this one and that is just like, okay, you put this in your video, why? So, you say, despite the sexual, along with everything else you said, the first thing, second thing, the signifier says before that section is, despite the sexual experience of men, their sexuality is top tier, and that we live rent-free in their fantasies. And this then tells me, okay, so you think that at the same time we're supposed to be sexual victims that cannot argue for our own existence, but we're also eternal cock kings that just dominate the sexual hierarchy. And there is some evidence that can actually supply that, because this would be where somebody like Vosh would say something like, white women would love to have black men because their black sons grant them access to the white supremacy that they are supposedly held back by, and that's also why they shun their black daughters, because those black girls don't give them access to the kyriarchy theory that feminist teachings would tell them is all about the systems of domination, suppression, and overzealous removal of options and choice. But it's not true, because that's not how that works. The first person that has to accept sex is yourself, by learning to accept your own body.
Yeah.
Then you enter in a relationship with another person. So now, 2 people become a whole unit as a couple. Then you interact with each other as boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, common law partner with common law partner. Whether or not you are making them a Twinkie or a toaster strudel doesn't fucking matter. So now you go from accepting your body to accepting interaction with another person's body to potentially creating a new life through sex and pregnancy to give birth to them, and then the cycle continues by you teaching your children when it's appropriate time, okay, your body's going through changes, and you're gonna start thinking of things differently, but I want you to know that it's okay, and I'm here for you. That's what you do as a parent. Then, when they get to the point of pubescence, you then tell them, listen, those changes that I told you about the birds and the bees, that you have something and that those have something, if you're a man and you have a female child, these boys are going to want things from you, and you cannot give it to them. Please protect yourself. If you have a young boy and you're a man, and this is different for who the parent is in the question. It might not be the same for gay parents, but this is definitely how it is for heterosexual parents. You as the man are going to tell your son, listen, these girls, they're going to want something from you, and you are probably going to want to give it to them. If they give it to you freely, you need to be careful. Some men might say, listen, these girls, they gonna want some things from you, son, but you just gotta clang it and bang it, boy. You just gotta clang it and bang it. That's bad advice, okay? You give that advice to your son, you're a horrible father, because you're setting him up for fucking failure.
I mean,
Can I go into this a little bit? Because, like, my parents also did not go about the whole, like, sex ed stuff very well.
Yeah.
They basically told me that, all guys want from you is sex, and so you need to stay away from them. While not exactly elaborating why, because, like, and then keep in mind I was 12, so the thought of sex doesn't even cross my mind at this point. And I'm just like, why are people fucking it in middle school? Like, I don't think anybody I know was doing that at the time. And
go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I got that same stuff.
And then as I got older, they started really noticing that I was, developing certain areas, and they assumed because, that I was autistic that I would be completely clueless, and I couldn't tell when a man is like trying to to
bang you,
take advantage of me and whatnot. And so they really tried to push the whole be a virgin until marriage onto me. And it was very weird, and it started to become very invasive about, my sexuality.
Yeah, my sister used to tell, like, she would watch me, and if I was talking to anybody, she'd send my mom in, and my mom would go, "Oh, who are you talking to, sweetie?" I'm like, "Oh, my friend Gina from school." "Oh, is she a girl?" "Mom, yes." Well, what did I tell you? "Mom, I'm not going to fill in the blanks for you." "Excuse me, I'm going to ground you now." And I was just like, shit, what did I do? I was talking to a girl. But they wouldn't tell me what they wanted me to do. They just said, well, basically, girls, no. Bible, read it if you don't know. And I'm like, you told me, Dad. You told my dad. I would always be like, Dad gave it to me straight. No sex. Because I'm not old enough, but they're going to want it. And if they do want it, and I already swerved that whole course of manipulation because, you know, I'm kind of one of those guys where it's like, hey, do you want to hang out? Oh, yeah, we'll hang out and hang out fifth period, whatever, or hang out at lunch all the time for months and months and months or a semester, and then bam, nothing. She then calls me up, oh, I just got a new boyfriend, heartbroken, and my mom was just smiling when she overheard. Well, my dad just came over and he's like, hey, son, you feel like you're a bit defeated, but I'm not going to say it's her plan to do this to you, but just keep in mind, when she changes, she looks at you as the same. And even though you are the same, and it's not a bad thing, he looks at it as not fitting into her life anymore. And I was like, Dad, I don't know what the hell you mean. My heart is broken, but I'm going to wait until the advice clicks. My mom came up behind him. I think we were going to church like the next day, actually. And as we're going to church, she's just like, so are you still seeing that girl, Gina? I'm like, oh, no, Mom, we just talked on the phone. Your dad told me that you guys did something to the equivalent of breaking up. I'm like, well, did something equivalent. It's more like we hung out a whole lot at lunch every day. And then my mom's like, go on. Next thing I know, I'm crying. My mom just fucking doing on thing. I look over at her, and she's like, oh, okay, sweetie, go on. So I was like, well, my mom's confirmed fucking sociopath. So there's just certain parents you cannot go for advice, and they'll prey on your vulnerability, so they keep their nice little sweet baby just the way he is. No girl.
Well, they weren't trying to keep me the way they was. It's more like a control thing. Like it's kind of like Carl said. It's setting you up for failure because they want you to be straight up clueless and not know what's going on, especially when you're married and you're married to a guy that you barely know when you're like 21. So they basically want you to marry young and just be taken care of and not really have much aspirations besides having kids. And it's kind of common in a lot of religious families. And
I mean,
I've read articles from like women who married young and were told to stay virgins until they were married, and then they end up being miserable because they don't have any like much in the ways of sexual education. So when they did have sex, it didn't feel good to them. It felt painful. They didn't know what to do.
They don't have a reference, so they think that that's normal. I would say,
and they're also told that they can't say no to their husbands either.
Right.
If they say no, I don't want this, they don't have a choice. They have to do what their husband tells them.
Yeah.
Statistically, people who are
and they go to the pastor and they're like, yeah.
Real quick though, women who are statistically, now I don't think that this really means people say that it, but statistically, women who are virgins when they get married are to remain with their and it goes both ways. Also, men who are both the man and the woman are a virgin. The likelihood that they will stay together is way, way, way higher. And I think that's part of it is that they don't know any difference. So they don't know, like, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, because it's a good thing because it's good to stay married, but if you're miserable, it's obviously not a good thing. So
it's pretty common in a lot of like Christian like marriages. Like they do like the whole like traditional like, oh, you have to stay virgin until marriage, and you can't divorce. If you're divorced, like you're considered like a pariah in a way.
You can literally get thrown out of out of the Catholic Church. If you get divorced, you can get basically.
Yeah. So
well, the treacherous ones
super seriously.
go around that. Well, I was just saying the treacherous one in the churches know a way around that. It's super easy. All you do is, go out, find a dude, bring him in, and then everybody's going to treat you nice. They might, like, disassociate you or disfellowship you, whatever the title is, depending on the religion. But what they'll normally do is bring in and say, hey, look, I brought a convert. So you guys got to forgive me. And all is forgiven. Okay, you're no longer a pariah. And it's super easy, but only chicks really get away with doing it that way. Guy cannot. They're like, you using that woman to have sex and get away from our religious laws to tie down your penis. And when I realized, like, the format, I was like, oh, fuck you guys. You want to try to control my dick? Tell me I can't watch porn? You know what? I don't agree with that on principle, but the fact that you think you can demonstrate that level of control in my fucking dad's house, come down to my dad's house. We'll have a nice little debate and sign a few waivers so we can both beat the fuck out of you for trying to control our penises. You can control theirs, but fuck you, you gotta control mine and my dad and the three big ass brothers. Come on, what you gonna do? And that's pretty much how we had to throw down. So, oh my God, no sisters up in there would even look my way. I had one came in, started talking to one of the trifling, oh no.
Whoa, hang on, my dude, you're breaking up real bad.
Wait, what?
You were breaking up super bad. I didn't hear anything you said for like the last 30 seconds. Just to you're cool now.
Just quick. Cool. All right. Just quick cliff notes that basically after that incident spread around the church, King Hall, whatever. And what ends up happening is I just remember walking in, and then one of the chicks that doesn't like me just starts talking to this other chick that I met at a party
or were GW.
Wait, what?
Are you or were you GW?
Oh, I didn't even mess with that disfellowshipping bullshit. I was just like, you know what? I'll come back. I'm fourth generation in that shit, so that's how I was raised. We were raised to look at it like, no, fuck no. It's like I didn't do anything to get disfellowship for. Straight and narrow. It was always girls coming at me saying, hey, like, want to do some fun stuff? Yeah. And then we go to John's Incredible Pieces, find out like they're meeting up to fuck in the bathroom, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with you people?
This is every GW I've ever spoken to, or very similar to it.
Wait, say again?
That's very similar to like every GW's experience I've ever heard of. Yeah. You go back and you go to you're told not to do all this. People do it anyway. You go to the bathroom, you go into the back rooms or whatever, and not in the horror side. You go fuck around. A good friend of mine, a guy I used to date, Hard Bastard, on YouTube. He's a former JW. He met his wife, of course, through the JWs, and they wanted to get divorced. How do you think that go down? No, they left the church. They had to again, and they lost all communication with both of their families because they were like, nope, you've been disfellowshipped for doing that. So they got kicked.
Yeah, it's like but all of the little childrens be like getting like their dads are elders, right? So they're in the protected echelon. So they're like, we can do what we want. Like, rules are for you guys. It's like, well, no, rules are for everybody. You believe this bullshit, but you say that you believe, but I know you're a fucking hypocrite, which is why you ostracize me. I stay on the street now because those are my principles that I was raised with 4 generations, and here you are, some motherfucker just got assembly, and you want to step to my pedigree since we measure dicks. But you know what? I don't give no comments and no meetings. I'll let you guys ramble your bullshit and get shit sideways and wrong. But that's why they hated me and my dad. My dad was, psychologist, psych tech, really great guy. Loved him. But, they're just like, he's too smart, so they never would let us speak. And if we wanted to debate them, like, hey, let's go outside after the meeting, let's debate. No, brother, because you're not proper with the way you talk about God. We're having a debate about something separate. Well, it's all about God. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it was noodle doodle, but it was a great experience watching these fucking posers just fall all over themselves and fuck up unilaterally, seeing that there's no consequences because we're protected. And I'm like,
a lot of the black brothers did say that about you, saying you always hitting the white JW button. It kind of sounds like it's real, but we were just too dark and not light enough, even though we were months. But that's pretty much the long and short of it. I just stopped going with my family and just said, you know what, double down on my principles, and it's all good. I've always been good because of it. So I don't let nobody take what the fuck is mine, because I understand our religious rights and I know that they're protected. So last guy I saw just said, listen, tell elders whatever you want, but I'll sue you. Well, you're not supposed to take your brother to court. I'll take you to court because I want to protect my religious rights. It doesn't belong to those with it. That's religion's history. So that
Just getting you robotic all the like every sentence.
Yeah, really robo tripping. Sorry.
Wait.
Okay, so that's better now.
Yeah, that's better now.
Okay. Yeah.
Did I cut out?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's a long.
Well, I was trying to like finish my point of
go ahead.
the whole crap I had to deal with, like, you know, like my parents just being way too invasive with, you know, my sexuality when I was younger, and you know, it like I understand that they were trying to protect me, but what they ended up doing was like hurting me a lot, because like when I started like, you know, dating after I graduated, they were still in my face telling me I should stay a virgin, and it's like why should I stay a virgin, you know, for like a really stupid reason, because like both of my parents, they weren't virgins when they got married, and I was born out of wedlock. So them trying to lecture me saying I should stay a virgin was just like, you know, it made no sense.
It's kind of this weird religious thing where they kind of project and say, it's your job to be clean for the family, to do what we didn't want to do for ourselves, but that's kind of not tokenizing, but like making you kind of a totem. Like, well, that's just your place in the family. You have to stay a virgin because we have to maintain a certain style of control over you. But we did wrong, but we got absolved of our sins. So you can't do it, because then that would mean that it's a poor reflection on us, and we still did wrong. So I don't know how to slice it necessarily, but it's just about control.
It just ended up being like pretty hurtful. And when the last straw for me was like, they told me I could stay the night with my boyfriend I was dating at the time. Because they assumed that he was, they basically told me that he was a rapist.
Holy shit, they just played that card?
Yes, they told me that, you know, he doesn't respect me and that he would just like straight up rape me. And like he never did that. He never, you know, disrespected me or made me or forced me to do anything that was that I was uncomfortable with. I actually talked to him, and you know, he was pretty upset learning about this. And it's kind of one of the reasons that we broke up, is because my parents they didn't treat me like an adult. They basically acted like I couldn't be alone with a man, that I was too clueless to know when somebody was going to take advantage of me or something. Because our whole relationship was not, he never, used me to do anything that.
No, we were trying to have just I understand exactly what you're saying. It's like anytime I was going to hang out with a group of my friends, especially a few times when me and a bunch of other guys, started a band, and what ends up happening is like there was girls there, and then my mom and my sister, my overly intrusive sister, who calls herself my mom sometimes, and I was just like, okay. She's like, take your autistic brother William with you, because you don't like hang out with your brother, and you don't, you're always pushing him away. And I was just like, I'll let him hang out, but tell him to bring his fucking bass because we're at band practice. Then he went and said, well, there was a girl there. And I'm like, that's Ismar. That's Vince's girlfriend. Oh, well, I saw you sitting really close to her. I'm going to knock the shit out of you because you keep pretending that you're autistic to that degree. You know that you're not supposed to disseminate information to mom and dad, or especially to Adra, to get me in trouble. Well, they asked me. God damn it. So after that, I talked to my dad, and the women just actually started flowing after that. But they were JW, so I was just like, oh no. And it spread so bad. One of them was just, to use a kind of a hurtful word, just amorphous. But she was so convinced that if she couldn't have the one guy in my band, that she could get the other guy, which was me. So everybody wants the front man, I guess, but we just hung out. My brother saw her and said, oh, you're not dating her, are you? No. He's like, good. Thank you. Said something relevant for once. Muster in that brain power, right? Hey, bro? Eh? But with that aside, it was always sort of a dead subject, because after a while, my dad just said, you better leave your son alone. Stop hounding him about women, or should we just ask him? And then after we ask him directly and have a discussion, you're not allowed to talk to him about that anymore, because he's more than old enough. Well, I won't say use protection, but I'll just say, you better watch yourself, James. Okay, Mom. And after that, it descended. Old people in the congregation, don't date my son. He's not upstanding. Oh no, he's not disfellowship, but it's like he's really on the line. I heard one phrase come back, so it was weird just having them like hanging out at a get together, and then next thing I know, just alienation and like just this giant wave and just nobody talking to me. But I was just like, well, I'm in my band right now making fucking music, so I don't need this shit.
Well, it's not like they just kept me in the dark about like sexuality at most, and they were like, oh, if you're gonna have sex, you're gonna kind of stay till marriage. And it wasn't until after I broke up with my boyfriend is that they started like not getting on my case as much. Mm-hmm. By that time, I was more than old enough, and I told them that, look, I'm not gonna be dating for a while right now. I'm gonna focus on work. And for 3 years, I didn't do anything.
Did they say anything?
No, they stopped bothering me about sex altogether usually, and it's only until like they asked me just a couple of questions about like me masturbating, which they shouldn't do really.
That's weird. That's deeply unhealthy. Oh my god! Last time I saw my retarded ass sister, she's like asked me this basically the same question. I was just like, I just shrugged it off and was like, yeah, doesn't everybody? Well, I mean, I just want to see what you think of this working video. And she would always have things in front of me to project. She'd always be stealing my iPod to see if I was walking through it, if I was looking for it, and keeping it for days. And then one day I told her, you're never going to finish the game. It's mine. The last, you destroyed the battery. It doesn't anymore. And what she did was went out jogging, left her in her jacket, asked my mom to wash her jacket, and then next thing you know, asked her, hey, where's my iPod? Oh, I don't know. Could you get it for me right now? I'll look for it later. Huh. I need to go out. Well, you'll have to wait. Sure thing, I'll wait. Next thing I know, asked my mom, hey, I'm so sorry, I didn't watch it. And then it launched into the Second Inquisition. It was like my sister's like, you're not gonna get shit on me, okay? Rounded up everybody in the. They were all coming down at me, like looking at Dad.
It's really hard to hear. It's so glitchy.
No, sorry.
Oh no, it's not your fault
just
at all.
basically
It's probably Discord or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. I'll
No, right. Like I said, it's probably Discord or some shit.
Well, long story short, it was all about the fact that she couldn't watch porn on my iPod Touch anymore. And she was mad, so I found out that she basically got rid of my favorite iPod, my little shuffle that I would shake. And it was cool. I loved it. but she took it away simply because I caught her one day, and I was like, "Are you actually? Oh my god, you stupid dirty! I got you on something." I was just gonna use leverage to say, "Now you can't touch my shit anymore." But, so
Robotism's making it hard to follow, but I'm gonna try and summarize. And you tell me, and you tell me if I have it right or not. You caught your sister masturbating with your media device, and you took it away from her so she couldn't do it anymore. So she decided, "Oh no, fuck you! If I can't have it, nobody can," and did some top tier crazy girl bullshit.
Had the whole house against me. Everybody was looking at me like I had done something against her. And then she was gloating and saying, "Well, I need a new iPod anyway."
At that point, I would just be like, "Mom, Dad, your daughter's a fucking hell demon, and she's been whacking off on my device. I took it away from her. She decided to be angry about that. Do with that information what you will. I'm gonna play video games, and then go to my room. Just not even something that I'm even choosing to watch just to whack off. Just find the most raunchy, disgusting porn video, crank it to 11, and face the speakers at the wall while you're playing like fucking doing Sudoku or whatever, just to be a dick."
I would have gotten kicked out so quick because they were. I was at that age where it was recession, probably around like 2000, between 2005 and 2009, and what ended up happening is just couldn't find a job. It was recession, so they were looking. My sister saying he doesn't work, he doesn't clean, and I'm like, "You don't work, you don't clean." Wouldn't say that out loud, too polite, didn't want things to go incendiary, but she was always looking to get me kicked out of the house, and she wanted porn to be the thing because ever since she went off to college a long time ago, she came back just the fucking whack job feminist, always saying things in a type of code, completely obsessed with rape statistics and repeating them out loud. And like, "Can we talk about the Bible?" And then that would silence her and she'd get really mad. But my dad would see and say, "Tone it down," or else she's gonna have us in the house just ruminating about stuff, and her hostility and toxicity is just gonna kill us. And then we went vegan for a year. I'll stop there.
I mean, if she's doing shit like that, you should have just been like, "Okay, so tell us about your college experience," and then get in touch with her friends and ask them, "Did she go to any college parties? Was she talking to any guys?" And just be like, "All right, so you want to talk about sex, huh? You want to talk about sex, huh? Let's talk about Eric." Yeah,
she was abominable. Her problem was a lot of her toxic frustration came from the fact that I think when she started to approach her 20s after she graduated high school and was going to college, she ballooned. Terrence Pop says, "What was it? Pulled the pin on the fat grenade." Holy shit. So she was always mad, but she was hostile. She only had a boyfriend for a short interval, and that guy was like, I'm ugly, but I'm getting the fuck out of here. I know this is probably the best I can do, but I'm gonna see if I can do better. So she didn't have any friends. Nobody called. She didn't text anybody. That's why she would always just use my shit.
She was one of those. Yeah. But okay, I understand completely now.
But she want to control over me for some, in a strange sort of, I've always controlled you. I've always been your mom. You're going to admit it one day. And there was just that kind of brutality that she would only reserve for me. Everybody else got off scot-free.
So what your sister was doing is she was putting you in a scenario where she was trying to manipulate your life by using that control over you to try to regain a semblance of identity for herself, and used it in a way to shame you about something that she was deeply shameful in herself. So she outletted her pain onto you as a gleeful form of cope. So, if I can make my brother shameful about his urges, the same way that I want someone to ram me through a coffee table, then I can make him feel so ashamed of himself that I will have to use that as my substitute for porn. If I can't get railed, I will fuck my brother's personal life over that he has a horrible relationship with our family. Because fuck it, ain't nobody ever been there for me. If I can't get any, why should he be allowed to have the opportunity to get any? So, I'm gonna ruin this, because fuck you. That's horrible.
Yeah. It happened with my oldest brother. And he was dating this one chick from the church, and she was rich from Indonesia. Now it's like she's rich over here standards, but in Indonesia, like holy shit, her dad was like a governor, and I was like, this is a pretty rare opportunity. She was a bit of a ditz, kind of annoying, but her brother was really cool, and I was looking like, okay, we hung out, we played some fucking, what did we play? Final Fantasy VII. He was a real cool kid. She knew what was it, the Indonesian martial arts called Pinjot, and she saw my bow staff that I got from my best friend's buddy, my best friend's dad's buddy. His name was Big Black Nigga named Temujin, and he taught me a few stuff. I wasn't really allowed to learn the martial combats necessarily, but in any case, she saw my bow staff. Okay, let me show you some stuff, and I was like, okay, let me show you what I can do. I can do this airplane kick, spin it all over my head. I showed her a few of my forms, and then my sister fucking hated it. She was so determined to break up. Not only was she was like, they're not going to get married, and then started to tell her things about my brother to get her to laugh at him. And my brother, he's 6'2", big dude, and he just looked at her and just berated her. And then I had to hear about it from my sister because we were all somewhere else in the mall, and then he's like, he was yelling at her, and he was doing this. And I'm like, stop trying to convince me that he can't talk to his girlfriend. He shouldn't be been there trying to see the events as they unfold to come up with a script to further defamate him. Leave them alone. And she just yelled at him, and I kind of fell apart inside, and I was like, wow, shit, all of that was my fault. I'm just gonna go back to my walk-in closet, fire up my laptop, and just pull out my guitar and try to chalk out a few tunes, finish the album.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do for your sister if she's at that point. It's an unfortunate situation, but the only thing you can really just say is go get some, you hippo, and go on from there. Because it's the best thing you can say. Because the only thing that you can do there, the only punishment that will work for her is to force her to watch you have a wonderful life. From your relationships to your friendships to your sexual partners, if you choose to have any, and then watch you build a family while she continues being there, being the angry aunt that she's going to end up being. It sucks, but there's nothing you can do about that.
But good share, guys, right? I'm fucked up. Just gotta be a jerk right now.
Now, to get back to this, and this last quote here from the last interview that Fire did. This is, I think, the most positive interview answer that was given in that entire segment. At that moment, I realized I was out of my league with this woman. This sex was different. She views sex as an art, and I use it as a tool and mechanism. I need to grow because she is sexually outpacing me. Really, this is the man saying, not, well, see, they just want me for my body, or they just want me for the kink and the experience. He's like, no, I've been using sex in a single-dimensional way, and I just learned that there are 3 dimensions. Like, bro, teach me. And that is probably the best outlook to really have about any situation in life, but most especially a sexual experience. Because not everybody can be the master. Not everybody can be the master. It's just normal. Even if you happen to be somebody who's supposed to be good at their job, when you understand and remember that porn is not real, and so
it's not.
That isn't how measurement of skill is measured. When you internalize this, what that is demonstrated as is you might be a young man who gets pulled by a cougar, and you might think, well, I'm just going to do what the porn taught me. But she tells you what she wants, what direction, what circle, how many circles to move your tongue in, and everything else to completion. And you're going to be sitting there thinking, well, that was an experience. And she might tell you critique afterwards. Like, well, it was adorable that you thought that would work, but I'm going to teach you instead. And I know, because I had this happen to me. That's how I ended up getting into sex work. That's how I ended up becoming a non-breeding bull. And it paid handsomely well. It's not something that you can go into with the head and say, I already know everything I need to know. The basics will be good enough. No, you have to learn to shut the fuck up and accept what's coming to you. Because you're choosing to be here for one. If they didn't want you here, they would not have asked for you, they would not be looking into you, they would not be moving on to you, because it's a two-pronged problem, okay? There's the non-sex worker answer, and then there's the sex worker answer here. The sex worker answer is that it's most often going to be older women that are going to give you advice, not just for life and activities, but for your personal growth. Because the same advice that you would expect a person to give you about something like video games will infinitely apply to your personal life as much as you want to. Well, no, I'm not talking about you need to take a fucking Doran's ring into your fucking life. I mean, the way that you choose to act in your business needs to be the same way you act about your personal preferences and your hobbies. That is very important. Having a certain level of passion for something is going to help you in the later date, because if you show that level of enthusiasm in all of your tasks, people are going to have to recognize, for example, that they cannot treat you like you are not a man. They will have to recognize your willpower. And if they recognize your willpower, they're going to recognize other things about you, like the actual force of your will. Because it's not enough to just say, hey, I'm a man, you need to respect me. It's going to be the ability to stare at them and tell them, without words, you need to shut the fuck up, or you need to leave, or you need to do what I'm telling you, or why are you talking? I didn't ask you to speak. The non-sex worker answer is going to be, if older women approach you, sexually or not, if older men approach you, whether you're a male or female, and it's in the position of a mentor, or a fucking sugar mama, or a sugar daddy, a fucking cougar, a puma, you have to understand that at the end of the day, this is an opportunity, if nothing else. If you go into this, and you're a young man, and you get involved with a cougar, you have to remember that she's giving you free game. Because really, she's running game on you because you got pulled by a cougar, bruh. You didn't pull her, she pulled you. just fact of the matter. And it's the most traditional kind of pulling. And I'm talking about like the traditional, a man is seen by a woman in the street, the woman crosses by him, she drops her handkerchief, he picks the handkerchief off, he looks to himself and says, this is an opportunity for me to turn something around and actually make a choice. He picks the handkerchief up, he goes to her, and he thinks, well, I initiated that because if I didn't turn around, she would have lost her handkerchief. But this woman whole ass decided, you know what, I'm gonna have some fun today. I want to see if this particular guy is worth it. That's what most cougars do, especially the young men. And the outlet that provides them is that they want to design a man. They want to build a boyfriend. It is the build a boyfriend workshop for women. And it's a legitimate, fair concept, because the actual concept that is being applied here isn't an older woman wanting to have fun with a young man and see if she could be able to have a boy toy, while also having a young man that has access to younger women so that she can create herself a gigolo for fun. It's that she is going to teach him that in the sexual marketplace, what is desirable is not dictated by men, but is dictated by women and co-signed by men. So, as an older woman, she has shown that there is obvious value in him, that if younger women notice it, they're going to realize this bitch is competition. She's taking something from me that should be in my age range. Because this is the terrifying factor, right? You don't usually see older men talking to younger women and older women talking to younger men. It's because you can program the younger generation. Okay, I have this young little girl who's going to fucking not young in that sense, but like, let's say 23 and up. I have a young woman who's in her early 20s. She might want to get slanged and banged by college brats, but I'm a 35-year-old man who already has a pre-established business, because when I was 23, there was a 30-year-old cougar who pulled me and said, listen, young man, I'm going to teach you the rules. Also, lick my coochie. And now, as that older man, I apply these lessons to her, because maybe she has dreams and ideas and a plan of her own. Maybe she doesn't, maybe she does. But I'm going to give her the opportunity to see if she's capable of handling what I'm looking for. And if she doesn't, I send her on her way, nothing goes the wiser. Same thing with the women. If he wants to have this experience, at the very least, he gets to have a sex with a cougar. And he gets the benefits that come with that. The trips, the expenses, the gifts, the monetary financial support, and everything else that goes with it.
Because there's a high chance that this...
And if he doesn't prefer this, if he doesn't feel okay with doing this, then I will send him on his way, and it will be an experience that both of us will have shared, and we can still be considerate friends because of it, because friendship with an older woman is not the same way that as a young woman you're going to have a friendship with an older man that's not your father and has a sexual interest with you. It's just not the same. You'll have an interest in watching and seeing how he develops, because the lessons you teach him will directly influence his personal experience. One of these examples is something that has actually been shown and spoken about by Kevin Samuels before he died, but I physically lived from both sides, from the person who was being requested and the person who requested it. I remember going to a conference and being the arm candy for an older woman that is here in the southern Georgia area, and they are part of the network that created the overabundant connections that fuel the sex worker trade in areas like Atlanta, from Buckhead to Bankhead to Warner Robins, Columbus, Savannah, Georgia, and so on and so on. At least far enough reaching that it stops right before South Carolina, North Carolina, and the upper half of Florida. Their families created a network of sex work where they give you a little black book. And this little black book has an RFID chip in it that for any location that is installed with an RFID chip reader, that is one of their establishments. So like a Atlanta sex club that may be a open gay club, not like it's a front for anything. It is just a socialization club that might have a reputation for being known as being circulated by gay men. There will be a room, there will be a door, there will be a chip reader. You put your book up against the chip reader, it reads the chip, the door unlocks and opens, and it's another section of an underground sex ring. Legal, fair trade, every person's tested, everybody's logged inside of an electronic system, and it will be something as simple as you're in Atlanta for a birthday party, and there's an woman there that decided she wanted to use her party as a gathering for an orgy. They will contact the people who they want there. There will be people who will be requested, and those positions will be filled by sex workers. And then every other open position is sold to the public as a ticket. Single men pay a premium price. Couples pay a reduced premium price. Single women pay the lowest price, period, if they don't just literally get in for free. Because you're stalking the bodies at the party. You're stalking the bodies at the party. So in normal environment for sex work, you would have people who are fluffers, basically. In this case, as a non-breeding bull, your job is to be there as like a non-fluffer, because the fluff in this case is there might be people who are wanting to get bred, because that's just what they want to do. They want to go to a party, they want to have a good time, and they also want to be filled. Your job is basically to entertain all the other people there by simply being one of the many selections and flavors of the night. It's not going to be easy, and there will be people that will talk to you rudely. But the first thing that I ever learned was something that I witnessed while I was there with her. And that is that there is just as much as a benefit to understanding the mentality that is required for such an environment as much as there is understanding the reason why you do it. And the reason why she requested me was to teach me and also show me how far-reaching that goes. She was not only friends with people that are part of the Columbus center of Affleck's main business chain, but also had connections to multiple other people in multiple other business sectors that relate to the entertainment business here in the South when it comes to things like how the interaction of big business affects groceries, how it affects beauty care stores, how it affects general independent sex workers, and how their business can influence the business of other places. So you could have a giant party for customers and workers and employees of a company like Affleck. And let's say somebody that's a part of their executive board doesn't want to go alone to the event, but they're a single man and they don't have a partner. You could be the boy toy of one of these high-powered women walking in those environments. And the advantage there is that you get to suggest to him somebody who's going to be punctual, discreet, and more importantly, will keep their fucking mouth shut when it comes to how much you pay them and what they're doing and what they're all about. And that will be seen in itself as a symbol. Because this exact same story happened to Kevin Samuels when he was young and he was getting work in business. He ended up hiring one of the more well-known call girls who had a reputation of being discreet and was effectively a symbol of power, because that's part of what it is. For young men with older women, for the older women, it is a symbol of status of, I can have what I want, so I choose to have a younger man. Whether or not he will be here tomorrow depends on what I feel like and what he does next. For older men, it will be, I don't want to be bothered with the annoyances of women that have become settled in their ways. Not the high-powered women that are equal to them, but the common woman. I don't want the common woman who has the same expectations as people with their own fantasies. So I will train a woman to like, or I will teach a woman and tell her and show her the things that I like in my partners, so that she is able to provide that not just to me, but to other people who may also supply for them. It doesn't mean that they like you any less. It doesn't mean that they're effectively pimping you out, because number one, you're already getting pimped out. You are an escort. Your job is to provide the boyfriend/fiance experience to people who are paying you for your time and interest. But when you are involved with people in such kind of relationships where they can be both your girlfriend and also your manager, if not your pimp, they are trying to protect you in the best way they know how, and that is teaching you the ins and outs of the business and how cutthroat you need to be about it. It's not because they just want to use you for free sex, it's because they're trying to teach you something in the most basic way that a human can, and that is the experimental experience. They are not throwing you in the deep end, but they are slowly lowering the sinking lure in the water and seeing how much you will panic when they either allow you the freedom to sink or swim, or they are testing you so that they can prepare you for that situation to help you sink or swim.
That is elaborate. Thank you for that fucking breakdown. That's incredible.
It's important to understand that, because so many times when you hear people say dumbass shit that is full-ass helmet, that they say, it's such a risk to be a sex worker because anything could happen to me at any moment. No fucking way. There's no fucking way that you're interacting in these places without having some level of protection. Either somebody is helping...
Plus everybody's seeing everybody, right?
Like, yes, either someone is protecting you, someone has been hired to protect you, or you are just being dishonest and playing up the victimhood factor because you know that normal people will have to take you at your word. Because, hey, a woman said she's a sex worker and she faces more danger than men. We know that to be true because we've seen and heard stories about those kinds of men attacking them. But they never mention that the reason that they're being attacked is that the men that are attacking them are people who personally know them. People who personally know what they do, where they are, where they're going to, and have included them into the details of their life because they've also shown them what they're doing behind closed doors. It's the commonality of strippers. It's the commonality of non-affiliated call girls. It's the normality of just normal prostitutes that don't have anyone to protect them. They don't have a pimp of any kind that may or may not be abusing them. It's just, I say words that I expect people to accept, and then I don't take accountability for employing myself with a bad Mark or a bad John, and I got fucked out of my money because they know that I make money. It's like having the same client who you see on a regular, and you just happen to let it slip that occasionally, sometimes, you'll come see them after seeing a high-powered client, and all of a sudden, the next time you see them, there's a gun in your face. No, boo-boo, you weren't set up, he didn't trick you, you let out too much information, and you didn't know when to shut your mouth. That's not to say that you wouldn't be taken advantage of either way, but you know whose story you never hear? The men's story. You know why? Because number one, not many men will give those stories because the ironic factor, well, it's not less ironic. It's expected, but it's still annoying and it still hurts every time you see it, is that society does not care about the sexuality of men. Period.
I'm gonna be right back. I just gotta go check my door. Some idiots over there. Give me a second.
You don't have to tell me.
No, you're completely right there.
But yeah, they don't care about the sexuality of men. They pay lip service to guys. Men are just having it so rough right now, but they don't actually give a shit. Because if they gave a shit, we would not be the first ones to have people reach for sexuality as an insult.
How about this? If they fucking gave a shit, we wouldn't be fucking lying. I mean, it wouldn't be about the monkeypox.
True.
If they actually gave a fuck, they wouldn't be fucking straight up lying. Let's be real. 95% gay men, and yet we're just covered up and be like, no, anybody can get.
It's cutting you in and out, but I get what you're saying.
Kind of. Maybe they can just get AIDS. I guess the vast majority of people who get are gay, and we're throughout history. Now it was different. Like that was a whole gay pain that happened with AIDS, and now like they've made a where now it's like, oh no, you can't talk about the fact that monkeypox is a gay male disease. Which again, like, anyone actually can get it. That's true. But who is getting it? Let's be real.
The
and
people
so,
who just have
a legitimate men's health issue for as sexuality is being subverted and swept under the rug to pretend like it's a problem everybody has, which is going to not help stop the spread of fucking monkeypox. God damn it.
Just please clean your butthole. Just clean up after yourself.
Wear a condom. Just once. Just wear a condom once.
There's nothing wrong with wearing a condom. Just because you put it in the butt doesn't mean you don't wear a condom. Like, sheesh.
That's the problem with it. Like, did you see the big Twitter thread about it? I think I read it.
I did. You read it to me before in the other streams.
I know.
Which Twitter thread? Because I saw
the Twitter thread of the Asiatic butt boy who was going to a piss orgy, drinking
party, a piss orgy where he literally like they drink and roll around in piss. I know, it was super gross, and it's like this guy's talking about how like he only has sex with 15 to 20 men a random week.
I only had that much sex, guys. I don't understand how I got it.
And it's like, look, you're a, and then he gets monkeypox, and he's complaining about how bad it is. We need to solve the societal problems. Like, my dude. You actually, by the way, you can still have sex with 15 men a week if you're really that kind of degenerate. Go ahead, just wear a fucking condom.
Wash your ass, wash your dick.
Dude,
wash your body.
If you're gonna do that shit, put a fucking rubber on. Holy shit. It's not that fucking complicated. I know it makes my dick, it's difficult. Okay, I know. If that's what you want to do, you want to have sex with a bunch of random people at your piss party and your piss orgies that you do bi-weekly, literally.
Like, take a shower after you do that. Like, jeez.
And not... But no, that's too much to ask. And, you know, it makes me fucking, like, kind of sad. There are important, like, you know, advancements that were made in gay rights. And I feel like so much of that shit's gonna go down the toilet now with, like, first of all, with the monkeypox stuff, that's gonna hurt it. And then also, more specifically, with the transgender and stuff regarding kids in schools. And the left keeps proving it's like, no, we really, really just want to talk to 3-year-olds about anal sex. You're gonna, and yes, we really, really need to put your 7-year-old on hormone blockers because they like Thomas the Tank Engine. It's like holy, and they're biological female, but they like boy toys, so that we need to put hormone off. And it's like this stuff is gonna backfire, blow up in their faces so bad, and they like. So many gay people.
Well, no offense, but you know they got stupid parents, and at least it'll be their kids. I mean, I'm not saying condemn the kids, but it's like we can't save them. It's like being on a hill and the nuclear bomb dropped, and it's like I can't get down there to save anybody.
But the problem with that,
it's already happening.
It's not about the parents because the schools intentionally hide this.
Yeah, it's
the parents don't even know that their own children have been placed on hormone by a doctor at school. That's.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude, it's been an issue where it's not at the school. School transfers the child to a doctor, and the doctor gives them hormones out of the parent, and it's supposed to do this because it's. But the parents knew they would be phobic. Maybe that they would be able to talk
figure out.
You're cutting in and out, Aydin.
Oh, sorry, it's because my mic sensitivity is set really, really high because I didn't want to wake up Bill. Let me turn my mic. Okay, so the problem is that it's what are the parents supposed to do? They're being told that they're not allowed to know about it. The government's just going to come in and do this to your kid no matter what because the kid knows better than you. And what they really mean is that the state knows better than you. The state knows way better what to do with your child than you do. So they should be able to, if they want to cut your son's dick off and your daughter's tits off, they should be allowed to do it. And that's just fucked, man.
Yeah.
Wow, that's some shit. God damn it.
It makes you want the bomb faster, simply because it's time. It's time.
Right.
It's just time. And it's so frustrating when people go into conversations like that, because the piss shit is that's an entire fucking job fair by itself. Then the problem with the schools effectively doing statism and telling you, no, we know what's best for you. And if they go to the limit of what Canada did, saying, no, we're going to take your kid from you, and we're going to do it anyways. And then at the end of the day, that's not even assuming that they run the risk of ending up becoming a detransitioner, who is now no longer on the plantation of slavery that they have designed there, and they're instead telling them about all the horrid shit they did when they were kids. That then becomes the fodder that would then be used politically against them, as it rightfully should, but will end up being more pain than profit, because they're still harmed, no matter how much ammunition you use it as to stop it from happening. It still happened, and it will then be used as the rhetoric to then create the back and forth of the narrative, which then requires not just policing of that narrative, but now for someone to step in and say what's true, what's false, who's full of shit, and who's responsible, and who needs to immediately go to jail. And when you have people who are involved in the government at that level choosing to provide spin on the topics to the point of providing just falsehoods, misinformation, and just covering up stories because this politically makes us look bad, there is no other answer except civil war. Then when you get to
or get some 5150s done on the parents. Sorry, not the parents. Well, maybe the parents, but mostly the teacher.
It would only be on the parents if there was a parent that's for it and there's another that's against it, and it's very obvious that the person who's being ignored is the most sensible person. There's been multiple cases of this where this has been the father who pushed against it, and then there's multiple cases of where it's like a show mother and a father who basically has already given up because he knows that if he fights against it, he will never see his child again, whether it's a male or female child. This is the case of Desmond Naples. It's been the case of pretty much every single transgender girl that was told that they are not a boy, they're a girl, and the father pushed back against the state, and the state and school told them, if you keep pushing back against us, we'll take your son from you. And the mother was fully behind it, gloviating about it on Twitter, nonetheless.
That made you boy.
And those and those are both kinds of stories that in and of themselves, those are already fucking debates that you can have back and forth ad infinitum. But the factor of how people speak about sex to the point that they use it as a talking point to service themselves when they want to bolster a narrative about an idea or a topic that they're waxing and waning about is infuriating, because when you actually have the information that they're not telling you, and you know for a fact what needs to be known, when you give that information, they immediately try to shut that information down. So, to call people out about some things that are just dishonest and not true, and say, well, how do you know? It's because I'm a sex worker. The immediate knee-jerk reaction every time is, no, you're not. You're too ugly. Or, I know because I've done it already. It's like, yeah, prove it. Then when I supply evidence of it, it becomes, oh, well, you just have these all the time. You just save these interactions. You just save the proof that you get coochie, huh? Or if
you don't have to be an attractive person to get coochie. You just have to be like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or if it's dick, it's like, you gonna do that? That's what you do every single time? Huh? You have that such low self-esteem? But then if you don't have the proof, it's, well, how can I take you seriously? The only way that to do this is basically to do what the adult film star that Poe was talking to that one week when we first started doing Versus Chat that came in. That was a guy who was being accosted because he took the picture with Violet Myers at the sex convention. and somebody came along and said, "Nah, man, you ain't got the meat to handle all of that ass," and he just pulled out his OnlyFans and said, "Look at this, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it," and now he has a fucking functioning sex career. He's now out there doing the same shit that King Nazir is, and that's because that's his entrepreneurial mind to apply it. But he shouldn't need to do that, because if we're in a society where you listen when I say, then I don't need to say anything more than that. If we have to go further, then that's just stroking my ego, literally. But it shouldn't matter. But for some reason it needs to, because, like I said earlier, the women are the ones deciding what's true and what's false, and everybody else, including the men, especially including the male feminists and all the other people who fall along behind them, are co-signing video to say that I keep hitting the fucking spacebar with my thumb, that keeps saying, no, it's true. This is how we know it's true, because the women agreed and said it is so. And it's nothing else makes it more clear how full of shit that is. The amount of times that, say, an attractive man has his sex tape doxed. So, for example, there is a TikTok star / musician called Young Gravy who had a sex tape leaked of him by people who were looking for it because he happens to date MILFs frequently. He's dated more than MILFs, but he happened to be dating MILFs, and someone leaked his porn tape. And everybody had more opinions to ogle his meat, to ogle the sex tape, to look at how he was throwing it in her jalooper and how she was loving it, to say, hey, this is revenge porn, take this down. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. I know because I stitched it, and I talked about it, and I linked it to my fucking profile, because it was flabbergasting to me how, and it's not the first time something like this has happened, but it's what happens every time, because compare a situation like that to Kim Kardashian crying, not the first time, but the second time, when her son found out about it over Roblox. The idea that if we had changed the situation even slightly, that we would not be hee about it. It would have been, no, you all are wrong, and every single one of you should be ashamed of yourselves. That's how quickly it would have changed if it was a woman and not a man. Any other situation, it either is supposed to be embarrassing, or it is just something that is there. It's information that gets used one way or another. Maybe it gets used as a mark, like, say, in some sick fantasy world, different from this timeline, that Vosh's leak of himself going live because, for some reason, a professional live streamer doesn't know how to put on the function in OBS Studio that says, would you like to start streaming? And just randomly start streaming with no shirt on, and Vermin standing in the doorway with a half-open nightgown / robe. That image in your head stuck, whether or not you want to remember that it exists or not. But I'm a foreshell just for this dialogue.
I know that image. I don't.
If somehow, in some weird way, somebody used that and said, "Well, you can't talk about Vosh not like being fucking creepy because we know kind of women he's slapping." It's like, okay, yes, he's throwing it in Vermin Roach's jalooper. That's fine. However, I would like to address what Vermin Roach behaves as and acts like, and what Vosh behaves as and acts like. Is that a flex? It's much like if we wanted to say something about the time period, because I talked to you about this before, about why I had the opinion of June that I did. Let's take that daddy dom little girl relationship that she had with Gregory Floor, and you're like, well, we can't say that they don't get sex because look, stable relationship. Okay, that's cool, but what immediately happened after that? And what was happening during that? And also, do you really want to use that as a gotcha? Do you want to use someone being antagonistic on the internet by saying, you're a fucking loser because I get off to him doing this and we're having fun mocking you, to be something you want to compare as a good take? Is that the energy you want to go with? The answer should obviously be no. Whether or not you personally see that's an issue for yourself, because it's not you that's happening to, it's somebody referring to it, that's one way or the fucking other. But I wouldn't use that as a gotcha to say, well, see, they're based, because actually, no, that's fucking cringe. It's fucking cringe nonstop. For the same reason that it'd be cringed to hear a person tell you, no, I'm a woman, therefore my opinion is valid, or no, it's different from me because I'm a man. If you have to tell me that, it means that you understand what I'm saying, and that's what makes it shameful. That's what makes it disgusting. It's not, well, see, you're just using your sex to prove that you actually are a based individual. No, I find it fucking cringe and disgusting because you're not only violating your own self to try and get one over on someone, You're violating the other person to use this in the context of, well, see, I can prove that I'm better than you. That should be an immediate disqualification.
Making you look like a degenerate.
Yes, it should make you immediately disqualified in 3 categories. You should be disqualified from ever talking about a social situation like that because it means that you don't have the integrity to do so. You can't resist the urge to put somebody else down with your scenario because you think that the smartest thing you could say in that situation, for example, if you were a content creator that wanted to mock someone because they were uncomfortable about somebody else's sexual history, you said, listen, just say that you're uncomfortable that they fuck more than you and that you're not actually a good lay. You say that kind of shit, that tells me what kind of person you are. Because it shouldn't even be in your mind to make that comparison. Can you find better ways to put them down? Is there a better way for you to say that? Yes, there probably is. But I still wouldn't say it, because why the fuck are you looking to say that? It means that you're willing to say that not just in this scenario, but in every other scenario. Because you're not saying that for their benefit. You're saying that for your benefit and the benefit of your audience to go, oh, he said he had his own egg! Oh, he said he had enough cushy! And the second problem is what that immediately follows with, which is, wow, you are so limited in your mindset about what I might be talking about to bring that up as an argument that you think that my life should be validated by how much of a goji juice my penis is touched. And then thirdly, the last factor that it factors into, you think so small-mindedly about these topics that eventually in the future, somebody will find this take and they will use it on you the same way you used it on them. And then we really get to see how much of a piece of shit you are. Because I would say this is the H3 effect, where you were once supportive of something before, where you were on the side of the person because either you liked them or you wanted the clout that came from supporting them, or it was just a social issue you could jump onto. But the exact second that it happened to you, you started bitching and whining and crying, saying, why could you say that? How could you say that? What even makes you think that was acceptable to say? It's like playing a clip of you you saying it, and then you saying, how could you do this? You have a small penis. He said I had a small dick. You don't deserve to have kids. We miscarried our child, and everybody on the internet's mocking us. You, sir, shouldn't have sponsors. How are you attacking my sponsors? Oh my god!
I remember when he was doing his like, oh, I'm gonna shoot back. And I cannot. What was it? Jay Longboat was covering it on her live stream, and all I can really remember is just this weird, crazed sort of autistic jig, and he's like, "Oh, you think that?" And he did this weird little dance and stepped back, and I was just like, "Okay, done. Tap out. This guy's crazy. These people are crazy. H3 is done. They're done." So when I see him clinging on. Still doing videos. I'm just they're still into the same weird shit.
They're still really fucking popular, but like, you know, crazy people like they why people on the left have decided that H3 is their guy. And I want to be clear why I think the people on the left welcomed H3, even though H3 has done a lot of, using their terminology, problematic shit and said a lot of problematic things. Do you know why I think the left is so willing to accept H3H with open arms and just accept them as our new ambassador? And we'll listen to whatever you say.
Money?
Oh, because they have contacts with Susan.
That too.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would have been my second answer.
That's why. In my opinion, yeah, that's why. It's because they know that H3 is tight with YouTube and tight with Susan, so they know that H3 can get away with doing shit that other people can't. Even though, again, we all know that YouTube has special rules for people on the left that totally do not play by the same rule book that people who have any kind of position that is even slightly right-wing or centrist have to play by. Like the rest of us, all of the rest of us, if you have a center-leaning position on anything political, it doesn't matter what it is, a center right-leaning position on anything, you can get fucking yeeted off this website in a second. You can, however, go onto the same website and talk about killing people all you want, as long as the people that you say you want to kill are conservatives. And that's just the reality of it. That's the way that it works. That's what Vosh does. That's what Hassan does. They go on here and they talk about murdering people. They talk about doing terrible shit to people, harming people, things that you not in a billion years could any of us, not that we would want to, but just like
we couldn't even say it as a joke.
I'm saying like it's a conservative. Like you couldn't even make it as a. You couldn't make a joke about it. You couldn't even say. You'd have to. Dude, I can't say any words on this platform. But if you are a far left political person and you show your politics, you can say whatever the fuck you want. H3 knows that as well. It's they weren't even far left when they got started, but they got into Susan's good graces because they did very well on the platform and they were very big. Success
Is it
story,
a
right?
is it a too big to fail situation? You think?
Yes,
Or
I
are
would
they
say
just
so.
I don't actually think that they're doing as well because you have to understand too with a lot of organizations and companies and things like this is that okay, so H3 originally did really well and they were an amazing success story because they were this couple who were like living in a really tiny.
In fact, I don't know if some of y'all gonna feel some of the stuff I got.
Oh, sorry. No, who were living in no, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Who were living in like a really shitty apartment in Tel Aviv, and then they blow up because they're so funny, and they were funny. They were funny, and they were organic, and it was pure YouTube. You know what I mean? It was actually YouTube. Record you,
Just
right?
getting out there and just doing it, and then you got what you got, and then you see what you have when your fans just give you the clicks and likes and stuff.
Well, I'm talking way before the podcast. I'm saying when it was just Elo recording Ethan reacting to videos like that. It was what YouTube was supposed to be, and it blew up. They got super famous. Their YouTube channel became huge, and that YouTube loved it, right? Because now let's be fair. What were they doing? What was Ethan doing? Making fun of other people. He was mocking people for their appearance often, for their style of speech. He was making fun of other people. That's a big no-no on YouTube now. Again, unless they have the wrong political opinions, then you can do it all you want. But what Ethan was doing and what made their channel popular, including like making fun of fat people for being fat, making fun of people for being ugly, you can't do any of that now. But because YouTube decided that H3 was kind of their icon, I'm gonna say. Yeah, but again, because I said like because they're the success story of look, you can go from living in a shitty little house into being a multimillionaire by doing YouTube and just making wholesome content that people love. It's weird that they even after all the controversies, and I mean it's been controversy after controversy after controversy, including H3 Ethan saying the N-word a whole bunch of times,
Well, I think the thing that made people go "uh-oh" was when he said like women in a setting are meant to be conquered, and like Chochi in the back just be like, "What the fuck?" I remember that moment.
The weird thing
He said that, and then it's like, okay, buddy, like, what's the punchline? Oh, it's not a joke. Oh fuck.
No, they've had so many moments like that, and yet the biggest person on the platform who really did bring in the views to YouTube, PewDiePie. YouTube doesn't want to fuck with him. They don't like him. He's not their golden boy. They don't want to fuck with it. They would never released.
Not anymore.
Scare
Anymore.
PewDiePie. It's been the last 3 or 4 years. They don't want to fuck with him. The bridge incident, obviously, but remember, he said the same word that Ethan Klein has said many times on videos that were public on YouTube until they got too spicy and had to be taken down. The shit that
all my coworkers were like, dude, what do you think? What do you think? I was like, I haven't even seen that controversial shit. I don't fuck with it. So I looked up and I was like, okay, guys, he didn't go hard R. They're like, that doesn't matter. He still said it. And I'm like, I'll tell you guys because you're asking me. He didn't go hard R. It's kind of a rule, but it's not my rule. I think freedom of speech. He lives in a completely different country. He deserves to just have his channel and say what he wants. But nobody can answer why it was wrong for him to say it. Yeah.
It was fine for Ethan Klein to say it. And the other thing is that did you see the new controversy that PewDiePie was involved in?
Oh no, hit me up.
I did not.
Okay.
What was it?
It's oh my god. Okay, so this you really have to watch the video. I don't want to I know we're totally off track, but I'll just
That was good off track though.
I'll show you. I'll show you what it was. PewDiePie nails. This is it. This is the video. I'll post it in non-podcast chat if you want to pop it in for a minute or whatever. It doesn't matter. This is the video that has now gotten PewDiePie canceled. It's him watching a TikTok video of this woman. And he just goes, no, I'm not going to watch this.
And then he does a little thing with his dog.
Deaf girl. Oh no.
So
it's
here's
like,
the thing. PewDiePie could not have. First of all, like if you hear her speak, so if you play the video and you hear her talk, I couldn't tell she was deaf. I don't think most people could tell because, at least to me, I mean, I wouldn't have been able to know immediately, like when she's talking, that she's deaf.
so she's
Nor
got a
the
good speech therapist.
she. Okay, so deafness is a spectrum, much like autism. So and also not all people go deaf not all people are deaf from birth.
Okay.
The other thing is that what she's doing is actually not American Sign Language. She's using something called African American Sign Language, which is a thing that I didn't know existed until this controversy fucking popped up because I had a good friend of mine who was she was
Also, he also has a pug doing it. No, it's Count Dankula too. No.
Oh, yeah, he's got 2 pugs. He's got 2 pugs. But like his whole joke was that like, okay, it's obvious what the problem, why PewDiePie was reacting to this woman, and he said, "No, I can't watch this." It's because she's clacking her nails every 5 seconds, and it's really distracting. And he was like, that's why he's making fun of her with the dog, and that's the voice he always does with the dog. Oh no, you know, he's done that for. He's had that dog. That dog's name is Maya. She's like 12 years old. That dog's about to die like any day. We all know it. She's real. She's got like canine dementia or something actually at this point. That dog is just really, really old and about to die. But he's sitting there with his cute old dog, and you know, make a voice that and why I'm pointing that out is because PewDiePie has been on the internet for 15 years, so we've seen this dog her entire life, and every time he's done a voice for Maya, that's the voice he does. So it's not new, because she claimed that he was making fun of her speech, that he was being a racist. And again, if you watch this clip, if you can see anything racist in it or sexist, I'd like to see it. She claimed he was both, and that he was mocking deaf people. No, he's mocking.
He's
He didn't even
mocking
mock.
you.
He just said he doesn't
But
like he doesn't like the clicking. That's the clicking of the nails makes it impossible to understand and follow what you're saying, lady, because the clicking is so obnoxious. And even if she can't hear, she has to know the clicking is happening, right? You know, and that it's making a noise. So, and that it therefore might be fucking obnoxious. So it's just the whole thing is, this is what PewDiePie has been canceled for most recently, is that he's a what do you call it? He's ableist he's of course he's ableist, racist, and sexist for that 20-second clip with the dog. Ableist, racist, sexist. I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much. This woman, by the way, backed it all up. She's like, "There's some guy on YouTube. I think his name's like PewDiePie." And it's like, okay, I don't know how you're on TikTok or doing anything and you don't know who PewDiePie is. He's literally the biggest YouTuber.
Yeah.
I love fiending. She fiends in ignorance. She's like, I don't know who like PewDiePie is anyway, but and it's like I would ask, lady,
You sound like
do you
racist
hear the clicking?
making fun of me. No, I guess she can't hear the clicking just because she's deaf, and that's the whole thing. But again, the other thing is too, like I knew a little bit of sign language because a really good friend of mine in college was knew sign language somewhat fluently and taught me some and told me about it, and she took classes on it and stuff. Well, she didn't really take classes at that point. She was fluent, but so I know
my drummer also did sign language. I was like, oh, that's so cool. So I relate to that.
It's super cool.
It's cool until people fuck it up. It's cool when they're like, okay, like I'm not gonna explain it. It was a terrible night. We were supposed to be practicing, but I totally get like what you're saying, where it's like it's super cool, and then people fuck it up because they're like, this is my normal life, and I had to learn this because I needed to, and it's not fun.
Well, I mean, it's my friend who was not deaf. She just learned it. But this woman in particular, she's not actually using American Sign Language, you know, ASL, and she's using a specific subdivision, which is, and I don't have a better word of describing it because I didn't even know about it again until I looked it up about this video, because even other people who know how to sign didn't realize she was signing, right? Because she's in something that's called African American Sign Language, or AASL, which is essentially like the Ebonics of sign language, and there's no better.
No.
So she is using a so even other people who know ASL wouldn't necessarily immediately recognize this as ASL. That's like PewDiePie, who definitely doesn't know ASL, who's just a random, like a normal dude, and doesn't recognize, who might not recognize, because sometimes if someone's a really fluent signer and they're talking, you might not recognize. I think normally you would recognize that they're signing, but
my level of it, I would like. Is she throwing a gang sign? It's like, okay, no, that's the Crip. Okay, that's Southside Crip. Okay, that's Southside Blood. What?
It also just seems like she's kind of just clicking her nails and doing just normal like hand movements. I would not have recognized this as sign language, and I have known many people who well, not many, but I've known more than one person who knows sign language in my life, and I would not have recognized this as sign language because it's not American Sign Language. It's some derivation of American Sign Language, and this is what fucking PewDiePie is being canceled over. And it's again like my point though is that YouTube doesn't want to fuck with PewDiePie, and they will not support him through like if Ethan Klein did this, I don't think he'd get canceled. I don't think he'd get in any trouble. They would just be like, haha, whatever. He made fun of a lady with funny nails. Because he's on the good boy list. He has the good boy politics. Even though I don't know what politics PewDiePie has. Nobody knows. Because he doesn't talk about politics. He likes Art of War, I guess. Is that a bad thing?
He
reads Sun Tzu.
Right, he read Sun Tzu. Oh no.
It's like he's the war. He like Peter Griffin when he's trying to be a translator. He's like, war. He just said something about war.
Yeah, it's fucking bizarre. Like I've never heard PewDiePie make any serious political statement, and I've watched PewDiePie.
Well, on camera, PewDiePie has one thing. He doesn't have one thing that H3 is always keeping with him, and that's his vagina shield, and that's his wife. Because they're not going to go after someone with a wife, because then you got to think about derailing her way of life, and they're going, well, we're not going to go after, but he doesn't have a girlfriend. PewDiePie, all right, good. He doesn't have a girlfriend.
He has Marzia. He is married to Marzia.
No, I know.
But he doesn't use her as a shield. That's the problem. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. That's from the public eye. They're like, it's just PewDiePie we need to go after, but fuck his wife, because so what? They all go down together. We don't have to worry about reprisal from both of them. It's just PewDiePie we need to get at.
They really don't care. I think it's because PewDiePie isn't political. I think that's why. Sorry, go ahead, Carl.
He's not a target that would cause them the kind of blowback as they did getting Jenna Marbles canceled, which was basically bully the white woman until she quits on her own because we've made her struggle session. But he doesn't have...
That's exactly what it was, Carl. Jenna Marbles was a fucking struggle session. Because that woman never did shit. She just made cute videos with her fucking dogs.
And was attractive.
And was attractive. But she also showed how makeup makes you more attractive and how to use makeup and stuff like that. That was her first real viral video. And all of that, I guess at some point that was not okay anymore. I totally forgot about what they did to Jenna. They really fucking did her wrong. And yet H3 has done every single fucking no on YouTube, and yet Ethan Klein's still out here doing his shit every week, promoted by YouTube.
As is most of Breadtube, and consider how they won that war against the skeptics. Because they said, listen, they're going to be and this is the wonderful thing they do every time. It's a pipeline. You need to put our content first so that we can be an authoritative source against them. Which really meant we want money. So that if you don't give us money, we say that you're festooning the alt-right pipeline, which they already do. But now it's the algorithm is at fault. The algorithm is making them fucking Nazis. No, it's your content, because your content's being shown by the algorithm, which then takes them to people who are just as valuable as them. Because the second they see your video, who else is in the feed? Outside of us seeing our own content, because we are clicking and watching our own shit. It's watching Dankula. It's seeing older, maybe a year, if not a week old streams that Carl occasionally, British Carl, occasionally does. If not a year-old video that he has on his main channel, or a podcast for the Lotus Eaters.
I gotta be honest with you though, like, I have told YouTube I am not interested in seeing Vosh's content. I literally clicked the button that said, "Do not show me this." They still do. They still show me Vosh streams, and it's like, look. Would I be interested in watching a compilation of Vosh being an idiot on my stream and reviewing it? Yeah, but I don't want to fucking watch Vosh, and yet they still fucking not every day, but I'd say once or twice a week when I log into YouTube, it's like, here's a new Vosh stream for you, Aydin, that I know you'd like to see. Why? Because I watch political content. And now I also have to be clear, like there's the opposite side of the aisle, where is that if I let YouTube go for 5 minutes and I don't choose the next video, it will play Tucker Carlson or Fox News, and I hate that.
Right.
Really hate that shit. Ugh.
That always happens to me, where I'm like, how is it that I just don't watch it? I don't have it in my algorithm feed. When it recommends it, you just don't click on it. And it happens for me at the creepiest time. I always just sort of be like looking at it, and it just jumps out at me in the weirdest way. And I'm like, the algorithm seems to be made to be a little creepy. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, it's super creepy. Like, well, you know, all your devices listen to you, right? Even if you have them turned off, it doesn't matter. Like, I didn't even remember what I was looking up the other day, but I was looking up I was talking to somebody about some sort of product, and then I go to my phone, and immediately it's like, hey, would you like to, here's an ad for this. I'm like, that's really
Right. Yeah. It's perfectly timed to such a degree where it's like, if you focus, like hyper focus on it in the wrong way, you almost go a little insane trying to solve why it works that way.
Crazy. I mean, it's one thing for me because, you know, I stream and stuff, so I talk about stuff publicly and people can hear me talk. All the, you know, the devices are all listening on purpose. But it's a different thing when I'm having a conversation with my husband in private and about something, and then immediately my phone is like, oh, here's this really specific thing you were just like thinking about. That
Yeah, Amazon. I get that from Amazon all the time. Like, you Google something, then it's in your Amazon like recommended, and I'm like, this is fucked right now.
It makes more sense if you end up using a search bar, because Google is using Amazon's AWS system to serve you personalized ads, and they're getting that information from there.
If you've searched it, it makes sense. The creepy thing is
when it's your audio device and it's something like fucking Siri or Alexa. And the device is permanently on listening, because that's the only way to be getting those audio prompts.
And by the way, yeah, because apparently even if your phone's like got a dead or near dead battery, it will shut itself off, but it will keep enough battery to kind of like listen, which is so weird.
Fucking tech shit. I'm lucky enough that I don't have that problem with Vosh's videos. I somehow have gotten lucky enough that only thing that I ever get serviced, other than the Birdman, which why would I be angry at the Birdman? I always love seeing somebody show CinemaSins. I get video compilations, or I get League of Legends videos about champions that I'm playing. And I don't know how I lucked into that, but I'm very fucking lucky. Because if it's not that, it's music compilation playlists. Or maybe occasionally like an announced stream from Stardust, who is a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, I know. I like
Stardust.
Well, we're both Stardust and I are apparently in trouble because we stream with Flamenco and Flamenco. No, I mean seriously, like this. So I get a bunch of messages today, or this morning, or yesterday, last night. Well, now it's 2 days ago, I guess. And they were like, "Oh, Aydin, you're about to get canceled again because Andy Worski and PPP were talking about you on a stream about how you're a pedophile." And I'm like, "Okay, well, what the fuck happened?" And it's this video, and someone else sent it to me, and it's this just like in the video from a crazy person who just hates flamenco. And it's like, first of all, like there's shit you can criticize flamenco for, and I've criticized him to his face. Okay, you know what I mean? And it's just whatever, and just calling me a pedo and shit. And Andy Worski and PPP reacted to the video, and they were like, "Oh," and Worski was like, "Oh, I had no idea that shit about Aydin, or she and I like had a beef."
Wait. Can I ask a question? Wait, Andy Worski? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did not know Andy Worski was back or still there. I saw him when he parted company with his friend, and then I saw him like just doing weird like skitsy shit on his live stream, and I was like,
yes,
done. But you were crazy anyway.
He does a show now called Kino Casino with a guy called PPP, and they like the thing is too. The last time I spoke to Andy Worski was he was like he had blocked me, and I was like, "Hey man, why'd you block me?" And we got back in touch, and then I was like, is everything okay, man? We had a nice conversation and we talked about Christ. We literally talked about Jesus. This was like 2 months ago, right? So now he's back on here, and I don't think he did anything. Like I watched the clip, and he didn't say anything negative about me, so it's not his fault. It's a stupid fucking video that just wanted to call me and a bunch of like. It's a typical YouTube hit piece video where it's like everybody on the internet is a pedophile. Literally everybody but me. And by the way, I always get really suspicious when people are like literally everybody's a pedophile but me. I when that's your entire argument, I get a little bit suspect of that person. Just saying.
Everybody's a pedophile except me.
I've seen too many times where that ends up being the opposite of the case. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's what I dealt with a few weeks. Well, I think it was like last month where Josh, the owner of Kiwi Farms, got upset with me because I didn't agree with his stance on like VTubers or their fans being pedophiles.
What Josh disagree with you on? Oh yeah.
Yes. I mean, he doesn't like me. Like he says I'm a pedophile and I'm into like fucked up fetishes because
Yeah, it's linked somewhere inside the Discord. The conversation that they
present evidence, sir. Come on.
I don't think Josh likes any. Well, he does like people, but he can't like express any positive opinions towards anybody because then his forum freaks out. Because let's be clear about Kiwi Farms is that it's a website to talk shit about people. If you say something positive about anybody for any reason, you get called a simp, you get called an idiot, and you get made fun of for it. So the culture of the website is to only talk shit about literally everybody on the planet, and you're actively discouraged from seeing anything, from even countering people's points about stuff. So are there?
Oh yeah, I mean I've experienced that, but not all of the. Like all the boards have their own separate cultures. It's very strange at this point.
Yes, they do.
But like, there's some boards that are positive. Like they speak about positive about a lot of stuff. I mean, they do talk shit still, but not every board is vicious. It's just that Josh in particular has been on this like whole tirade about anime and how it turns people into pedophiles. And when you look into his history, it's kind of. It's kind of weird that he has that stance now.
I know about all of Josh's history. All I know about Josh personally is that I think he's a decent stand-up dude. Personally, from my interactions with him, I think he falls into those holes because of the way his website is and stuff. I don't know. I'm not Josh's friend. Nobody on the internet is Josh's friend because nobody. I do think you can have internet friends. I think you have to actually know that person for a long as fuck time. Though you know what I mean? Like you don't have internet friends based on the fact that you do videos together or something like that. Like Spoon, Spoon and I met on Yiz's stream, and we just started like talking about monarchy and shit, and ended up talking a whole lot and became really good friends. Like legitimate friends, like somebody who, you would call my friend, and then there's not many. I would call people a friend, sure, but not many people I would call like a friend to the point where like I'd give them my phone number or something, But like it's different in that case because it's somebody I've known for enough time now, and when we run a podcast together, so at that point you kind of got to, you know what I mean? But
You get attached. You really get attached to someone who you shoot the shit with, and you actually do things with. And you have, a mutual interest, but it's like, it's something kind of takes hold of you. And I see this, unfortunate, to use a stupid word, element. But no, not beyond parasocial relationships. People say, well, to use that phrase, people are like, well, this isn't good. We need to derail this because they're friends and no one's allowed to be a friend to anybody on YouTube and defy some kind of code with them.
It breaks the ancient Napoleon blood law that we set in 2009.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Shit, I was working at the Gap.
I would say
I was working at the Gap.
I would say.
Well, this is one of the things he said to me.
Yes.
Because of his like.
I do want to say one thing about what he said here is that it was a big problem with. There were people who were at some point in the past in Kiwi Farms posting lolicon and Shotacon stuff, which could be violations of the rules. Now, if it's animated stuff or it's drawings, that is totally different based on where you're at. Most countries don't consider that to be anything unless it's also accompanied by actual shit, you know what I mean? But it is different based on country. And that's in some countries, drawn pictures are fucking illegal, you know what I mean?
Like Germany.
So
Like Japan used to be.
No, it's totally fine.
It's totally legal in Japan.
It's
No, I'm saying it like back in like the feudal days of Japan. Like
in the
if
feudal
you
era,
had like
then yes.
Yeah, I'm going way back where like okay, an artisan they pay a whole lot of money and they just did porn on the plate, but it was something like not risque. You could get arrested, fucking executed, tattoos on the back and everything.
It's so it depends on where you live and stuff like that, but my opinion on the CP thing is that it's gross, but it's a drawing, so if no child is being harmed, then I don't have a problem with the thing in of itself existing necessarily.
It's the person who
But
fabricated it.
you gotta be clear. I think you should look out for people like that a little bit. That I understand why people get with, what else is this person doing? I understand that completely.
Yeah, like this is an exterior expression, perhaps, of their mania.
Mm.
I'm just
It could be a
shooting
whole bunch
dark.
of it could be a whole bunch of shit. Could be a whole bunch of shit. Because with me, like the thing that I got called a pedo for is that 7 years ago, I was looking at a hentai that was a hentai that was. I should be clear. I talked about this before many times. I ordered a DVD of Full Metal Alchemist when I was 14 years old, and it had this particular hentai doujin on the fucking disc, okay? And I was weirded out by it. It was my first time ever seen pornography in any way, and it kind of fucked me up in the head a little bit. And I was on stream 7 years ago, and I had a tab open with that exact hentai in, and by the way, it does have lolly and shota shit in it. But it's the same fucking thing that I had been looking at when I was 14 years old. It doesn't really excuse it or whatever, but it's because I am not into that crap at all. But it was the same thing that I had looked at when I was a kid, and so it was carried
Gotcha.
over. You know what I mean? No, I'm not saying it excuses.
Well, so are you saying like you just took a second to say revisit it to see what you still thought, or if you still thought anything of it?
No, I was looking at it.
She just came across it.
She was just looking at some porn. That's it. Just some hentai.
Because it was the same fucking shit that I was the first porn I ever fucking looked at, and I know that sounds, I guess, weird, but
No, it's familiar. I get it. It's familiar. I remember I was probably like in second grade, and I just remember a kid hiding something under one of those little storage like thingies, and I was kind of like, all right. So I walked over when there was nobody there. It was like a sleeve of porn with a number on it, and I was just like, I was entranced. And then I tried to tell my dad about it. My mom was in the room, and I just said, "Oh no, I found something on the playground. What was it? Oh, it was something with some. It was a woman, and there were some numbers. Oh, well, you need to stay away from that. A kid had it. What kid? And it was this grand inquisition, and I was just like, I don't know why I want to see what this is and investigate it even more, but it was because of my mom freaking out about it.
Psychological reactions, because it was made not available to you, that made it more interesting and made it more dangerous. Like, again, I didn't ask to be sent this. I ordered a fucking Full Metal Alchemist DVD on eBay, and it was on it. Okay, like that's just the reality.
Shame.
Holy shit, that's crazy. It must have been like one of those like Chinese like knockoff like companies.
Yeah. It was a Chinese. Yeah, it wasn't an official fucking DVD. It was a Chinese bootleg of Full Metal Alchemist, because I want it on DVD so that I could watch it on my TV or whatever. Because this is back in the day when you didn't have streaming shit. You know what I mean? This is like 2000.
Yep.
Again, I was 14 or 15, something like that. So I was a fucking child, and I don't know. Again, it's not an excuse, really. It's an explanation or contextualization of shit.
But for me, I'd say it's supposed to be on there in the first place, so that's not an excuse in the context that it certainly wasn't your fault. If somebody were to see it and say, this is contraband, you know what? Let's track down the people who put this shit on there and didn't sell me the right fucking product in its entirety.
The DVDs, I mean, the episodes were on the disc, but it's still, there was this porn on it, and that porn like fucked me up. I have to be honest. Like, seeing it at that young age, it did kind of fuck me up and change my perspective of things. That's super true. But that's more why today as a fucking adult, and 7 years after this thing happened, I have been pretty clear, and I probably could have been more clear at the time, although I wasn't because I was literally streaming and I didn't know that the tab was up. That, that shit, exposing children to porn fucks up their heads.
Yeah.
Obviously it does. And
I mean, I was about 14 when I found out about porn, and I found it at my grandmother's house, of all places.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but the thing is that like it didn't really exactly mess with me. It's more like, oh, that's what sex looks like. Whatever.
Well, if you knew what this dojin was, this hentai was, it's full of real fucked up shit.
I mean, I ended up seeing fucked up hentai later, but then I had the realization that, oh, this is like not real and not indicative of like whether a person is like messed up or not. They do this to turn a profit.
The other thing with that too is that like, so I despise pedophiles, obviously. Everybody does. And if you touch a child, I think you should get the death penalty. That's my opinion as well. So when people try to call me a pedophile because of like shit I didn't have any fucking control over, and also in that video too, where like that Andy Worski and all were reacting to, they talked about how I was like molested as a kid, which it's not true. I was not molested as a kid. So this guy just making shit up. Worski and PPP are reacting to it and like, oh yes, that's very true. That's all true. I was molested as a kid. I've never said that. So this motherfucker's just making shit up. They literally just making shit up, and that's the fucking other as a major problem when you have any kind of clout on the internet, right? Everybody knows this. Is that people will walk in and be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna make some shit up," and everyone will believe it. Because who the fuck? What are you gonna do? Is that person just gonna say that's not true? And then be like, "Oh, well, that is what somebody who that happened to would say." Okay.
But I remember when I moved into my apartment complex, probably I want to say 2005-ish. It was right next to a school. Like the parking lot's on the edge of this really cool like grassy knoll, and I just see me and my sister are walking around, and we just look to our right, and I'll never forget. Kids are out playing, and there's this fucking creepy, regular-looking old dude. Not that creepy, and he's got this camera with this giant fucking lens, and when we look at him, he just slinks off. He just walks at this normal pace, like there was nothing wrong, and we didn't even see him get into his car when we turned our heads. It was some creepy shit, and I was like, that's a fucking pedophile. That is a fucking pedophile. And I felt bad because I was just like, my first instinct was go beat the shit out of him. I was like, but that's not the right thing to do. And I was looking at him, I was like, he's this old white guy. And I felt like it's a little racist to just come at him. What if he says he was doing nothing? I was completely paralyzed, even though there was all this giant ass evidence and his just big lens. And I was just like, how do we stop this guy right now? And I just looked and I was like, should we do something? And my sisters just said, well, he's walking off. We'll go back into the apartment. That was it. And I was just like, this is bullshit. But that was my experience, and I felt wrong. Just sort of, in a way, letting it go. Yeah. I didn't know what to do, but I felt wrong. So that was my bout with it. So to call someone that is just incredible, because most people are we're the antithesis, or to X myself out, people are the antithesis of what I saw. There's no, I've never seen that ever again in my environment. So rare, yes, and scary.
It's just that it is scary, and it is thankfully rare. I don't know if it's becoming less rare, unfortunately, but the thing is too is that I've seen this more and more, both on the left and the right, which is that calling somebody a pedo is the death sentence. It's just online.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
like and it's like I know I go on tangents about this, but like
you don't even need proof, not like significant proof. It's happened.
Yeah, you don't need proof. You just have to like say somebody is a pedophile. Now, this is more damaging to men and less damaging to women.
Yeah, I to be fair, I haven't gotten to, because again, like, well, and this is a problem because people don't believe that women can be predators. Oh, they absolutely can be predators.
Yes, and like it's more evident like when I've been in anime communities for a while, and there's a lot of like women who are predatory, mostly towards other younger girls. And it's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's an open secret, but it's more like a dark secret that people don't really look into or they don't know about. Like the yaoi fandom, like a lot of the Western yaoi fans tend to
I remember
younger girls into being like yaoi fans in a sense.
Yeah, there was panel Anime Con, and when I was there, these people were trying to cancel the voice. I think of which one is the one in Armor? Is it Alphonse or Elway?
Alphonse is the one in Armor.
It's Vic Mignogna, the guy who voices Ed.
Yeah. This is when they were still coming after him. So they
still are coming after him, but
But they put
he's
some
like getting more con appearances now. And I went to a panel. Well, I didn't go to a panel. I went to a convention. He was there last weekend. And he's like a nice, normal guy. He doesn't come across as like a predator at all.
But he's a hugger. And then people are like, oh, he hugged me. He touched me improperly. But they put some yaoi art in front of him and said, oh, this is... And it was yaoi art depicting Elric and Alphonse like normal, and they were like about to embrace in a kiss, and I was like, they're fucking brothers. So he said, I'm not going to sign this. So and they're kind of like, yeah, and they went off.
Here's the thing about all of that I have actually known about the Vic Mignogna controversy because, again, I was a huge FMA fan when I was 14, hence the buying of the DVD. But what happened with Vic Mignogna is that, of course, he was chosen to voice Ed in the American release, in the Western release, English release, whatever. I didn't like his choice of voice because Ria Kugamiya is Ao, and Ed's voice actress was not Ria Kugamiya. Oh shit, what's her name?
It's like Romy Park. I think
Romy
that's
Paku. Yeah, Romy Paku. And so I the way that she does it, I just like her voice acting work better because Romy Paku is a woman voicing a child, by the way, in the show. He's also like 14, so when I'm 14, you identify with it. And what she does with her style of voice acting, Ed, is I like a lot because she's a woman, sounds like a young boy, obviously, when she's talking, but she sounds like a young boy, and she does it so she's trying to sound like a man, which is exactly what Ed as a character would do. Because he's trying to sound older than he is. He's trying to sound like an adult. I really liked her performance. I didn't get that from Vic Mignogna's performance. I didn't like it when it came out. I'm an edgy teenager, so I talk shit about it. And so I also knew about all of the criticisms around Vic Mignogna way back in like 2004, okay? And the criticisms even back then, so fucking nearly 20 years ago now, guys, was that he didn't like yaoi. He didn't approve of it. Because he's a Christian. So, and he said, and what he always has said is like, you do whatever you want, do whatever you want. Just, I want to be left out of it, right? You know what I mean? And so I remember even my friends and I being like, let's go troll. Like, again, 14, 15, 16 years old. Let's go troll Vic Mignogna at a con by drawing some gay fan art of the characters he voice acts. I remember drawing it with my friend. With my friend Ebony, actually, specifically, like I talked about before. And we drew gay fan art of like all the characters he had voiced, or a whole bunch of characters he had voice acted. And it went up to him and asked him to sign it. And he was like, oh, sorry, can't do that. Sorry about that. But he was super polite and nice. And I remember even the fact feeling like a fucking asshole as a kid and being like, Jesus, like, well, I don't know, why did we do that? And
well, it sounded like you guys were being edgy because from what you've described, you got a compilation of his works to kind of go like, here you go. Do you like this? Like, kind of putting it in his face, but not saying, here you go. Do you like yaoi? You're a pedophile? Like, you weren't putting it in his face in that way. You were doing a decent Ed sort of troll, in my opinion.
We were doing a little trolling at 2016 style trolling. And then I remember afterwards feeling, not first of all, it was really awkward to do it. And secondly, feeling like a fucking asshole because he was so nice. And in terms of his huggy stuff, this is the other thing that I want to bring up about him being huggy. People don't understand that was the con culture in the early to mid
to late 2000s was you would show up to a convention and everybody was just, they would call it glomping. Do we recall this term? I know.
I remember.
Ooh, I know, right? You gotta, I'm sorry, I'm triggering old memories. You glomp each other. And that was a thing. That was this anime culture thing of just everybody hugged each other. Everyone was very huggy, touchy, feely. That was, now, again, a very broad, nice opening for creepo, weirdo pedophiles who didn't want to come into all that stuff. And the other thing that was very common back in the day were the yaoi paddles, which was sold.
Oh my god. I didn't know such a product exists.
It's a real thing. Like, don't let me get the picture. I gotta get the picture.
Back in the day, these were endemic at anime conventions. They were wooden paddles, and one side said yaoi, and the other side said yuri, which is, of course, girl on girl.
Well, some said, like, uke and, like, sene.
Yeah. Right. You remember this shit set for that.
I unfortunately remember, and I think they banned them around the time I started going anime conventions. That was like 2010.
2010, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about when they started to ban them, because it used to be when I started going, which had been like 2003, when I was 13. By the way, yeah, there it is. There's the yaoi paddle.
It's the Goyle. This is like the prime yaoi fangirl. This is what most of them looked like. They looked like
the
that.
archetype.
But there's people walking all around these convention centers with these wooden paddles, and they would just walk up and they'd be like, "Hey, can I spank you?" And some of them wouldn't ask, by the way, and they just spank you with this paddle. I mean, I remember I was dressed as, what's her name? Haruko from Furikuri from FLC.
Oh, Haruko. Oh,
Yeah.
love that. Sorry. Memories. Oh my god. So beautiful. Wait, do you have any pictures? Like, I just want to know, do you have any pictures of your cosplay still?
Not from when I was 15, no.
Okay. I just want to know if you had them, because that's so cool.
No, not of that costume, and not from like 2005. But I get, or it might have been 14. It was something like that, one of those years. And I remember somebody just walked up to me and just smacked me with one of those, and it was really fucking weird. And it was like a fucking 40-year-old guy, you know what I mean?
Oh,
just
geez.
walked up and smacked me with one. And that's how anime conventions used to be. They were hyper degenerate. I think there are still hyper degenerate.
They still degenerate, but the thing is that they want to invite kids now, so they tell people, like, you can't wear the Ahego hoodies in public because that's going to corrupt the children. It's like, why are you inviting children if you know people sell, like...
To be fair, I was 11 years old the first time I went to an anime convention.
Yeah.
So,
but even still, I'm like, don't invite the kids here. Just leave them at home.
God. Okay.
Yeah, my old cosplay group actually, like, because it was a family, and I was always kind of like bugged out. Like, your whole family just dedicates like every single day to doing the next cosplay and getting out to the next convention. Yeah. Okay, but one day, at NinjaCon,
the grind set. Yeah.
Yeah, and NinjaCon we did Fairy Tale. They wrote me in, and it was all right. My cosplay kind of sucked, but I had to like walk around almost shirtless, and I was just like feel really dignified. You guys have premium, but the point is like I forget which is the character with the long boots, kind of skimpy long boots. It's in Fairy Tale, but
I've never read Fairy Tale, although I've heard it's really good.
Oh, they were trying to get me into it. I was just like, no. They got like the rub-on tattoos and everything, but they let her dress all skimpy, and she's like this like 7, like I think she was about maybe about 10, 12, somewhere in that.
Bruh, yeah, no.
And everybody's walking up to her like periodically, to the point where my girlfriend at the time, her aunt was just like, that is inappropriate. And it's like, he walked up to her. She's like, yes, but
Lucy.
He let him touch her. And I was just like, she's like a fucking kid. Like, we have to keep her safe. And then she said, went over, talked to the parents, and they're like, hey, don't tell her daughter what to do. I'm like,
whoa, what the fuck?
Fuck
really?
you guys.
Dude,
yeah,
that's
no.
so fucking weird.
No, it goes a little deeper, but I won't say too much else. But it was just like the cosplay was bad enough.
When I used to go to cons, when we would see shit like that happening to a young person, like the responsible people would be like, fuck off to someone who was being a creep. And then like take that kid and be like, let's, just separate them from the creepy weirdos. Like, you know, I had been the kid at one point, and then at some point you become the adult, and you have to try and protect them from that shit as much best as you can. Because let's be real, the first time I went to a convention, again, when I was 11, Otakon 2001, my mom came with me and my friend. My best friend Ebony and I went to this convention. We were just, I will find a picture. We were dressed as Kagome and Inuyasha.
Oh boy. Oh my god. Bruh.
We're both 11 years old.
Bruh, Saiga, bruh.
I know, it's super bright. Let me find hang on, I gotta find my mom's old Facebook. Okay, here it is. Because she's the one who got this picture.
I love that anime, man. Like that was like one of the longest running animes for me, and I just love. I love the tsunami. I remember the tsunami. Like Inuyasha, only on tuna. That's just like, are you crying? No crying.
No crying.
Kagome.
Okay.
Let's Inuyasha's the shit.
It would have been. Where would she have posted this? I gotta see it because I know she's got this picture. Shit. Wait a minute. Oh, it's probably in some. Oh, here. No, that's not it. Oh my God, there we are. We're like fucking probably 14 there. Me as Rukia from Bleach. Like I did cosplay as a kid. That's what I did, and it was kind of okay. But now shit's really weird. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, like people, like I kind of don't like seeing like little kids because like where I was, like the convention is like right in front of a park, and so people would just come in with their kids to see like, I was like, look at all the anime characters, look at Goku, look at Sailor Moon, and I'm like, don't bring your kids in here because the first day I went to Anime Matsuri, I walked in and I saw like huge wall scrolls of like anime titties.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, that would be what.
We didn't have that in Anime LA. Like they moved it for a little while over just down the street from me at the Ontario Convention Center. Once they got it built, it was pretty tight. I remember the coolest thing I've ever done at an Anime Con is like I was dressed in like my bowler hat, my little get up, had my my cane umbrella, just kind of cosplaying as my little hipster self, and I saw these Hydra guys, and I was just like, I stopped them.
Friend.
Right. So I walk over and I go, cut off one head, two more will grow in its place. Hail Hydra. And they did the salute and they gave me some pins, and I was like, fuck yeah! But those are good days at the Anime Con, but when I walk back in, it's just like gender bent. And I remember like someone bumps into me and I look and I was like, oh wow, it's Dubro Dyke Dipper right here. And she's just like glaring at me because she bumped into me, and I was just, everybody just cosplays, but it cosplays wrong now. Plus, the competitions are shit. You do all of this work, and then when you get on stage, like they just give it to somebody else, and it's like, why did they win? She did lumpy space.
Talking behind the camera.
It's bizarre.
It's shit now. It's like, oh, it's crazy. It's dyslexic. But if somebody's cosplaying as something that isn't anime at an Anime Con, those are normal people. I saw one dude did.
Yeah, like usually Anime Cons will have a mix of like both like video games and like some TV shows, but I will say it has attracted more normies that think that they know anime, and then they get offended and they want to change it. Like it's kind of like the whole Hagao hoodie debacle. It's saying that you shouldn't have that. It's stolen art. It's like, okay, you want to talk about stolen art? You want to tell some of these people that like obviously get their bootleg like art from the internet that they don't make themselves and they're selling it?
I'd hate to,
oh my god, everybody's coming up to you saying, oh, I do commissions. Cool. Can I see some of your artwork? Oh my god, you gotta see it. It's like,
I would hate
almost
to stop
this goddamn stick figure.
I would hate.
I'm not paying you for this.
I would hate to stop this conversation at its topic, but we have to get back to Signifier.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm explicitly to blame this time.
No.
I'm sorry.
You do it, I'm like.
Oh my god, now I'm seeing the picture. Oh my goodness.
Is that like Carl in dreadlocks? Is that him?
That's my best friend. My best friend as a kid is Inuyasha, and it was my bestie.
Did you just say that this looks like me? I feel offended.
I'm sorry.
Although I don't know if I should feel that offended.
No,
How big were
please
her
stop.
tits?
He looks like my youngest brother. This is scary. He looks like my youngest brother. He was in the military. He was in the Marines for 8 years. No, he's good looking. He's a total Chad, but he's kind of an asshole. But either way, 8 years in Marine, but he looks pretty much just like, except a little bit more full in the face. But still, that's like the spitting image. Wait, which one? You're Kagome, right? Which
Kagome? I'm the okay, in the top image, well, it's Kikyo is the one in the red on the bottom, but I'm the one in the green school uniform, and then my friend is the one who's Inuyasha in the red. In the fourth.
Wait, are you on the left or right?
She is in the schoolgirl uniform. She is on the far right behind Inuyasha.
Center. Okay.
On the far right, top. In the second one, in the left, next to the other girl, both of us holding bows.
Also, I said far right.
That's so cool.
All right.
Dude, you said my skater brain's looking at them ledges, and I'm like, oh, I want to grind that
Innocent as
shit.
fuck shit. I was 11 or 12 years old when this shit happened, and it's like, bruh.
All right. Center
Let's
ourselves.
go back. Yeah.
Let's center ourselves.
All right. Hey, someone sent the link to the watch.
It's still inside of the non-podcast chat. It hasn't moved.
How far do I have to go up? God damn it!
That far.
It's time for the sponsor.
Okay.
So if you clicked on this,
almost.
Yeah, I'm skipping his sponsor. I'm skipping it. I do not support a black man in struggle.
You hit puberty.
I defect.
To the US or Canada, it will come in a discreet package, and if you somehow don't like what you bought, you have 90 days to return it with no hassle. Videos like this are a challenge to keep monetized.
Excuse me, which guy is Liquid Carl? Is it this guy or somebody else?
No. It is the other one.
I never seen the Liquid Carl guy.
That's a different podcast. That one is I don't know. Were you there for that one?
I remember when you talked about it, and I thought I knew what he looked like, but I never saw his face. But continue with the video. I mean, I'm sorry.
Non-boss cat chest. You can watch that. You can watch that stream later. Because we already went over that. All right.
Video. So please, if you appreciate the channel, show your appreciation for them and for yourself by clicking the link in the description. Thank you very much to Adam and Eve for sponsoring the video, and now back to the video. So I'm going to start off with my friend D. Me and D actually go all the way back to probably the 2nd grade when his mom and my aunt connected and realized that we lived down the street from each other. Me and D were fast friends and bonded the same way most boys our age did, sports and video games, or more likely sports video games. I was always better at video games, and D was much better at sports. Unsurprisingly, after we hit puberty, something started to make us grow apart a little bit. In middle school, D moved away, and I barely saw him after that outside of a few random visits, a few summer camps, and parties. In those fleeting moments, I recognized how D had matured in ways I hadn't. He didn't stumble over his words when talking to girls. He moved with a swagger I lacked. It was obvious to me that D was well ahead of me sexually, or so I thought. Me and D ended up enrolling in the same college without telling each other. We just randomly met up those first few days of school. I didn't know anyone else, and D had already collected a few other guys from Chicago that he knew from back home, and they all attended together. So it was natural for me to try to hang with them, even though they were a little ahead of me, much like D was in terms of maturity. I was an 18-year-old virgin who had only gotten to second base, and these dudes seemed like they had been collecting women since puberty, or so I thought. From my perspective, so I was a late bloomer, and I was a slow burner when it came to like understanding how to engage with and deal with women, whereas you were pretty much the opposite. And so, what was that experience like from your perspective? I know it wasn't always easy, right? But I do know that you never had a lot of issues attracting women from an early age.
Well, bro, it sounds so crazy to hear you say that, because I swear, to other guys, you know what I'm saying, I was the newcomer, the slow burner, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking to myself, like, damn, I'm still on one hand, you know what I'm saying? So look, G, like, I was always the guy that everybody thought was getting all these cakes.
Oh, where are we at in the time?
Well, I might have had girls that like me, but honestly, G, like,
we're catching up to the point where we had paused before.
I was the only child, man, so I had
I found
like, I got older, a lot of stuff I didn't know. I had a couple guys I could talk to, so I was kind of low-key insecure about talking to girls. But the miraculous part about it, because I was a white guy, girls started liking that stuff.
When I talked to D, even in this moment at 40, this was a surprise to me. In my head, looking back at that time, D was just getting girls hand over foot. I vividly remember girls talking to me for the sole purpose. Talking to me for the sole purpose of asking.
Sorry, that's my fault. Oh shit, sorry. Do I unpause? I'll let somebody else unpause. I'm sorry.
All right. Who's gonna do it? I'll do it.
About him, like a lot, but it goes to show how much mythology we attach to black men and their sexuality. That even knowing D personally, I still perceived him to be hypersexual at a younger age than he was. Now, don't get me wrong, D will tell you that he has gotten around, especially since those college days. But despite his powers and success early on, he was not as hot in the pants as I'd have imagined. It was my own insecurities and my own warped perception of what black men's sexuality was that led me all these years to think otherwise. So we need to unpack that mythology, and I'm proof of that. Why do we assume that black men are these prolific lovers with insatiable desires and huge penises?
What's up?
I didn't say anything yet.
Oh, should we keep going?
Oh no, I'm about to talk.
Okay.
So, 3 things just happened just now. D was better at sports, he was the cool one, and I was the geek and the nerd, but actually he was struggling like I was. I was so unskilled with women that they actually liked it more. I assumed that he was getting more cake than I was. Let's unpack why I made that assumption. Why do we assume that men are these mythical fucksticks?
Great.
Does anybody else see what happened there?
Just a little bit.
So
his world was broken.
So Signifier makes an assumption based on his relationship to his childhood friend. He mentions Chicago, so basically they're from Jay's area, and I'm about to tell her that to see how she reacts. He makes an assumption that his cool friend is getting more sex than he actually is. His friend admits, I was still counting bodies. I don't think he was making a masturbation joke. If he was, I'm gonna steal that. But I was still on bodies on one hand when there were men who had more than me. So I had to catch up because I actually was the slow burner out of the group of friends that I made. But I had so little skill that women were entertaining me more often than I thought they would have. I can actually address what that is. That is women having fun with the fact that you are not yet fully a fuckboy. They don't feel that they don't feel like they are a prey-predator situation and mindset. So, they're more than happy to have fun with you because they want to have fun with you. Granted, let's keep in mind, this man is at plus 30. So, we're talking about the time period of literally the 80s and 90s. We're talking about the time period of women getting into sexual interactions with men, and instead of saying, I'm gonna run his money out, I'm gonna waste his time, they're interacting with them because they actually want to be flirted with, and they're happy to do the flirting. And when they interact with the man and realize, oh, he's actually inexperienced, I'm gonna have fun. It was not very often that the woman got to take the lead, and if she did, it's because she led him, or he is letting her lead him in this scenario, and then he's gonna spring the trap on him. Or her. In this case, these women, in Chicago at least, I wouldn't say they're the fastest, but I would say they're medium quick. Medium quick women. You can't necessarily talk them out of their clothes, but that's not to say that they wouldn't take them off. At least in the 80s and 90s. So, you're in college, you're talking to women, you're supposed to be getting the cakes. Get the cakes. But actually, you're just getting mini pastries. You're getting tasty cakes. Small little tasty cakes. And from there, Signifier then says, listen, I had such a bias of assuming that he was such a sex god that I thought he was just clapping the cheeks and throwing it in their jalopers and giving free oil changes. We have to address how it is my fault, our fault, society's fault that I made that assumption instead of just not and minding my own business.
It's a little strange because he's like he's in a sense talking from this weird childlike state, and he's like, I looked up to this guy. Okay.
I looked up to him, and he didn't get as much pussy as I thought. No.
He was supposed to be a sex doll,
on my
but
way,
he's just
y'all.
a fucking... He's just a man. He's just a man with an average-sized penis. I thought he was supposed to have him screaming at 12 inches.
I thought his was magic, and then I find out it's normal. This is a betrayal. That's what I'm hearing, shit. It's a little weird. Just a little, though. Where the hell's my... This guy's freaking me out, though. His energy is just a little off.
I take umbrage with that in several steps. Number one, nobody told you to sexualize your friend in the idea of thinking of him as an infinite player. Maybe there are some men that would have been like, well, of course I was comparing myself to my friends. It's, friendly competition, but at the same time, I wanted to know if I was more attracted to him. But you already said you were the nerd, so why would you care about that? Why are you minding another man's body count in any capacity ever? That's not normal.
Into this.
That's not normal.
I ran into something like this back in high school where I was, in my skating days, and I had a lot of friends that would just kind of hang around me, and it was this weird expectation that, like, hey, we're going to the same, right? You're getting sponsored, you're gonna get there, you gotta take me with you. And they would hang around me, and this one guy named Kevin would just expect me to always be like taking all my time instead of practicing the art of skateboarding, but try to make him good. So it's I see a little bit of that spill off and that expectation where he's like, well, you're getting so much of it, how come you can't not teach me, but how come you can't throw some my way? Like it's magic. I'm seeing the same effect. A little delusions of grandeur, but more like I can become this guy by just hanging with him and looking up to him like a god.
I would say that this is a bit of the mythology of the male social proof. By hanging around with the cool guys, the women will see me as cool, and maybe they'll throw some juluper at me too.
By proxy.
And that's weird, because it's like, yeah, they're letting him throw it in their juluper because they want what he has. They don't know who you are. Unless you have, and I don't like using this term, unless there is a grenade that has a grenade she wants to throw at you, there is no way that you're just going to be propositioned. You have to make moves. He's making moves. He might not even be the most skilled, but he's making the moves. You're not even on the chessboard.
He's like, he just walks up to ladies and yells, pawn to e4. Oh, okay. What? It didn't work. He lied. That's what I'm seeing with this poor man. Well, poorer now, but...
And this goes hand in hand with the fact that he's already made content about he and how his wife and him met. So, it's very much she gave him the chance, but he probably also approached her once he had more confidence in himself. Because he is married and he does have a child. So, something had to go right eventually. However, this is very worrisome to hear about a person from someone who specifically talks about the dynamics of black love. A very frequent amount. Granted, this video comes after the ones that I'm also going to be looking at, maybe tomorrow if I feel up to it. And that's if I can also have Aydin available. Because I might pull Jay in for this. I might pull Jay in for this one tomorrow. I don't know if she's back in her place yet. She's been traveling and with her family and shit. But boy, I need her for it because she was there when I watched the first 3 ones from him. It is bizarre to hear from a black creator about how I was deifying my friend's sexual prowess. In the same breath, from the same lips that said, hey yo, black love is so complex and it's so hard. Bro, there ain't nothing hard about it. Do you like them? Yes, no. Talk to them. Are they feeling you? Yes, no. If they're not feeling you that much, do you stop talking to them and lose their number? Maybe not. Maybe you're just friends with them, and you don't go any further than that until they show interest in you. Will they show interest in you again? Maybe in the future when you have more bread. Maybe in the future when you are a little bit more masculine for their taste, if you have more muscles and shit. But there's no world where I'm supposed to listen to a man say, hey yo, like, can you tell me about how how you were just throwing it back, and he's like, "Hey, yo, fam, I wasn't really throwing it back that much. Like, I mean, I did my best, and there were guys that was outpacing me, but like, it was no thing, man. I don't know." And then in the same breath says, "Let's discuss this horrible stereotype that I just demonstrated on my own friend for content." That makes me want to pound my fucking head into the wall. I said that earlier.
I know.
Let's
Holy
talk about
shit.
this thing that I'm currently doing to everyone else.
That's the infuriating part of it, right? Like that's the part that makes you want to bash your head in. Jesus Christ, dude.
This is not a trope that I am just guilty of. This is a trope that is pretty universal and almost to the point of being passé.
I'm so glad that you recognize you're guilty of it.
Yeah, at least. But
it sounds like he's repenting of his sins in some sort. It's like I used to look up to a guy because his penis is so big for me, and I thought it was big, and now I'm married, and this is my shame. This is my sin. I looked up to a man, and I'm like, oh boy.
I did see his big pee, but I'm sorry now.
He let me look. It was glorious, and I lied.
I want to hope that he's saying it for like the context of, listen, I'm gonna be open and honest about my past because y'all have given me this position and I recognize that I'm a token, so I don't want you to punch my card. But at the same time, who the fuck cares? The only reason I have an opinion is because you said it out loud. Some things you just gotta take to the grave. Some things you just can't admit. If you think the clout of saying it loud enough is good, okay, that's you. But me, I'm not wilding like that. Keep in mind, I while about a lot of shit, but there's just some things I will never say publicly. And if I choose to say it to someone, I'm gonna say it with absolutely the intention of a blood pact. If I'm gonna tell you some shit, I'm gonna need proof that you're not gonna link it. Period.
Right?
You just can't be popping off at the gums like that with information like this. And you acknowledge it here, but what's to say that you wouldn't have acknowledged it and you could have been like, yeah, that was just a situation, but imagine if it had been like that. I have people to this day that still try to mock me about my dead best friend that I wouldn't say pushed, encouraged me into becoming a content creator. Like, this happened during year 1, year 2. I miss him every fucking day, but that doesn't mean I want to suck his dick in the grave. I can't replace him. I cannot become him. I can only encourage myself to adapt some qualities that he had into how I live. And I have. That's why I am where I am now. Even then, crying and being like, look at him, look at Carl, he's crying over his friend. You missed him? Of course I did.
Yeah,
it hurt.
Fuck people who are weird about that shit, by the way. Like, I had some people, again, like, when I got upset about the Nichelle Nichols things, people were like, are you okay? Are you having a mental breakdown? It's like, no. I'm just upset because somebody who I cared about, even as a parasocial relationship, no, that's not a real friend. Like, that was just somebody I'll
just
never
a
know my entire
celebrity
life.
that encouraged me to do things.
Yeah, but whatever. Yeah, someone who encouraged me. And when they die, guess what? It's upsetting. And I think that we've become so atomized as a culture of people that now, like, if you cry, okay, it's one thing to be like upset because a celebrity that meant something to you died. Like, that's kind of gay, I'll be honest. But we've become so atomized that now, like, if you cry because a friend dies, it's like, what are you gonna do? Cry? What are you, baby bitch? And it's like, yeah, because guess what? That's how normal humans respond to the fact that their friend died, and the fact that we're treating this as that's the thing though. The fact that we're treating it as weird.
The worst thing was when my I keep interrupting.
No, go ahead. You're done. I'm done.
That was just when my dad passed. My sister had taken him to Las Vegas, and I was still in the hospital. This is 2014. Crossing the street, right away, got hit. Long story, but as my dad was passing, she takes him to Las Vegas, so he's closer to the hospital to always get treatment right there. And then after he passes, I was living in this fuck trailer park with like that cosplay group I was telling, the fam. Anyway, my sister gets down there, and of course, she's just besides herself. It's like the only time I've ever seen her just sob and cry. And I was best. But then they come up to me like probably like a day or two later. Actually, it was a week, and they're like,
your sister's doing a lot of crying. Like, I said, our dad passed. They're like, oh, we just, and they sneered their nose up at me and just smiled. And, oh, we just wanted you to know. It's like, it's disturbing my mom, and this is her house. I was like, oh, and the trailer park, this is a mobile home. And it was just like, holy shit, you just came to bushwhack me with this shit. You're fucked up. But they were, yeah, but it was just that what Carl just said. It's like you're laughing at him and preying on opportunity when he seems to feel the most sad and emotional, vulnerable, and then bam, and then juke him with it. It's like you're just a fucking sociopath. Fuck you. You're not even a psychopath.
You're so fucked if you do that kind of shit. I can't. It blows my mind that people are like that, but they are, and there are people, out there who. Now, I want to be clear, because of the anonymity of the internet, people will display sociopathic or psychopathic behaviors that any normal person would perceive that way, but they are not actually sociopaths or psychopaths. It's because of the anonymity and the de-individuation effect, what someone's called the cockpit effect, that will make it so that they don't see. It's called the cockpit effect because the people who dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki didn't actually have any comprehension of what the fuck they were doing. And so they were like, yeah, push that button, man, go, and didn't understand what they were doing was ending the lives of millions of people, right? And I'm not saying, by the way, that I'm not saying they're analogous in terms of killing millions of people versus causing emotional damage, but
Dying. Got it. I'm sorry. That was great.
emotional damage. But the reality is that it's very difficult for people who are so inculcated into their internet sphere to understand how they're causing actual harm towards families in particular, when they've become convinced particularly when they've convinced themselves that the other person is evil and needs to be dealt with. You know what I mean? So then it becomes okay to do anything.
Yes. Oh shit. Yeah.
That's just how that works psychologically, because there's I'm going to avoid the infamous Stanford prison experiment, which is Zimbardo 1971, but Zimbardo
I remember that one.
But Zimbardo 1969 is not an infamous experiment, but it's actually more important. Because 71, that's the Stanford experiment, and there's problems with the methodology there. But Zimbardo 1969, what he did in that study was that he put bags over people's heads, and then and they were sitting they had a person with a bag over their head, and they were sitting in a little room, and someone was sitting on the other side of the glass, and they were asked basically to determine what degree of electricity that they wanted to administer the person if they answered a question wrong, right? If the person did have a bag over their head versus if they didn't have a bag over their head, they gave a significantly higher level of shock every single time in almost every condition. So when someone is anonymized, when you can't see their face, when you don't know them, people are far more violent, aggressive, and destructive. And that's just the reality of the anonymity. It's why I spent my whole life studying it, because it's fucking fascinating to me, but whatever.
Wait, was that the one where the guy is just on the other side? He's just screaming like, "Please don't do this!"
No.
And then he kept looking over to the guy, and he's like, "No, it's I'll take responsibility. Finish the experiment." That wasn't that one.
That's Milgram 1959, 10 years earlier.
Oh, okay.
Different scientists, different context. Zimbardo 69 is a not largely cited study, even though it should be. It's less. It is a largely cited study within academia. It's very largely cited, but it's not pop culturally as famous as the Stanford prison experiment, which he did 2 years later, right? Zimbardo's 69 study is where he comes up with the term de-individuation. The term de-individuation, it's where he develops that term, de-individuation, which is the lack of individuality or individuality. You are not an individual person. You can become part of a group. You can become part of an anonymous blob. You are not a person. That's de-individuation. And what de-individuation, anonymity, allows you to do is expunge yourself of any personal responsibility, right? I'm sorry I'm being quiet because my husband's asleep, right? I'm sounding a little weird in my way of talking.
Well, I can hear super clear now.
Okay, I'm just trying to. I'm being. If it's a weird way I'm talking, it's because I'm not trying to wake him up. But de-individuation means expunging the self of one's personal responsibility, essentially, because well, what's going to happen? I'm not. I'm not associated with this. My identity is not associated with my behaviors because I'm anonymized, so I can get away with doing whatever the fuck I want. De-individuation has toxic and benign aspects to it. The toxic side is trolling and being a cockbag on the internet. That's the toxic side of de-individuation. The benign side is something that's often called the strangers on a train effect, which, well, not often. I'm trying to bring that fucking phrase back. There's only like 2 studies that have used it, but I really like that term. And it's because most people have not studied benign disinhibition. And that's people who are willing to disclose information that is very deep and internal to themselves, and it's helpful for them to disclose it. Things about like rape or traumatic experiences, and it helps them to disclose it to an anonymous person because they know that nothing's going to come back to them from the method of disclosure. That's what the benign or positive disinhibition stuff. That strangers on a train effect again. More people should. Scholars, please adopt the term more. We did it. We're doing it in the early 2000s. Adopt that term back. So those are the two.
I'd say to add to that, the negative side of strangers on the train is this is during when Obama had finally just got elected for the first time, and I'll never forget. I was creeped out by this lady. She's like, "Hey, can I talk to you?" Sure. I voted for Obama, and if I could, I'd vote for a third term. I said to and I was just like, oh boy, how did this happen? And I was like, oh, forgot.
Wait,
I'm just black. I'm black.
This woman approached you out of the blue and was like, hello, black person. I'd like you to know that I would vote for Obama a third time. That person doesn't care about you, obviously.
But this is before Get Out, guys. This is like when he first got elected. And I was like, but it was just.
I heard that shit. No, that lady though, she is reaffirming. She wants you to affirm her own "I'm a good person" shit.
I had to deal with that a lot, during 2016, and it was like, I'm a good person. I care about you, and I was like, no, you do not.
Dude,
now I care about black people
because I would say that I would deal with being discriminated against by my own people because I'm different and on the autism spectrum. And a lot of people are very understanding of that, and they're like, oh no, it's just it's because you're weird, right? It's because you're weird. And it's like, bro, it's like I wouldn't do anything to provoke anybody, and they would kind of pretty much say that I deserved it because I was weird, and I was like, no, I don't go on my way to bother people. People would get in my face, they would try to start fights with me, and you're telling me I deserved it.
Man, I heard that shit too, man. Back in high school and stuff. Not so much in high school, but yeah.
I'm the same way, dude. Back high school, freshman year, bit rocky, but then was it a year after sophomore year, I got real fucking good at skating. Everybody was calling me a poser, and I was just like, I'm just gonna go skate, and I got fucking real good at it. Everybody wanted to play me skate, and I kind of have the same bully effect as in middle school because people are always kind of challenging me on things. I remember one time I brought my dad's Japanese guitar. It was a wide neck nylon string acoustic, and it was so cool. And I'm playing. One of the fucking teachers was like, "Oh, can you play any country?" And I'm like, "No." Do you know how to play anything? And I was just like, oh, well, Nathan's dad taught me all the blues chords. And he's like, you're left-handed. And I'm like, yes. He's like, why are you playing it right-handed? Because I have all the dexterity in my left hand. If I use all of that to flip it over, I'm limiting myself and having to train a hand that I do not use. So that's what he taught me.
That's fucking awesome, man. That's cool.
Yeah. He just said, hey, dude, left-handed, flip it over. Play it right-handed, then you won't have to play a left-handed guitar. And I was like, cool. And I was like, now let me show you the blues chords he showed me. And I just thumbed it out, and he's like, oh, it doesn't sound very bluesy, though. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Fuck you, man.
But I had the same effect where people were coming up, and they're like, hey, man, bet I could beat you at skate. I'm like, yeah, you can. Yeah. And he was, bet you're afraid to, play me skate, huh? I'm like, dude, yes. I only play skate with people that respect me. You get that honor, then I'll play you skate. But Till then, get fucked, dude. I'm gonna go skate instead of challenging people.
Yeah, honestly, like the thing is, so many people like this is a thing. This is way before the internet. We use the word clout now, but it's the same shit. People are trying to get attention. They're trying to get credit. Social credit is the sociological term for it, right? Social credit. They're trying to get fucking social credit for whatever the fuck they do, whether it's playing a video game or etc. So they're trying to get fucking social credit, and it's all cringe and like lame. But that's what people are trying to do. Cringe, yeah.
Cringe. I love how the Japanese do that thing. What's it called? I call it Nihongo sizing because Nihongo, of course, is Japanese. So I say hamburger. I'm like, that's Nihongo sizing.
Hamburger, because we only have hiragana and katakana is the only way that if you understand. Okay, the basic way is I, I, U, E, O. That's so A, I, U, E, O. That's the vowels in Japanese. That's the only vowels. And then akasata nahamaya rabaun, akasata nahamaya rabaun. Now, if you understand all of that, you understand the entire Japanese alphabet.
There you go.
And akasata nahamaya rabaun. So a iueo, kakikukeko, sachi, sa, shi, su, se, so, tachi, tachitsuteto, and so on and so on. That's the entire Japanese alphabet. But if you understand a iueo and akasata nahamaya rabaun, for the most part, you'll be able to. It's like wa, woo, wo. There's only like 3 of woo, for example. Un is its own. It's just an N sound.
Well, I love how people like try. You know how everybody says Ryu, but it's like Ryu. You have to like this lilt is just so crazy. But I got it, and I remember back when I was at JW, or back when I was at JW, we had our international convention, and I got to be an attendant like at the Japanese area, and it was just fucking cool. Everybody was just rushing me, just like seeing. Well, but I had gaps in my vocabulary because I would just sit down for hours and just do a little bit of translating. I had this stupid little travel book, and I just went through every phrase that I could possibly get, and I just remember trying to remember this phrase. I was like fighting it. They were just really on bated breath, and they said, "Oh, do you have any pets?" And I was just like, what was the phrase? 犬を2匹飼ってました。でも1つの犬が死んだでした。So I was like, I used to have. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm so flat. わかりますね。わかりますね。でも, like, they were just pausing, waiting for the next phrase, but they were just blown over by it. And I just said, well, I used to have 2 dogs, but one of them died. And then he stopped and he said, well, how did you know to say one of them died? And I just said, I just amalgamated it, you know. And then I just remember these.
一ないのが死んでましたがね。でも、fuck. Oh, don't get me started on that because, particularly as I'm drinking, because my Japanese is really shitty when I'm drinking. I've only had a little bit to drink, but I'm astonishing because it's 3 a.m. and I haven't had that much to drink, but I will.
Yes, please have some for me. I'm dry right now. I'm having tea with some coffee cream.
Japanese is it's a lifelong thing if you want to learn as a foreigner. I have to be very real about that shit. Like,
oh yeah. Well, one of my techniques is just sit back, start out 5 minutes, watch any kind of content, and just let your mind sort of pick out the words that you know. You'll get like that. You'll get that endorphin hit, and it's just mindlessly let it come to you, and then expand the window to like you're watching like whole episodes. But like pay attention to the body language. Is going to be real easy after that when they make certain punctuated statements. It's just so cool. I remember I said, "What's the difference between wa and ga?" And I didn't understand that it was emphasis on the subject, and they couldn't tell me because they just speak it.
Wa is wa, o, and ga. You have to learn wa. Wa just is actually quite simple, but the problem you're more likely facing is wo and ga.
Mm-hmm. The object indicator.
The object indicator, yeah, is a. Even I fuck it up all the time. Even I fucked it up when I took Japanese. I learned Japanese before I was in college for 4 years, and I took it in college for 4 years before I took the JLPT.
and I still get confused sometimes on when you use wo. Well, no, wo is the action verb, or it's to communicate action, and ga is a indicating an association of ideas or association of a aspect, right?
Yeah. It's so interesting to hear you articulate it so perfectly, because it's like I approached it just kind of from like an academic standpoint. Just okay, this is what I'm going to learn. This is Japanese, and I learned it mindlessly, and it was just crazy just how my brain would turn on around Japanese people, and I didn't know certain cultural terms, but what I could higgledy-piggledy together, they were just like, no, you're fine, keep going, I want to hear more. Like,
You gotta with language you have to practice every single day, and it's funny because like you can activate that part of my brain that still somewhat understands Japanese, but I do not speak Japanese anymore. I straight would tell people will ask me questions like, Aydin, what does this mean in Japanese? I'm like, well, I can try to help you out.
I can translate it in Google.
No, I don't use Google for that shit, but like it's well, if it's really a problem I do. But I started playing Yakuza 0 the other day, and the funny thing is that I'm getting so distracted while I'm playing the game. I'm just reading all the signs, and I'm like,
Getting lost in the immersion of the JRPG.
No, I'm just reading all the signs, and it's actually makes like slows down the game for me because I'm just literally reading everything, and it takes me a minute because particularly my katakana has never been great. I've never like hiragana I can read, like that. Katakana,
I can, yeah.
It's slower for me, and it's funny because katakana is the foreign version of Japanese. It's for foreign words, and it's slower for me. It takes me a minute to do katakana. I don't know why, just how it is.
I remember I went to like this little voice acting booth at one con, and they like, oh, we'll write your name, and I said, oh, I have a Japanese name. They're like, oh, you do? Like, are you Japanese? I'm like, no. It just so happens that it perfectly translates. And James is Yakobu, and Underwood is Kinoshita. So I was like, Kinoshita Yakobu this. And they only had written it down in katakana. And I was like, why don't you write it in hiragana?
You can write that in kanji, though.
No. Well, you have the kanji, right? You have, ki, and sta. But in Yakubu's, of course, going to be in katakana. But they would not write the last name in hiragana. They said, oh, it's a foreign name, so we have to use the right alphabet. I'm like,
How did you say that your name was pronounced or what were the character for your last name?
Let's see. Ki is tree. No, the possessive verb, and shita. But when you Kinoshita. If you remember Onimusha, the first game, there's an evil character. His name is Kinoshita.
You can completely write that in kanji, though. That's what's. That is fucking weird, though. That like they couldn't write.
They didn't want to. They said no, and I was like, listen, and how you write it. Like I remember, I made a mistake. Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, I was having a stupid moment.
No, it was but I kept making a mistake. I kept putting no, the possessive verb, and they were like, no, you just use ki, tree, and then you use shita, and that's it. And I was like, see, and I started to write it down, and they were like, oh no, that's not proper because you're not Japanese. That's not a Japanese last name. I'm like, fine.
Hang on, is it keen? Hang on, let me turn my Japanese keyboard. It's fucking easy. Japanese keyboard.
They're uptight as fuck, but like they hide that shit and spring it on you.
Oh, I hate this Japanese keyboard. Here we go. Okay. Here it is. There's the fucking name. It's one of the simplest fucking things you can type. Actually, in kanji. There it is.
Especially sta. Sta is like just a T with a little swipe to the right. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's my name.
It's one of the simplest fucking words to write in kanji I've ever seen.
Thank God I hit the lottery with that one.
I know, it's like,
but
seriously.
But it's so cool. Just having it, I was just like, shit, my name is
like a Japanese name. That's so cool. And then they spring it on me and say, "So are you Japanese?" I'm like, "No." Good, thought so.
You're not a Japanese. Stop that.
But the ladies are always accommodating. They're like, "Oh, oh my god, shimi o motte imasu ne. Do you have a hobby?" And I'm like, "Oh, skateboard. Skateball." It's so weird saying it like that, but that's how they say it.
ああ、まあ素晴らしいでしょうね。
ね.
Oh. Ne is the best fucking word in Japanese. I'm like,
Yeah?
you can use it. Ne just means like, it means something like question mark, but it's used like as like yeah.
It's an affirmative, I think. Yeah.
Or like right, kind of.
Yeah.
Right or yeah, like that's how you say right.
It's like I know nothing about Japanese, but like I picked up things from the language from hearing like Japanese people talk, not like from anime, but from like watching like shows or like talk shows where they like just talking naturally, and I like pick up things in their language, like when they're surprised or when they're like intrigued by something.
You'll see ne like ne all the time. Or
yeah,
it's just a
the first I think
it's super colloquial Japanese, but
what is it?
Like,
Na?
Na?
Yeah, like like genku no kodomo desu ne, and then they'll say genku no kodomo na. So you're saying what a healthy child.
Yeah, what kodomo na?
Healthy child.
The na versus ne.
That's just a phrasing. It's more like, wow, look at this young, beautiful youth. It's very diplomatic, but it's just the translation's like, oh, what a healthy child. But it's the way that they speak the phrase back to you. Genki no kodomo desu ne. Genki no kodomo na.
It's not to be clear, what that means is my best ability to translate is that the genki no kodomo na, like we're using that phrase, genki no kodomo na is more like, it's more colloquial, it's more
colloquial.
Like yeah, it's a cute kid, right? If you use it like
Thank you. That's a better phrase, cute kid. And na is an affirmative. They agree and they're reinforcing.
It's like, that is a cute kid.
See, that's perfect. There we go.
So there's the difference. Na and there, it's really hard. It's actually not hard to translate. I think I did an okay job of trying to explain it how you would translate the difference. But yeah, Japanese, very very difficult language to learn. Easier than Chinese, that's for sure.
Chinese, Thai, or Jamaican.
You have to learn Chinese to learn Japanese to a certain degree, but
yeah, get the character.
Well, they do use similar characters, and
no, they use the same.
No, they use all of them. It's just they have their own combinations.
And they're totally different.
Yeah, I got a big ass thick book on all of the kanji characters. I've had it since I bought it at Borders before Borders ever seemed to close, and it's one of my books. I got it over here on my bookends with the bookends my dad bought me. And it's my tiny little library, and it's mostly Japanese books, which I really love.
Oh yeah! Just to explain really quickly, Saffronet, Japanese has two what we call phonetic alphabets, which is hiragana and katakana. And phonetic means just like the alphabet, like A, B, C. We see the letter A. It means like sound. In Japanese, there's also a letter or character that makes an sound. And there's two different ways of writing that. One which is hiragana, which is for native Japanese words, and the other is katakana, which is for foreign words. It's the exact same alphabet, but there's two different versions of it. One for foreign words and one for native words. I know that makes it so you have to learn two different alphabets just for the phonetic part of Japanese, and then there's the pictographic part of Japanese, which is the same as it's Chinese. So it uses pictographic, so complicated characters that mean different things in different contexts. So one character can be pronounced about 50 different ways. For example, like it depends on in the context of the other characters that are used.
in the writing system. It is extremely fucking complicated and really fucking annoying. And to be able to have a basic comprehension of Japanese and be able to pass high school level Japanese is about 5,000 Chinese characters that you need to know.
Yeah.
I know this shit's fucked. Like it's so fun. Like in America, we complain about so much shit, and it's like, oh, but
Yeah.
just maybe when we read a newspaper in Japan, you have to know 5,000 fucking characters. Fuck.
And you get quizzed when you're, and it's like, and you get quizzed when you're 5, and you have to go to, was it when your parents have to dress up, go get an interview for them so you can get into just a school.
Yeah.
Okay, you know how many, okay, Mr. Hirohito, very good. Now, how many does your kid know? He's not even in school yet.
Now imagine being somebody who's from the West that has to take the Gaijin disadvantage just so you can play fucking Phantasy Star Online.
Dude, I don't know.
Oh.
PewDiePie recently moved to Japan, like permanently. Like he got a Japanese citizenship.
He did.
He actually got Japanese citizenship, which is like almost impossible.
You are the PewDiePie?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
you come to Japan.
Oh, I
Yokoso.
imagine he's a fucking multi-millionaire, and even then they're like stalling him on that.
It's like, oh,
They're giving him the Gaijin Goomba test. How much of a weeb are you?
I gotta be.
God, don't.
Here's the fucking thing: is that you can actually live entirely in Japan as a foreigner and basically not speak almost any Japanese. And it astonishes me because I'm watching his vlogs and seeing how he gets checked on any of it. Like, and I don't mean like a bad way, like just he's never in a position where someone asks him anything in Japanese. Everybody around him speaks English. And it's like, whoa, holy shit. Because I was always told when I was growing up, like, if you go to Japan, don't expect that shit. Don't expect anyone to be able to speak English. And now it's, I guess, different. I don't know. I mean,
I think times are changing and they're learning English more because of like certain things. Like I know with like VTubers from Japan, they're like they pick up on like English phrases and they'll like start to like speak in English only for certain streams.
Well, all Japanese people are taught English in school, right?
Yeah.
So all of them know English to a certain degree, but it's kind of like how Americans are taught how to speak Spanish or French or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it's you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back
to
it.
I posted in the non-podcast chat I had all of the brothers and sisters at the international convention I was just like, oh, just write it down. Write down your email, write down your name, just give me a little message, and there it is. It was just pages and pages.
That's not for the gun. I thought that was for a second. Oh, no. Oh, it's very cute.
It was these treasured memories. I remember I was going to the movies with my brother. Say again?
Oh, it's written. Okay, it's written left to right. Because I was like trying to read it right to left and it didn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I still haven't been able to read it, but it's like it's one of those things I kind of stay a little emotionally vulnerable with, and I'm just like it's just enough that I have it.
This makes perfect sense. Okay, everything here. Oh no. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is written, by the way, right to left. I got confused for a minute if it was or not, but yeah. It is written.
No, they were doing it regular for me. They were just like, like left to right, just the same. But I remember I gave this one.
No, you wouldn't want to write again. Japanese, right to left.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's right. That's why I'm just like I ain't gonna try to decipher this. This is beyond me.
Okay.
Really?
But in one of the excerpts, there was this one girl named Ai. Of course, that means love. And I gave her a little Shrek pendant that I got like at the movies. It was like charity and stuff. And my brother bought it, and I was like, "Hey, can I have it?" And he's like, "What are you gonna do with it?" I'm like, "Well, I'm gonna give it to one of the sisters at the international convention." And she ripped it. It was still in the plastic. She ripped it right open, put it on next to her little lapel, and she was pointing at it, and then pointing at me. And I was just like, "Fuck, awesome!"
Couldn't hang out with her though. Dad was like, they poor. Look at that car. Look. No, you know, date. She was a nurse, dude. I was like, she's set up and she's 20.
Wild. All right, let's get back to it.
In American popular culture. As with so many aspects of black behavior and culture in this country, to understand it, you kind of have to look back at chattel slavery and, better yet, what African sexuality looked like before colonization and enslavement. Despite the faux woke arguments from different ostensibly pro-black figures that you might have encountered on Twitter or in your freshman dorm room or here on YouTube, African gender and sexual expression was not explicitly patriarchal by today's standards. Africa is and was a huge continent with a huge variety of cultures and peoples and traditions. There's evidence of pretty much any modern permutation of gender and sexual expression in numerous African cultures. I am not an expert on African history, pre or post-colonization. I'll put a link to a channel that's really good on African history and description. But a few Googles, preferably on Google Scholar, will yield you to tons of freely accessible research material to look into the variety of ways that Africa.
I'm sorry, I have to pause for a second. Just go to I don't have any evidence for anything I'm saying. Just go to Google Scholar. Go ahead.
Practice and experience sex, as well as the many ways that colonialism and eventually slavery flattened that variety into puritanical practices that inform much of African and Black American sex to this day. By puritanical, I mean of the nature of the Puritans, the first white settlers to make their way from Britain to.
Do you guys not find that fucking insane though? That he's like, I don't have any evidence for the shit I'm saying. Just go.
I don't have evidence. Just listen to me.
I'm more stuck on the sentence that he just sped the fuck through. That I interpreted as in order to understand why Jaleesha loves my dick, we need to talk about how Carl's ancestors sold us into slavery.
Bruh.
Because that's what he said.
He's not gonna talk about that. He's not gonna talk about why black people sold black people into slavery. Of course, fucking not. I would imagine not. Why would you fucking talk about that? Dude, like white people sold white people into slavery, by the way, as well. Like, so let's like not pretend like this is a racial ass thing in here.
I like when I talk to somebody from Canada who's like, it's like, no, you should feel like offended that like, you know, all the white people set you up to like pit you against each other. It's like, no, it's not the fault of the white man. It's like fucking people are just like that.
I need to be fair, slower.
Like, white people chose to do it.
Yes.
But so we can't fuck around on that part. But the reality is like everybody
sold everybody, bro.
Every culture on Earth engaged in slavery back in the past. People were fucking savages. And I'm just going to use that word. I'm like, every culture on Earth was fucking savage. People did horrible things to other people. White people absolutely be like, oh yeah, sure, we'll definitely buy human beings from you. Yeah. But you know, it's there's nobody who's innocent in this entire fucking debacle, right? Like
why does no one talk about the Spartans, right? I remember when I was
because they don't want to talk about boy pussy. Because they don't want to talk about boy pussy.
Because nobody's innocent here. Like there's no innocent group of humans in the entire history of humanity.
Like, nobody's innocent, but they're like,
no one's innocent but children.
The white man, he did bad thing. You're supposed to be angry. No, you're supposed to be angry that they ruined your culture. It's like, no.
They're not the ones that ruined my culture, and they're not the ones that's wearing it as a costume at fucking Halloween. Yeah, bro.
That good old black face.
And what's worse is that at the same time, I'm not sure if I'm cutting somebody off. I walked to the bathroom to go get my
no, you're not cutting me off.
Rubbing alcohol because my keyboard looks nasty from this angle. But it's like the same people who would say that would be like, yeah, Kaor, you tell them, like, shut the fuck up, Elijah. You don't even know what the motherland's like. You've never been there, and neither has your girlfriend. But that didn't stop you from showing up at a Black Lives rally while wearing Africana head garb. Fuck you and your dashiki, bitch. I know you've bought it for $16.97 on discount.
Discount dashiki. But like, you know, my bestie on YouTube, the guy I run a podcast with, of course, is South African, right? He's white South African, so he.
He's got that Australian kind of sounding. I had a few South African customers. I'm like, I thought they were Australian. Like, no, South African. Can't tell the difference, but okay.
It's a little bit. It's similar, but it's a little bit different because they're Dutch, so they have a weird accent. But like,
oh god, don't say Dutch. I have these Dutch fuckers that live downstairs from me. Two old bastards that just complain about everything.
I hate the Dutch. I'm so glad you also hate the Dutch, because me too.
Why do you hate the Dutch? Are they also annoying?
Mostly it's a meme.
Oh, okay.
Well, the meme's real over here, ladies.
I don't really hate anybody, but like, I hate the Dutch as a meme. It's a total fake racist. Like I'm super racist against the Dutch, but it's just a joke.
No, I need to hear him say this shit again because I want to make sure I heard him correctly.
Hang on, let's go back. One.
I'm here.
Back at that time, D was just getting girls hand over foot. I vividly remember girls talking to me for the sole purpose of asking about him, like a lot. But it goes to show how much mythology we attach to black men and their sexuality, that even knowing D personally, I still perceived him to be hypersexual at a younger age than he was. Now, don't get me wrong, D will tell you that he has gotten around, especially since those college days, but despite his powers and success early on, he was not as hot in the pants as I'd imagined. It was my own insecurities and my own warped perception of what black man's sexuality was that led me all these years to think otherwise. So we need to unpack that mythology, and I'm proof of that. Why do we assume that black men are these prolific lovers with insatiable desires and huge
Mind if I pause
This is
and
not a trope
engage?
that I am just
engage what?
Why do we assume that black men are these prolific lovers with insatiable desires and huge penises? This is not a trope that I am just guilty of. This is a trope that is pretty universal and almost to the point of being passé in American and probably worldwide culture. As with so many aspects of black behavior and culture, at least in this country, to understand it, you kind of have to look back at chattel slavery and, better yet, what African sexuality looked like before colonization and enslavement. Despite the
In order to understand it, you need to look back at African chattel slavery and what African Yep, no, that's what I wrote. In order to understand why Jaleisha loves my dick, we need to talk about how Carl's ancestors sold us into slavery. I was right. Yeah, I was right. Why the fuck did you say that?
What does the old black dick have to do with new black dick? Why is he just trying to make this strange causal link?
Make it cold. It's a cold.
It is cope. You know one of the fucking things that's interesting about this, right? Is that if you're talking about American slaves, the descendants of slaves, right? Now, in this modern day, is that African Americans are totally different from Black Africans because African Americans have a huge admixture of Hispanic and white and Asian and different people. They because they had mixed with a bunch of other people because they've been in America for 300 fucking years of slavery and then after slavery, you know what I mean? So they're a little bit different from people straight from Africa. So like they are a different type of people than and just to all and by the way to because there's that incredible admixture to lump them all together as an entire group where every single person is the same. Now we can do this statistically with certain things, but to say that everybody feels the same, everybody thinks the same, that shit's insane. And like that's fucking nuttier than squirrel shit.
It's like we all share the same mindset. It's very strange. I don't understand it.
You know what I mean? Like everybody again, and like Africans from Africa are who all have their own tribes and have their own ethnicities within their own tribes are all different from Black Americans who again have all of their own. I think the average African American in America has something like 30% admixture of some other race, be it white or Asian or Hispanic or whatever. So like it's totally different people. So like at a minimum, what the fuck? It's all fucking stupid to pretend like this is all like giant homogenous group.
I've only met a few Africans, and one of them was like my martial arts instructor, and I was like, "Damn, where you come from?" He's like, "Africa." I was like, "You got the fucking voice," and he was a fucking Shotokan expert, and I was just like. And he fucked people up, and I was like, I want to learn from this guy. This is the real African martial art. But that's it. I don't know anybody else who's like African.
I've had like African teachers in college, and you know.
But I'm saying Africans that like are from there come over here. They're super fucking chill, and I'm like, I think the people that say they're like African hang out in those stores with all the colors and wearing the dashikis. I'm like, you guys are not African. You're not chill like them.
Because when you're in a PhD program, they hook you up with like another PhD person who's further on in their degree as be like to be your buddy to like help you out, you know, a little bit like. And the woman they hooked me up with was from Kenya, and which is like insane. Like no, by the way, she's from a very rich family in Kenya because there's not a lot of rich families in Kenya. There's no other way you get the fuck to the U.S. from Kenya, but
unless you running all day and
but
going to the Olympics.
She was from a rich family in Kenya, like probably like a near royal family. But she was super fucking awesome, and she was extremely helpful.
and she was like just a normal fucking human being. And I find all this weird shit about being like we got to be weird about race all the time it's really bizarre to me because she was never interested in that shit. Her research was not interested in that shit. So I don't know why everyone else. And I feel like this is a white person thing to be interested in so much of this shit. Honestly,
it's a lot of emotional divestment I see.
If we were to
but
listen,
they always crowd you.
If you
yeah,
were to
it's
listen,
like a white person shit to get invested. No, don't start to me. Like I feel like it's white people shit, and that black people get tied into because the woman who was my doc school buddy who was from Kenya, an African, did not want to study race stuff. Whereas and I have to be honest, all of the black people who were from America, what did they want to study? Racial shit. The woman who was from Africa didn't want to study racial shit. I always found that interesting.
I remember we had to sit down and watch The Green Mile, and I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, Miss G, you're gonna die of cancer. Please don't do this to yourself. It's making you sadder. But that was the first time I watched The Green Mile, and that was the first time I ever really watched something where I heard nigger on screen, where where she's sick and they're trying to get him to heal her, and then she's like, "Okay, James, what do you think of the film?" "You cancer, bitch." And then I had to do a goddamn PowerPoint presentation for everybody. They're like, "I don't think that's true." Which part? Well, the part where, like, she said the N-word, like, you said that, like, she shouldn't have been able to. I'm like, no, she said the N-word because she's sick. She's not in the right mind frame. She's literally going through a type of insanity because of her disease. It was just nuts watching everybody like, I don't think that's it, though. But just say, like, those are the people, like, that delve the fuck into it, and they're like, I'm like, doing things for my class, and I'm doing things for black people by showing them The Green Mile in class. See, I did my job. Give me praise.
Why would you do that to people? Green Mile's not that great of a movie.
Also, all the, like I said, all the African people I've known in my life have not wanted to focus on race shit and have actually wanted to, like, not do that because it's.
No, when Obama was getting elected, I was like, fuck, Obama, you fucking all of us over. You making them all crazier. They gonna come for us now. They ain't gonna come from you. You protected Obama. Why?
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, because I don't know. Like, now I can't speak for all African people, obviously. No shit. As a white, I am so pale, I'm nearly translucent. But like the people I've known who are from Africa, excluding the white South African, but again, my doc school buddy was from Africa, and she did not like this shit either. So like, and no one pays attention to anything that those people have to say. People who actually come from Africa, who come from Kenya and have like actual fucking things to say. No, nobody gives a fuck about them.
Because they don't have anything Kenyan to say, air quotes. Oh, yeah. It's like, can you imagine walking around in your own country?
It's their own people, like, coming after them because they're a different tribe. And,
It's first of all,
the Hutus and the Tutsis.
Full of people who do not like each other. That's the thing that also is crazy. Is like, not that. That's just such a fucking
shit.
White people Western concept that all of Africa like gets along because they're all black. It's like, holy shit. Don't go to Africa and talk to some of these people because they all hate each other, man. Just those people, dude, in Europe and all over the world, everybody hates each other. It's just the way shit is.
True. Yeah, I remember my great grandma was on her deathbed, and she was a little delirious. All of the fucking cunts in my family are just crowding around her, and my sister got a win on the rest of them because she was like, "Oh, where's my granddaughter?" And she, "Oh, do you mean Lisa, great grandma? Do you mean Lisa?" She's like, no, where's Dooney's son? I mean, where's Dooney's son and where's Dooney's daughter? And they looked, had to part ways, and then they interrupted us as we were trying to talk to her, and they were like, "Oh, she said Africa. Great grandma, do you want to go to Africa?" She said, why would I want to go to Africa with all them crazy niggas killing each other? And I was just like, bam! Those were some of her last words. I was just like, there you go.
I mean,
great grandma from the Roaring 20s.
Like, for real though, like, I wouldn't want to go to Africa. I don't know who would like to go.
I would like to go to Africa to see the animals. That's it.
Okay, to see the animals, yeah, that's it. But like, I don't want to live in
I
Africa.
want to see a zebra. Then, like,
Yeah,
you see
I-
zebra, you see zebra die.
Right. Yeah, I'd love to go to Africa to see the animals, but that's about it. Like, I don't know anybody who wants to fucking live there. And by the way, that was the thing that Abraham Lincoln did, is that he created Liberia as a state for freed slaves to go to, and a whole bunch of them said, "Nah, we're kind of okay over here in the United States." Even though, despite all of the United States' racism, and I mean actual institutionalized racism back then, because let's be clear, this is 1870, right? People are racist as fuck. And people are racist as fuck now, but they were openly racist as fuck then. They didn't want to move to Liberia even then because they didn't want to go fucking back to Africa because they didn't have any connection to that land. So, you know.
It's like, what's there? McDonald's? We have them here. We don't need to go
They
up
don't have
there.
any fucking connection to it. They don't have any connection to it. Why would you? Like, it would be like telling my family of being like, oh, hey, you got to go back to like Wales and Ireland and England. We'd be like, what? You know?
Yeah.
We don't have any fucking
I
connection.
remember one guy, I worked with him at a shipping factory, and great guy, African guy, and he was one of the managers. And he said to me, like, he looked at my hair, like I was wearing my beanie. He's like, can I see your hair? And I'm like, he's like, no, there's a purpose for it. So he's like, oh, see, if they run a comb through your hair and if it sticks a little, you're black. But if it goes through like yours will go through and your hair is curly, then you are colored. You are not black. People will not speak to you a certain way. And I was like, fuck. But okay, thanks for giving me the actual update.
That's weird.
But that's how it works.
That's wild.
Is that a real fucking thing? I guess
Yes.
so. I don't
Yes,
know.
it is.
No, it is. This is that they. I don't know when they do it necessarily, but he said, yeah, they do that. You know, they run a comb through your hair. And I was like, shit. He's like, but you are, unfortunately, in my country, you would be colored. You are not black. They would treat you very different. But if you know the right people, of course, you know, people will start being nice to you. You get acclimated. Then you get more praise, and people who will be around your kind, and then they will say, oh, he's colored, must treat him different, treat him a little better than the blacks. But you have to know people.
Okay, I'm just saying, why not at that point just stay in a Western country where people will treat you like a fucking human being and not.
That's why he was here. That's why he was here, and he was a manager. Like,
Exactly,
All
right?
right, now let's get back to
Not
it.
have to want to come through here. Yeah, go ahead.
Faux woke arguments from different ostensibly pro-black figures that you might have encountered on Twitter or in your freshman dorm room or here on YouTube. African gender and sexual expression was not explicitly patriarchal by today's
I was just like,
standards.
finally somebody telling me the real stuff.
A huge continent with a huge variety of cultures and peoples and traditions. There's evidence of pretty much any modern permutation.
So, does anybody have any worse jobs?
Just really quickly, I just like really quick. I just want to go over this. He goes over that really fucking quickly.
Yes.
It's an entire fucking continent. The culture of one tribe is nothing like the culture of another tribe, or the culture of one country is nothing like the culture of another country in Africa. And I find this whole Pan-African shit to be so fucking retarded. And he just goes over it real quick. I'm like, yeah, well, whatever. We'll just go over it. We'll just slide over that. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. People in Africa every fucking tribe, every fucking culture, every fucking country is different, and yet, for whatever reason, Africa gets treated as a monolith, and it's so fucking stupid. I hate it, bro.
I'm just writing down niggas were killing niggas, my guy, because that was just literally African culture was wild. The sentence.
Yeah, African culture is all. He just basically said that the African culture is some of it's different. It's extremely different based on the culture, the tribe, the place, and you're just all making it into one big giant monolith, and that's extremely fucking reductive and stupid. So go ahead, my dude. Go off.
It's just like saying, hey, the black people in Georgia are exactly the same as the black people in Detroit.
It's even worse than that because these are like. Yeah, it's dumb as fuck. Go off though, my dude.
in numerous African cultures. I am not an expert on African history, pre or post colonization. I'll put a link to a channel that is
It's
really
very
good at
well.
African history
I'm very
in the
well aware of
description.
that, my dude.
But a few
Yeah.
Googles, preferably on Google Scholar, will yield you to tons of freely accessible research material to look into the variety of ways that Africans
you do
practice
it.
and experience sex,
Not
as
me.
well as the many ways that colonialism and
Again, I'm sorry. I said this before, but just to reiterate, you do the research. I'm too fucking lazy to do it. Fuck you, my dude.
eventually slavery flattened that variety into puritanical practices that inform much of African and Black American sex to this day. By puritanical, I mean of the nature of the Puritans, the first white settlers to make their way from Britain to America, who had very strict, very, by today's standards, extreme views on sex and gender.
What does this
and
have
it's
to
that
do
mindset that has
with
informed
African
a lot of Americans' conservative
culture
views
at
on
all?
sex to this
Nothing.
day. But not so much in Africa, whether it be the quasi-polyamorous actions of the Eli tribe in Zambia or the controversial section.
I'm literally about to skip his ass because after you say I'm not an African expert, I no longer care.
Well, after his ass says, I didn't even look this up, go fucking Google it. Why should I listen to anything you have to say after that? Like, he just says straight up, I didn't fucking Google, I don't know anything about this, but now you're gonna tell me that you know stuff about it. I don't believe you, my dude.
So dumb.
I'm a little confused.
And by
I'm a
the
little
way,
confused.
So
He
much of
hasn't. He hasn't. Oh, sorry.
well, no, just so
I
much
was
of the-
saying.
Go
Jesus
ahead.
Christ.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. My timing is just like syncing up with yours. It's like our politeness is bumping into each other. It's like I was saying like okay, so he threw some pictures on the screen, and I'm like, I'm confused, sir. You haven't talked about anyone's penis yet. Are their penises big or small? Ratio that with what the fuck you're talking about, sir. God damn it.
The reality is though, is that like there's also like a million different accounts of this shit, and he doesn't want to talk about, which he's not. Why do you think he's not going into detail about some of these African cultures? Do you want to know why?
Because they're brutal savages.
Because a lot of them are very brutal and largely patriarchal.
True.
That's why he just doesn't want to talk about any of them, and doesn't want to
Some are matriarchal.
a couple of them are
Like
matriarchal,
hyenas.
but it's only a couple, and you don't want to look into them in too much detail because you realize it doesn't really mean that the women are in charge. It's not that positive.
Certain tasks and privileges are deferred to the women of that tribe. But I'm just he's everywhere right now. It's like, come on, lock it
I'll
down.
finish that sentence for you. You are correct. They have certain privileges and positions that are deferred to women, but they are not treated in the status of an equal being. They are very much
also, they earn
elevated
those things.
slaves.
They earn those privileges,
yes,
because they say, okay, they groom them for that job. They don't just get them because they have vaginas.
That is correct.
And
They
in
are-
some tribes, they have a lot of fucking dark practices.
Yes.
One of which, I just to mention, cutting off that clit. I'm just like, okay, you want to be leader, you want to be tribal leader for all the women, gotta cut off your clit. You're the only one that does it, and it's like, shit.
And we
She
should be
did
clear.
that shit.
Basically, the only extant current matriarchal societies that exist, and there's only like a handful of them, and even that we can find in modern history that we could find, to talk about matriarchal systems of modernity are in Africa, and they are not the positive ways that feminists would like to portray them. They're, like you said, they're not girl power, girl boss shit. That is not how a matriarchal system in most of the African tribes works. It's not girl boss shit. Don't get that shit fucking twisted. You're not just gonna be like,
Plus there's a hierarchy to adhere
snapping
to.
in there and being like, I'm gonna tell all these men what to do. No. Have you seen some of these documentaries? I'm sorry, I want to get back into this for a second. These documentaries, though, where a white woman or whatever goes to Africa and marries some dude and moves into the tribal society, and she's trying to act like she loves it, and I hope she really does, but she's got like 2 kids with the guy, and she's like, oh, I love the fact that we don't have access to a telephone or access to anything, and we're literally struggling to survive. I love it. I'm so happy, and I'm Swedish or Danish or whatever. That woman does not love that shit, but
But definitely not a racist though, because I am here.
The funny
I'm
thing
in
is,
Africa.
the funny thing is, I've seen those women being called racists and colonizers, and they need to get out of the tribal communities. So you literally, again, it's one of the things where there's no winning. You can't win as a white person.
If you don't.
Okay, I gotta say this. Cut back, Black Panther. Like when you said colonizer, I was just like, I had the worst movie experience when I was watching Black Panther, and I was pissed off because everybody's like, "Wow, that was so great." I hated how they derailed his character. First of all, he was so cool, and in Civil War, he was like fucking running at a full sprint, chasing down Bucky, chasing down cars, just passing him. And I was like, "Where is all that prowess in this movie? He's such a little bitch." And then I did like the duel. There was a part where he did that capoeira sweep, and there's a bunch of there's a few African martial arts, and there's a lot of capoeira.
Yeah, because capoeira is the fucking coolest shit ever.
Yeah, there's a part in the scene where he's dueling M'Baku, and he does the sweep. I was like, okay, this part's the duel for me was tight because it was good, but the rest of it, and when he's like, you put culture in front of a child. And I was just like, I'm getting M'Baku right now. I'm like, dude, speaking truth, because I would have. It's like if this was a real African tribe, he would have slapped the shit out of his sister. Be like, don't you be so goddamn disrespectful. You earn the privilege. Don't be and then flipping off her brother when he's the goddamn king, and I'm just like, you made him look like a goddamn bitch right now.
And that's why the white women want us. Let's get back to it.
Let's continue. Sorry.
Sexuality of one of Uganda's last king, colonialism took over, or the focus and expectation of female orgasm and ejaculation that can be found in pre- and post-colonial Congo. While surely some African civilizations pre-colonization must have looked like our modern patriarchal and conservative images of sex and gender, that was not the case everywhere. It's hard to drill down on all the ways that colonization and especially Christianity changed the way that Black people view and experience sex, but it's fair to say that it greatly stopped being an act of mutual pleasure and intimacy and started being an act of transaction or dominance and ownership, as well as violation. For the sake of the outside chance of keeping this video monetized, I'll avoid going into a lot of details with it, but I'll just say that enslaved and colonized Black men and women were subjected to the unspeakable regularly under American chattel slavery, one of the many things that separates American chattel slavery from other forms of slavery throughout world history. Enslaved Africans were not seen as human compared to the way slaves may have been seen at other times throughout world history, and that lack of humanity made the treatment of them more brutal and abhorrent. After slavery, things get a little more deep and complex. White supremacists.
Does he go into buck breaking at some point?
I'm sorry,
I don't think so.
dude. I just have to really quickly to say that the idea that American slavery is the only slavery form that dehumanized the slave is
he's showing all of these images, and it's
so
like
incorrect.
You need an equivalent.
What? Okay, the images are horrifying, but the fact that he says that it's only American slavery of Blacks is the only form of slavery that dehumanized the slave is so incorrect on every level. Every single form of slavery that has ever existed throughout the entirety of human history has dehumanized the slave. Okay, and it's
unless it's BDSM.
Right. It's so
you can tell he's racist against Black people because he doesn't talk about specific dynamics back then. Case in point, house nigger. He isn't talking about the ones that were treated right because he probably hates the concept and hates the idea of house niggers. Hence why he doesn't go near it with any of his imagery. He's just like, oh no, keep the cotton, keep the skinny slaves, keep them huddled up, but never talk about the house nigger because that would derail his argument.
Okay, well, in my opinion, as a libertarian, as a normal person, I would think any form of slavery is abhorrent. But the reality is that there were different types of ways that slaves were treated all throughout human history, and the idea that all slaves in America, Black slaves, were again just like forced into extreme hard labor and were not, as you said, house N-words. As a white lady, I'm not allowed to say that word. You know what I mean?
You drop the bomb anytime you want, though.
But that's what I'm saying.
Remember, it's freedom of speech, nigga.
But still, like, the reality is that there was a distinction. There were different types of slavery. All slavery is evil, but there were different types of slavery, and it's not just for Black people. It was for people all over the world all the time. Slavery is evil, but it was not. In terms of it being a corporatized thing that is kind of exclusive to America, that's true. But slavery's existed all over the world through the entirety of human history, so this stuff's kind of fucking stupid. But let's go on. Sorry.
Remember, I'm not an expert. Do your research, but also feel bad about it.
System
But also, I'm not an expert, but I've also done a lot of research on it, and I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not 12, because I think the only people who could fucking buy this kind of content is someone who is 12 years old. But excuse me.
You have to remember,
to manifest frameworks to continue to control, oppress, and exploit black people, even when they were no longer enslaved. Among many tools to justify continued degradation of black people was the demonization of black men as sexually aggressive, insatiable beasts who represented a danger to white women and girls. This characterization worked in tandem with white patriarchal systems of control and dominance and rightful act.
Well, I know where he's heading with us, so we know that the historical point he's headed towards with us, but which is Emmett Till, right? That's where he's definitely headed here, which is Emmett Till. It has to be. Correct. Now, Emmett Till is obviously a horrifying case that everybody finds to be abhorrent. Everyone who's not a crazy person, I would assume. But I see that's why his entire background is going on here. He's approaching the Emmett Till case.
Access to white women for white men only must be protected at all costs, thus justifying any form of oppression of black men in the name of maintaining white feminine purity. Quick aside, this video will focus pretty much only on black men and our experiences and won't take a lot of time to venture into how these same systems shape black femininity. If you are interested in similarly styled videos that do focus
what are you doing 18 minutes in talking about this is what my video is going to do?
Or if you do want to hear a black man's perspective that touches on this.
Okay, so it's important I point this out because not everybody.
I have a real hot take as a one second as a YouTuber. 18 minutes in, you're being like, "This is what my YouTube video is about to cover." That's crazy. That's just some stupid ass shit. It doesn't make any sense. But go ahead. Sorry.
So this woman in the bottom right corner here, Khadijah Babawi, this is the woman that made his career possible.
Oh, she's a real cutie.
So
by the way,
what he's doing here is he's kissing the ring by saying, "Listen. I don't have the time to focus on this. It's not my place to talk about as the black Uncle Iroh male. My job is to talk about black men and how y'all love our dicks. If what you want to hear is the actual opinion that needs to be listened to, which is black women's, here are the black women, including the one that made my career possible that I have to give all my efforts to, that is going to be the ones that need to be listened to. Go to them and listen in full. Drink it in. Drink it in."
Wow.
Okay, you got it.
There are so many places it could start at, but I noticed that the first time I watched a video of his.
Honest, I think bottom right is real cute, but
I mean, no, she is a baddie though. I'm not gonna lie about that. But at the same time, bro, where are your balls?
Yeah, what a real fucking piece of shit. You're
cliche during his first. Her
can I
first,
use like some feminist language here? So you're like basically like making women make the argument for you.
Yes. He's making women make the art. It's the shit that feminists do. Instead of it's a woman putting a man in responsibility and charge to explain the problems that she wants to address, but doesn't want to spend the time explaining the backstory of, it is an ally black male doing his job to be the festooning foot to direct you to other people's content in a multi-level marketing level scheme of making sure you can ramp up the video count on someone's views on YouTube. While at the same time admitting, not only am I not an expert, and not only did I not do the work to inform you of these topics, I'm going to point you to the people who are going to do it. It's like a multi-video lesson plan in college that you need to pay for the privilege of even having the book to access. And that's unique to that learning year. So if you want to be able to stay on top of this topic, you need to listen to this YouTuber talk about femicide. You need to listen to this YouTuber about how black women talk about and talk with and converse with their black men. And if you really want to understand the deeper cuts of what I'm not talking about here, because I don't have the time to talk about it, and it's also not my place, you need to listen to the woman who made my career possible. These black queens need to be heard in order for the weight of my words as a black king to be understood. What is this fucking catch-22 shit? Why? Why am I doing homework to understand an already cryptic fucking video to begin with? Even if we don't add in the parts where you're just where you're just fucking on the take. Why am I doing homework to do homework? I didn't ask for this. I would literally prefer you call me a racist. I would literally
your brain cells.
I would literally prefer being called a racist and that I don't want to understand, rather than, okay, tell me what I need to know, and it's like, I can't tell you, but they will. And then when I go to them, it's like, well, I'll tell you a little bit, but you know who you also need to ask? This content creator. And then it's just a chain of, I ended up watching this video, and I found myself here. This is what I mean. This is literally the pipeline. This is literally the pipeline. But no, we can't talk about how I literally constructed the pipeline to sing you down a never-ending algorithm of video content. Instead, we need to talk about how Andrew Tate is a horrible man. Bro, I'm dying.
Issue, Lil Bill, friend of the channel.
You want to learn about black dick? Go to her channel.
Sexuality and pre and post slavery. However, all of those videos will point to one thing that needs to be said and can't be sugarcoated. White women and white feminism is completely complicit in the oppression of black people.
Okay, well, white feminism. Why is it white feminism specifically? Because black women aren't feminists? Is that it?
Because white feminism takes advantage. I'm so white, put down. Fuck. Thank God for fucking backspace. White feminism takes full advantage of black women the same way. I hate being dyslexic.
I hear you, bro.
Takes full advantage of black women the same way that signifier is being used as a marketing tool for other people's content. Because what white feminism does from their perspective, the way that they see it, white feminism, much like feminism as a whole, and the idea of hierarchy theory, is that white feminism is taking advantage of the black women by using them as tools to further its own goals and make them believe that they will be given a position of power in said system when actually they are being used as pawns. The same way the black activists use white allies as pawns to further their ideologies and their goals.
So, unfortunately, like, I had a problem with my USB that fucked up my fucking microphone again. What I was going to say is that I think you should absolutely take this shit to the fucking top. It's hilarious. Of ask these real fucking questions. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, I had to fucking stupid fucking mic.
It physically hurts my head because this is not the only time he's made mention of shit like this. And it just flabbergasts me that he'll say something that applies to himself, and he won't acknowledge it. And the only time where he did is where he basically said, "Hey, yo, no homo. I was dick red my friend though. No homo."
Oh, I'm sure he did.
I wanted to be his dick, but no homo, for real.
Among many tools to justify continued degradation of black people was the demonization of black men as sexually aggressive, insatiable beasts who represented a danger to white women and girls. This characterization worked in tandem with white patriarchal systems of
I gotta hear Safranet.
Dominance and rightful access to white women for white men only must be protected at all costs, thus justifying any form of oppression of black men in the name of maintaining white feminine purity. Quick aside.
Let's see here. White coochie.
I also say some shit about this too. Like, it's really weird to me that the idea that the highest attainable thing for black men is to get with white women, because why can't black? And if you look at the Plenty of Fish data, black men say that the women that they find least attractive are black women. Why the fuck is it that we are not? I don't know, I don't think that society should do anything, honestly, but why is it that we're upset that black men can't get with white women? Why can't black men get with black women? Because black women are totally fucking valid, and it's bizarre that it's like, oh, this is racist because black men can't get with white women. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I remember we talked about this before on a sidebar. And
right.
I think the answer I gave before was we viewed the black woman as an annoyance, not because damn, she's just there, but the black woman made herself undesirable by and I mean the modern black woman. The modern activist black woman made herself undesirable by constantly badgering the black male so much that he divested his options into literally everyone else.
So right. So why? Like, I'm not saying that people should have to like hook up via race. That's stupid and weird. But like, why is it that it's like it's got to be like black men hooking up with white women? I mean, I know that that was historically seriously demonized, and that's fucked up and evil, right? But
yeah,
why can't? Why is it like wrong for black men and black women to hook up?
It's not wrong.
I'm
it's
trying
just
to I'm trying to mentally comport this together in a way that follows their logic. Because right now, what I'm looking at, these 3 sentences are throwing me for a loop, because sentence number 2 literally is, white coochie was for white men only, and its purity needed to be protected from us. So, culturally...
Obviously that shit's fucked, but like, I worry... I guess I don't know what's the right way to describe this, is that the black family has been totally fucking destroyed. And I think that like shit like this doesn't necessarily help it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, there's a complete disassociation because he's referencing something that was propaganda, and it's like white women back then did not ever see any black men except on. And the other thing is strictly that there were no black slaves escaping at nighttime to go troll for white pussy. It was not happening. They told white women that and told like slaves, well, first of all, you can't leave the plantation, but just as a side note, don't be looking at no white women. And okay, boss, that's what they had to do. But the white women were never around black men to even have said risk that he's referencing. He's referencing their propaganda.
Yeah.
So it's like, don't reference that, you idiot.
And what's worse is that
he's referencing.
He's using the propaganda, and then he's explaining the propaganda as though it is real. Like there's two historical timelines happening here right now. There's the propaganda, and then there's the timeline he believes in which the propaganda is true.
Well, there's reality, which is that guess what? White and black people had the sex and made babies with each other. Okay, you know that happened. It didn't matter if it was now I have to be clear about the white man black woman shit. More often than not was slave owners at this particular time period that he's talking about.
Absolutely.
That shit fucked. But the other opposition was also happening by choice. Not often, but it was happening, and it's going to happen more and more throughout as you go through history. Because guess what? People love each other, regardless of whatever the fuck their color is, if their race is. So this whole thing's kind of fucking stupid. But no, well, by stupid I mean like it's stupid to.
It's stupid to focus on it.
It's strangely pedantic
outside of the context of history, and then to try to assign a fault and blame that somehow requires someone to be held accountable for it, when it's like, bro, all the people who did it are dead.
Dude, like
justice is already served.
So much of the United States is entirely mixed race already. Like I don't get a lot of this, but you know, excuse me. Let's continue.
I'm gonna try to make sense of it because it's something that has to be explained. Because you asked the question, and I'm gonna explain it. So in his mind, when he says things like, "We presented black men as predators, which made us into easily monetizable, fear-mongered monsters, and then made it harder for us to view ourselves as sexual healthy creatures," which goes alongside up here, which is that we are stigmatized in such a way that our sexuality made us threatening to the fact that they were threatening our lives, but we lived rent-free in the fantasies they made. The second part of this sentence is true. The second part of this sentence is true. And the reason why the second part of the sentence is true is because of the first part of this sentence. And the two things are actually disconnected statements that need to be connected back to each other. they presented black men as predators because they enslaved people from another nation, and they were terrified that if these people ever realized that they were black, which I'm referencing the American Gods season 1 fucking rant. For those of you that didn't choose to pay for stars or you didn't actually watch it on bootleg, I'm gonna fucking sideline it for you. Kope Anansi, Mr. Nancy, gives a speech to a slave ship full of slaves that are about to be taken to America that you don't know you're black yet. And is telling them, you're about to get fucked. In 100 years, fucked. I hate the fact I can copy Orlando Bloom's voice. God damn it! In 100 years, you gonna be fucked. In another 100 years, fucked. And they're still gonna be fucked. And one of the slaves starts getting angry, and he's like, see, he gets it. He's mad. Anger is good. And the solution to the scene is like, so what we gonna do? I know what you gonna do. Burn this motherfucker down! So literally the scene is literally an African spider god convinces a ship full of slaves, kill yourself and dedicate your death to my fucking honor.
It's Anansi, which is
Anansi, the spider trickster god. I know that one.
Yeah. But dude, I've seen Roots. Who the fuck honestly hasn't seen Roots?
Who hasn't? Both the original and the remake.
I don't want to watch this.
Although I got fucking squick and I got the ick from the remake, especially in the scene with the daughter getting assaulted that makes Chicken John.
No, I can't.
Oh god, I was so disgusted. I'm like, damn, this is so accurate and shit. But at the same time, why?
It's the same thing with the color purple. You ever seen that?
Yes.
I've seen that. My mom made me watch that movie for no reason. I was like, I don't watch this.
I used to taunt my sister, better not cut me with that razor.
So my mom and I often used to watch that movie when I was not often, like once every 5 years, watch The Color Purple. And that's that movie. We watched it as a mother-daughter, duo watching that film because we're a mother and a daughter watching that film together, and it has something to do with race. But that fucking movie, holy shit. That one, you want to cut the guy's throat. You know what I mean? He's a fucking rapist. So, that has nothing to do with race, in my opinion. I mean, it does in the context of his history. But I'm saying, anybody in any period of time, no matter if you're Asian, if you're white, if you're Hispanic, whatever, everybody can appreciate that film. That kind of stuff, I don't get why some of the stuff. That's what I'm saying. These are universal things that can be comprehended by anybody.
We have to go back to the time of the DCOM 90s movies and to make these motherfuckers sit down and watch The Color of Friendship. Even if it does randomly have a scene where a black woman says hard R.
Just understand this shit. This stuff doesn't help, my dude.
Yes.
I don't know this YouTuber's name, but I don't think it helps. I don't think it reduces racial animus. I think it increases it. And I think that it's not helpful. But sorry, let's continue.
We're going to imagine that his name is Jaheim. It helps. It doesn't matter if his name is Jaheim. We're just calling him Jaheim because I wanted to come up with a name, and Jaheim is what dropped into my head. Right. He looks like a Jaheim. So he's taking the idea of what a person that is a layman would assume is the connector between these things, and he's forgetting to tie in that factor I just said, which is they terrorize themselves into saying, we need to keep this black Mongol in line because ... they'll get to our white women. When the rest of that sentence is, we need to keep these Mongols in line because these slaves don't realize they're second-class citizens except when we beat them. And if they ever throw their hands up, they're going to beat the shit out of us. And then who knows what else they might do. They might even attack the white women the way we attacked their women. And them!
Guess what? Some of the white women wanted to be with the black men.
True! And there's the other part, too. The white women wanted to see what this delicious, exotic creature was.
It wasn't having a giant fucking dick. It had to do with the fact that they fucking knew the other, because there's another fucking human being involved here. Don't just fucking, oh my god, this shit makes me so upset. Why is this guy distilling black men down into their fucking cocks instead of being like, oh, wait a minute, did you ever consider the fact that the white lady be like, I went down into the field and didn't just look at his big ass dick and instead went like, oh, hello, I'm being very
hello, black man.
Hello,
black man. How are you doing today?
I see that you're actually a polite and nice human being, and my husband is a fucking rapist piece of shit, and you're far fucking politer and nicer than he is. Why is that not anything that entered this guy's brain that was a possibility? That shit blows my mind. Fucking dumb.
Because it's more easy to blot out any cases of a meat cute, or in this case, a slave cute, a wink, than to just say, listen, it was all because power and the white women were in on it too. And it's ironic. It's ironic because this is something India has actually figured out when they make their period pieces. There is this particular Indian film from that's in Telugu called RRR, which represents Rise, Roar, Revolt, which tells about pre-colonialization India and how it was being occupied by the British Kingdom. And how two Indian revolutionaries that then became the symbol of the red turban of resistance, having to go through the technique to just rescue a fucking native girl that had been stolen from her tribe people, and how the mother in question was killed by the fucking guy that did it. And that one of them was a man that came from nothing and was a part of the tribesmen that became a part of the British colonial industry and a soldier, so that he could be able to then supply the guns he needed to his Indian countrymen. And the other was a tribal native that was effectively, you know, the stereotype that you expect in all of these kind of Telugu grand epic films. Like this ultimate Chad that treats nature like it's a second part of him, but at the same time is tortured by nothing. Both of these men learn from each other. And it's only after the conflict finally comes into fruition, because a lot of the first part of the film is set up, and then the payoff, and then all right, we've gotten through this. It's time for the Indian action scene. When the story gets to the point where both of them understand each other, but he can't understand the depth of how far his plan to basically quote unquote betray his countrymen was going to go. He finally figures out, oh, you were going to fuck all of them. I couldn't understand. I'm just a backwater native. I didn't get how big your plan was. Because he did everything so that he could set them up. And he hated what he was doing, but it had to be done, because how else are you going to trick evil into giving you the position, if not proving that they should be more terrified of you than you could be of them?
That's a good point. Good point.
In this situation, when you take the historical position of, well, white people were fearful of black people because they feared the power that we possessed. We were a hardy bunch. We tilled their fields and we took care of their children for the ones that they trusted to be in the house that weren't female. That they had to have this monomyth about how dangerous we were to keep us in line. That wasn't for the slaves. The only thing that needed to keep the slave in line was a gun and a whip cracker. The meta narrative about the monster was for the white women and the young white boys. Technically, you could say young white girls too, but that doesn't matter. The young white girls would have never been allowed in a room with a non-female slave ever. Period. Without the supervision of an adult. Whether it be a man or the mother of the child. It was for the white boys, and it was for the white women who would have had jungle fever. Because the white men knew that they had jungle fever. Because they witnessed the women get jungle fever. Because it's not in the nature of humanity to watch a person get abused like that without you being just a sadistic. And that's a piece of what they like to do in a lot of foreign films when they do period pieces about America or about slavery or industry. They always make sure to make it clear that it's it's not that she has her ways and that it's not something fucked up. There's a point in the film with the torture of the character, the tribal man called Beam, where he's being whipped by the other because he's supposed to get executed. And it's supposed to be a way to show, if I break the spirit of this tribal narrative, then everybody else will fall in line. But actually what happens is that he's not succumbing to the whipping. He won't bend the knee. Literally and metaphorically. He won't surrender and give up and start pleading and crying and begging for mercy. So, the wife brings out this fucking serrated garrote wire whip with fucking barbed wire saying, "This'll make the tribal kneel!" And instead of being horrified, like, "Wow, my wife is fucking bloodthirsty, what the fuck?" He's like, "Good show, woman! Yes! Whip him! Whip him now! Whip him good!" That didn't happen.
Get over there and get that boy.
That didn't happen in the South. There were some white women who would have been like, "Yes, my husband is the master of this house, and I agree with all his views." But there would have been some white women that would have been like, "Do you really have to whip Toby so hard?"
Like, that's
Maybe you should whip him just a little.
Like, it happened all over the fucking place. Because guess what? Human beings have empathy. All of them, regardless of their race, they have empathy. So sometimes it happened that white women, whether they were the woman of the house or one of her maids or whatever, would have been like wanted to be with these people, not because of their big fucking dicks, but because they were human beings. Holy shit. And by the way, they were all Christians. I know they all converted to Christianity, but like when you look at the fucking, black spirituals and the songs, like, they clearly fucking believed in Christ. And so these white women who maybe not have been lady of the house, but might have been like her maids or whatever.
Her handmaiden, maybe like a cousin that was sent to live with the family to learn how to upkeep a house as a governess.
Yeah.
The amount of non-rape factor children. So remove this rape by slave masters specifically to breed the white women to make the mulatto children.
Remove that whole shit's so fucked.
Yes,
There's no way you got this many mulatto people in this fucking world just by rape.
It's gotta be said because you have to remove the factors so that people understand.
Crazy idea.
So, like, you remove the slave masters assaulting their female slaves to make more slaves. You remove the factor of black slaves being forced to be the wives and husbands of other black slaves and forced to procreate to make more slaves, so they didn't have to go buy more at auction. Remove the factor of, and there were many accounts of it, but not often documented, because who would want to document the fact that your wife was raped by a slave? Procreation by forceful onset from said slave. The equivalent of most mulatto children were the effect of, "You have the best set of pretty green eyes. Ooh, ow, ooh, ooh, oh, ow, ooh, ew, oh, ow,
Also, you get that shit where it's like, "Oh, I love them." I can't use the word Negro babies from the white women in the South. You know what I mean? And they're like, "Oh, them so cute. I loves them." And they want to see those pictures of them and shit like that. Like, that's shit. I hate using that word, but
it was more common that there would be a group of white.
The thing he's not talking about though is the thing he's not talking about is a white woman on a plantation knows that they desensitize you to it. So they say, okay, when you're a little girl, you gotta watch a slave get whipped and you gotta deconstruct your emotions. But a cracker, the whip crackers, they were specific people. They didn't have necessary specialized training, but they would say things like, "We need a mean son of a bitch," someone who's not only who enjoys it in the right frequency, but then they say, okay, whip the shit out of his back, whip him. And then they'll see if they can keep the pace and they'll stop when they tell them to stop. Those are specific people. None of those people exist anymore because they had systems of deconstructing your emotions first, so you didn't show a certain stream of sympathy at all. He could be begging for his life, but he'll still whip you to death. With those people around.
If you were someone who was able to do that, you had to be a fucking psychopath or a sociopath. I'm just saying.
And the white women aren't. They're just sociopathic to mince over babies.
They're psychotic
in
the mental format. They were dealing with the psychological torture of doing that.
Yeah.
And that's there was many accounts that were made where you would have the women who wanted to lay with the black men specifically to have the mulatto children so that they could have the advantages of having the beautiful black children with the nice hair, especially if they were girls.
Oh my god!
Because then those girls could then become a part of the household. Because if they looked white enough, you could be able to pass them off as your own.
And then they could be a nice servant, right? And that's the
They'd be a
shit.
nice servant, and then they would become an adoptive daughter that could marry you to another family, and then either they married one of the upper echelon sons, or they ended up getting into high society by being a representative of their white father.
It was all about the hair, right? Like
it was about the hair and the fact that they were white passing.
Yeah. So it was like, yeah. So like, if the child like had hair that was too curly and was too quote unquote, black, then the child was disowned essentially. But if they had the hair that was nice and more soft, more white, quote unquote, then the child could. It's sickening, dude. Like,
is that why they still get shitty about like if your hair is not like straight?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So like, you're aware of Paris Jackson, right? Michael Jackson's daughter.
Yes.
Let me see if I can find some good pictures of her. So like, yeah, pretty much all of these. I think this one is the best one that I could bring up. If you were to take Paris Jackson back to that time period, she would have been the standard that they would have been looking for in children.
Yeah.
She does not look ethnic, but she is ethnic.
Yes, because they want that.
She does have like a family resemblance to like the Jacksons. She does, I think, she kind of look like LaToya a little bit.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember the name of the kid. They wanted that curly hair, right? But they don't want the child to look black, so they want them to be a not Tom Collins. I'm trying to think of the name of the drink. What's the name of that drink that's like non-alcoholic, but it's
Zima?
No, it's it's based on an actress. Oh shit! Cute little girl from like Shirley Temple.
Shirley
there you
Temple.
go.
Oh, Shirley Temple. All right.
They want the Shirley Temple look. And how do you get the Shirley Temple look, by the way? Getting those curls? Oh, well, white people don't. Some white people have curls. But how do you get those curls? Oh, I think I know how. You have a mixed race person, and then you just kind of fucking abuse them and say, oh, like particularly a third generation mixed race person, and go like, oh, there you go. There's your Shirley fucking Temple. She's got her cute little curls,
That was effectively what they did with those black daughters, which is ironic because it's the opposite of what you would think. It's the opposite of what you think, where they would say no, they wanted to have the black males because they gave them access to the patriarchy. They didn't want the white daughters. No, they did the opposite. They threw the black males back into slavery and they adopted the white daughters, or the interracially mixed daughters, because if they looked white enough, then they would be inculcated to reject their blackness and accept their whiteness. So they would be able to have a position in society that was at least better than a slave. So that even though they're effectively being used as a breeding slave, we're talking actual, like, marry her off, put her into an arranged marriage where she will be unhappy, but she'll be better than a slave. She feels like one because she is one. Because she's being used for her womb.
Oh, I hate this. It's so horrifying.
And imagine, I did all of that without having to invoke racism. Damn! It's almost like having somebody who actually knows his history is a bad thing for y'all.
Well, Carl, you managed to be super fucking upset, and you didn't have to invoke anything.
I'm sorry. I'll make sure to go back to being the loving, happy, haha, Carl soon.
Oh yes, assuage my white upsetness, whatever. No, I mean, like, I usually don't like that kind of shit, but like, for real,
it's heinous.
It is heinous, and white people should be fucking upset by what they did. Honestly,
it's
not, and I'm not saying that all people should, like, white people should be upset about it, but like, Jesus Christ, that shit's fucked. And black people also are responsible for it, as we talked about, like, with the African stuff. Like, they did that shit too. Like, everybody on Earth is responsible. Well, not everybody, but a whole bunch of people on Earth are responsible for the shit that
when it comes to that,
years ago.
When it comes to the black part of that, the black people what happened is that it's much like how activists are now trying to reclaim their African ties. They decided, well, we're going to go back to our roots and we're going to accept these things. But they have such little understanding of their actual roots that they figured, what's the most superficial thing that we can attach ourselves to? Well, let's look at the tribesmen. Built. All of them have fucking line string armbands that accentuate their biceps, pectorals, and muscles. They all are bare-chested, broad-shouldered, like a fucking U.S. naval citizen about to go in for fucking PI training.
And those trans people want nothing to do with American weirdos.
Mhm.
That's the thing. Like they don't have. Well, they'd like your money in terms of they'd like you to fucking feed them because their shit's kind of fucked. But other than that, they don't want you to fucking like identify with them. So you can't really do the African tribalism stuff, you know? I mean, you can, but
It'd be
not gonna
dumb.
work out great.
You'd look stupid.
This video will focus pretty much only on black men and our experiences and won't take a lot of time to venture into how these same systems shape black femininity. If you are interested in similarly styled videos that do focus on black women, I suggest Intellectual Media's Black Femicide video, pretty much anything from T Noir and Khadijah Mbo, or if you do want to hear a black man's perspective that touches on this issue,
still don't understand what the porno tie-in is. It's still confusing me. He's explained nothing.
However, all of those videos will point to one thing that needs to be said and can't be sugarcoated. White women and white feminism is completely complicit in the oppression of black people, especially black men, something that is effectively illustrated by black masculinity philosopher Dr. Tommy Kirk. He states in his book, The Man Not.
Closer attention to black males throughout history shows that patriarchy is not...
I do believe that actually that white feminism is involved in the oppression of black people, because I think that white feminism is actually a racist sort of organization, but that's just my own opinion. The reason why is because I think that white feminism is completely designed around the idea of making the white woman the center of the universe. And it's, I truly hate it. White feminism, and I believe that this is feminism as Western feminism, is all based around centering. I hate using leftist terms, but I think it's correct. Centering white women as being the ones who are most harmed by toxic masculinity, if you want to use that word, or anything that is negative about masculinity. And it never takes into consideration black women whatsoever. In fact, I think it actually inherently not only ignores, but intentionally not only ignores, but castigates black femininity. I think that white femininity, white feminism is anti-black. That's my opinion.
No, I'm seeing it.
By its nature, it has to be, because by focusing and centering a gynocentric narrative around white women being the biggest victim, you inherently must shove out any other group, because they can't be the biggest victim. We are. They can be a victim, but they can't be the biggest victim.
That white feminism is all about making them the biggest fucking. Now, I'm anti-feminist. I would call myself that directly, but that's because I'm against this shit. Is that white feminism is about, or feminism in general, as a movement, is about centering white women as being we're the most oppressed forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and it inherently excludes the experiences of black women. So I think that's kind of fucked. In my opinion, I don't know. As a conservative white woman saying that, but whatever, you know.
An insular and gender-opposing system that protects all men while subjugating all women. Patriarchy stands apositionally to femininity as a self-regenerative system, both ideologically and biologically. It depends on white womanhood to enact domestic terrorism and global imperialism.
It's important to point out that while black men do benefit from patriarchy, a sociological belief that some black masculinity scholars would seemingly disagree with.
His face palm, like on the thumbnail, but I'm looking at it, just trying to decipher how the slavery. It's like it happened such a long time ago. We have our penises back. Can we just not? If somebody wants it, why can't we give it? He's saying no. Your penis belongs to the culture, and I'm like, well, it kind of like thinks, kind of like Hitler, right? You know, well, Hitler, when he took over, he like one of the policies put in place was your body belonged to the nation, so you weren't allowed to just have cigarettes or buy cigarettes to smoke them. It's like the invalidity to whatever extent, I don't know how far it went, but you could put it into legislation. But it's like he's talking about like you need to stay away from white women because they're trying to take all of like our dicks and they're hungering for it.
He's giving the same argument.
I would say
part of that's kind of a legitimate argument. Like most of that's bullshit because it's fucking nonsense.
It's psychotic in like the cultural and political sense.
Psychotic.
But that's the political argument that he's making. He's making a socio-political argument in terms of culture to the point that you, as a member that has blackened, darkened skin, that is the case of melanin in your body, have a biological imperative to not breed with the white woman. You must keep your bloodline as pure as possible. And by doing so, you are betraying your fellow tribesmen, quote unquote, if you want to call all black people in America the tribe of black Africans. Every single time you lay with anyone that is not a black woman, that will produce a progeny child that is as close to 100% ethnically, culturally, and socially black, you are betraying yourself and you're trading your power away for the pleasures of, and up to and including, the white coochie. White power, white patriarchy, etc., etc., etc.
As true as that is, though, I also think that it's important that black people need to, like, I go back to that plenty of fish thing. When you see that, like, black men don't want to have sex with black women or hook up with black women. And I find that, like, black women are the lowest on the totem pole. And that's fucked up. Like, why is it that black women are so low on the totem pole? We have to ask that question. Why are black women so low on the totem pole?
Because they tell us we ugly. We ugly. Ugly.
I guess so, but I mean, I don't agree with that. But
all the black women I went for in school were just fabulous. It was just they wanted, like, if they're mixed, they want a white guy. If they're just like, well, for lack of a better term, straight black, they were all fucking tight. One of them could skateboard, and I only went out with her because she could do a fucking heel flip, and that was like the greatest experience ever. And then people are like, oh, it's weird that she skateboards, right? And I'm like, no, she can do a fucking heel flip, dude. Like, she's done it. And I think it was like 3 or 4, but they're all fucking chill. One was on the cheerleading team, and everybody fucked with her, you know, calling her a niglet and stuff. And I'm like, shit. So that's why we hung out. We were outsiders, and we're like, you know, fuck these people. We'll both agree to be together and say fuck these people. And she got like a blacker friend.
Is it like let's be clear about that? Is that that's the black community kind of policing its own, right? I saw that shit all the time when I was a kid growing up. Like, okay, I know that. Obviously, I'm like, again, I'm nearly translucent white, but I grew up around mostly black people. I grew up in a black community, and I gotta say, like, that I saw that shit happen all the time, and I really don't understand why. I mean, I guess I understand why, but it should be cool for black men and women to hook up with each other. Like, and yet there's this shit where it's like that is getting in the way there. Oh no, you can't, like, hook up with a black woman because she's a bitch or whatever, you know. And I find that really fucking frustrating. Just looking at,
I didn't get, like, oh, you can't hook up with her because she's a bitch, like, or you can't hook up with her because she's weird and, like, she doesn't speak like we speak.
I got a lot of that, but that's my fault.
I got a lot of that, and it was 100% on purpose because I only wanted the ones that wanted to go against the stigma.
Right.
you know,
And then too, like,
yeah, the ones
like,
that go against the stigma, they get, like, forced into a weird also box of their own, right?
Well, for me, it was like middle school really kind of train wrecked things for me because, you know, I remember there's one named Brianna. She was mixed and she had beautiful hazel eyes. And, you know, she was basically saying, like, you know, I'm rich, I'm basically white, you know, I can't go out with you anymore. And I was like, only like basically went out for like a week. But all of the black kids descended on me. I mean, there's this like shortbread little retard named Azikwe, and I'll never forget we got into a fight. Long story short, but he was the one kind of saying like, "Hey, don't be hanging around like my sister." And I'm like, "I ain't hanging around my sister." He's like, "Well, don't." Like, and he was the first one to say kind of the phrase, "You're an Oreo. You're not like us." And I'm like,
oh my
what
god.
the fuck I'm like, what the fuck does that mean to me, dude? As I was so self-contained with my family, a unit of 6 people, we didn't need anybody. We were just like, I was always like, I have my family. What the fuck do I care about your blackness? But I remember one, okay, just gotta say it, straight up Aryan kid, blonde hair, blue eyes. He loved hanging out with all the black kids. He's like, how come you don't like wear Nikes and do like I do, dress like FUBU and stuff? And I was just like, that's not my jam, Skating and hockey's my thing. I like playing guitar. They're like, but you act too white. I'm like,
Like, I mean, like, and that's the thing, like, if you have any kind of divergent behavior, and I mean, divergent was like, what the fuck, like, playing guitar, which is, I don't know, have you heard of Jimi Hendrix? Which is like, I'm just saying, like, as a general fucking massive.
Well, being like a guitarist isn't cool anymore. Everybody has to be a rapper or something.
Right.
Right. No, that happened. That happened one time. This really interesting couple came in, and they were like, "We're looking for Hendrix. Is that you?" And I said, "Well, my nickname's Jimmy. I am left-handed. I play guitar, but my last name is Hendrix." That was like one of the most positive experiences I ever had. But I mean, aside from that, yeah, I mean, just being an outsider because you picked up a guitar and everybody's like, "Nope." But that was the biggest thing that fucked me over in middle school. Just everybody saying, you don't dress like this, and then making fun of like my hand-me-downs, and so it cemented me as just not being against my culture, but just understanding that, for lack of a better term, I'd always be the outsider whenever I encountered somebody for short term. But if I got to know them, yeah.
It's a thing, like, so okay, so I had to throw this out there. I don't know why the fuck does this matter, but I was very involved with the black guy for a while, and his dad was again, why does it fucking matter? But it's like, oh, white lady was involved with a black guy. Well, the reason I was involved with him is because I fucking liked him as a person. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, that shit. Like, I hate all this garbage about like all. I get all the fucking social psychological shit. But this is a person who was just a good friend of mine. How did we become friends? Because we played Street Fighter together.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's how we became friends. That's how we got to know each other. And when his father died, I went to his funeral. His father was a jazz musician, right? And so I got to like see a whole bunch of like his jazz music, which was fucking awesome. It was so cool. And nobody really would have seen that shit. It was bizarre. First of all,
well, it's like you honored him. You honored him in a way that actually, in a way, would shame another black person, because they'll look at it like you don't have the right to feel sad about this man, but they wouldn't anyway.
I met him twice before he passed, and it was weird when I went to his funeral, because I was like weeping, because I don't know, that's just how I am. Like, I was weeping at this man's funeral, and I was the only person there openly crying. And this guy, like, his family is like everybody who was there is all kinds of colors. You know what I mean? Like, there was white people, there were like Hispanic people, everybody. Like, this was not like now it was in New York, so it was a little bit weird there, in that we went to New York for this, but there are people who had all different types of colors, and I remember, like, when we went after the funeral, when you go to the what do you call it, reception,
the wake. The wake.
And it was like everybody of every color imaginable, and everybody that you could ever comprehend. And I thought it was kind of really cool that everybody of every imaginable background was there. And I was like, this is a good thing, I think, that there's no racism here. However, the problem was,
dun, dun, dun.
my boyfriend at the time was asked, "What are you doing with the white girl?" You know what I mean?
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Go on. This hitting me a little hard. I'm just saying.
It was that, "What are you doing with the white girl?" And because at that point, this guy and I had been dating for like a year and a half, almost 2 years. We were like thinking about getting married, right? This is a long time ago, but it was back when I was in grad school. It was many, many years ago, like 8 years ago. This happened, and but people legitimately asked him, not me, obviously, but they went to him. People in his family were like, "What are you doing? What are you doing with the white girl? Why are you hanging around with this white girl?" And it was, what the fuck? Like I couldn't.
In a lot of ways, they see it like experiencing this myself, or at least a facet of it. They're saying you're getting something that you shouldn't be receiving. It's not necessarily that they're saying you're taking him away from his options with black women, and it's like, but it's a easy gotcha. I mean, not to trivialize it, but that's the core of it. They are a type of jealous. They don't want to be honest and upfront because, well, they don't care about being racist. They just care about getting a jab both at the guy at his dad's funeral, and then you, because they're like, well, we need to project our anger about him leaving, so to speak, onto someone. Well, easy target. Let's get it.
It's also why they didn't confront you, because if they were to ask you, what are you doing with this black guy? What are you getting out of this? The implication is supposed to be obvious. It's, oh, she's getting something that she wouldn't get otherwise.
I was the only person who actually, that I could see that, who cried at the funeral. Because I mean, I'm not saying that it's not wrong to cry. Like you can cry or not cry. Like the funerals or whatever. I only met his dad like 2 times, and in fact, they talked kind of shit about me. Like, why was she crying at the funeral? It's like, well, because I met his dad and he was an awesome dude. And so when I knew he passed away, it upset me. And like, why the fuck was she crying? And I was like, because he was cool as fuck and he died, and he's my boyfriend of 2 years husband, or my boyfriend of 2 years father. Yeah, of course I fucking cried. And I couldn't. There was so much shit there, and we were the first people there as well. Like, so we were like welcoming people into the church, for this whole thing, this wake. And by wake, I mean like it was like 3 months after he had passed away, and we did go put his body to rest. It was left there afterwards, but like we were the ones who were welcoming people because he was his fucking son. He was his only son. He did have another son who didn't fucking care, but he was his son who gave a shit. And I saw this man get to play jazz music live in front of me. He was an amazing guy, as far as I could tell. And I mean, I didn't know him that deep, but I met him a couple of times and I got to hear him play jazz, and he was cool as fuck dude. And I think that okay, let's be honest. I was the only white person in the entire church, in the entire thing,
Singled out.
Well, I don't know. I don't really. It wouldn't have mattered to me. It wouldn't have never have made any difference to me until I got called out for it, and I was like, because I didn't even notice until someone pointed it out to me from his family, and was like, "This is one white lady here. What the fuck's going on?" I'm like, "Well, I'm here because his only fucking son is my boyfriend, and I don't know, like there's some weird shit like that. I really did not like that. I felt like that was very
Well, they're trying to say that they had more credibility just happening to be either a relative or just black, but you had received something that nobody had received, not even relatives or family. You got to see him play jazz and you enjoyed it, whereas most of the time in most black families, both back then and even still today, is you got to do
what your parents raise you to do. You got to be black in a way. But jazz, if you do any of that, it's a deviation. It's not a heavy deviation, but god damn it, will they never fucking support you. They'll make sure that, like, if you're falling in your endeavors to pursue something, they're kind of like, that's not, black people play jazz, but you have to have this innate skill at it first. Something I recognize. If I didn't recognize him, don't recognize his jazz, don't recognize his hobbies. But you validated it on a level that they chose not to and refused to, and probably in a course may have, not showed up at his gigs, maybe he wanted someone else around, say, hey, come see me play with my band or see me perform, and they're like, oh no, I'm doing something that day. But the point is that they didn't support this man. So whether it was about jazz or not, there's always that cluster of relatives that are like, you know what, he weren't that good in the first place.
Oh, right.
He done did this, he done did that, but that just gets squeezed away by you just being there.
Dude, like it was like that. That you're right. Like it was like he was, and even they talked shit about his own wife because she was too white, but she was half black, half native, and is.
Oh, see, that's just like my great grandma, and then my great grandfather looked like Colonel Sanders. I got hit by my grandfather for saying
mad shit about some. It was so weird, and I have to say, like the flip side of that is that as a white person doing content on YouTube, right, is that I get people who go like, "You dated a black person? Well, I can't listen to anything you say, you fucking race traitor. You fucking what's the word they use? Shit. You know what I mean?
Burner?
Coal burner. Right. Yeah, that's it.
I've never heard that one. Sorry.
I know it.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's fucked up.
That's insane. It's so fucking fucked. It's
the word for you, Saffronet, would have been a chalk grinder.
Well, it's just insane. It's so there's weirdos on the internet who get upset, like, "Oh, you dated a black guy. That means X, Y, Z." And though, actually, I've even had these things told to me that, like, when my current husband and I if we do have a child, like, your child will actually be black because you one time dated a black man. I'm like,
that's silly.
And no, it's not. It's silly. It's stupid as fuck. It's illogical, and they'll be like, "Here's the science that proves it." Like, no, that science don't prove no shit.
What science?
And like, this is the thing. Like, okay, all right. Here's the really basic, deep. And this is going to be a very, very contentious take. It's extremely contentious. Love who the fuck you love, and don't give a shit about what fucking race they are. And if their family or your family is weird about it, I don't really know how to answer that question, but just love that person and don't give a shit what their family fucking thinks. Holy Christ.
Is this still going on?
Yeah,
yes, it is, Jess Carter Call. Right, now let's get back to it. We gotta give time for the word I gave to Saffron. It's really sink into our head and think about it.
It's an hour and 40 minutes video.
Videos.
Why you gotta think about it, Carl?
Hey, I'm not so much responsible for that than you guys are.
No, we're all
intellectual media. Femicide video.
I'll take the shame.
Pretty much anything from Timor and Khadijah and Bo. Or if you do want to hear a black man's perspective that touches on this issue, Lil Bill, friend of the channel, just released a great video that touches a lot on black women's sexuality and treatment in America pre and post slavery. However, all of those videos will point to one thing that needs to be said and can't be sugarcoated. White women and white feminism is completely complicit in the oppression of black people, especially black men, something that is effectively illustrated by black masculinity's philosopher, Dr. Tommy Curry. He states in his book, The Man Not.
Closer attention to black males throughout history shows that patriarchy is not an insular and gender-opposing system that protects all men while subjugating all women. Patriarchy stands apositionally to femininity as a self-regenerative system, both ideologically and biologically. It depends on white womanhood to enact its domestic terrorism and global imperialism.
It's important to point out that while black men do benefit from patriarchy, a sociological belief that some black masculinity scholars would seemingly disagree with, including the aforementioned Tommy Curry, but both black male scholars and intersectional scholars recognize that the gender identity of black men is and has always been in every way subordinate to white patriarchy, similarly as
So everything's related to white women. By the way, like, fuck white women. What are you doing? Just escape from it. Okay? Like, I just fuck white women. I don't I know, I understand where he's coming from, essentially, but, like,
it's super fucking dumb. You're blaming white women for everything. And let me tell you, white women are terrible. What the fuck are you doing, my dude? Let's go.
As in women. And the debasement of black men as sexual beings is a core feature of that subordination, which hinges on the image of black men as violent beasts. In his book, Curry talks about Eldridge Cleaver. I've mentioned Cleaver before in the colorism video, and he is a perfect example of why I say we don't deify scholars and philosophers, as Cleaver was a Black Panther turned sexual predator, turned fashion designer, turned conservative Republican senatorial candidate. He is the epitome of a weird guy. I can't.
You mean like Gadsy Koto? Yeah.
So he's talking about not raising up philosophers, but he's raising up black dick, saying like it's holy and sacred, but stay away from it, you white women. Everybody needs to stop.
Yes, and also he just described Gadsy Koto. So it's wild. Go ahead, Dane.
Ding dong ding da do do.
Did you lose your thought, Aydin?
Koto.
I'm going to assume that Aydin lost her thought train. I thought she was gonna say something.
She may have stepped away.
No, her microphone might have screwed up again.
Endorse him as a person, but his breakdown of the complex gender interrelations between white men and women and black men and women in his essay.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. That's all. Just how silly. That's
doesn't really matter.
Of the Black Unit stands as one of the more insightful, though brutal, examinations of race and sexual read. The point in bringing up Cleaver is to provide insight into the still ongoing fetishization of black man's sexuality and how this fetishization played into not just my false perception of my friend's sexual activity, but also the perception and fetishization and dehumanization of black men as a whole.
The reason why it's important that you guys understand that I sexualize my friend's cheek count is that this guy played a part in it. He manipulated me.
Can it like all this shit just makes me like fucking upset that black men and women can't fucking agree more and get along. I really find it to be kind of upsetting.
We can start today. We can start by agreeing that the shit that is coming out of his mouth is fucking wild.
Yes, it is fucking
stupid.
It is fucking stupid.
Why are you so stupid?
Well, I will tell you that like Did I click on something wrong?
Oh shit. No, it changed for me. Yeah, I see it.
Oh no, I clicked something wrong. No, I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Carl.
I just want people to like get fucking along. I find it fucking frustrating. Like, you know, it's totally fun if it's actually not fun if white people get along anymore. But I find it really kind of disconcerting that the black community is so disconnected between black men and women. That shit I think is fucked.
I mean, when you tell people that, like, when you tell other black people they're not black enough and you're gonna revoke their black card, it doesn't really help.
Yeah,
you make this long-running series on applications like Twitter and TikTok about calling out black people who are involved in content that you disapprove of and telling them that they are no longer accepted.
You gotta fucking like black. What would you call it? Like control them or what's the
word? He keeps saying like black women, right, and just collectivize them. But the problem is he needs to key in on the black language. All black men, all black women know what the hell a hood rat is, and we know it. We see a hood rat coming. We are talking about those black women, and they ain't even thoughts. They're just fucking hostile. But he's trying to say that it's the same. You gotta go sprinting through the minefield.
Well, we gotta be honest about that shit too. Like, I mean, like, I want the black community to be healthy in the United States, but we also have to deal with the fact that there's some hood rat shit that fucking happens. I grew up in Baltimore. I fucking know what's going on about that shit, man. Holy Christ.
But it's like they want to glorify the hood rat and just say, listen, she's gonna abuse you. You just gotta do what she says because she's getting incendiary.
No, fuck that.
Yeah.
All that shit's gotta stop. You gotta fucking. Now I know that bitch is probably a bitch. Probably marry her. I guess. I don't know what else you do to be able to be like, hey, we gotta like turn you from a bitch into a like healthy woman.
It's like we need to remove the we need to remove the exterior factors that cause you to always go repetitiously incendiary. But
what's insane is that the black families used to be way more stable than white families, and now the black family is way more unstable than white families.
But they blame the white man, and it's like it's not always the white man.
It wasn't the white man that did
it. Well, white people had some shit to do with that, but like
they had some.
They were responsible for burning down.
You're completely wrong with that. But like, black people got to get their fucking communities back in order to be able, because they were so much better off than white communities, at least in terms of families. And now it's all gone, and it's insane. I don't know what to do about it. I have no idea how to help.
Well, there's always. I can't even say that. I'm being nice to say that to you.
It kind of goes a little deeper than that, because you do see some black families that like, look like they love each other on the outside. Like they have like multiple kids and they're all together and they all live in the same house and they
don't hate each other.
But they all don't like each other. It's kind of like some of the dynamic my family has. Like my mom does not like my dad's side of the family very much, and she didn't like the fact that I was close with my cousins on my dad's side.
Like for familial and business purposes, they'll love each other, but they do not like each other enough
I
to
gotta
be
be real
around
though.
each other.
One of the things that I noticed, like when I, hung out with my black friends in high school, is that their families are way closer than like any white people's families are, to be honest. And
I was close with some like I was more close with my cousins rather than like my immediate family.
Yeah, that's important. It's super fucking important, and it's been trying to be abandoned. But like you're doing way like black people are doing way better than white people in terms of just trying to keep the family unit as a family unit. And same fucking shit is trying to this weird communist shit that you see in the mainstream media is trying to destroy the family unit. You cannot let it.
It's like the family don't love you. It's like it's not because they don't love us. It's more like, I think in my situation, it's more like my parents didn't exactly like me. They just wanted me to be like just constantly obey them and just not question what they did.
I would go further to say that the reason why the communist ideology is trying to continue to keep down the black family nucleus isn't because it's destroying it. They have destroyed its current form, but are preventing it from resurging in a new form. It's like a phoenix. The black phoenix of family love. They're trying to stop it from coming back in any form by telling them you need to be looking out for yourself and your number one, which is why they spend so much time isolating them.
Abandon Jesus. And by the way, like the black community in the United States are the ones who are preserving Christianity besides the Hispanics. And that's why that's another reason why it's amazing. But like listen.
Like I'm not really a Christian, really. I guess I'm more agnostic. It's like I kind of broke away from Christianity because of how toxic it got for me and how I saw it. Like it wasn't doing anything positive for me at that time. Not that I hated Christians, it's just that I felt that I needed to like break away from it and I need to go about religion a little bit differently because now I'm aware that I'm autistic and I have to like go about it in a different way.
Too many. It's like too many tacked on rules. They won't.
Yeah, as an autistic person myself, I understand where you're coming from exactly. But I think that like the black community in the United States can totally fucking recapture and actually have really important things to do in society besides just voting for Democrats who hate them and want to put them on the Democrat dole for forever and put them on a fucking, let's be clear, the Democrats in the United States want to keep black people on a fucking goddamn plantation style system where are you black? Well, then you have to
pay us or vote for us, and then we'll give you the things that you want. The reality is that black people are so fucking like this is the thing that's so fucking stupid. This is black people. Every fucking person is stronger than that shit, and I hate that fucking garbage. You're so much fucking stronger than some fucking politician who tells you, well, you must require government funding to be able to do X, Y, Z. No,
You
you're
tell
not.
these politicians to shut up.
Yeah, no, fuck yourself. You as an individual are capable of doing whatever the fuck you want, and you can tell that politician to go fuck themselves and in hell, honestly. Fuck that shit. They can go eat a dick. I hate that crap. And yeah, go eat a dick. It's stupid.
Based.
You eat a pee-pee, leave me alone. Well, it's just like with me, like it's like I didn't like politics in general because when you grow up in the 2000s and you see what the shit Bush was doing, is like, oh hell no, like these politicians are awful.
I know, right?
Well, it's weird how I was like exposed to that because it would see like because after 9/11 you would see like his face on the news all the time and people were treating him like he was like a hero. It's like, this guy is not very smart, is he?
No, he's a fucking moron. Also, he did 9/11, by the way. No,
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware.
I'm just saying he did it on purpose. Well, excuse me, I didn't say that.
But it's like seeing like the whole like the politicians and like the religious side, the very like conservative Christian side of it, and how like they were like fucking over their own people. Like when they started messing with kids, I was like, okay, I don't think you guys are really helping anybody.
I was watching like a cartoon from like the 1940s, and they talk about this shit. They're like, oh no, you're trying to reduce racial animus. Guess what? People who want to control you want to also induce racial animus. The reality is that we're all fucking people. We're all human beings. The racial animus shit is entirely political. If we could just fucking reduce it and get rid of the racial animus and the fucking weird ass political shit, then there would be no fucking problems between people of different races. Like it's all created. It's intentionally created.
It's just like a falsified. Like I'm saying, it's artificial because I guess the benefit with like being in like a city that's very diverse. Like I said, I'm from Houston. Houston is like one of the most diverse cities in the U.S. And I didn't have to deal with people calling me the N-word or like telling me I can't do this because I'm black. I mean, I mostly got crap from my own people because I like art.
Oh, you're too white or some shit. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty dark myself. Like I'm dark skinned. I have like regular curly hair like the rest of them, but because I learned how to read early and I liked art and I spoke weirdly. I got called an Oreo sometimes. I got called like white.
That's white shit, which is fucking insane. And by the way, like that whole entire thing has to be done away with. Like, that's nonsense. I know that it's part of the quote unquote culture of some areas, but that shit has to be done away with. Black people and white people are the fucking same. It's ridiculous.
We is the same.
We's the same. But like no, like we are different in certain ways, but like it's still fucking ridiculous that like
Well, the interesting thing I learned like as I got older is that like a lot of people who were white or like Asian or Hispanic, they were the ones actually talking to me and like actually like relating to the stuff I went through and like my interests.
Mm-hmm.
They they didn't make me feel like I was like a piece of shit. And
black people who made you feel that you were.
Oh yeah, like because I remember one day I was in my senior class and I didn't have any. One of my senior classes, like we were in a computer lab and I didn't have anything else to do. I didn't have any assignments to do, so I had like one of my emulators open and I was playing like I didn't have a controller at the time, so I would usually use the keyboard as my controller, and I was playing a fighting game. and one of the black girls sitting next to me were saying like, "Why are you playing video games? Are you retarded?" And I'm like, no.
Dude, like, I would say that's kind of common for everybody of any race, to be fair. But
it's also goes into like the whole like, oh, women are treated well like when they play video games. You know, the people teasing us are also women, right?
Oh, the most common people who tease you are going to be women. Almost always, they're gonna be women.
But like video games specifically, like I never got shit from other guys, like because I like video games.
No,
I got shit from other girls.
From women, exactly. And that's the shit that we gotta like. When I hear other people on like Twitter, I'm like, yeah, they're like, we have to end depression and shit. It's like, okay, like, have you ever spoken to people who you're talking to? No, you haven't. Okay, well, fuck yourself first of all. Secondly, have you ever played a video game?
No, they don't play video games.
Awesome. It's like sit down, play a video game, and just shut up and just
all they know is solitaire and Candy Crush. That's all they know.
Oh, God.
If you tell them that you play like arcade games or like any console games, they're like, "Oh my God, you're a fucking freak." And then here's the funny part.
I know.
Once they notice that the nerdy girls who actually know their shit about video games get attention from guys, then they like, okay, I need to pick up video games so guys can talk to me and like I can get some free dick. Okay,
that's the insane
It's
part
mostly
about it,
just
right?
attention.
Like,
They only let all the dick
it's
the guys
for
keep.
attention, yes, but they give like actual, I don't know if you guys like community or actual gamer girls. They
They're so
give actual
boring.
gamer girls crap.
I mean, like,
so
it was,
boring.
whatever, man. Like, it's all fucking dumb shit. But the reality is that I think most people are trying to help, quote unquote, the black community, and they do this dumb shit. I don't think it's like I'm a big fan of Kendrick Lamar, and I'm from Baltimore City. Okay, so I know like how fucked shit is, and that probably sounds fucked in and of itself, but like there's real fucking issues in the black community that do not get dealt with because instead of like, let's just boil it down to fucking video games. Are you fucking kidding me?
Boil it down to racism, video games, and white women. And it's like, listen, you want
Right.
to solve some of the problems? Fuck a black nerd today.
Talk to little Steve Urkel. He'll tell you all about it.
Oh God! Don't
Alright,
say
alright,
Family
we gotta
Matters.
get
That was like
back to it though. I want to
they
try
used
to
to
get
call
through
me
this
Steve
video.
Urkel in school. It sucked.
Same.
Because they were like, "Oh, he's smart. He's smart, right?" So like they just started calling me Steve Urkel, and then that fucking episode aired where he became Stefan Urkel, and then oh boy, the shit intensified as they were like, "Oh, like." You're definitely Steve Urkel because you know there's Stefan Urkel and he's the cool version. Oh, and this one twat was just like, "Oh, what's up, Urkel?" And it's like everybody started calling him Stefan for like a semester or something. It was fucking harsh. I was like, that made me hate Family Matters and Steve Urkel. I was just like, done. I'm never gonna watch this fucking show again.
Damn you, Jaleel White.
I'm like, I don't have as much disrespect to Jaleel White. I mean, I think he's a good actor. I mean, he was like he was the voice of Sonic for the 90s.
Oh hell yeah!
Yes, Sad Sonic. We got to get through
I'll
this
never forget
because I
the
want to
infamous
be able to move on to
episode.
the next video tomorrow, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've mentioned Cleaver before in the colorism.
Yeah, we got a little held up with our
brains
brains melting
scholars and
because
philosophers. As
this
Cleaver was a black actor,
idiot.
sexual predator turned fashion designer turned conservative Republican senator.
I still don't know what you're talking about with white women, black dick, and slavery. It's like, you gonna whip him? No, we're gonna keep them away from. Okay, so you're not gonna whip. No, that happened. You're not listening. Oh, I actually would like to just sit down and talk to this guy. Like, not talking to him, just like, go. Here's some Red Bull, cocaine. I'm just gonna turn around. If I hear snorting, I'm gonna turn around and go.
Okay.
gender interrelations between white men and women and black men and women in his essay, The Allegory of the Black Eunuch, stands as one of the more insightful, though brutal, examinations of race and sexual read. The point in bringing up Cleaver is to provide insight into the still ongoing fetishization of black man's sexuality and how this fetishization played into not just my false perception of my friend's sexual activity, but also the perception of fetishization and dehumanization of black men as a whole. For example, take the ongoing fetish of interracial coupling. This is the practice of allowing or encouraging one's wife or partner to have sex with a black man. Black men in this scenario are often referred to as bucks or studs, terms that were commonly used to describe black men in slavery, specifically black men used for breeding. This stems from the same legacy of hypersexualization of black male bodies, a fascination with black phalluses. And man, this video is definitely not going to be monetized. Come on, YouTube. Just
Somebody asked if he was going to bring up Mandingo. I'm just going to look back and see who it was. Ebony Williams, yes. He did that at the beginning already, but he is doing it again.
And sometimes it's strictly sex work, where I could be called in a position to be like, hey, can you come in, dominate my wife, and then for in front of me? And that was the request, and I was like, yeah, I'm able to do that. But then sometimes some people can look at it and see me and only expect that as my only frame of reference or expression of sexuality, and expect that, hey, you're a black guy, you have to have a big dick, you have to be aggressive, and you have to not like kissing, or you have to like not be romantic, or so on and so forth. Yeah, we can sometimes like engage in race play, but like beyond the race play, we understand that it's a structure that has been created, and all of them are stereotypes and cliches. But we are all still human beings beyond this, and we all have minds, bodies, souls.
I tend not to yuck anyone's yum, and I personally find the racial implications and social dynamics fascinating within that particular fetish, but you can't deny that
you never yuck anyone's what?
He what? You fucking what, mate?
You fucking what?
On and so forth. Yeah, we can sometimes like engage in race play, but like beyond the race play, we understand that it's a structure that has been created, and all of them are stereotypes and cliches. But we are all still human beings beyond this, and we all have minds, bodies, souls.
I tend not to yuck anyone's yum, and I personally find
yuck anyone's yum. Yuck anyone's yum. Expression of disgust, expression of enjoyment, particularly of delicious taste. So yucking someone's young is a poetic expression for... Fucking Christ. God fucking Christ. I hate you, Quora. Where's the goddamn answer? Nope. That's not helping.
Did we reset the watch along? Because I'm still getting Spring Blender Animation Studios.
No, you should be on the proper page now, because it's saying that you all are here.
I'm here, but I re-entered. I clicked the link. Let me do it.
If it doesn't
probably
fix
like
I'll fix it in a second.
Feed the cat. It's time for her dinner, but I gotta switch to my phone then. I don't know if anybody's downstairs right now.
It's just a weird fucking thing. I've never heard that before. I'll chalk that up to fucking age.
Find the racial implications and social dynamics fascinating with
I'm still getting that weird animation
that
thing.
the nature of interracial cuckolding is inherently racist, and this is very often seen in the West. The underlying message in this particular fetish is the depersonalization of black men's bodies used as essentially sex toys by both white men and women. Toys that ideally must embody the racist tropes of black men as brutes in order to maximize the appeal of the taboo. In regards to this, Curry refers to...
It's 5 in the morning, so I'm gonna head
Go
out.
ahead, Aydin.
Good night.
All right, Aydin.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry about not going too much.
I like Aydin. I like.
No, this is cool. This is cool.
Saffron, it was awesome talking to you, and it's awesome talking to you as always, Carl. All right, I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Potentially tomorrow. Bye.
Cleaver in terms of how this manifests into fetishizations and dehumanization and ungendering of black men's bodies. For a time,
Yes, I have to finish this before we can work on the next one tomorrow. There are 3 total videos that I need to get through of his, and this one is the shortest. This one is the shortest.
To recognize black African men as docile and feeble. But during slavery, as black bodies became commodities, there also came a fascination with black men's physiques and penises. Westernized thought and patriarchy, which had often championed physique and sexual vitality as a virtue, had to reconfigure to maintain the hierarchy of white men over black men. Curry indicates that the story changed and it became that black men's bodies were meant to carry burdens as animals, that they were ruled by their libidos and unable to have sense on their own and required the wisdom of white men to guide them into civility. Cleaver refers to this sentiment as white men positioning themselves as the omnipotent administrator, white men controlling the social hierarchy and thus the sexual agency of everyone underneath them. And for this to work, Cleaver indicates that white men need to install themselves as the mind.
Somebody don't wash dishes.
The body must be fully under the control of white masculinity.
The white boy is made a man through the destruction of the black male body, his conquering of the black male beast. He is made the white man through his castration of the black man, and through the use of the black phallus as his own. As with Eldridge Cleaver's description of the omnipotent administrator, it is the immateriality of the white man, his physicality, that creates the body, the hyperphysicality of the nigger. This is why he wants to fuck like a nigger. to sexually satiate his white wife.
Definitely, they try to portray me super uber masculine. I'm more of an emotional being. I'm more in tune with how I feel and stuff like that. Especially during my past of living half of my life in a feminine body, you know, and having to deal with the pressures and the misogyny and the misogynoir, all that from the other end of the spectrum. And nobody.
All of Emperor's food talk got me so hungry.
Unfortunately.
Trans men, trans masculinity, or
well, fortunately for me, I smoked a whole big thing of chicken while we were live streaming.
So I actually did my point as a way of exhibition of showing people, you know, this is what a trans body looks like in progress of its transition, and this is it giving and receiving pleasure.
This may be surprised, but if you ask me, white men probably fetishize black.
Saf, I can't hear.
Black men's bodies the most.
Oh, because I'm on my phone and I'm walking away from the phone and I'm like trying to get my cat fed.
I see.
Various consumption of black men's bodies. We see it mostly in sports, but also in porn, in the arts, etc. We see it in how white men sexualize and castrated black men during lynches, and the most heinous acts of white terrorism from the past, from Rosewood to Tulsa.
I'm just gonna have to sponge.
Look at by clicking on the link I just put it into the non-podcast chat and see if that fixes it.
To St. Louis, were often in the name of protecting the virtue of white women from black men. Basically, since slavery, black men's sexuality has been imprisoned by this intersection of racist and misandrous violence. And over time, as with many cultural taboos, in a conservative society, it has turned into genuine fetish and kink. Myths about the size of black men's penis, black men as excellent lovers, the celebration of idealized black men.
Oh no, I don't know what
resemble the mythologized and symbolized phallus of black men, along with.
It's just doing the same thing. I just
try refreshing.
Try
refreshing.
We see. Okay, got it.
More than a few jokes, tropes, and myths about black men's sexuality. Things that aren't only fetishized by white men and women, but men and women of all races, black women included.
It ain't working.
Okay, I will physically do it. Okay, if this works. Are you with us now?
Re-click the link. Loading up. Join. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
This is the practice of allowing or encouraging one's wife or partner to have sex with a black man. Black men in this scenario are often referred to as bucks or studs, terms that were commonly used to describe black men in slavery, specifically black men used for breeding. This stems from the same legacy of hypersexualization of black male bodies, a fascination with black phalluses. And man, this video is definitely not going to be monetized with this. Come on, YouTube, just keep straight going.
And sometimes it's strictly sex work, where I could be called in a position to be like, hey, can you come in, dominate my wife, and then her in front of me? And that was the request, and I was like, yeah, I'm able to do that. But then sometimes some people can look at it and see me and only expect that as my only frame of reference or expression of sexuality, and expect that, hey, you're a black guy, you have to have a big dick, you have to be aggressive, and you have to not like kissing, or you have to like not be romantic, or so on and so forth. Yeah, you know, we can sometimes like engage in race play, but like beyond the race play, we understand that it's a structure that has been created, and all of them are stereotypes and cliches. But we are all still human beings beyond this, and we all have minds, bodies, souls.
I tend not to yuck anyone's yum, and I personally find the racial implications and social dynamics fascinating within that particular fetish, but you can't deny that the nature of interracial cuckolding is inherently racist, and this is very often seen in the way it's depicted. The underlying message in this particular fetish is the depersonalization of black men's bodies used as essentially sex toys by both white men and women. Toys that ideally must embody the racist tropes of black men as groups in order to maximize the appeal of the taboo. In regards to this, Curry refers to Cleaver in terms of how this manifests into fetishizations and dehumanization and ungendering of black men's bodies. For a time, the racist propaganda in colonialism, whites would attempt to feminize black African men as docile and feeble. But during slavery, as black bodies became commodities, there also came a fascination with black men's physiques and penises. Westernized thought and patriarchy, which have often championed physique and sexual vitality as a virtue, had to reconfigure to maintain the hierarchy of white men over black men. Curry indicates that the story changed and became that black men's bodies were meant to carry burdens as animals, and that they were ruled by their libidos and unable to have sense on their own, and required the wisdom of white men to guide them into civility. Cleaver refers to this sentiment as white men positioning themselves as the omnipotent administrator, white men controlling the social hierarchy and thus the sexual agency of everyone underneath them. And for this to work, Cleaver indicates that white men need to install themselves as the mind, while the black man can only be the body, a body that must be fully under the control of white masculinity.
The white boy is made a man through the destruction of the black male body, his conquering of the black male beast. He is made the white man through his castration of the black man and through the use of the black phallus as his own. As with Eldridge Cleaver's description of the omnipotent administrator, it is the immateriality of the white man, his physicality, that creates the drive to dominate and embody the hyperphysicality of the nigger. This is why he wants to fuck like a nigger, to sexually satiate his white wife.
Definitely not gonna get demonetized.
Definitely, they try to portray me super uber masculine. I'm more of an emotional being. I'm more in tune with how I feel and stuff like that. Especially during my past of living half of my life in a feminine body, you know, and having to deal with the pressures and the misogyny and the misogynoir, all that from the other end of the spectrum. And nobody really knows and understands trans men, trans masculinity, or that in a black space. So I actually did my point as a way of exhibition of showing people, you know, this is what a trans body looks like in progress of its transition, and this is it giving and receiving pleasure.
This may be surprised, but if you ask me, white men probably fetishize black men's bodies the most, although not always sexually from a space of gratification, but through this vicarious consumption of black men's bodies. We see it mostly to me in sports, but also in porn, in the arts, etc. We see it in how white men sexualize and castrated black men during lynches. And the most heinous acts of white terrorism from the past, from Rosewood to Tulsa to St. Louis, were often in the name of protecting the virtue of white women from black men. Basically, since slavery, black men's sexuality has been imprisoned by this intersection of racist and misandrous values. And over time, as with many cultural taboos, in conservative society, it has turned into genuine fetish and kink. Myths about the size of black men's penis, black men as excellent lovers, the celebration of idealized black men's physiques, a bevy of sex toys meant to resemble the mythologized, disembodied phallus of black men, along with more than a few jokes, tropes, and myths about black men's sexuality. Things that aren't only fetishized by white men and women, but men and women of all races, black women included, and black men as well, as seen in my perception of my friend in college. But this is all the academic mumbo jumbo, though. The thing that we have to consider and really contend with and spend, I hope, more time with is how and why black men today still participate in and or reject this image and what that means for us in terms of sex. To start, and this is something that will be repeated, of all the things stripped from us as men, this mythology is one thing that, while distorted, we still have some level of agency over, and in many ways, it's a key component to some of us finding avenues for success and personal capital through our arts. And we see that through the history of black men in art. Jazz men definitely had their fair share of leading men, and even a few women who cross-dressed and performed as men, such as Gladys Bentley. But it was the blues which turned into rock and roll that exploded due to the gyrating hips, booming voices, and sweaty bodies of black musicians whose musical talents were buoyed by their sexual desirability. Later, we see the growth of that exaggerated swag we've talked about a few times.
The way he leaps off of rooftops and flips backwards to face the camera before falling into the exaggerated swagger of the black teen.
We see in the unique ways in which black men walk and talk and interact with each other in the world, and it becomes emblematic of a specific appeal, which later grows into hip-hop and urban culture that has been so commodified and replicated that watered-down versions of it are being reproduced around the world. Over time, the horrific process of dehumanizing black men sexually grew into a one-of-a-kind cultural marker that in many ways has, for better or worse, become a badge of honor for some black men. It is impossible not to internalize the stereotypes about black men's sexuality as a black man, whether you embody them or not. There's still a lot to contend with there. For men who are able to embody this stereotype on some level, it may offer opportunities for sexual partners, or in some cases even sex work, sugar mamas, or opportunities that hinge on that mythological appeal, but often at a cost. How often do black men feel a sense of devaluing when they get that feeling that prospective partners seek access to their bodies versus intimate connections? And then they might be further gaslit as if their desire for intimacy or connection is seen as deviant and inappropriate for a real black man. If you're like me, you're keeping a running tab of all the things that a real man can't do, and from drinking lemonade to wiping their ass. It's a long, interesting list.
If you have emotions as a man, you're looked at as weak. If you express yourself